I'm standing up here bashing the living shit out of Nazis. Where you going? Nowhere.
All right, what do you say we pop right into it? Let's not waste any time. What's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Thank you so much for joining me once again. I'm Boston Bryant. This is Blunt Politics. Thank you to everybody on this space who's watching as well. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button on both platforms. I really appreciate it. Anybody who's dared to contribute financially, many ways to do so. Venmo up in the corner. Become a channel member just underneath me. Patreon.com/Boston Bryant. That's all of the nonsense out of the way. How's everybody doing? What do you say we get into the chat? Let's let everybody filter in. Let everybody know that we're live. Let's start thanking some people for being here. Anna, how are you? Yakov, how are you? What's going on, guys? What's up, Debbie? How's everybody doing? What's up, T. Freeman? What's up, Progressively Independent? Nordez, Roxanne, how's everybody doing? I appreciate you guys being here. It's been a wild couple days. We're going to be discussing more lies from not only the White House, but from the press secretary about the Epstein birthday letters, the massively large scale provocation by Russia, Poland invoking Article 4, which, we might have to explain the difference between Article 4 and Article 5. I think, I've been seeing a lot of people freaking out about what it means when Poland invokes Article 4. So I guess we'll have to discuss that a little bit. DeCarlos Brown Jr. has been charged with causing death on a mass transportation in the brutal murder of Irina Zerutska in Charlotte. That is the Ukrainian refugee that was brutally murdered on the bus there. James Comer says he's not going to investigate, and the Oversight Committee is not going to investigate Donald Trump in his involvement with the letters with Jeffrey Epstein, saying that he's just going to take his word for it. We got a lot to get into. We'll be checking out, the Poland's response, the FAA response, the flight tracker that shows where the drones came from, where they went. We'll be looking at a few different news clips, news stories about the situation. Lots to get into, actually. Lots to get into. So don't waste any time. Make sure you hit that like button. What else are we going to be talking about? CNN had that ridiculously bizarre defense of Donald Trump as it pertains to Jeffrey Epstein as well. Like I said, Poland's statement, a map of the drone attacks. We'll be covering it all. So make sure you guys hit that like button. I appreciate it. Share the show out to everybody that you possibly can share the show out to, because we're just here to call out the bullshit, the propaganda, the lies of the mainstream media, the Republican Party, Donald Trump, and breaking it down for everyday working class, normal individuals like you and like me, because that's who's affected by these policies and that's who's left to deal with this bullshit at the end of the day. So I appreciate you guys staying involved. What's up, El Rondo? What's up, Bob? What's up, Mr. Android? Hey, Susie. Thank you so much, guys, for filtering in. I really do appreciate it. What's up, Gamer? Vicky, how's everybody doing? What's up, VD? Good to see you as well over there. Good to see you as well. Nice to see everybody making the rounds on the old social medias, trying to stay informed. Thank you, Noah Dez, starting it off in the right way as usual. You guys too can either sign up yourselves for a membership or gift memberships, just like Nordez does every single show. And make sure you're thanking Nordez if you're in the chat, getting one of those gifted memberships, because the YouTube memberships and the Patreon community are absolutely the backbone of Blunt Politics and what keeps this show running. So I appreciate all of the Patreons, all of the YouTube channel members, and again, anybody that shouts out through the chat here with a super sticker, with the super chat or anything like that, really goes a long way. So thank you so much. What do you say we get into the first little bit of lies that I wanted to get into? Again, it's amazing to me that with all the evidence that we've seen, with the signature verifications, with the comparisons from Donald Trump's signatures from 2003 to 1987 to 1997 and everywhere in between, from letters to Bill Clinton, letters to Alan Dershowitz, letters to Rudy Giuliani, every single one of them seems to match exactly to Donald Trump's signature. As it relates to, his letter with the outline of the female. And as we pointed out on the show yesterday, what doesn't seem to be an overly developed female, if you catch my drift, in the picture, again, with Donald Trump's signature seemingly in the position of where the crotch or the pubic hair would be, is what people are pointing out. But again, here's the White House press secretary, again, whose job is pretty much to get up and lie to our faces every single day when you're working for Donald Trump. I guess just doing her job in this, if you put it that way, doing her job. But here she is being questioned outright about his signature, about his involvement, about the letter. And again, the White House and the press secretary just continues to double down on Donald Trump didn't write this. He has no involvement. They're suing, and there's going to be a lot of litigation is basically all they have to say in this. And it's remarkable to me that they still think that they can get away with this, especially to people on their own side, especially to people in their own base. Like, at what point does the base step out and be like, all right, they think I'm pretty fucking stupid. Like, they must think I am absolutely fucking blind and moronic at this point. Like, to actually, like, I'm seeing what I'm seeing. There was a check, and we went over it yesterday when we talked about, hey, I think I still have it up. Remember this, guys? Remember this? We were talking about it yesterday, and thank you to everybody that watches the show all the time. But if you don't, we were talking about this. We were going over this Twitter thread here from Adam Cochran, who pretty much went through, kind of glanced over the files, what was released as far as the birthday letters were concerned, and kind of gave us the lowlights, I called them. And I said, in this picture here, I said, that looks awfully similar to Mar-a-Lago, right? And I said, I'm not sure if that's Jeffrey Epstein's home in Palm Beach or if that's Mar-a-Lago, but if it turns out to be Mar-a-Lago, I think that's a big fucking deal. Because as you got, what looks to be young women, young girls, massaging Jeffrey Epstein in a lounge chair, one of them being tattooed with J.E. on the backside, in front of a picture of Mar-a-Lago, while a jet, Jeffrey Epstein's jet, flies over that, I think it's very telling as to what not only everybody knew. Again, that was another revelation from these disgusting things, is just to the extent of how much everybody knew exactly what Jeffrey Epstein was up to, exactly what he and Ghislaine Maxwell were engaged in. There was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There was no guessing games. There was no maybes or, I've heard this on the grapevine. Nothing. People knew. You could tell by the coded language. You could tell by the jets, the girls being drawn, the massaging, the lewd photographs. This was not a fucking secret, right? And if it was the world's most open secret. So again, it just goes to show exactly to the people who were closest to Jeffrey Epstein for the longest, like people like Donald Trump, exactly what they should have known and had to have known and absolutely did know. And I apologize for the fucking V12 weed whacker I got located like smack dab outside my window at this time. I'm not sure if you can hear it or not. Hopefully the noise cancellation is doing its job, but I don't know who gets a V12 fucking weed whacker, but this gentleman apparently has one. But yes, I think there has been new revelation here. The creepy picture of Epstein grooming girls to get massages is not Epstein's house on the island. It's the Mar-a-Lago. It's the Mar-a-Lago as seen from the beach. Whoever drew this, who was drawing Epstein getting massages by girls he groomed while on Trump's property. Right, so this is this goes deeper than just, okay, Jeffrey Epstein came to poach underage girls illegally working at the spa at Mar-a-Lago without my knowledge, and I had to be told by several employees of my of Mar-a-Lago that it was happening. This is a lot different. This is somebody that actively knows what's taking place at Mar-a-Lago and actively inferring the relationship, the connection between the illegalities that Jeffrey Epstein and others were engaged in, and the places, the actual physical location that it was taking place at sometimes, right? Sometimes it was the plane, right? That's why they get the plane. Sometimes it was on the plane. Sometimes it was on the island. Sometimes it was at Mar-a-Lago. And then just to recap just how sick all of this is, you got what looks to be an elderly gentleman, a clearly older gentleman with what seems to be tattered jeans. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Giving a lollipop and balloons to what is clearly extremely young girls. So, again, something we pointed out on yesterday's show, and I just kind of commented, if that was Mar-a-Lago, I think that's a pretty big revelation. And I think it goes a long way to show whoever was drawing this, whoever was, making this, knew exactly what the fuck was going on and where it was taking place, right? But again, here's Caroline Levitt, having dove into that. Here's Caroline Levitt actively lying through her teeth to the U.S. citizens, to the U.S. citizenry, again, about this situation. Let's check it out.
Caroline, thank you. I want to follow up on something you said. You said the The Epstein documents are a hoax that Democrats are perpetrating against the president. You said he didn't sign that check, that he didn't sign the birthday card that he allegedly signed. So what is the theory, since these documents came from the Epstein estate? Who is?
And that's a great point, too, ladies and gentlemen. That is a great point, and I think something that the Trump administration and Caroline Leavitt are going to have to contend with, and I think it's going to be very difficult for them to contend with, the fact that this wasn't released by a Democratic committee. This wasn't released by some Democratic establishment or, some fucking Democrat politician. This was released by the Epstein Foundation, by the people that are now in charge of the estate, right? The people that are now, I believe, excuse me, I apologize if I'm wrong in this, but I believe they're representing the victims in this case, right? If I'm wrong, point me out, correct me in the chat. I'd like to get that right, but I believe that's what's going on, and that's the reason why these were being released. But again, you can't say this is coming from the other side of the aisle. You can't say this is a political attack. You can't say, it takes away a lot of their bullshit talking points and rhetoric that they would normally use if this was coming from some subcommittee, some oversight committee, et cetera, et cetera. So I think they're really struggling right now to contend with the fact that this was released by the Epstein estate. Sorry, I'm just kind of glancing through the chat to make sure I have that right. I want to make sure I have that that fact right. If not, I will absolutely correct myself. But, I think because a lot of people are going to be like, well, why would the Epstein estate release these? Because it's not, there's a lot going on behind the scenes, and it's not, it's not exactly what you think is going on. So, but again, not to stray off topic, this is very hard for the Trump administration, the Trump regime, and Caroline Leavitt to contend with. And you hear it in these questions, like where is the political motivation to lie about the president coming from, the people that are now in control of this estate, right? Like why it doesn't seem to be politically motivated. It seems to be more evidence related and wanting to get to accountability and justice and the answers to all of this.
Yes, in your view, faking these documents?
I did not say the documents are a hoax. I said the entire narrative surrounding Jeffrey Epstein right now that is absorbing many of the liberal cable channels on television is a hoax that is being.
Okay, so now explain to me how that's different. Because what people are doing, seemingly, are either reading documents, reading old articles, reading old deposition reports or old interviews, right? We're not like making this shit up off the fucking top of our heads here. So it's either she tries to lead off there by saying it's not the documents that are a hoax. It's whatever the Democrats are saying is a hoax. Well, the Democrats, as you call them, or as everybody on the right would like to say, we're just reciting the already known evidence that is publicly known and widespread, right? We're not making this up in a back room with fucking Chuck Schumer and fucking Nancy Pelosi with a side hint to Hillary Clinton while Bill comes in and gives his 2 cents, while we got Bernie Sanders on the phone trying to, chime in with a few paragraphs that he wants to write in there. This ain't, we're literally going by the facts that we know, what's been reported, what's been fucking detailed in past, lawsuits, right? Depositions, interviews, that type of thing. So to say that, well, the documents aren't a hoax, but everybody that's talking about the documents, that's the hoax, makes absolutely no sense. I know that you guys know that. I know that you guys are all smart enough to know that. I know everybody on this space is smart enough to know that. But anybody that may be new to either blunt politics or this space or, a progressive media here that's coming over from the other side, welcome to reality and welcome to the fact that you can't have it both ways, right? You can't have the fucking cake and eat it too. You can't have the oil and the water in the same place trying to mix. It ain't gonna happen.
Perpetuated by opportunistic Democrats like Ro Khanna and the others whom you saw on that press conference.
Wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Who was somebody else that you saw at that press conference with Ro Khanna, with Massey, right? Who was one of the other prominent individuals also featured at that press conference? So are we now to say that Marjorie Taylor Greene is now wrapped up in fucking fucking nose deep inside of a Democrat hoax, inside of a Democrat conspiracy to somehow put Donald Trump in the same relationship or in the same breath as Jeffrey Epstein? Like somehow now you're putting Marjorie Taylor Greene in with Ro Khanna in with this bullshit. Now she somehow Again, and I'm not giving any fucking flowers to Marjorie Taylor fucking Greene. She's obviously got her motives and her reasons for doing whatever she's doing. But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to play upon and prey upon the fucking cracks that are now forming between people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Caroline Leavitt, the MAGA base, whether it be over the genocide that Israel is continuing to perpetrate upon the Palestinian people, whether it's, fucking what's going on inside of the United States with our domestic policies with ICE and the National Guard. Like, I will absolutely continue to prey upon the cracks that are forming for whatever reasons that they're forming, whether it be Epstein or whatever the fuck, and use that to my political benefit, use that to my benefit in order to get the correct people elected, in order to get Democrats back in office, and in order to, see accountability, see these people face accountability and justice. So the two-headed dragon that these people are now dealing with also involves people that they would call staunchly MAGA on the other side of that for the first time, I think, seriously, in a long, long time.
Capitol Hill, who are trying to push this hoax against the president of the United States.
What exactly is the hoax? I'm just trying to understand what's fake. What's fake is not the documents.
The hoax is the Democrats pretending to care about victims of crime when they do not care about victims of crime, when they have done nothing.
Right. You mean kind of like, I don't know, let's just say the Republican Party claiming to be the party of, I don't know, both fiscal responsibility and also the party that wants to, I don't know, protect children, stop child sex trafficking. But every fucking time you open your eyes in the morning and wake up and open your social media accounts, there's another fucking Republican seemingly that's been arrested for having child porn on his home computer in some way related to a church sex scandal or something of a like. It's funny how that happens. Now, I'm not saying it hasn't taken place on both sides, but I'd say the overwhelming majority of cases that you're going to find involving high-profile politicians and representatives engaged in or found to be guilty of having child porn or engaged in pedophilia or something like that is going to be a fucking a guy, a white male with an R next to his name, not a D. Okay, so again. You want to talk about fucking hypocrisy? Again, we could talk about the fact that you call yourself fiscally responsible, and look at what you're doing to our economy when it pertains to tariffs, inflation, low job growth, stagnant wages. I mean, the list continues to grow as far as the way you're screwing up our economy. So clearly not fiscally responsible, spending $200 million on a fucking ballroom. The money you spent trying to paint the wall down the fucking South black. Like, what are we doing here, folks? And that's just, again, a fraction, a small snippet of some of the wasteful spending, the amount they're wasting on ICE, the National Guard, the amount they're going to increase the budget for both, Homeland Security and agencies like that. Think of what we could do with those resources, with those funds, if we were to put those into, I don't know, more socially beneficial activities or policies. But again, I don't have a ton of time, so I'm trying to get through as much as I can before I get off on too many fucking rants here. But let's see what else she has to say.
Thing to solve crimes when they have done nothing to lock up child pedophiles and child rapists across the country, and when they are now using victims as political props to try and, again, smear the president of the United States. Now, again, to point out the utter and ridiculous nature of the hypocrisy here, and talking about using people as political props. Anybody that's been on social media the last few days has seen the right wing try to use the death, the brutal and unfortunate death of the Ukrainian refugee, Irina Zeritska in Charlotte to their benefit, to their political benefit, when they in absolutely no way, shape, or form give a flying fuck about a single Ukrainian citizen. The same people that have been saying, no, I don't want to send any more money over there. No, I'm not helping them. No, I'm not sending any more weapons. Yes, let's back Vladimir Putin. Yes, I like the way Russia does things. Yes, I like how they hate gay people. Let's do it more like them. Those motherfuckers are now trying to get you to believe that they care about Ukrainian fucking refugees in the United States and aren't just using the fact that it was a black man killing a Ukrainian refugee, that they can use that for political expediency. Like, get fucked, honestly. If you think you're going to fucking hold one over my head, and like I said, glad to see that the gentleman, DeCarlos Brown Jr., was charged with causing death on mass transportation. And again, hopefully we'll face the full force of the law
should have never been on the fucking streets to begin with. And hopefully we get that fucking settled. But again, I am absolutely not going to be shamed by people that have been advocating for the total abandonment of the entire fucking country of Ukraine since this full-scale invasion started, and even before that. And if you think you're going to fucking hold that over my head, like for some reason I don't care, you can fucking pound sand on that one, all right? There was a few more clips from this. I don't want to take up too much time with every single one of her lies here, but there was a few clips here. I know Asen posted a few. Let's see if we can fly through a few of these clips, and then we'll head on to the story, obviously, that everybody's talking about, the mass provocation by Russia, where they sent as many as 19 or more drones and missiles into Polish airspace, and we'll be talking about that. It's crazy to see that two of the airports that I used myself on my trip to Ukraine, on my recent trip to Kyiv, the Rzeszów airport in Poland and the Warsaw airport, obviously in Poland, were both closed. Like I said, I have the FAA statement that went out. I have the response from NATO. We have a few clips from CNN, BBC that I want to take a look at if we can squeeze it in. We'll also, like I said, be taking a look at this unbelievable friggin' graphic here, which details every single one of the Russian drone and missile launches, where they came from, where they went. You can see over here on the left-hand side of your screen. And again, I'll make it bigger when we go over this, exactly where they entered Polish airspace and why, the closings that we saw in the invocation of Article 4 has been, undertaken by Poland. Oh, thank you, fucking Peter. Let's go, brother. Let's go, man. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, dude, for your super sticker. Thank you so much for your contributions, your loyalty, your passion, your aggression, your support for Ukraine, your support for democracy, your support for women's rights, the LGBTQIA community, trans community, all of it, Peter. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. It goes a long, long, long way to a long way to. It goes a long way. I appreciate it. All right, let's get into just a few of these ridiculous clips. Here is, again, something else that I called yesterday in the show. I told you when we were talking about, the Israeli strike in Doha, in Qatar, the illegal assassination attempt that killed, I believe, a Qatari police officer and injured a few security officers. And let just sink in what would happen if somebody, again, illegally launched a missile strike, a drone strike inside the United States that killed a United States police officer and injured, say, I don't know, 2 military personnel, what the response would be from not only the citizenry, but also from the government and the military. So, that just gives you a little sense of what the Qataris are dealing with their response here. But again, to actively try to assassinate and eliminate the people you're supposedly, engaged in active negotiations talks with, is again not, in my mind, the best way to go about a negotiation, especially breaking international law, the rules of war, but again, when you're an internationally wanted criminal like Benjamin Netanyahu, what the fuck's another warrant? It doesn't really matter. But all right, let's see if we can take a look at this. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you, dude. And again, as I always do, if you send in a super chat, super sticker, and I miss it in the chat, I go over all of them at the end of the show. We got a hard out at 11 because of this space. We'll dive over to Jeff Waldorf. But after that, if you stick around, we'll be sure to thank everybody that sent in a super sticker, super chat, Venmo, anything like that gets recognized, gets highlighted, because you guys, again, are the backbone of this show and the reason that we continue to be able to do this. So thank you very, very much, Peter, Jeff, for being here for 12 months, and everybody else that sends in or contributes in any way, shape, or form. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's see what he's saying here. Again, sorry, I got distracted. As I called yesterday, we're talking about the Israeli airstrikes, right? Talking about the assassinations and the strikes in Doha, Qatar. I said that the response would be so mealy-mouthed from Donald Trump, by Donald Trump, that he would probably treat it just as he does when Russia kills, I don't know, multiple civilians in and around Ukraine every single night, where he says he's not happy about it, he's not thrilled about it, he's kind of upset about it. That's what I said he was going to say. Let's see what he actually says, and so let's see how right I was. Let me see. I'll start it from the beginning here. Let me see. Start it from the start and see what he says here.
We have a capital that's very, very safe right now.
About the speed
Israeli strike earlier today.
Well, I'm not thrilled. I'm not thrilled.
Sorry if it's too hard to hear, and I know sometimes Twitter sucks with their audio, but the question is his feelings on the Israeli airstrike. And again, right off the bat, it sounds like he's going to say he's not happy, and again, do absolutely nothing about it.
I don't have to do that. I'm not thrilled about the whole situation. It's not a good situation. But
Now, does this seem like somebody that's actively in control of the situation, actively in control of the players that are now participating in this event or in this situation, right? Does this now seem like somebody that's in control of Vladimir Putin, who just met with Xi Jinping, who just met with Modi, who just met with Kim Jong-un, right? Smiling, laughing, shaking fucking hands. Does it sound like he's in control of Benjamin Netanyahu, right? Luring him into striking Iranian nuclear facilities, allowing him to continuously, illegally undertake missile strikes in a country that's trying to mediate the fucking situation right now. Whether or not you think they're doing a good job or a piss poor job, again, that's at least the role that they're, forwardly facing, trying to undertake right now, is trying to mediate between the two countries, while Israel is actively lobbing missiles into what seemingly was residential fucking areas, again, killing a Qatari police officer, injuring a couple of security officers, as it was reported, right? So does this sound like somebody that could step in, like he said, it was going to waltz into this office and immediately take control of the situation? Now, does this seem like somebody that was just responsible for ending 6, 7, 8, 10 wars that we've already debunked on this show? No. And look at Pete fucking Kegsef behind him too. That's not giving me any positive vibes. That's not lending any credibility to whatever Donald Trump is saying. And even JD Vance's face is like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're unhappy. Like, I think you're going to have to do and say a little bit more. I think we're going to have to gain a little bit more control over the situation, so Israel doesn't feel like they have free reign to strike any fucking country on earth for whatever reason, as long as they can say somebody connection with some sort of connection with Hamas is in that territory, right? Regardless of who they kill, regardless of the collateral damage, regardless of what that fucking leads to in the future, right? Now, we've heard the response from Qatar. They're extremely upset about it. We've heard the lies from the from the White House saying that everybody was notified, everybody was up to date, and Qatar was like, hell fucking no. You fucking kidding me? We got a phone call literally as the bombs are going off. I don't think that's how it's supposed to fucking work. A prior notice usually means prior to you bombing my ass, right? Prior to you killing my civilians. So this isn't somebody that's in control, not only of himself, but of the Israel-Palestine situation, the Russia-Ukraine situation, any of the other fucking wars that he's been talking about that he threw a coat of paint on real quick so he could slap a headline out there to say he stopped a war, which again, if you need to, go back and check out a few shows ago where we actually and actively debunked every single one of the wars he says he ended and why they have absolutely not been ended. And there are still absolutely areas of violence going on, areas of conflict, areas of negotiations that are seemingly never going to be agreed upon that will lead to more conflict in the future. So you name it, and this motherfucker is not in control of it. Okay?
I will say this. We want the hostages back, but we are not thrilled about the way that went down today.
Unbelievable. Okay, so what are you going to do about it? What do you plan to do with your infinite wisdom? With your what's he say? His fucking I think I got it here, right? His stupid fucking brain. What's he say?
China has total respect for Donald Trump and for Donald Trump's very, very large brain.
All right, so why don't you get them tiny ass hands out of your pants, right? And start using that ginormous brain of yours to come up with a solution to curtail what Benjamin Netanyahu and his fucking genocidal regime over there in the Israeli government continues to perpetrate, not only against the Palestinian people, but apparently the fucking globe now. lying to our faces. And again, that double tap on the Nasser hospital wasn't a double tap. It was more like a fucking quadruple tap, where they made damn sure on the second strike that they put in enough missiles that it was going to cause even more damage than the first one that drew the attention to the hospital in the first place, that brought the aid workers, that brought the people sifting through the rubble. And then the lies they told about the fucking Hamas camera that was supposedly at the top, even though I believe, if again, correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, it was an Al Jazeera camera that Israel, the IDF, had already been pre-notified of its location, but used that as justification to, again, strike the hospital. A hospital that, again, Israel and everybody else has been telling us they don't strike. They don't strike schools. They don't strike hospitals. They don't strike nurseries. Unless, I guess, there's, fucking tens and hundreds of innocent people roaming around and actively on top of the premises. And then we can send in 4 more missiles and kill those people. Journalists, again, aid workers, people showing up to fucking help. Again, all right, so let's see here. This is where he goes on to be questioned about the Epstein letters here, where I'm sure he's going to continue lying, ladies and gentlemen. Unless one of these days he's just going to get so sick and tired of it. He's going to be like, all right, I wrote it. I fucking wrote it. I did it all. I'm sick of it. I'm the president. I should be able to. All right, let's see how much he lies here.
We have a capital that's very, very safe.
My apologies. Hold on. My apologies. I should probably get the right one on screen if I'm going to show you that. Typically helps. Let's see. Is it this one?
Thank you. Enjoy it. It's not my signature, and it's not.
Sorry, I know it's very quiet as far as the reporter's audio, but he's being questioned about his signature on the Epstein letter.
And anybody that's covered me for a long time, no, that's not my language. It's nonsense. And frankly, you're wasting your time. All you do is trying to get off the great success of DC and about 200 other things we've done that is.
So again, not his signature, not his words, not his rhetoric, never did it, never signed it, doesn't know what he's talking about. I'd love for him to be questioned again directly. I don't know if he is in this encounter about the 22. Let me see if I can find it in Adam's reporting here. About the $22,500 check that is being held up by these fucking sick, disgusting, degenerate, fucking rich pricks with Donald Trump's, what is seemingly Donald Trump's name. I wouldn't call it a signature. Let me see if I can find this. My apologies. Let me share this tab so you guys can kind of flip through it with me. We went through a bunch of this yesterday on the show in case anybody hasn't had the time or the inclination to go through it. I did go through a lot of what Adam had to say here. Where was the check? Hey, let me see if I can just find it real quick. Trump check 22K. Ba-dum-bum. No, that's not it. That's not it. Trump Epstein check. 22K. Let's see if that. Oh, here it is. Here she blows. Let me see if I can pull it up in a better way for you guys. Share this tab instead. So this picture here, how do you make this bigger? Can I zoom in on this? No? Oh, yeah, I don't know. Because it's a video. Anyway, this one that I'm pointing at here on the right that you've seen going viral here, the check to Jeffrey Epstein for $22,500. On the bottom right-hand side, it says DJ Trump. Again, whether written by him or by any one of these disgusting, degenerate motherfuckers, supposedly in a joking manner or whatever, it just does show the relationship and the involvement of Donald Trump, right? Again, he says, oh, you can tell, and Caroline Levitt says you can tell that's not his signature. I don't think anybody's claiming that that's Donald Trump's, signature on that, but it's clearly Donald J. Trump. It's clearly DJ Trump, right? With Jeffrey Epstein holding it up, clearly says $22,500, and it's clearly for a depreciated woman. Clearly here, as you can see, blacked out, is clearly a woman, a girl. I don't know who it is. I don't know if it's been released yet. But yeah, you can see that it is, and again, the whole rhetoric surrounding that, where it calls it a depreciated woman. Here it is right here. I'll pull this up. Jeffrey showing early talents with money and women sells fully depreciated in quotes to Donald Trump for $22,500. Showed early quote people skills. Let's see, it's a little small. Even though I handled the deal, I didn't get any of the money or the girl. Now again, whether or not Donald Trump literally wrote his name on that check, or again, Jeffrey Epstein wrote his name on that check to be funny, or somebody else wrote DJ Trump on that for Donald Trump, or whatever the hell, it definitely shows Donald Trump's involvement, especially in a picture where somebody, and to my knowledge, if the person is their face is blurred out or their name is blurred out, typically means that they're underage, right? They're an underage victim in this case. I'm sure there's probably a couple other things that it could mean, but, you know, again, knowing that 1,000 FBI agents went through this and redacted Donald Trump's name in every fucking instance they could find only leads us to ask more questions when we see things that are redacted, when we see things that are blanked out, right? Why? Was this done by the FBI agents in order to protect Donald Trump for some reason? Is that something that could help Donald Trump? There was one where it was like, a letter from two people, both names were blacked out, talking about two girls that were 17 kissing in the back of my daddy's caddy, right? And then we know that Donald Trump was routinely chauffeured around in the back of a Cadillac. So, I mean, the fucking points all connect here. The dots all connect. All we need now is, again, these little black lines to be taken away and for these names to be revealed. Donald Trump's true involvement to be revealed. Everybody's true involvement to be revealed. And then we could go and talk about, but the fact that he's saying that it's a waste of time to the reporter, the fact that he's saying, you know, that you've covered me for a long time and should know that's not my language, I beg to differ. I think you were the one that was saying that you could grab women by the pussy if they didn't, you know, even if they didn't give you consent, because you're a star and they were, you know, they allowed you to. We have that on tape. That's you saying it. So we know what your rhetoric is like. We know what your fucking nasty nature is like. So again, nothing that we couldn't see you engaged in. A couple more goes on. That's again him saying he's not thrilled with the Israeli airstrike. Let me see what this one is. Is again about the Epstein victims. Let's see what this one is. Oh, okay. Yep. This is a this is a really telling moment here, ladies and gentlemen. Really telling moment, ladies and gentlemen. If you only pay attention to a few minutes of my show, I hope it's this, where he's actively questioned by the reporter here. I believe she says, have you or will you meet with the Epstein victims? And Donald Trump says, nobody suggested it. He hasn't even remotely even thought about it. Now, let's just say the biggest story in the fucking country right now is one that is potentially in relation with the president of the United States' best friend for over 20 years, actively engaged in one of, if not the largest ring of sex trafficking and pedophilia in this nation's history. And your involvement with that. And he expects us to, what, just brush it under the rug? But here, I want you to pay attention to the fact that even if what Donald Trump has been saying is true, which I know it's not, wouldn't a normal human being have empathy, compassion, and you know, respect for the victims and want to bring them in, want to hear their answers, want to hear you know, the people that were involved, so they could actively seek and tell the DOJ and FBI to get on the fucking case here of these people? Wouldn't that be something that the president of the United States should be doing? Now, listen to Donald Trump's response here. Let me see if I'll start it over.
I don't know.
Will you meet with the Epstein victims? Do you plan to meet with?
I don't know about. Nobody suggested that. Certainly, I don't like that whole situation with respect to anybody being abused or hurt. But I haven't even thought about that. Thank you all very much.
I haven't even thought about that. Now, if that doesn't show you right there, you know, take everything out of the picture that we know about this guy. If that right there doesn't show you how fucking cold, callous, disgusting, degenerate, corrupted, egomaniacal, self-absorbed, psychotic, sociopathic this degenerate fool is, and I don't know where else to point you. I don't know where else to point you than the president of the United States saying he hasn't even remotely thought about bringing the victims of one of the most high profile fucking cases of sex trafficking, child sex trafficking, and pedophilia in this nation's history, involving some of the most high profile people on the planet. And Donald Trump, the president of the United States, hasn't even once thought, nor has it been suggested by anybody in his team, to meet with the victims. Now, I'd love to know. Actually, that's a fucking lie. That is a fucking lie. That is a fucking lie. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this, because if I'm not mistaken, I do believe Marjorie Taylor Greene said that she asked Donald Trump if he would meet with the victims, and she didn't receive an answer. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Asks Trump, fuck, I'm typing like I need it, to meet with Epstein. Can anybody find that clip for me? I don't think I'm tripping. I think I'm remembering that correctly. Marjorie Taylor Greene says she will read the names. No, Marjorie Taylor Greene joins Epstein survivors. Colin, clearly looking to it. I think it was in like a post, like one of her post press conferences she was doing after that. Is it this one? 6 days ago? Let me see. Is it this one? Let me see. I'm going to put this on the screen. Not sure if this is it. But that's a fucking blatant lie. If either Marjorie Taylor Greene's lying or Donald Trump's lying. Let me see what she says here.
And I just think they absolutely deserve everyone's help. And so that's why I'm going to give it my all on the oversight investigation. We'll be looking through FinCEN. We'll be looking through bank records, just as Brad talked about. We will be following the money. But I think this one is equally as important. There shouldn't be one above the other. And so that's why I'm not going to be part of it.
Do you think there's a civil question?
Sorry, I know I can't go through this whole thing, but I believe I fought hard for the president. Let me see if this is it.
And that person has their job because I fought so hard to help him get elected. And this isn't a hostile act now. Name is in the messages. I really like to call guy.
Discharge petition will be a hostile act. You heard from these White House officials. They're putting out word that signing on to this discharge petition will be a hostile.
Without saying their name. And that person towards the administration.
Sorry, excuse me.
Covering up for Jeffrey Epstein. I look forward to talking with President Trump about these women that I've met. I also encouraged him already this morning that he should have these women in the Oval Office.
There you go, right there. There you go, right there, ladies and gentlemen, right there. Marjorie Taylor Greene said she encouraged the president this morning. This was 6 days ago. Encouraged the president to meet with the victims, September 3rd, 2025. And let's just hear one more time from Donald Trump, the president, a blatant lie that nobody's even suggested that he meet with the victims. Here, one more time.
Certainly, I don't like that whole situation with respect to anybody being abused or hurt, but I haven't even thought about that. Thank you all very much. Have a good time.
Haven't even thought about that, nor has anybody presented that as an idea, he says, right? Am I mistaken?
Certainly, I don't like that whole situation.
Let me see. Let me go back.
You plan to meet with?
I don't know about. Nobody suggested that.
Nobody suggested that. Nobody suggested that, huh? Let's see here. So again, either Marjorie Taylor Greene is lying, or Donald Trump is lying. Because check this out. She says right here. I also encouraged him.
Look forward to talking with President Trump about these women that I've met. I also encouraged him already this morning that he should have these women in the Oval Office. They deserve to be there.
You spoke to him?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
And I told him I'd be happy to set that up, arranging with their attorney.
Should even set it up?
What was his reaction back?
I haven't got an answer back on that, but I am continuing to encourage him.
Well, so you've been stonewalled. You've been fucking ghosted, huh? Crickets is what you heard in response to that. That's funny because Marge, apparently you didn't tell him shit, or apparently your messages aren't getting to the president, because apparently the president has never once heard anybody suggest that he should meet with these victims. And again, Marjorie Taylor Greene saying right here, she would have fucking set it up, should help, procure, should help get these people all in one place, should help get them in the Oval Office. All Donald Trump had to do was say yes, or all Donald Trump's team had to do was say yes. And again, here he is lying blatantly to the country, blatantly to your face, to my face, to the reporter's face, saying that nobody's ever suggested this. Again, who's lying in this situation?
I don't like that whole situation.
All right, let's see what else we can cover. I know I'm rapidly running out of time. I don't know if we're going to get to. All right, because I'm running out of time, I apologize. I would advise you to check out anything, posted on this situation. But let me see if we can get into this crazy story of the Russian drones entering NATO and Poland airspace. Let me see. I'm probably going to have to cut down one of these things that we're going to watch, but well, I guess it's that one. But I guess we could probably do, I think Arthur, no, let's do, let's see here. Trying to figure out, let's do this one. I'll show you this one. Kind of gives you good information right off the bat, and then we can get into a little bit more coverage from a few different creators. So what do you say? Hit that like button. Again, we're covering Russia's clear act of aggression, launching at least 19 drones or missiles into NATO airspace, into Polish airspace, again, closing down at least 2 of the airports that I was just recently at on my trip to Ukraine, both the Warsaw airport and the Rzeszów airport, both very vital, especially the Rzeszów airport. Is and continues to be very vital in getting people and equipment in and out of Ukraine. So here, let's see what CNN had to say about this. And then I guess we can bash on CNN if I get enough time after this. I might even stay on for a couple minutes after we toss it to Jeff, because there's a ridiculous clip here of CNN doing some clear obfuscation and defending of Donald Trump as it pertains to the Epstein letter. So what do you say? We'll dive into this real quick and then see how much time it leaves us.
Breaking news out of Poland. The military there accusing Moscow of an act of aggression after Polish and NATO forces scrambled to shoot down Russian drones that violated its airspace. Prime Minister Donald Tusk has confirmed a military response operation is underway following multiple.
Attention, during today's attacks by the Russian Federation, carrying out strikes on targets located in Ukraine, our airspaces were repeatedly violated by drone-type objects. An operation is underway to identify and neutralize these objects on the orders of the operational commander of the Polish Armed Forces. Weaponry has been deployed, and services are actively working to locate the downed objects. We stress that the military operation is ongoing, and we urge people to remain at home. The most effective areas are Podolsk, Mazowiecki, and Lubletsky provinces. I cannot read the bottom of that. My apologies.
Airspace violations. Polish and NATO jets were scrambled following reports from Ukraine's Air Force that Russian drones were headed towards the country's airspace. During the incident, Polish authorities
now, and I'll go to show you on this because, again, as I was showing you earlier, this is a remarkable graphic. Let me see if I can put this on the screen for you guys. Make this a little bigger. I'm going to zoom in so you can see it just a little bit. All right, so this is the Monitor War graphic here showing the flight paths of the attacks here. Russia's drone and missile attack on Ukraine and Poland tonight from Ukrainian monitors. Again, this also shows this is what we're going to show the border of Ukraine and Poland, and you can obviously see clear signs of missiles entering Polish airspace. Let's see here. If you go to see, I had this pulled up for you guys as well. Let me see here. Session is timed out. What does that mean? Can I go back to it? Yeah, you can. So I'm going to share this instead. So this is the Flight Radar 24 that a lot of people were taking a look at. Let's see here if we can find. So here's the Warsaw airport that we were talking about. If you looked at it yesterday, you can see the clear flight paths of military aircraft doing what they were supposed to be doing, circling the airport. I know when I was at these airports, they had Patriot missiles and air defense systems lining the runways. If we go further south here, I believe it takes us into the Lublin airport, which was also closed. Lublin right here, which was also temporarily closed. Right, and then I believe a little bit further south will be the Rzeszów airport. Let me see if I can find that now. Christ. So there's Lublin, Warsaw, Lviv. So it's going to be, oh, here it is right here. So here's Rzeszów. I know it doesn't sound like it's pronounced like that, but that is how it's pronounced. Again, this is the nearest one, I believe, to the Ukrainian border being right here. So here's Rzeszów, here's Lviv. So we took a train from Rzeszów to Lviv in my trip. It was the easiest and most direct route. A lot of people have used that route to get both in and out of Ukraine. So to shut that down, to shut down the Lublin airport, to shut down the Warsaw airport is a big friggin' deal. Let me see. I think I have the actual. Let me go back to this because again, this graphic just goes to show the amount of activity, right? The amount of let's just say the disrespect that Vladimir Putin and Russia continues to show the United States, continues to show Donald Trump, right? Does this look like, again, Donald Trump has the situation under control? Does this look like Donald Trump has Vladimir Putin in a submissive state, ready to engage in peace talks, in negotiations? Or does this look like, again, things continue to escalate, right? And I believe this was just another test, and we'll see if we can dive into a little bit of some of the coverage here from a few of these creators. First one being Artur Rehi. Let's see here. Yeah, it was right here. Artur Rehi kind of giving his 2 cents on the whole matter. So what do you say we dive into just a little bit of what he had to say, and then I'll get you guys out of here so you can go check out Jeff Waldorf, who, again, let me remind you, will be on Blunt Politics this evening. So you get a double dose of not only me, but also Jeff, as I will be talking and speaking with Jeff tonight at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 here on the West Coast. So don't miss out on that. I'm very excited to have a chat with him, finally get him on the show. He's like trying to get a hold of the president, for Christ's sakes. Huh? Like trying to get a meeting with the president, that guy. So popular. All right, let me see if we can dive into what Artur has to say here. Again, credit to Artur Rehi. He is an former Estonian military member, has been doing exceptional work on this conflict, on this war, since I can remember. So thank you to Artur for covering this, and thank you for allowing me to use a few seconds of your clip here to inform the public, inform the chat here. Let's go.
Hello, my friends, and welcome back. It's Wednesday, my dudes, and 10 to 20 Russian Shahed drones flew into Poland tonight, 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. in that time span. Poland scrambled their air force and they shot down a few of the drones, and one of them struck a target inside Poland. This is a breach of NATO airspace and a direct attack, weaponized attack, directed attack. It's not a mistake.
No, right. I mean, 1 or 2, right? You could almost be willing to classify as a mistake. Maybe even up to, let's say, 5, depending on what their, flight path was and what happened. But 19, 20, that's not a fucking mistake. That is a calculated risk taken by the Russian military to, again, provoke some sort of reaction that will both allow them to see and test not only the reaction of Poland, but the NATO forces. Not only does this now force NATO, like we were discussing earlier, as I should probably tell you now, the difference between Article 4 and Article 5. So Article 5 is the big one, right? Article 4 is basically just saying, in layman's terms, to kind of put it into short, is just basically we're going to have a meeting. Right, is basically we need to fucking meet. We need to have the NATO leaders come together, have some sort of meeting to talk about this, to talk about where we're going to go, to talk about how we're going to defend against this in the future. To my knowledge, to the best of my knowledge, that's basically what Article 4 says. Article 5 is, okay, we're all in this shit together, fucking lock and load, let's fucking go, boots on the ground, hoorah type of shit. All right, so it's not Article 5, but again, Poland has invoked Article 4, which is going to bring about a meeting from the NATO leaders, which, again, this will be a hot topic of debate on how they will treat this going forward. But, again, this is something that Russia loves to do. They love to stir the pot. They love to, create instances in where NATO has to get together in hopes that NATO will not always see eye to eye, knowing the difference in cultures, knowing the wide-ranging the spread of people that are involved in NATO and how it's difficult to get those nations all the time to see eye to eye on everything. Russia plays upon that and preys upon that and uses that slight weakness, right, to their advantage in order to create dissension. If they can somehow, now if NATO gets together and not everybody agrees on how they should combat this in the future, say if one of the closer Russian allies in NATO were to disagree or create some dissension or vote against this or that, then that creates a discussion on whether NATO is really, a force that is joined and together that is one, right? So if you can get people talking about, is NATO, really together and are they on the same fucking page here? then it takes the focus off of Russia. But they love creating these instances of not only getting to see how Poland and NATO would react so they can get the intelligence on that, but also seeing what shit they can stir up. That's how they play the game. That's the tactics that they use, right? Is trying to stir shit up any way they possibly can, knowing that they don't have the upper hand financially, knowing that they don't have the upper hand financially, militarily over NATO, right? They have to use other tactics.
Poland is now considering invoking Article 4, not 5,
and
but
this,
4.
just to show you, was the statement. Let me see if I can put this on the screen for you. This was the FAA statement put out, and you can see here, this was regarding the Lublin airport, but this was the same statement put out to all of the airports that were closed yesterday. It says, Lublin not available due to unplanned military activity related to ensuring state security. Right, and again, if you were to go back on the flight radar, you can see the military aircraft circling the airports. Again, you can see the flight pattern here of the drones here on the left side of your screen, which again entered Polish airspace, entered NATO airspace. Clearly, it would be very difficult unless you could single them out to figure out exactly where they trace back to. But within reason, you could probably get a pretty clear picture of where it was, where they were launched from too. And then the other picture there gives you a better, a more zoomed in look at the area in which the drones and missiles crossed over. Right, and here being the border, obviously several times in which a multitude of Shaheds crossed over into their border and territory. Again, putting civilian aircraft in jeopardy. Again, forcing a response from the Polish military, which is costly. Again, we know again what Russia is trying to do. Unfortunately, I am running out of time here, but let me see if I can just. Is there anything I can finish out on here? We might as well do a couple more minutes of this, and I'll catch you over. I'll kick you over to Jeff and his fine broadcast over there. Right, and I remind you guys, everybody's like, oh, this is kind of crazy, right? Like, this isn't the first time. Like, this isn't even the worst instance that we've seen. Like, if you see on the screen here highlighted, I have already gone back and found an instance from 15 November 2022 in which two, or I don't know how many missiles it was, in which Russian missiles struck inside the Polish border village of, excuse me if I am going to mispronounce this, Przewidzew in Lublin, Waldorf on 15 November 2022 and killed 2 Polish civilians. Right? So this isn't even, we're talking about in 2022 already instances of Russian missiles crossing into Polish airspace, crossing into NATO airspace and killing people. So don't be fooled and like, oh, this is the first time. I've actually seen a few reports of reporters being, oh, this is the first time that this. No, it's not. No, it is fucking not the first time that this has happened. Right? And again, this just goes to show how not in control Donald Trump is of any situation he claims to be in control of. He is not in control of the Epstein situation. He is not in control of Israel's genocidal run that they're on. He is not in control of Vladimir Putin. He is not in control over anything. He's not in control of the U.S. economy. He's not in control of ICE. He's not in control of the National Guard. Unfortunately, it's the sycophantic, moronic assholes around him that seemingly are pulling the strings, depending on what Donald Trump says in back rooms, which is eerily similar to the way that Hitler operated his government, right? It was just a mess of bureaucracy. There was no cohesion. If Hitler was taken out of the picture, it would have been just a mumbled, jumbled mess of chaos where no branch was actively working together with another. They were all fighting and vying for the Fuhrer's attention, actively trying to interpret what the Fuhrer was saying behind the scenes and then carrying out those acts like we saw Pete Hegseth do when he took it upon himself to actively stop the weapon shipments going to Ukraine that were already slated by the Biden administration to go to Ukraine. because he hears the way that Donald Trump talks about Ukraine and how flattering and flattered by Vladimir Putin he is, right? But I appreciate you guys. I'm going to kick it over to Jeff Waldorf now over on this space. Make sure you guys are checking it out. Hit that like button. I appreciate you, Jeff. I'll see you this evening. I'll kick it over to you now. And if you're here on Blunt Politics, make sure you stick around so I can, highlight and congratulate and thank everybody that contributed to the show. But thank you to Matt and everybody on this space. Thank you to the mods over there. I appreciate you guys. Jeff, kick ass, my brother. And I will see you tonight. Appreciate you guys.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
Newsom is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
The US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the show. Logically Left. I'm your host, Jeff Waldorf, and I got a great show for y'all today. But before I get into that, Tom Homie, that always makes me crack up. Okay, Tom Homie. Well, let me tell you what, dude ain't my homie. Okay, I'm just saying. But look, today, fantastic show. We got a lot of stuff I'm going to talk about. Including RFK Jr. He's coming for the gamers. So any gamers in the crowd, better watch out. I myself am a gamer, and I am absolutely infuriated at his most recent statements. On that, we have Ice Karen admitting that she was the one who called ICE on Hyundai, and might have just drove out thousands of jobs out of Georgia. She's getting a lot of backlash for it, too. It's hilarious. We've got the National Guard that has, accidentally released an internal sentiment analysis to the Washington Post, showing how people actually feel about Trump's Washington, D.C. invasion. Okay, we've got that. We have Trump and the right wing focused on a horrific situation, by the way, the fatal stabbing of a Ukrainian refugee. But, they're focused on it for a particular reason, and I'm going to talk about that. Okay. Because I think that's really, really important to point out the motivations here behind some of this right-wing outrage. And then ghost jobs. What are ghost jobs? And how does it tie in to the horrible horrible job numbers. I'm gonna dive into that. So, like I said, it's gonna be a hell of a show. Stick around here for the next hour, and please smash that like button. Very important that you do so. And let's do it. Let's dive in. Gamers, get mad. Okay. All right. HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is bringing back a familiar but stupid talking point about mass shootings. Video games. That's right. He is blaming video games because, of course, on Tuesday, amid calls for his resignation because he is an idiot, he is unfit for the job, swimming in sewage, being pretty much a giant meat puppet controlled by a worm or a dead worm. In this case, Kennedy and his oh so wrongly named Make America Healthy Again Commission, that same commission which promoted drinking raw milk that has sickened many, many people so far, they decided to hold an hour-long event, okay, to discuss the committee's report on children's health. Oh, no. Now, during this proceeding, Kennedy started talking about the issue of mass shootings, and it was a predictable disaster. Let's take a look.
Switzerland has a comparable number of guns as we do, and the last mass shooting they had was 23 years ago. We're having mass shootings every 23 hours. Oh, there are many, many things that happened in the 1990s that could explain these. One is the dependence on psychiatric drugs, which is, in our country, is unlike any other country in the world. It could be, there could be connections with video games, with social media. There are a number of things, and we are looking at that at NIH. So we are doing studies now. We're initiating studies to look at the correlation and the connection, potential connection between over-medicating our kids and this violence, and these other possible co-founders as well.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Kennedy is like, we're going to come for your video games and your antidepressants. I don't know about you, but that kind of sounds like a recipe for even more pissed off people and mass shootings. I'm just saying, right? I mean, seriously, though, this is more bullshit peddled by idiot politicians and anti-video game activists, right? To try to blame gun violence on everything except for the easy access to guns. I mean, that right there, that's the only thing that's really different here in the United States versus all these other countries, including Switzerland, right? Look, experts have already looked into the possible connection between video games and violence, and you know what they found? No correlation. That's it. No correlation between video games and mass shootings. and look, not only that, but there was a 2019 study in the American Psychological Association. Okay, this was psychology professor Patrick Markey who wrote this. Okay, he basically studied this and, you know, was like, look, the attempt to try to tie video games to mass shootings is nothing more than a red herring meant to distract people from all the other potential causes of mass shootings. Okay. Markey also found something interesting in that study. So they found that when the perpetrator of a mass shooting is white, which tends to be the case in the vast majority of mass shootings, people tend to blame video games as a potential cause. Huh, weird. But when it's a black person, then that's usually blamed on, where are the parents? Where are the families? And, well, obviously their skull shapes are different, and so they're inherently criminal. What? What? Again, the people who perpetuate the most mass shootings in America tend to be young white males. And those young white males often grow up in two-parent households with a mother and a father and still go on to commit a mass shooting. So that's not it. That's not it. So where are the families? Generally, that's where these mass shooters get their guns, from members of their family. So it's not the video games. It's not the antidepressants. It's not the lack of family structure. Well, then what could it be? The guns? Well, no, according to RFK Jr., that can't be, because Switzerland's got guns. They have many guns, many, many guns. Well, that is true. They do have guns. Look, Switzerland has a gun ownership rate on par with the United States. About 3 in 10 citizens, okay, have guns. Aha, you say. Oh, well, Switzerland, they've got a much lower rate of gun-related crime. And so it can't be the guns, right? Hold on here. According to a study published by Science Direct in August of 2024, researchers found that there were actually many different factors to explain gun violence. Okay. Now, they have a lot of guns, as I mentioned, in Switzerland, just like we have a lot of guns here, but they don't have a lot of gun crime. And it's because they have significantly more strict barriers to gun ownership than we do in the United States. For example, only ex-military personnel in Switzerland are allowed to keep their weapons in the house with them. Okay. Not only that, but weapons along with essential weapon components, ammunition components must be mandated by law, kept in a safe place, protected from access by unauthorized third persons. We don't do that here in the United States. That's why you have so many stories of, kids getting their hands on their parents' gun because, they left it in the bathroom or something. And of course, this happened at schools as well, where the security guard leaves it in the bathroom and ends up shooting a teacher or themselves on accident. And that's what happens. Okay. So look, not only that, but in order to purchase most weapons, not all weapons, but most weapons in Switzerland, purchaser must obtain a weapon acquisition permit, unless the weapon is, for example, a single shot or multi-barrel hunting rifle, or a replica of a single shot muzzleloader, basically a musket. Okay. And look, there are modern muzzle loaders. I have one. So yeah, not necessarily a musket, but still takes a long time to reload. But anyway, they have more strict laws. But that's not the only difference here. Switzerland also has a different gun culture than we do in the United States. Their gun culture is more focused on safety and recreational shooting. They love their guns in Switzerland, but the focus is on, let's go out as a family and safely shoot targets or safely go out and hunt. Our gun culture is much different. We have a lot of violence in our gun culture. Okay. The main argument that I hear for the Second Amendment, which I do believe in here in the United States, but the main argument here is, well, we need the guns for self-defense and to take down a tyrannical government. Well, we have a tyrannical government. Those same people, not exactly rushing out to water the tree of liberty. I'm just saying. All right. And again, the whole self-defense thing is, well, I'm afraid of them black people coming and robbing my house. Or I'm afraid that these Mexicans are going to break into my house, steal my job, rape my wife. It's all violence. It's all about death, destruction, or preventing said death and destruction at the hands of what usually, a lot of these people attribute to illegals or criminal blacks. Okay. And let's be honest about there is a lot of racism in our gun culture as well, which is why Ronald Reagan very famously passed gun control in California because the Black Panthers were exercising their Second Amendment rights by open carrying rifles. All right. And that's the reality here. So now there's another difference between here and, Switzerland, right? Believe it or not, they also seem to have access to the same kind of psychiatric medicine, video game, and social media as we do, right? But the difference here is they've got universal health care. Now, it's not socialized medicine, no, but it is a mix of public and private insurance. See, the difference, though, is that, yes, we have a similar system, right? But theirs is universal, which means everyone is required to have it. And if you're low income, your insurance happens to be subsidized by the government. So they have essentially what Obamacare was supposed to be. Now, there are issues with that, of course. They do pay a lot in premiums. Okay, they have some of the highest healthcare costs in Europe and in the world. But at least they do get high quality healthcare in return, which we do not. Okay. They also do have long wait times for certain specialized procedures, though for everyone else, it's pretty good accesses. All right. Again, you compare that to here, where we have a mixed system that is not universal. It's very expensive, mainly focused on private healthcare. And so, look, it's expensive, but we do not get good healthcare. We have very poor health results compared to everyone else, and mixed with very long wait times. So now, when it comes to mental health care, they're probably doing a lot better of a job than we are here in the United States. Okay. And so, yes, there is an issue with mental health care as well. But look, overall, the point is RFK Jr. has no idea what he's talking about. He is once again dredging up nonsense excuses for what I believe to be a cultural problem in the United States with our guns. Okay. A cultural problem. And of course, easy access to weaponry. You also have gun laws that are not uniform. We have that violent gun culture promoted by the NRA and pro-gun groups. Again, combined with that very easy access with regulations that just are all over the place, very state to state. Now, the fact that many right-wing gun supporters turn to Switzerland to make an argument shows you that they don't actually understand anything about that nation or its laws. You can have high gun ownership rates and regulations at the same time. Crazy. I know. But instead of looking towards reforming, changing that gun culture, and enacting what is common sense gun regulations, these idiots would rather blame video games, SSRIs, or whatever else under the sun for a problem that they really, at the end of the day, do not want to solve. Because, it makes money. This gun violence does. All right, let's move on. Let's go to Ice Karen. The woman who tipped off immigration about some alleged workplace violations at a Hyundai plant in Georgia, which was in the process of being built, led to a raid last week. Now, the woman who tipped off ICE is now getting trolled online, and it's fantastic. So now 47-year-old Tory Branham repeatedly told people on social media and in interviews that it was me. I did it. I'm the one who reported the EV battery plant, which is currently, again, under construction near Savannah, to ICE several months before officials conducted what is now the largest worksite immigration raid in Department of Homeland Security history. So notice, by the way, that, wait a minute, they're raiding workplaces? Yeah, I thought it was about getting the lazy, criminal, illegals out that are stealing our jobs. These people were there building a plant that would have created jobs. So, I mean, come on. Now, about 475 people were detained, which included about 300 South Korean nationals. Now, as a result of that raid, there was a diplomatic incident. Okay, an incident. And so South Korea, not exactly happy. Remember, they're supposed to be one of our allies, right? And yet we're treating their citizens who have come over legally to come and build factories here like this. Okay. Look, this happened about 10 days after South Korea agreed to invest about $350 billion into the country. Now, they did that, of course, agreed to that in exchange for Trump lowering the tariffs on their goods from 25 to 15%. Now, we, of course, paid that. We paid the tariffs on imports, but look, since we do have to pay import taxes, well, that drives demand for those imports down, which can hurt the South Korean economy, but it also hurts our economy as well. But anyway, a lot of people in South Korea are pissed. Residents in Seoul were outraged by images of armored vehicles and shackled workers. In a statement, however, Hyundai told the Wall Street Journal that, hey, look, none of the 300 South Korean nationals that were arrested were directly employed by us. And of course, that can be explained by subcontracting. Okay. They were subcontractors, but they were still legal. Okay. Most of the South Koreans detained were either engineers or were working in after-sales services and installation, which again makes a lot of sense because they were working on building this plant. And according to Atlanta-based immigration attorney, you're going to love his name, Charles Cuck. Okay. Many of these nationals were here on legal visas. They were doing work unauthorized under the various visa programs. This is even according to ICE's own documents. They knew that at least one, if not more, of the detained workers had the legal right to work here. Okay, the document says that immigration agents from Atlanta determined that Redacted entered into the United States in Redacted with a valid B1, B2 visa, and Redacted was employed at the HLGA Battery Company, LLC, as a contractor from the South Korean company SFA. From statements made and queries in law enforcement databases, Redacted has not violated his visa. The Atlanta field office director has mandated Redacted be presented as a voluntary departure. Oh, really? So you're taking this guy who didn't break any laws, didn't violate his visa, but are presenting him basically as PR. Oh, look at this illegal, who is not illegal at all. Hey, he is voluntarily departed. Yeah, because he didn't want to be in this racist-ass country. All right? But anyway, Redacted has accepted voluntary departure despite not violating his B1, B2 visa requirements. So ICE is clearly lying. Remember, they put out a press release saying that every one of these people that was arrested because they were here illegally. That is not true at all. The only thing that is illegal here was this mass arrest of people who were working legally to build this new factory. And yet Branham is openly bragging about this. Now, social media, of course, did what it does best. They dragged her ass. In fact, one user wrote under Branham's Instagram post where she bragged about this, so MAGA wanted tariffs to bring manufacturing back to the U.S., but when a company tries to open a plant here, MAGA undermines it. Once again, you proved what an embarrassment your party is to our country. Another said, imagine backing Trump's bring jobs back tariffs, then cheering the ICE raid that nuked Georgia's $4.3 billion Hyundai plant. 475 workers arrested, 40,000 jobs gone. That's not America first. That's economic suicide. You're a walking contradiction and a clown. Another said, you have caused a serious geopolitical problem between us and South Korea with your massively ignorant actions. It's not just users, by the way. Even the local press decided to jump in, okay, accusing Branham of using the raid to basically gin up excitement for her political campaign. Ah, yes, that's right. She is running for office as a Republican, obviously. And so there you go. Now, a South Korean business publication called CEO News wrote, her justification of protecting American jobs rings hollow when her actions sabotage Georgia's long-term prosperity. True. Now, there was another that said you literally help kill the economy in your own area, but you want to be a leader? Exactly. Good questions. Now, for her part, Branham, she doubled down. She recently spoke to Rolling Stone in an interview saying, well, this is what I was voting for, to get rid of a lot of the illegals. And what I voted for is happening. Except, no, it's not. You got rid of legal workers and killed a bunch of prospective American jobs. You dumbass. You are a dumb person, a dumb and racist person. Okay. And not only that, in response to some of the comments that she had gotten, she decided to post some pictures of herself brandishing her guns. Ooh, scary. Oh, somebody's tough. In one of them, she bungles a quote from who she said was Benjamin Franklin. Okay. Now, this quote was, patriotism is not short, frenzied outbursts of emotion, but the tranquil and steady dedication of a lifetime, which does not explain MAGA at all. In fact, they're the ones who are constantly putting out frenzied outbursts of emotion. Okay. Now, who actually said that? Well, it's Democratic Governor and Ambassador Adlai Stevenson II. Oops. Not that that matters too much, but it is a good example of how these people tend to know next to nothing about what they're talking about, and yet are trying to be leaders, trying to be the leaders of this country. I mean, the sad thing is it's probably going to work. All this attention that she's getting probably is going to help her political campaign because, well, it is Georgia. All right. They could elect Marjorie Taylor Greene. They could elect this crazy person. Okay. Look, Donald Trump, by the way, also a moron, and now is president of the United States. So, unfortunately, very likely that this woman may end up becoming the next congressperson from Georgia, even after she just destroyed all those jobs. Great work, Georgia. Great work. They could, of course, prove me wrong. All right. Moving on. The National Guard made a bit of a whoopsie after they accidentally sent an internal sentiment analysis to the Washington Post. Now, that analysis showed that the reaction to Trump's DC takeover, everyone knows, is not exactly popular and actually is doing massive harm in attitudes towards the military itself. Internal documents assessing news coverage and social media describe the residents being alarmed and showing that there is now a wedge between citizens and the military. Now, not only do the residents not like this, but also soldiers and veterans. They view the deployment, which has seen soldiers picking up trash in the parks and doing beautification, right, as well, they basically seen this as shameful and alarming. Okay. A guard official acknowledged the assessment's authenticity and said it was inadvertently emailed to the Washington Post. Once again, whoopsie. Now, the analysis also found that social media posts about the deployment were 53% negative, 45% neutral, and only 2% positive. Look, I look at the neutral part as in like, how can you be neutral? Okay. I mean, and it just makes me think of the song lyric, it's hard to be neutral on a moving train because that's where we're at. And you know what? This train is about to slam into the station. Okay. But anyway, yeah, 45% neutral. People are like, I don't know what to think about this. Well, it's dumb and it's wasteful. That's what it is. All right. And not worth the time of the National Guard. That is not their job. Now, it also cataloged troop fatigue and confusion as the mission threatens to stretch beyond a month with more than 2,300 Guard members activated in the Capitol, which comes at a great cost, by the way. About $530 a day per soldier to basically march around, pick up garbage, do some mulching, and occasionally assist ICE with their immigration arrests. So wait a minute, I thought they were sent in there to try to fight crime, cut crime. Well, kind of hard to do because crime is actually way down, and it's been on the decline for some time now. Over the past 60 years, it's been on the decline. There was a spike, around 2020, 2019. But now it's back down. And so, look, they didn't need the military to come in and stop this crime. But here's the thing. That's not why Trump sent them in the first place. Trump sent in the military because he thinks that was going to intimidate people. That's it. And a lot of the soldiers that were sent there, the National Guardsmen, they're not feeling it. All right. They're not interested in doing that. Now, it's not like they're not, going to follow orders, right? They are. But in following their orders, they're mainly out there spreading mulch, doing trash pickup, and painting fences. That's it. Things that could normally be done by government workers at much less expense. That's it. Parks workers, for example, you know how much they earn? About $17 an hour. But Doge and Elon Musk, they fired them. Oh, we're trying to save money in the government by firing government workers. They cost me too much. They cost me too much. Really? You just replaced them with more expensive National Guard troops. Congratulations. It doesn't seem all that efficient, does it? But here's the thing. Donald Trump does not care. He does not care because this is nothing more than a show. It is an attempt to do a show of force. Like he's been threatening to send troops to other primarily Democratic-run cities with large black populations. And he's using the same bullshit justification. Crime. We got to do something about crime. Except here's the thing. The cities targeted actually have less crime than cities that have not been targeted. Now, the difference is cities that have not been targeted are either in red states or are run by Republicans. In fact, look, some of the guardsmen that were sent to D.C. came from states with higher crime rates than D.C., which tells you that none of this had anything to do with crime, with stopping crime, and everything to do with Donald Trump basically playing deranged general. I mean, there really is a lot of derangement going on, and it's all coming from the Mad King. Okay. Yeah, I have more crime stuff, which is, there you go. More crime. Here we go. On Wednesday, a visibly furious President Donald Trump demanded on Truth Social that a North Carolina man who has been accused of murdering a Ukrainian refugee on a Charlotte train be executed after a quick trial. Here's what he said on Truth Social. The animal who so violently killed the beautiful young lady from Ukraine who came to America searching for peace and safety. Now, let me stop there. Kind of weird. He seems to understand why people would come, would flee their home countries, Ukraine being under attack by Russia, would flee their home countries and come to the United States. Seems to understand that just fine in her case, but can't seem to understand why refugees from other countries that have been hit by natural disasters or the effects of the U.S.-led drug war would want to come to the United States to escape that stuff. He doesn't seem to understand in that context, but understands this. You know why? It's because, well, he gave it away. Beautiful young lady from Ukraine. That's really it. That's really it. But anyway, here's what he said. Continuing, this person should be given a quick, there is no doubt trial and only awarded the death penalty. There can be no other option. I mean, life in prison. That's another option. I mean, that, by the way, life in prison is actually cheaper for the state. So, I mean, executions actually cost a lot more. If you're concerned about cost, after all. I am morally opposed to the death penalty. And so, it just so happens that it works out for my argument that it also tends to be cheaper to keep someone in prison. And it also, doesn't really have, the death penalty doesn't really have that, the effect of, stopping or preventing crime from happening. So, it doesn't prevent murdering somebody. Imagine that, right? The state murdering someone doesn't actually stop other people from murdering people. Weird. But anyway, now here's why Trump is so mad about it. Okay. Because the suspect is black. All right. His name is DeCarlos DeJuan Brown Jr. And apparently he has some pretty serious mental health issues. His sister recently came out and said, look, I believe that, he has told me that he's concerned that people are reading his mind. Okay. And are plotting against him. And so perhaps he thought, according to his sister, that this woman was attempting to read his mind. And that's why he assaulted her. I don't know. But either way, tragedy. Okay. And look, there is a lot of outrage about this. And some of it's for good reason. Obviously, this woman did not deserve to be murdered. And certainly Brown, if he indeed was the perpetrator, does deserve to be punished for doing that. And I say that because we do have a system where you are innocent until proven guilty. So I'm just being clear about that. That said, he was charged on Tuesday with a federal crime. He will go to trial. And if found guilty on first-degree murder, he will face a punishment of either life in prison or the death penalty. So now the question is, where's the controversy? Well, it's not in the fact that the man has struggled with mental illness his entire life and has a bit of a rap sheet as a result. No, it's because every conservatives are mad that every outlet has not been breathlessly covering this case, which, okay, it's a tragedy. Absolutely. But the man has been arrested, is going to trial, and if found guilty, is going to be punished. So where exactly is the outrage? Where exactly is the injustice? I mean, to me, it seems like the wheels of justice are turning as they are supposed to. I mean, there's no one out there that is defending the horrific actions of the suspect. But see, it's not about that. It's not even about crime. It is about race. They are making it about his race. Conservatives have hitched themselves to this case to try to say, oh, would you look at that? The media is ignoring black on white crime again. That's it. That's really the only reason. Perhaps they're even trying to, use this as an example of, oh, see, look at a race war. No. The reality is, okay, speaking of crime, intraracial or interracial crime, the people who commit crimes often tend to target people who live around them. Okay. So, for example, if this person lives around a lot of black people, they're more likely to victimize a black person. If a white person lives around a lot of white people, they tend to victimize other white people. And this is backed up by FBI crime statistics, by the way. 81% of white victims were killed by other white people, where 91% of black or African American victims were killed by other black people. So, this doesn't have anything to do with a racially motivated killing. Okay. And so if you have right-wingers that are trying to argue that, well, they're trying to push a narrative. Okay. Trying to push a narrative. Which narrative is that? I mean, take your pick. Okay. I think that they want to argue that blacks are inherently violent or something. And that, and so, they will, of course, will try to back that up by talking about crime stats being higher in black neighborhoods and bringing up black on black crime. Here's the thing, though. Researchers have noted that being a member of a certain race is not a factor here in criminality. No, for the most part, it's socioeconomic. That's what drives crime. Socioeconomics. The reality is that crime, violent crime as well, is often higher in low-income neighborhoods. And it just so happens that there are a lot of low-income neighborhoods that, are primarily inhabited by black people. And that is a result of systemic racism, the lack of good jobs, and investment in those communities. So that's what drives a lot of this crime. Okay. And even so, even with high-profile cases like this, violent crime, has been decreasing in this country for a very, very long time. That said, Trump and the far right, they have viscerally responded to this much, much stronger, by the way, than, the recent political assassination that happened in Minnesota, where you had a white gunman murdering two Democrats, white Democrats, Melissa and Mark Hortman. Melissa was a top Democrat in the Minnesota House of Representatives. The suspect in that shooting is 57-year-old Vance Bolter, who had notebooks filled with the names of Democratic lawmakers and abortion rights activists. So, I mean, it seems like it's pretty clear that this was political. The man was also a big Trump fan. Okay. Now, Trump, for his part, he denounced the Minnesota shootings as, well, they're an act of horrific violence. Oh, but hasn't really called for executing this animal like he did in this case. In fact, he hasn't really talked about this since, which is really strange. I mean, 2 innocent people were killed and others were injured. Not only has Trump not really talked about this, but neither does really any other right winger. Okay, this what is a very clear political assassination of Democrats, and yet no one on the right really wants to talk about this. Weird. In fact, look, after it happened, Trump didn't even want to call the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz. In fact, Trump told reporters on Air Force One at the time that it would just be a waste of time for him to call up Tim Walz. Quote, I think the governor of Minnesota is so whacked out. I'm not calling him. Why would I call him? The guy doesn't have a clue. He's a mess. So I could be nice and call him, but why waste time? Yeah. Why would I waste my time talking about, this Trump supporter who's murdering Democrats when I could be, fueling an attempt to start a race war by highlighting black on white violence? Why not do that? And look, in this shooting, remember, they attempted to label Bolter as being a leftist. A leftist. I mean, seriously. Because of course, it's never their fault. It's never one of them. It's always somebody else. It's always the left or the blacks. Look, no one here is defending the alleged actions of Brown. No one has been claiming that he's a right-winger or anything like that. No, he's a mentally ill man that does have a long criminal history, who allegedly did something incredibly heinous. And if a jury finds that he did do it, then he should be put somewhere where he cannot harm another person and perhaps maybe even get the mental health that he needs. Look, the difference in the reaction here to this case versus other cases, like, for example, or even cases of police brutality, is very, very telling. Very telling. Because more often than not, police brutality is inflicted upon black people by white and, yes, also black police officers. And in those cases, there tends to not be any justice for the victim. That is why there is outrage and protest. That's why. It is just about police brutality. All right. And so Trump and the right wing's reaction here really shows you the difference between the people out there that are actually interested in calling for justice versus those who are really only trying to perpetuate a narrative and perhaps start a race war. Okay. All right. One last story here. Now, the newest jobs report that recently came out was an absolute disaster. Okay, only about 20,000 or so jobs were created in the month of August. Wow. Not only that, but on Wednesday, the Labor Department announced that that they had to do a massive revision of the job numbers over the last year. So now, according to a report in CNBC, annual revisions to non-farm payroll data for the year prior to March of 2025, so it includes parts of this year, parts of 2024, they found that there was a drop of 911,000 jobs from the initial estimates. Wow. The revisions were more than 50% higher than last year's adjustment and the largest on record going back to 2002. So now I would take that with a little bit of a grain of salt, considering who is now in charge of these job numbers. But nonetheless, they're bad under Trump and then also bad under Biden. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Biden did remove a lot of the pandemic support programs, which did have a negative impact on the economy, to be fair. That said, under Trump, things have been pretty bad. The months of June, July, and August only saw payroll growth of just 29,000 jobs per month. That is awful. That is a disaster. But it actually gets worse because it turns out that many of those jobs that were purportedly created might actually be fake. What? This is according to a new analysis by career website ResumeUp.ai, who found that around a quarter of all job listings on the site LinkedIn are not real. They're fake. They're ghost jobs. Wait, hold on. What the hell is a ghost job? Well, according to the Congressional Research Service, ghost jobs are defined as online job postings for positions that do not exist or that employers are not planning to fill immediately. Oh, now, to be fair, this is not a new phenomenon. Okay, this has been around for some time. However, in recent years, the number of ghost jobs that are being posted have increased dramatically. And not just on LinkedIn, by the way. Earlier this year, hiring platform Greenhouse reported that about 18 to 22% of their jobs on their site were also ghost jobs. So now, of course, the question, one of the questions here is, why are you posting a job that you don't intend to hire anyone for? What would be the point? Well, the point is, well, there are several different points. All right. The Congressional Research Service report on ghost jobs points out a few different reasons why. Number one, they do it to attract potential investors by making it appear that your company is growing. Oh, they've been posting so many jobs. They must be doing very, very well. We should invest. Well, I mean, that's false advertising, isn't it? Now, there's another reason, and this one will make a lot of sense as well. They do it to make current employees feel like they are easily replaceable. Of course. Now, another reason to pretend that they are open to external applications, but really have an internal candidate in mind. Or they are simply casting a wide net to find someone of extraordinary talent that they will pay poorly. Let's be honest. Look, I absolutely find it frustrating that they can do this. It's ridiculous. I mean, do you know how much of a chore it is to be a job hunter? I mean, seriously, it is a pain in the ass. All right, a pain in the ass. And now, at least a quarter of those jobs are fake. Really? If I was a job seeker right now, I would be absolutely furious about this. I would. And I do have friends that are currently looking for work that have been filling out hundreds of applications, and there's a good chance that a huge majority of those are ghost jobs. They're not even real. Now, you can, of course, tell that some of these jobs might not be real, okay? According to ResumeUp.ai, jobs posted more than 30 days ago are usually considered to be most likely to be ghost jobs based on the, typical hiring timelines. According to the Society of Human Resource Management, the average time to fill open roles stands at about 41 days. That was in 2024. Okay. So if you're seeing a job opening that has been there for over, let's say, about 60 days, chances are it's a fake. So, but seriously, what can someone do? What can a job seeker do about this? I mean, again, look for the signs, right? Now, that said, there is one man who is trying to fight back against this. His name is Eric Thompson. Okay. Eric Thompson lost his job in 2024 and started looking for another one. And he got fed up with applying to jobs that he realized might not actually be real. And so he decided to put together a working group to propose legislation called the Truth in Job Advertising and Accountability Act. Now, this would essentially make the practice of posting ghost jobs illegal. Back in May, the group drafted its first proposal, which would require that companies post information in their job listings. For example, the intended hire and start dates, whether it is a new role or a backfill, if it is being offered internally with preference to current employees, the number of times the position has been posted in the last 2 years, along with other factors. The legislation would also set guidelines for how long a post is required to be up, no more than 90 calendar days, and how long the submission period can be, at least 4 calendar days before applications can be reviewed. The proposed legislation also only applies to businesses with more than 50 employees. Violators can be fined a minimum of $2,500 for each ghost job infraction. Good. Now, apparently he's been meeting with lawmakers who said that, oh, yeah, no, I'd totally support it, except that it's not really on my radar. Wait, hold on. So you're saying this is not a priority? Cracking down on ghost jobs? Oh, of course not. Of course not. They got theirs, so, F everyone else, right? Of course, they're not going to be in favor of this because it might actually help workers and hurt corporations. Which, once again, one of the reasons that they post these ghost jobs is to make them appear to be bigger for investors. So, again, I know a lot of people who have filled out hundreds of job applications and have heard absolutely nothing back. And, of course, this could explain why. And, add that with the very poor hiring numbers. And it really does show you that the economy is far worse than most people have realized. And it has been that way for some time now. Not a surprise. However, it is good to see a little bit of validation behind what we have, I think, for a lot of us have long suspected. All right. That's the show. Check me out. I'm going to be hanging out with Boston Brian tonight, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. It's going to be a fun show. And stay right here. Coming up next, welcome to Fuckville.
Hello? Is this thing on? Are we live? Producer, where's the producer? Are we live? Someone get the producer. Are we live? Loud and clear. I don't want to be clear. I got to get some dirt, smudge it on the lens here. Here, let's do this. Yeah. How's that? Oh, now we're perfect. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another show. Today I am here to do a show. Some would consider this a show. I consider this another episode of me yelling at shit on the internet. Let's get rid of that bit for now. Today's show, Violentiae Politica. And so we're going to be going in on how our world is, how it went from not so good to really bad in the last, I don't know, while amount of time, quantity of time. And I'd like to talk about, a little bit of current events today. I typically don't do current events too often, but today we're going to be talking a little bit about current events. Just we're touching on it, we're just a reminder that we still live in a world that is having events, and we are not, in fact, at the end of history. We are in history, and it's still going. There are going to be, and by going to be, I mean there are millions of motherfuckers out there on the American plane, as it's called, that are losing access to healthcare. That's cool. We're seeing all these homeless people getting disappeared in cities like Washington, D.C. and Los Angeles. That's one thing that Gavin Newsom and Donald Trump are 100% in unison on, is that they hate minorities, especially homeless people. So both Gavin Newsom and Donald Trump are cleaning up human beings, alive human beings. They're just getting cleaned up. So, lots of people in here in Fville are not doing so well. And, we got those examples. We've got examples such as, abortion restriction, right? You fuck someone without a condom on because you're a dumbass or whatever, or maybe the condom broke. That's possible. That happens. I'll let you slide on that one. Maybe. I don't know. And then you try to go to the doctor because you're bleeding all over the place, and your tummy hurts, and then like you're sitting somewhere, and then you look in the toilet bowl, and holy shit, there's some bones and fingers in there. How did that get there? And then you find out, oh, the fetus died 4 months ago, and now you're a murderer. Because in certain states in the United States of America, if you have a miscarriage, that counts as murder. They're just going to pretend that it was on purpose, and then they'll send you to jail. How cool is that? And they'll send you to jail on murder charges, so you're probably going to die in jail. Pretty cool stuff. That's just a couple of examples of how Fville is treating its citizens. But then abroad, Fville is carpet bombing all across the world. Fville has attacked Qatar. That jet didn't do much. Fville has attacked Venezuela. How cool is that? We're just bombing up a bunch of fishing boats in Venezuela. So Fville's going crazy as of late. There's all kinds of other stuff going on, of course. But we here in Fville Industries we're not doing so well in both direct and in indirect senses of the word. So politics is a violent subject. It is a subject that where people discuss and debate whether or not certain human beings should be allowed to live. But they do so wearing suits and ties or togas, depending on the time period. And they think that it's a genuine, real debate that they're having. Like, a philosophical conundrum. Should we let these minorities live, or should we drop bombs on them and blow them up and vaporize them? It's almost like, debating what color tie I should wear today. Should I wear a striped tie or a polka dotted tie? I wonder. They go into these rooms, these buildings, where they debate how many people to kill? Should we kill millions of people or just hundreds of people? And those are all that's what they debate. And in here in the United States, as it's so called, as our occupiers like to call it, we have two quote unquote parties. And, they debate on some stuff, on a little bit of stuff, like whether or not pedophiles should be president. They go back and forth on that one. In the 1990s, it was the other side. Now it's the other side. They just switch around. But one thing Democrats and Republicans are in unison on is bombing brown people. Like that's just something they love doing. They're huge fans. That's why you're seeing the Democratic Party basically say nothing at all about the recent bombing campaigns that the axis of evil in this modern day are enacting upon the world. All right. But again, every decision these people make, they treat it so flippantly, and we're talking about millions of people, millions of motherfuckers, right? So I don't typically talk about current events, but this is current events and how it's going to lead into the future. Of course, I would be remiss. We're only 6 minutes in, but get your bingo boards ready. We're in year 6 of a pandemic where everyone is just totally fine, just getting sicker and sicker and sicker, getting dumber and dumber and dumber so that they can go see Taylor Swift. That was a violent political act by the U.S. government. Joe Biden, as soon as he got into office, declared that he would end the COVID pandemic. Then he realized, oh shit, we can't actually do that without trying. And then the consultants got involved and said, instead of trying, just declare victory. And that's what Joe Biden did in early 2022-ish. And then he did it like every couple months for, the rest of his term. He would just every few months, he would say, and COVID is finally gone. And then at the State of the Union, he would said, we defeated COVID. And then the next State of the Union, it said, we just got out of it. And then the final State of the Union, he was like, and we barely scraped out of COVID. We're just now getting out of it. Right. So he constantly changes the date of when the pandemic supposedly ended in his fictitious fantasy world. And again, it's a violent political act to send children into poorly ventilated disease factories. That's what we're doing to kids. Millions of children all across the world, but as well as in America, are being sent to public schools. They're not being taught properly because teachers they're not ready to meet the moment. They don't know how to deal with things like AI in schools or phones in the classroom or, airborne biosafety level 3 hazards, severe, not mild, severe acute respiratory syndrome. They don't know how to deal with this. Teachers are ill-equipped. And frankly, as a class, I'm sure that there's good teachers out there, but as a class, teachers are failing. They don't know what the fuck to do and they're barely even trying. Right. So think about, the kids in this instance. A lot of people in our fucked up society love using kids as pawns in their political games, but none of them actually give a fuck about kids. Kids are property. Kids aren't actually human beings. They're like dogs. They're like cats. They're like snails. They're creatures that you get to walk around. You put them on a leash and you get to tell them what to do. Those are kids. That's how we treat kids in this society that we call fuckville. At least I call it fuckville. So imagine, right? A pandemic, year 6, still going on, and you send your kid to a school that probably still has asbestos in the walls that was built in 1953, doesn't have any air ventilation systems. If they do, they haven't changed the filters probably since the Bill Clinton administration. And then kids are getting sicker and sicker and sicker. A lot of kids are dropping dead in gym class playing kickball. And, a lot of the anti-vax motherfuckers are going like, oh, see, I told you it's the vaccine, except these are kids that are under the age of vaccination in some instances with the COVID shot. So, again, we're living in fuckville here, and people don't understand how their decisions enact violence on others. And it's not just politicians that make these decisions. Again, it was Delta Airlines deciding to conspire with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in the year 2021 during the Joe Biden administration, right? They decided to conspire together to declare victory on the pandemic instead of actually doing something about it. They're just going to declare victory. Yeah, we did it, guys. And now it's over magically. It's just disappeared, right? And so it's not just politicians doing that. It's people People, generally, at large, as well as writ large, are evil, disgusting, thoughtless zombies. I've said this on my show, and this is my belief. You may disagree, and that's totally fine if you do. But I believe that 90-ish, maybe 87, maybe 92, could be, it's a range. But approximately 90% of human beings are garbage, useless slime. That's my opinion. They're just shit. They're evil. They're destructive. They are spawned into this world, and they leave the world a worse off place as a result of their actions. That's 90% of people. Right? They just go along to get their bag and then move along and step on anyone else after that. That's most people. A lot of people out there, they say, I think most people are kind deep down. I disagree. I personally disagree. Right? I think if you are someone who is acceptable to society, it's a manufacturing consent type situation. You think most people deep down are kind-hearted because you are, like most people, an evil, rotten, selfish, narcissistic son of a bitch. So there's a lot of people that are procreating for no reason. They're just spawning children in 2025 during a pandemic where you send kids to school, they get sick, it destroys their developing brain, and they get shot at, they get bullied. And then, what happens when a kid gets bullied? Oh, it's just kids being kids, I remember when I was a kid, I got bullied. And then the teacher saw a kid fucking punch me, and then I got in trouble. Can you imagine that situation? It's scarred in my brain. I'm still traumatized. Being 7 years old, getting picked on every day, and then I get punched, and then a teacher manages to see it and makes me out to be the bad guy. Well, why was that kid punching you? I don't know, maybe because they're a piece of shit, right? But that's just kids being kids. You try to tell some adults in the room, right? Hey, I'm getting attacked. I'm getting physically attacked by other people. Oh, it's just kids having fun. They're just horsing around, that kind of stuff. And so parents love having kids, but they don't like raising them, is my point here. That is a violent political act to spawn another human being into this world and then not raise them, or even worse, to raise them to be a monster. Right? Like Donald Trump, for example. He was very, very much so raised to be a monster, as opposed to a lot of people you see out and about who are just neglected. They might be monsters. They might not be. It's just kind of the flip of a coin, what they're exposed to in their world. But most kids suffer from chronic neglect, just in the sense of parents having to go to work. That is, in my opinion, a violent act. When you have a newborn or young child and you abandon them for hours on a day to go to work, that is violence. The child has no idea what work is. The child doesn't know that we live in a capitalist world and that mommy has to go to work to, feed the child or whatever. The child is a child. They don't know that fucking shit. All the child knows is that mommy is abandoning me for 6, 12 hours at a time. Where is mommy, right? That's all the child knows. And we have decided in this world that that's normal. Yeah, it's normal. Yeah, that's right, everybody. We're back to normal in this world because that's what people in 2020 so desperately wanted. There is a few months of reflection in 2020 where people were able to think about the world that they live in and maybe we can do a little bit better. But people were afraid of trying to do something better for our world, so they just went back to normal and they sucked on the cock of Dementia Joe and said, yes, Joe, please splooge into my mouth. Give me all your beautiful normal cum, as they're sucking his cock until Sunday morning. Right? Because most people don't want to think. They don't want to adapt. They don't want to navigate an ever-changing world. They want to go back to normal. Perhaps make America great again. That's what Joe Biden sold to this country. He sold make America great again. Right? If Donald Trump had won an election in 2020, would people, liberals, leftists, would they still believe that the pandemic magically disappeared? You're seeing a lot of people now that Trump is in office again, and particularly RFK Jr. is head of Human and Health Services, or is it Health and Human? Whatever. They're both H's. Why are there two H's, by the way, in that title? Very interesting. Really makes you think. But now that they're in office and people at the CDC are resigning in protest, now all of a sudden people are worried about this looming next pandemic. Yeah, there might be another pandemic in the future. You know, the fact that we're in one right now, whatever. We made America great again, brother. Yeah, back to normal. That doesn't matter. But there might possibly be another pandemic in the future. And so we're going to write all the articles and we're going to call our congressman to talk about how there might possibly be in the future some negative outcomes as a result of RFK Jr. destroying the CDC and other things that that are related to health and human services, or human and health services. I don't fucking know. But where were these people in 2021 and 2022 and 2023 and 2024? They were nowhere. They were gonzo because they went back to brunch. Because once we are able to go back to normal, all these champagne socialist cocksuckers like Bernie Sanders and AOC and Zohran Mamdani decided to go back to normal. Who cares about disability rights? Immunocompromised people, do they deserve to be in society? Well, not if I have to wear a respirator on my face. No. We got to go back to normal. We got to make America great again. Because what was normal in 2019? Normal was disease apartheid. If you're immunocompromised, you can't really leave the house in winter because of flu season. If you catch the flu, you might die. So if you've ever seen someone wearing a mask in November, you know, in the before times, they probably had cancer and they were on chemotherapy, or they're immunocompromised, or they have AIDS, right? But hey, it's not like the entire world, it's not like the entire global population went through re-education. You know, it's not like every single person on planet Earth who was conscious and alive in 2020 learned how respirators work. No. Right? It's one thing if we want to say in 2019, you just didn't know. That's one thing. It's not like in public schools, they teach you about disabled people. In public schools, they teach you everything's normal. Everything's great. We're at the end of history, right? So we don't know what's going on, right? But in 2020, everyone learned and was educated on how respirators work. And then now it's gone. Control fucking X. Bye-bye. Undo. Delete. Right? So imagine that. We live in Fville, right? In my opinion, people's day-to-day lives are full of violence, even if they don't properly understand what they're doing. When someone gets in a car and drives down the street, they probably run down squirrels. They probably run down all sorts of wildlife, you know, insects, which I personally am not so much of a fan of. But hey, it is a thing. It is a violent act. To drive a car on a highway at 70 miles an hour, think of all the murder that's transpiring in that. Right. And of course, I am very particular. I use the word murder. I think killing animals that are not any danger to you in any capacity is murder. I personally would say if you run down a squirrel, you're a murderer. Now, is that the same as running down a child who's trying to catch the kickball? Probably not, but it is murder nonetheless. That's what I believe. You can disagree, but I would like to know why you disagree, because I feel like that probably makes you a bad person. But think about it. Everyone's getting sicker and sicker and sicker, dumber and dumber and dumber, and no one gives a fuck. Nobody fucking cares. No one cares. Sandy Hook happened, what, 10 years ago, 15 years ago? Just machine gun down a bunch of fucking 6-year-olds, whatever, 7. I know they're variable ages. No one gave a fuck back then. They might go out there with a sign and say, stop gun violence, woo! But are they going to do anything about it? No, they're still going to have kids. Think about it. 7-year-olds now were spawned by parents who saw Sandy Hook happen and then decided, I'm going to do nothing about that, and then have a kid. Isn't that wonderful? But when you shit on parents, when you talk about parents as they really are, an oppressive, disgusting, evil class of individuals, disgusting, filthy creatures, right? Because so many people are parents or aspire to become parents, they love just issuing the blanket, they're doing the best they can, they're doing the best they can, so that they can just stop their brain, just turn their brain off. You know, it's a thought terminating cliche. You know, is it morally neutral? Is it a good or bad thing to have a child in a pandemic? Who knows? I might want to have a child in a pandemic. I might want to send my kid to school 10 years from now when there's mass shootings almost every single day, and I don't want to think about it. I'm not going to do anything to make my kid's life actually safe. No. I'm going to spawn the kid, and then it's society's responsibility. And how is that going? You know, we've played that experiment for, I don't know, a couple thousand years. How is that going? This spawn as many kids as we can, have them, you know, half of them will die out, whatever. You know, the half of them that are remaining, they might be women or girls. Let's send them off to child sex slavery. That's all, you know, that's going to instill family values. All right, that's what we were doing 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago. That's what a lot of Republicans in states like Wyoming or Utah are doing now. They're selling off their 13-year-old girls to child marriage. That's a thing in states like Wyoming. You can be 13 or whatever and get married to a 50-year-old or a 60-year-old. And yeah, that's not pedophilia because it's marriage. Yeah, we're just old-fashioned. You know, back when we sold our children into sex slavery. Yeah, we're old-fashioned. And now people that support this are, you know, controlling the country. So that's not so good. But again, you know, people underestimate the violence that comes with being a human on this earth, where humans are destroying everything around them. You know, millions and millions of animal species, other species of life on this planet have gone extinct directly and exclusively because of humans. We are mass murderers. We are the Adolf Hitler, the Benjamin Netanyahu of life on Earth. That's what we are. And how many people actually give a fuck about that? You know, if you say that to someone, they might say, well, we got more important stuff to deal with. Yeah, I agree. You know, among humans, as a human, I do agree that humans, in my opinion, as a human being, are things that I am more concerned about. That doesn't mean that we're more important on the cosmic scale, but I believe, because I am a human, that humans are of my concern. I can't have a conversation with the squirrel population in my neighborhood. We don't speak the same language. You know, if I could give them some pointers, some tips on how to navigate this fucked up world and make sure that they're safer, I would, but I can't because there's a language barrier, right? But with my fellow, as they might call themselves, humans, we can speak the same language, at least to some degree. You know, we have words that we agree on that mean something, you know. I guess, but you know, dictionaries are rewriting themselves to cater to the illiterates. You know, like when people said literally over and over again in a hyperbolic and silly context, and then dictionaries rewrote themselves to say that literally also no longer means literally. It you know, people say literally as hyperbole, you know, as a way of adding emphasis. And what do dictionaries do? Now the word literally means nothing. Now it has no definition. You say literally, it could mean literally, or it could not mean literally. We don't really know. Similar to Joe Biden's vaccine mandate, right? What was the vaccine mandate in 2021 that he did? It was get vaccinated or don't. I thought it was a vaccine mandate. But only 60% of this country got the vaccine. So if there was a mandate, which means you have to get this, but only 60% got it, then I guess it's not a mandate, right? So again, words, they're losing their meaning. Maybe they never had meaning in the first place. But I grew up in a world where I read books as a kid, and I looked at the squiggles of ink on those books, and I saw shapes that looked like letters. And then those letters combined in different ways and made words, right? That had definitions in my mind. So I grew up in a world where words had definitions, but we don't live in that world either anymore or That was just my own version of childhood psychosis. I read books and assumed, because I was a kid and didn't know any better, that those books were filled with words that have meanings, that were consistent and definable. And I'm not trying to sit here and say that I'm a conservative on linguistics, that we should never be evolving and changing. I think language should evolve. Language should change over time. I'm in favor of that. But the idea of language changing to just mean nothing, like the word literally, I know I'm harping on this one, but literally went from having a definition to not. It just no longer means anything. If you read dictionaries, right, you would come out with going, oh, literally just means nothing. It's a filler word. It just means nothing at all. It has no definition, right? It would be one thing, if it's a word that has multiple distinct, different definitions, that have no overlap whatsoever, like meat, for example, right? Meat has two distinct definitions. One of them is the primary desirable object of a scenario, right? So a couple hundred years ago, motherfuckers seeing the potato for the first time, they would refer to the potato as the meat of our meal. It wasn't until animal agriculture became so mainstream and people had ready access to meat at any, animal flesh, I should say, at any time, that because animal flesh for a period of time was viewed as a delicacy, and then it became factory farmable, and now everyone has it for cheap, right? They would use that as the primary meal. So they would refer to it as meat. But meat has two distinct definitions. There's a little overlap, right? But theoretically, they mean two different things. The primary thing of something, or animal flesh, right? There's a little overlap maybe. But that's an example. Literally does not. Literally means both literally and the opposite of literally, which cancel each other out, which means there is no definition. Anyway, we're doing a show on political violence. But I think the destruction of language is a violent act. Think about how and why Republicans want to eliminate sexual education from the school system. Because if children don't understand the body and terminology related to the body and how it functions and why people might look at them in certain ways, then they're not going to understand that they're being abused, right? The reason why sexual education for 10-year-olds is so valuable is because, one, they are human beings that have bodies, and they should learn how those fucking bodies work. Are you people insane? And then number two is so that they can have the rules, they can have the terms, they can have the logic to understand whether or not they're being taken advantage of. They can have the words to describe whether or not they're being taken advantage of. So when I look at the destruction of language, my personal favorite being the word literally, I look at the destruction of the ability for oppressed people to explain the levels of suffering that they are going through. That's what I look at when I see the destruction of language. Let me get some water here. Hold on. But again, politics is a violent thing inherently. To discuss politics is to, in some capacity, legitimize violence. We can agree to disagree on these certain things, like whether or not black people should be shot and killed by cops, or whether or not, trans people should be thrown in mental asylums simply for walking down the street, or all that kind of stuff. We can debate that. We can agree to disagree on that. But you know what? We'll work together to do this other thing. And that's somehow supposed to be, praised. Yeah, we're working across the aisle to do something with a bunch of people that are just insane, psychopathic, bloodlusting motherfuckers, right? Totally fine, totally cool. We're getting things done. When's the last time that there was some bipartisanship that was actually good? I can't think of it. I can't think of the last time bipartisan actually meant, oh, we're getting something done. Yeah. But again, it legitimizes violence to pretend like any of this is normal, But of course, what does normal mean? I know I love getting into definitions. What does normal mean? Normal does not mean good. A lot of people think it does. So when year 2 of our current 6-year pandemic happened and they wanted to go back to normal, they did. They went back to normal. You know, who cares if we're all getting sicker and sicker and sicker and dumber and dumber and dumber? It's normal. I can understand normal. But we don't live in a normal world. Our world changes all the time, especially as a result of our actions, like climate change, as an example, right? You can't back to normal your way out of a hurricane. Simply, it's just not going to happen. You can ignore your immune system dying for 5 years. You're going to die in 10 years, not 5. So when that's happening, just chill, have a good time. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Who cares how many people I leave in my path of destruction? I'm here for a good time, not a long time. That's what motherfuckers like Adolf Hitler say. Jesus fucking Christ, what is wrong with you people? But again, people simultaneously can adapt to anything and also can adapt to nothing. And what I mean by that is people are fine getting sicker and sicker and sicker, dumber and dumber and dumber, paying more and more and more money for groceries and rent. That's fine. That's cool. That's chill. I'm still going to go to work tomorrow. That's fine. I can handle this. Wearing a respirator during a pandemic, during wildfire toxic plumes in the sky, that's not fine. I cannot adapt to that. Humans are able to adapt to the seatbelt, but they can't adapt to wearing a respirator. Humans are able to adapt to wearing a bra, but they can't adapt to wearing a respirator. Isn't that interesting? Like the cognitive dissonance here, to me, is astounding. And I know I got some cognitive dissonance too in my brain and my little fucked up skull here. I got a little things that I'm a little hypocritical on. Like sometimes I eat a cheese pizza. You know, hey, while I'm gobbling down that pizza, I'm thinking about all the repercussions, right? So I get it. People are on a journey, whatever the fuck that means. You know, personally, I wish they would, you know, put some speed up on that journey, you know, get it done a little bit faster, myself included. But people are on a journey, right? That's what they are. So it's okay. Having a child when there's school shootings every 15 minutes, that's totally fine because everyone's doing it. And if everyone's doing it, it's normal. And if it's normal, that means it's good. Except that's not the case. You know what else is fucking normal? War. War is the end result of politics. War is what happens when you can't resolve a disagreement. Then you just drop some fucking bombs on these bitches. Right? Recently, I mentioned this earlier, but the entire leadership of Hamas, well, not the entire, I mean, there's still some guys out there, but the diplomatic guys, the guys that are out there trying to end the genocide in a peaceful manner, whatever that means, right? They got bombed to kingdom come by the Axis of Evil in Qatar, after Qatar gave one of the members of the Axis of Evil $500 million for free. I'm fighting back a sneeze. Bear with me. It's going to come at any moment. Right? Why is that? This Hamas delegation was there for diplomatic, ostensibly peaceful, right? You know, the Hamas guys weren't there with machine guns to kill everybody. That is not the case. They were there to negotiate with words. And what happened was they were carpet bombed to kingdom come, right? Because that is politics. War is politics. War is what happens when either you can't agree or you agree, but then decide 10 years later, fuck that shit, or 20 years later. Like, for example, Ukraine. Everyone loves Ukraine. I guess. I don't know. Maybe they don't. But Ukraine made an agreement, an international agreement, when the dissolution of the Soviet Union occurred. Shortly afterward, Ukraine had a large stockpile of nuclear weapons that it gave up in exchange for safety, from the international community. The US, Europe, OTAN, they're going to look after us in exchange for us giving up our nukes. And then OTAN, the United States, said, psych! And then now Russia is taking over the whole country. Talk about, by the way, one of the worst decisions of any like political affiliate or faction of all time, right? Giving up your nukes in exchange for protection from Europe and the US. Wouldn't see me doing that, I'll tell you that. North Korea, they know what's going on. They got some shithole shit going on there. I'm not praising North Korea. I know a lot of people get triggered. But as far as international diplomacy goes, they got the nukes as fast as they could, and they held on to those motherfuckers because they know what's going on. They're not fucking stupid like the Ukrainians in the 1990s. Let me give it. They are not fucking morons like those motherfuckers, all right? So let's just put it that way. Right? So what happens when a political agreement is just thrown in the garbage? Well, it leads to things like war. Because men, I know, everyone's getting triggered, all the men in the audience. Oh no. Shout out to men, right? Who have, by the way, run our planet for a couple thousand years. Am I saying all men are bad? No. But as a class, as a collective, as a net result of that entire demographic, think about it. They kind of ran our planet into the fucking garbage can. Look at them. I'm just being honest with you, right? Right. Let's just be real about it. The world that we live in, the world that we lived in 2,000, 3,000 years ago, as well as the world that we live in now, is a highly violent, male-dominated, patriarchal world. Is it that men are inherently violent, or is it that men are taught to be violent? It's a chicken or the egg type situation. Who knows? It's hard to say. There have been some scientific reports that link testosterone to violence. The more testosterone you have in your body, the more violent you are. I don't know if I believe that it's a direct correlation. I believe that testosterone does things to your body that if you are a violent person would make you maybe more prone to violence. Possibly. Who knows? A lot of people have testosterone in large quantities, and they're not violent. They're chill as hell. Maybe they're bald, but they're chill. So, hey, I don't know if there's something inherent to men that makes them violent. I personally don't really know either way. I'm leaning toward no, but hey, whatever. Next subject. But my point being is that people love violence. They love having an excuse to do violence. And generationally speaking, you know, my daddy signed that agreement, not me. So I'm going to rip up the agreement and carpet bomb your ass, right? Like, that's how we are. That's why Russia now is invading Ukraine. That's why, you know, hey, my dad made that agreement. And in Putin's case, not really, but whatever, generationally speaking, you know, the generation that came before us signed that deal. I didn't sign the deal. So now I'm going to murder thousands and thousands of innocent civilians for no reason, right? And that's, you see it going on in Gaza, right? It's just deal after deal after deal that Hamas agrees to. Yes, we will release these hostages. Yes, we will do anything you ask for. Just stop fucking killing everyone. And Israel, whoop, whoop, whoop. Sorry, don't give a fuck. Because the last deal that they were de facto in effect was from 2005 or 6 in that territory, right? And they made a deal to turn Gaza into a prison, a concentration camp in the mid-aughts. And then they were just dealing with status quo until they were able to orchestrate October 7th. When I say they, of course, I mean Benjamin Netanyahu, who had advance warning that they were planning to do some sort of attack, and he let it happen. He specifically, now this is something people might not know, but the concentration camp walls that contain Gaza have 24/7 IDF snipers. At every, it's like, you know, it's like a prison. That's what it is. You know, they have a giant wall and sniper towers literally everywhere. Well, once Netanyahu, the Adolf Hitler of our time, learned that they were going to do, they, in this instance, Hamas, was going to do a counterattack in an ongoing over 100-year-long war. Maybe it's like 80, 90 years, especially it's been hot. But like, hey, give me a break here. Once he learned that, what he did was he got rid of the snipers. Oh, they're going to be there? Great. Let's get rid of those snipers. So he cleared out all the area next to this dance festival. Which, by the way, why are you going to a dance festival outside of a concentration camp? You know, that's like fucking hosting a fucking brunch party at the gate of Auschwitz. But hey, whatever. Hey, they're innocent victims. Whatever. Okay. So he got rid of all the snipers, let the Hamas guys in, right? The IDF shows up to the festival, kills all the survivors, by the way. There's like 5 or 6 guys that did interviews that said, you know, they were at the October 7th music festival, which, by the way, very strange. And they said that once the IDF showed up, they just started killing everybody, including multiple Israeli citizens. And then they went on and lied about the death toll and said it was all Hamas, right? But anyway, that is the end goal of all of these people, is to commit violence. And they use politics as a tool to do so. They use this international order. Yeah. So Adolf Hitler runs around, right? Starts wrapping people up, right? First, he's like, we're going to send him to an island. And then it's like, it's probably easier to just kill them all here, right? You know, we don't have to fly the planes, you know, all that kind of stuff. Let's just gas them up, right? So he does that. And then after that, the most successful propaganda campaign of, in my opinion, at least in recent history, absolutely, but of all time. Now, of course, gauging propaganda campaigns going back into ancient history is a lot more difficult because most successful propaganda campaigns just burned all the opposition's books. You know, like Emperor Augustus in ancient Rome. The first thing, well, one of the first things he did when he became emperor, when he created that condition for himself to fill into, was he just burned all these books of all these people that opposed him, and anyone who did anything he didn't like, he just destroyed them all, right? So we don't know what the opposition was 2,000 years ago, but the most successful propaganda campaign, at least of our modern historical time period, the Nuremberg trials, the United Nations, right? Give me a fucking break. What was that shit? So the Nuremberg trials, right? They hang a bunch of fucking soldiers, a bunch of yes men. All the officers either killed themselves or flew off to Argentina. Germany is not going to track them down because, oh, that's too expensive. Oh, so they kill a bunch of guys who didn't really even think about doing any. They pulled the levers, you know, whatever. Hey, what? We just caught that one off right there. But again, that's what the Nuremberg trials were, right? And then all of a sudden, we took a shower. Germany's the good guy again, right? So what? America took a bunch of Nazis. And by the way, you know, the Nazis that went to America, some of them had a bunch of kids, right? And some of those kids are, you know, in positions of power in, say, California, for example. But anyway, so we basically didn't eradicate Nazism. We just pretended to, similar to how Joe Biden pretended to declare, he declared victory on the coronavirus pandemic, and he pretended that COVID just went away. And now there's a bunch of people that are, whoa, I'm so surprised. I've got COVID in 2025. Whoa, right? That's now what people are saying, right? The world at large just decided we're going to pretend that Nazism and fascism is gone. We're going to do these little fanciful trials, and we're going to cleanse ourselves. And we're going to create the UN, a political institution, right? So that we can say we have international law and order. And then the United States just goes to war in South America over and over and over. They go to war in Korea. They go to war in fucking Vietnam. Where was the UN during any of these instances? Where was the UN in the 1960s? You know, the UN is like not that old by then, you know, so they shouldn't international law have some sort of, you know, effect here. But no, it was all a smokescreen. It was all a bunch of people. We created a bunch of jobs and we called them politicians. And those jobs are designed to obscure the real things that are going on. That's why, you know, there's a genocide in Gaza and the UN is doing fucking nothing. That's why Russia is bombing Poland now. Did you see that one that happened yesterday? They're sending, like, you know, they tried to bomb Poland, but OTAN managed to save the day or whatever. Who knows? That story is still developing, right? Is the UN doing anything about that? No, because Russia has veto power over everything. Yeah, same thing with America. Same thing with Israel, right? They could just veto anything. At all. What was one of the first things that the UN did? Create the modern day Nazi state of Israel, right? So again, politics as a subject obscures the violent undertones, and they're not even really undertones, but really it's the Texas Chainsaw Massacre in a trench coat. That's really what it is. That's really what politicians are, right? They're the Sandy Hook guy murdering down like all the 5-year-olds. Politicians are that guy in a trench coat with some sunglasses on and maybe the big mustache and nose situation. You know, that's what they are, because politics as a subject has done nothing. It hasn't progressed us. We might think we've progressed, some people might enunciate it as, but have we really? Think about it. Have we really made progress other than technological? And the word progress implies improvement. Implies, not necessarily dictates, but it implies improvement. So have we really made technological progress? I saw that there's these phone companies out there. The new phone, it's smaller and smaller. Is that progress? I have to charge my phone every 15 minutes. I can't put headphones in my phone. Is that progress? That doesn't seem like progress to me, but hey, whatever. We're told that we are in a progressive time, right? The arc of history bends toward justice. No, it does not. That is horse fucking shit. That is horse fucking garbage. A horse ate some shit and then pooped it all out. That is the moral arc of history bends towards justice. It is garbage. We don't live in that world. We are just as savage. We are just as violent. We are just as stupid as we were 2,000 years ago. Okay, as a class, as a collective, as a species. Are there some parts of our species that are working on stuff behind the scenes, like science, for example? Science. Yeah, there's a couple people, couple thousand people, maybe tens of thousands, maybe a couple 100,000, maybe even 1 million of people that are actually trying to bring us out of the Stone Age of which we are still in. Right? They're trying to bring about a method of thinking of the universe, because what is the scientific method? It is a method of going, are we sure about that? Let's try it again. Are we sure that this works out best for everyone? Let's try one more time. All right, that's what science ultimately is. It's the method of trying something and earnestly and honestly looking at the result and then saying this either works or doesn't. So there are people in our species, decent actors, just like there are good parents in the class of oppression and violence. There are good parents. It's just like in men, like I said, are as a class, as a collective, evil, disgusting, ruthless savages. But are there still good men? Probably, yeah, absolutely even. And maybe even the majority of men are interpersonally decent. But as a class, as a unit, they're evil incarnate, right? And as a class, as a unit, we humans are evil incarnate, right? Just drinking bottles of water and creating garbage like that, in a sense, is an evil act. Consuming plastic garbage all the time. Got to buy this new thing from Temu. Well, I guess you can't buy anything from Temu anymore. But like, oh, got to buy this new cup. Got to buy this new thing. Buy. Where does that shit end up after you're dead? It ends up killing other creatures on this planet, right? So, but again, even interpersonally among humans, right? We are as savage as we were 10,000 years ago, as we think we were hundreds of thousands of years ago. Who knows about the ancient, super duper ancient history? You know, there could have been a super civilization of humans 150,000 years ago, but they were a wood-based civilization, so all that shit decayed. You never know. Something to think about. But at least in our current historical understanding of time, we are as savage as we were 500,000 years ago before modern Homo sapiens ever walked the face of this planet. All right? We haven't learned a goddamn thing as a class. And the only thing that I can sit here and say that you should probably do is join the sub 1% of people that are actually trying to make a better world, or join the 10% of people that are at least not destroying the world, actively going out there and harming everyone around them, leaving a path of destruction behind them. That's my bare minimum. At least don't kill everything around you at the very minimum, right? And if you're capable either financially or academically or politically or whatever, to try to make the world a better place, you should do so, right? But this whole let's meet in the middle thing with bloodthirsty psychopaths, it's not working. We tried it in 1947, didn't fucking work, all right? Centrism doesn't fucking work, okay? You cannot make a deal with a fucking bloodthirsty psychopathic motherfucker who's just like they're dead set on killing everyone around them. Now, I do want to stipulate, I'm running out of time here. Psychopath does not necessarily mean you're a bad person. However, what it means is that you don't necessarily feel empathy the same way other people do. So if you are a bad person and a psychopath, that allows you to be someone like Donald Trump, a very successful politician, right? If you are a psychopath and a good person, well, shit. Now we're talking. You can get a lot of shit done without getting bogged down by feelings and emotions. You know, like that's, hey, you know, there's a lot of great psychopaths out there doing some great stuff. But when you're a bloodthirsty motherfucker and you're trying to kill as many people as you can, right? And you don't have to deal with things like empathy, woof. The world was made for you because the world was made by those people. Mostly men, by the way. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. We live in a male creation. A creation of rich men created our modern world. Right? And our modern world fucking sucks. It is fucking horrible, okay? We got fucking Game Boys. Woo-doo-doo-doo-doo. How cool is that? We can play fucking Pokemon on our fucking Game Boy. Look at that, right? But guess what? That doesn't mean that the world is fucking good. We got toys. Toys are cool. They had toys 5,000 years ago. It was just as awesome back then to play the fucking little stickball game, right? Right, that was just as cool 5,000 years ago as fucking Game Boys are right now, or maybe 20 years ago, whatever. I think they're just as cool right now. That's just my opinion. All right, so my point being, maybe we have fancier stuff, but is it progress? I don't know. I don't know. And is that really enough to just placate all of us? But again, if I can summarize this last 53 minutes, I would say, just think about the things that you do. And this whole politics thing, this whole wearing a suit and tie, and we're going to go into the government chambers. I don't know, man. It's not working. It's not working. It is not fucking working. It didn't work 2,000 fucking years ago when they first invented the concept of the Republic. Didn't fucking work back then. Sure as hell isn't fucking working now. So are we going to repeat history? Are we going to go back into the feudal period? Or are we going to try something new? Say what you will about the USSR. They at least tried something fucking new. Say what you will about China. And you got a lot of things to say, right? But they at least tried something motherfucking new, okay? We are not. We here in America are just doing the fall of Rome all over again, but we're speedrunning it this time, and I love speedrunning, right? We're just going to keep having kids, fuck, pop a couple kids out, send them to school, they get shot to bits, they get sick, they get dumb, they get developmental disabilities, they don't know how to think, they don't know how to write, they don't know how to tie their shoes, and then boom, they get shot, little Timmy's fucking bleeding on the floor, and no one gives a fuck. Little Timmy's dead, well shit, now I'm childless. Well, what do I do when I'm childless? Fuck the pain away, have another kid, do nothing at all to solve the problem, send that other kid into the school, and then right? And then they're all fucking dead, right? And no one fucking cares. So that's my point. Maybe think before you create a family. And I know I've said a lot of shit about the family before. The family is the tent pole of fascism, right? That's what I think. But a lot of people, they're told, indoctrinated from birth, you must grow old, you must have kids, you must become a father or a mother. And if you're a mother, you must be subservient to the father. And if you're a father, you got to have a nice belt collection. You got to teach the kids who's boss before you send them to school to get shot to death by some fucked up motherfucker, right? But anyway, that's the world we live in. Either go along to get along, be normal like everyone else in this normal world that we've been living in for thousands of years, or be exceptional. Those are your options. Or just sit on the sidelines. Hey, if you want to sit on the sidelines, that's totally cool too, right? Just don't fucking fuck everything up for the rest of us. That's all I'm asking. If you want to sit out for whatever reason, right? Maybe you are immunocompromised and you really can't go into the world without risking your life and dying. So you know what? Sit it out. You're good. I'm on your team. I am not immunocompromised, at least that I know of. You know, I haven't been to a doctor for a checkup in that kind of way in a long time. Year 6 of a pandemic, after all. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm at least going to try to get the 90% down to 89. That's my life goal. If I can convert at least 1% of humanity to go from whatever the fuck that is to at least being on the sidelines, job well done. Right? 0.5% of humans. If I can convince 0.5% of humans to just stop doing what the fuck they're doing, you know what? Job well done. But, you know, this whole politics thing and wearing the suit and tie and saying the right thing on the TV and getting the votes, that's clearly not working. Okay? It didn't work for Rome, and it's certainly not working for any country on the planet right now because countries aren't real. We are one planet. I don't give a fuck if Finland is one of the happiest countries on the earth, okay? Why are they so fucking happy? I wonder why. Because they benefit from a global apartheid. Maybe that's why they're so fucking happy. Who knows? All right, but countries aren't fucking real, all right? They're made up. It's just a bunch of fucking distractions, and we're just a bunch of monkeys killing each other for no goddamn reason. And everything we do is soaked in blood. The cell phone that you have is soaked in fucking blood. The blood of slaves that were fucking thrown in mines to mine these rare earth minerals that are in your fucking cell phone. And every time you buy a new cell phone, what you're doing is you're tacitly funding slavery. You say, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, so I can turn my brain off and stop thinking. Or maybe there is ethical consumption under capitalism, and maybe you're just not thinking hard enough about how to find it. Are you going to be perfect? Is everything you do going to be zero waste, totally sustainable? Probably not. But you can reduce in a pie chart situation, right, the amount of space that is being taken up by evil. You could. I'm not going to buy another one of these for the rest of my life. I am telling you this right now. Hear me now. Quote me later. If you ever see me buy one of these again, right? Feel free to clip this and send it to me. I am never buying a cell phone ever again for the rest of my life for multiple reasons, and I don't have enough time to go into them. But thank you for listening to whatever the fuck this is. And again, there's a lot of war going on in our world right now, and that war is a result of the suit and ties. Oh, yes, I'm a very serious person. Oh, yeah, look at me. I have a mustache. I'm serious. Right? That's what we have been living in, and it's not working. So I don't know. Maybe think about how you contribute to that world a little bit. Sandee, Left of the Box, is coming up next on this space. No time for Q-Cock today, but you know, check the news. I'm looking at the thing. Check the news. I'm checking the news. Hold on. Let me get the live scoop here. What's the news? Thank you for watching. Welcome to ckVille. Oh.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. This space. Ooh. Hello, welcome to this space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee. So I'm just going to be checking Twitter, like I always do. And oh my God. Yeah. Wow. Okay. So breaking news over the past hour. Ooh, I'm. If you don't know, yet, Charlie Kirk was shot at an event. His status is unknown, but I've seen the footage. If you've seen the graphic footage that's floating around on Twitter, it does not look good. He was shot in the neck and he was rushed away to hospital, but as far as I know, that I've been searching media, there's no there's no statement on his condition. And the fact that there is no statement on his condition is also a bit disconcerting. Yes, so for people who are already wondering, no, I'm not going to be showing any footage. Not to mention it would be against TOS on YouTube, but also I don't like violence. I don't like sharing violence like that. There's a couple shots. One shot is from a distance. Another shot is closer up, and it is very graphic. I don't even like seeing violence of any, I don't like violence of any sort coming across my feed on Twitter. A little trick for people that will sometimes censor some of the more graphic stuff is if you remove your birth date from Twitter, because then if it gets marked as age-restricted content, you won't be able to see it, so you won't be involuntarily eyeballing it when you're just scrolling through. But yeah, it is very, very graphic. And if you've seen it, I don't recommend you search it out if you haven't seen it. And so I think this is the big news of the moment. I do have some articles and stuff that I've popped up that are covering it so far. Donald James X, I keep getting conflicting reports that he is dead or not. When it comes to some things like this, especially breaking news, do not rely on anything you're saying unless it comes from an official news source or the police, like through a press conference or something. Because already, just scrolling through Twitter, I'm seeing reports of the shooter being a Democrat. We don't know yet. This has just happened. It's just breaking. To assume motives would be presumptuous at this point, because, some people do these sorts of things for reasons other than political. We don't know yet. But from what I've heard, they do have the shooter in custody. So also be careful of what you're putting into the subspace right now, because, it's the Fed posting, I think people call it, is a thing. It is a thing. But yeah, so I've heard the news. I've seen the news about Charlie Kirk. And I do not agree with violence whatsoever, even if it's perpetrated amongst the worst of the worst. I would like to see people, ideally like Charlie, change. Change and become decent people. You can't do that if you're not on this planet. I believe in rehabilitation and changing minds and things of that sort. Also, this sort of public, political violence never has the results that you want. Never. Because I will bring up something that happened earlier, and just the response of there's a whole bunch of let me just use something to block an element because it's very big. I don't like these ads.
And it takes up just way too much room on the screen. It's really what it comes down to. Okay, there we go. So when it comes to these sorts of things, the consequences, depending on who the perpetrator is never even. It's never balanced. Because, you know, very prominent prime example right now is Israel and Gaza. Israel gets to do stuff with pretty much impunity, but then as soon as Hamas does something, it's all out genocide. The right, if this is a political shooting, we don't know yet if it is, the right will use this, and I've already seen coverage that they're already saying, oh, well, there was the attempts on Donald Trump, there was the CEO who was shot, and using these very cherry-picked incidences of where the person is potentially more left-wing. And the law is not applied evenly. That is the reality, and it's not fair to us on the left, because they will crack down on us in ways they would never crack down on the right, because within the law enforcement across the board in the United States and Canada, in most places, they follow the authoritarian lead. And so there's a lot of those right-wingers that they would have to crack down on that go to their weekly barbecues. So they're not going to, but they will crack down disproportionately on the left. Prime example is this. I probably should have popped it up already. There we go. So this was after a recent shooting. Trump DOJ is looking at ways to ban transgender Americans from owning guns, sources say. And this is one of the rare instances where even the NRA is like, we're going to have some principles on this, some consistency, and we don't think anyone should have their guns right banned and all that sort of stuff. But this is, again, a prime example of how the authoritarians in charge will use this as an excuse to crack down on the left even harder. Political violence, like, it does not matter. The goals are never good. Like, it never has the outcomes you want, because all this does is stoke up more violence, more anger, more rage, and it puts targets on people who have, you know, have done nothing wrong. And so political, blatant, unconstitutional Second Amendment group slams floated gun ban for transgender Americans. And from the Independent. So even the NRA is against Trump team plan to ban trans people from owning firearms. It is my understanding that the likelihood of this happening, of this law going through banning trans folks, won't happen, because there isn't wording specific enough to target specifically just trans folks. There's always going to be things like, let me just close my tabs that I just showed, because my computer is making funny noises, and this is a warning to Nicholas. My computer is breathing heavy, and when it breathes heavy, it means that it's struggling and it might get shut down. So I'm just warning you. I will come back on as soon as possible if that happens. Oh crap, where was I? Yeah, so about the transgender gun ban, there's no likely way that it's going to be worded specifically enough to just target trans folks without targeting, because the category that they're trying to put it under is some sort of mental health condition. But then there's people who aren't trans who will have similar mental health conditions for whatever reason that would then be umbrellaed into that, which, you know, the absolute gun ammo sexuals don't want. So it is very unlikely to go through, but it's just an example of how they crack down on the left far harder than they will on the right. And like I said, I do not agree with violence. That is just a hard no. I do not want to see it. I do not want to see it used as an outcome or like a means to an end, anything of that sort. Because I did pull up this. So this, again, I'm not going to be showing the shooting. This was the scene afterwards. And this is from a Twitter account, and it gives you a good idea of some of the dangers that are combined with this.
Okay, love you. Be safe. Hey, be safe. Bye.
So as you can see, this happened in a very crowded venue. When you shoot a gun in a crowded venue like this, you risk collateral damage, as one might say, a stampede, and people getting injured or killed within a stampede. So to do this type of violence in a group like this is exceedingly dangerous. And it is, let's just see, I just saw a comment here. So Bengal 7 is just saying, I understand you're standing against violence, but sadly many of us don't have the privilege to choose. Violence in self-defense is one thing, and some people might try to argue that this is in self-defense. But again, this is going to come around and bite you if this type of thing gets normalized, because the amount of leftists or people on the left who do this type of thing is few and far in between. And it is predominantly the right wing that is more violent, which means us people on the left are more likely to be the target. So even if it's for your own self-interest, you cannot be celebrating this right now. Like, I will shed no tears should somebody like Charlie Kirk pass on, because he's doing a lot of damage to this world. That said, I don't want it done this way. I don't want it done through violence. You know, natural causes, whatever you want to call it, because I want people to change. I want somebody with a platform as large as his to change and become something better and become, you know, a role model for what could be. We don't achieve those goals by just executing people. Because even just look at what happened to the CEO of the health insurance. What has changed since? Has anyone health insurance gotten better? Anyone? And the let's switch back to just me here. Nobody's life has actually gotten better from that. And that was an instance where people on the left and the right were celebrating it and you know, putting Luigi on a pedestal and all that sort of stuff, because everyone's been harmed by the health insurance companies and whatnot. It hasn't changed policy. It hasn't changed people's, you know, insurance plans. It has done nothing to improve the quality of life for people other than make those authoritarians in charge a little bit more trigger happy. In self-defense, I completely understand it, but this is never the answer. And also keep in mind, as Groove Dragon is pointing out, when Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked, Charlie Kirk thought it was funny. Yes, people on the right would celebrate if somebody like me got shot publicly. Does that mean it's okay for us to do the same? Is that the type of person you want to be? Like, I can understand it. I absolutely can understand it. And if you want to do it privately and have your own little celebration, that's fine. But is that the energy you want to be putting out in the world right now? Because, like, I know even when Donald Trump passes away from whatever reason, there's going to be a lot of celebrations. And again, I'm not going to shed a tear for him. And if it's not done through violence, I might be a lot happier, you know, if it's just natural causes and stuff with his health conditions and whatnot. The world will be better off without him, but to do it like this puts so many more people in danger. So many more people are at risk of harm from the authoritarian right that is currently in charge if things like this escalate, because it is predominantly going to be people on the left that suffer those consequences. And, you know, I get that people on the right, again, would celebrate. They were celebrating Nancy Pelosi's husband getting attacked. They were making memes. They were having fun with it, all that sort of stuff. I get it. But is that the type of person you want to be? really, to be celebrating the violent death of someone? Is that who you want to look at in the mirror? Somebody who celebrates this. I want people to change, to become better. I want protests. I want, property damage, whatever. I don't care about property damage, all of that sort of stuff. But when it comes to the lives of individuals, what would this accomplish? If Charlie Kirk has passed away, which if you've seen the original footage, and I don't recommend you search it out if you haven't, it doesn't look likely that he survived. Don't know yet. And the thing is do not take any credence in what people say online. I thought I got rid of all that until you hear it from a reputable news source or the police are giving a statement. Let's just see. I thought I had this one up already. Well, here, let's do this one. So it's already in the Canadian newspapers, the Canadian news. So let's bring this one up. So this is from CBC. I haven't read this yet, but knowing the CBC, they're not about to show gory footage and stuff like that, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and all. Conservative commentator and Trump ally Charlie Kirk shot at university event. So already Donald Trump has released a statement. J.D. Vance has released a statement. If this was done for political reasons, you're not going to send out the message you were hoping to send out, that, ooh, the right should be afraid. No, no, no. They will use this. The authoritarians will use this to justify what they are about to do. Just like Netanyahu used what Hamas did to justify what he really wanted to do. They will use this as an excuse. Charlie will be seen, if he passes away, he'll be seen as a martyr. He will be celebrated. I wouldn't doubt they would build fucking statues for him. Taking him out like this doesn't benefit the political movement at all. Also, I hate to be that person. He has kids. His children someday might see the footage of him being shot on TV. Is that what you want for them? Like there's in self-defense, when there's the protests that break out and the police start attacking the protesters and stuff, I can get violence there. I can understand violence in self-defense, but to just go out and assassinate someone, it's not going to turn out the way that you're hoping. So Fox News reported Kirk was hospitalized. U.S. right-wing activist and commentator Charlie Kirk was shot on Wednesday at an event at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah, and a suspect was in custody. Kirk, 31, is an influential ally of President Donald Trump and co-founder of Turning Point USA, the largest conservative youth organization in the country. And yeah, I'll say it, it's one of the most dangerous ones too. There's no doubt about that. But again, back to my point. Would assassinating Charlie Kirk hurt Turning Point USA or make it more viable, make it more mainstream, make it more popular as people turn to that? He was taken to the hospital, Fox News reported. A spokesperson told NBC News that Kirk was giving a presentation when shots fired. To the best of our knowledge, he was hit and taken with security team away from the premise. Video of the incident circulating on social media showed Kirk addressing a large outdoor crowd when a loud crack that sounded like a gunshot rang out. Kirk can be seen briefly moving his hand to his neck as he falls off his chair, sending the attendees running. Sorry, I saw the footage, and it is graphic. It's not something I want to see done to anyone. I don't believe in the death penalty. I don't believe in sending people to El Salvador's prisons. I don't believe in any of that. Seeing this death, if he passes away from it, I don't believe in it for all the same reasons. Because again, people who are on the left will also be targeted. Innocent people will be targeted. Innocent people will be hit in the crossfire. You know, not everyone who is targeted is guilty of a crime of any sort. And even if they are guilty of a crime, does it deserve death? Do you deserve to die for your speech? A shot was fired from a nearby building, and we have a suspect in custody, university spokesperson told Reuters in an email. Local TV station KSL-TV aired a video of an older man wearing a blue shirt being led away by police following the attack. We are closely monitoring reports of the tragic shooting involving Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University, FBI Director Kash Patel said on X. Our thoughts are with Charlie, his loved ones, and everyone affected. Kirk, an activist and the founder of conservative student group Turning Point USA, played a key role in driving youth support for Trump last November. Again, this is a horrid organization that has caused a lot of damage. This will only make them stronger. No matter the outcome, if Charlie lives, if he passes away, this will only make that organization stronger. His events at college campuses nationwide typically draw large crowds. Kirk has been an effective voice for the conservative movement. He has 5.2 million followers on X, has a host of popular podcasts and radio. Okay, we know this. President Trump called for prayers. We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot, a great guy from top to bottom. I do disagree with that. Trump posted on social media. Both Republican and Democrat politicians expressed support for Kirk following the shooting. Political violence is never accepted. Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the U.S. House of Representatives, said on X, my thoughts and prayer with Charlie Kirk and family. Conservative Party of Canada leader Pierre Poilievre also responded on social media, writing on X, we must all strongly denounce the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Political violence is never justified. I'm going to quickly see if there's any updates. Let's see. So far, no new updates that, from what I can see, state his condition. Here, I'll just share this. It's from CNN. So Broadcastify audio details Charlie Kirk shooting at Utah Valley University. We don't need to hear the moment. The sound reported one individual that was shot unknown. Let's be advised, UVU in Oren has an active shooter, but they've apparently got a suspect. So from 8 minutes ago, Utah Valley University closes campuses and cancels classes until further notice. Utah Valley University closes its campus and is canceling classes until further notice, according to an X post by the school. Officials advise students to secure in place on campus until police can escort them off campus. Now, this would be because even though they have a suspect for Charlie's shooting, it doesn't mean they were a lone actor. You know, they have to rule out all these sorts of things to make sure that, you know, he wasn't working with someone, all that sort of stuff. There's no motives at this point, nothing. So, yeah. I'll get back to comments. So, let's see, what else do I have up here about it? Oh, I was showing the wrong screen. Sorry. I'm bad at doing this. I'll add this back to the stage. I'll show the proper screen, share this tab instead. There, it's CNN now instead of CBC. So we can pop that back on. See? Okay, look. I'm so used to doing this my way where it's 2 separate functions and all that sort of that. I'm not sharing a tab. I'm looking at a anyway, that's my text. So next time I do something like that, you have to yell at me, Nicholas. You can't just, you have to be like, we're not seeing the same thing as you, because old habits die hard. So this is from CNN that I was reading. And I was even highlighting things and everything, but since I can't see the cursor too well in front of me, I look to the side, so I'm not even seeing what's on the screen in front of me. Anyway, that's just me starting to ramble because this is a very uncomfortable topic. But this was the first, switching over to this tab, this was the first article out about it. Charlie Kirk shot at Utah event, suspect not in custody. Apparently they are now. And it was a very, very short article because, you know, it is all breaking news and that's very teeny tiny print. So Charlie Kirk was shot at an event at Utah University. So yeah, even though this was posted, you know, just a short time ago, 12:34, things are changing, and as is breaking stories, things are going to change super fast. But also this news broke. There we go. I'm sorry I'm doing this, but I'm always want to make sure I set up the screens before I put them up. This news broke while we was live on the Majority Report. So I'll pause that, and then I will make this big, and then I will share this tab instead, and then I will add to stage. So it broke live on the Majority Report. I think I need to have my headphones in for this. Just a second. I don't necessarily like having my headphones in all the time because then if there's a random sound, I don't hear it. But this was the news breaking live on the Majority Report.
The great controversy in March 2023 after smoke.
And I'm not hearing it. Were you guys hearing it? I wasn't hearing it.
Displayed a Greater Israel map on the podium he was giving a speech from.
Netanyahu did that at the UN.
Yeah, Congress. Zane, Packers fan on the staff, got to cancel my membership.
See ya.
Sold.
You will not be missed.
So this happened like right at the end of the show, so they didn't have time to really look into it.
Charlie Kirk may have just been shot. Is that true?
No way. Don't spread. Don't say that.
Make us react to that live.
Yeah, please.
Pass. We'll see.
Oh, well, this is not crazy to say. There was a Charlie Kirk event and there was at a TPUSA event. We don't need to react to it live, but there might have been some violence at a TPUSA event. I'm not sure if Charlie Kirk was there, but I hope everyone's okay.
Somebody is just saying the shot rang out. Horrible.
Okay.
All right. 4 more. Freighter 12. 20 years ago in a seminar, I voiced a spicy take on J.M. Coetzee novel, and I still have anxiety flashbacks. How'd this little Nazi get so confident? Is it purely a Christo-fast stupidity? Well, I have a feeling there was a lot of backing to her bringing that up. Bingo Dango. South Africa didn't have nukes. They were trying, though, with help from Israel, of course. These people are literally asking for political trigger warning.
Just going to skip ahead a bit.
Oh, people are saying that
Deseret News was reporting
that Charlie Kirk was shot.
Suspect in custody
in Utah. This is breaking. Charlie Kirk shot in Utah at a TPS event.
Oh wow! I still am not seeing it confirmed that he himself was shot.
I'm reporting it. Deseret News. Charlie Kirk shot at Utah event.
Okay. Wow. All right.
Put up this. put up the link of that. Can you get that?
Yeah, I have it here. Deseret News, at least, is reporting.
Me too. I saw this right before.
There was a
I saw this live.
TPUSA,
Donald James.
Utah Valley University, bystanders report seeing Kirk shot near his neck during a Q&A with students, and the suspect is in custody and the campus is on lockdown.
It wasn't near his neck. It was through his neck.
Bystanders reporting at this point.
So we can't confirm this, but this is what is being. And do we know anything about Deseret News?
They're like a Mormon, but they're like a fairly high-profile Utah-based publication.
A lot of weapons. I don't know what the weapons laws are in Utah.
Well, that's extremely scary. Hope everybody is okay, and we need comprehensive gun control.
Yep. All right, no indication as to how serious it was, but people are saying he got shot in the neck. But I have no.
According to bystanders, so it looks like it was. And then there is video of everyone scattering. So, America.
Do we have that video? Should we play that video?
Okay. All right. I mean, I guess we should. If we're getting a local paper confirming it, and it's a pretty significant story.
Right here. 44 seconds ago.
Here is a video here, supposedly.
They don't end up showing any videos.
I just put that in the chat. I don't know who.
Counting or not counting gang violence.
Yeah, I don't want to show that.
Okay, we can remove this. I'm just trying to get up-to-date information because this is breaking really fast. Just refreshing. So I'm opening up my Twitter here. And there are people who are stating things like, circling back to comments that Charlie Kirk has made on his Twitter account. Democrats say if confiscating all guns saved just one life, it would be worth it. Someone pointing out that Charlie Kirk has defended every massacre in Gaza and used every platform available to justify Israel's starvation campaign. Yeah, people are pointing out there is no doubt about it. He was a horrible person. This type of thing won't change that. It would only make him seem survive or not survive. It would only prop him up on the right wing, one way or the other. It doesn't change the narrative. It actually exacerbates it, no matter the outcome. I absolutely understand why people might celebrate his death, but it will only make things worse for people on the left, for people's safety, because right now the authoritarian right are in power. He's part of it, and he's probably, I have no doubt, he's supported Netanyahu and the massacres that are happening over in Gaza. This doesn't change that narrative. It would only justify Trump's actions. He'll use it to justify things that he already wants to do to people. That's all it will do. They will use something like this to justify taking away people's rights, to justify state violence inflicted on people. Political violence like this is never the answer. And if he has a really loud platform and is spewing all these, pro-genocide stuff, we need to speak louder. We need to overpower that. We need to take away his platform to be able to do that. But by doing this, all you're going to do is make him more, more prolific, more up on a pedestal and things of that sort. Still, I'm trying to see if there's any other kind of like live updates on this. Let's see. So I'm still not seeing anything about his status. And the fact that we still haven't heard anything is disconcerting. It could mean that he's in surgery and they don't know if he's going to survive, but I've seen the footage. I would find it highly, highly unlikely. I don't believe in the death penalty, so I would never support anything like this. So polygraph lie detector, not sure many leftists, 80-year-old armed up, to be honest. From what I have seen, the person taken into custody is an older white man. But we do not know his motive yet. Making assumptions or being presumptuous about it, which the right is already doing. They're already saying it was a Democrat who shot him. There are many, many reasons why this type of thing happens. But, granted, in this day and age, it's most likely, there's a higher percent chance it's going to be politically motivated than not. Whether and sometimes those politics are very convoluted in their manifestos and stuff of that sort. It is, yeah. This is unnerving because I do also worry about what is next. How Trump will react to it, because how Trump is with people who are loyal to them, and Charlie Kirk has been very loyal to him. So this is only going to, justify whatever Trump wanted to do. Like he's purposely putting the National Guard in cities in antagonistic situations, I feel, because he is purposely trying to antagonize the crowds, for the crowds to lash out and do something. I don't know how many people here are a fan of Andor, but there's an episode in season 2 where this is exactly what happens, where they purposely put inexperienced people in a place where violence could happen. And violence does happen, and they use that as an excuse. And so Trump will just use this as an excuse, just like he's using, putting the National Guard in areas, just hoping, again, that's my opinion, that somebody in the crowd would lash out, because then that gives him free rein to see those people are violent, those people are doing blank, we need to crack down, we need to put more people on the streets and everything like that. It doesn't end well for the people the authoritarians are targeting first, and that is people like us, people on the left, queer folks, trans folks, people of color, immigrants, refugees, people of vulnerable groups, people living with poverty, people living with disabilities, people we know, people we love, people part of our friends and family networks. Those are the people that they will target first. And so this is not a good thing. I don't want to see people celebrating it. My tone would probably be different if he just had, you know, a natural cause thing. But this type of violence is never justifiable. Let's see if there's, like, I feel like I have a couple other things that I could show that I put up in the docket that I have. Things like Donald Trump being shamed out of a restaurant by Code Pink, the Bansky in London that was painted and then they took down to make it more powerful, but it doesn't feel like any of that is kind of sorry, I'm just checking. Yeah, something that the producer was saying. So we can change for a bit because there doesn't seem to be any current updates, any breaking news. I'll keep my eye on it, but I wanted to, oh, there was this tweet that I saw that was relevant to this. RFK talking about mass shootings and trying to connect it to people with SSRIs. So ASIN had tweeted this out, RFK on mass shootings. There's many things that happened in the 1990s that could explain these. One is the dependence on psychiatric drugs. There could be connections with video games, which is just absolutely wholeheartedly false, as the tweet above kind of explains. Sorry. My headphones don't necessarily work that great, so I gotta make sure that they're in both my ear holes.
Switzerland has a comparable number of guns as we do, and the last mass shooting they had was 23 years ago. We're having mass shootings every 23 hours. Oh, there are many, many things that happened in the 1990s that could explain these. One is the dependence on psychiatric drugs, which is, in our country, is unlike any other country in the world. It could be, there could be connections with video games, with social media, or a number of things, and we are looking at that at NIH. So we are doing studies now. We're initiating studies to look at the correlation and the connection, potential connection between over-medicating our kids and this violence.
And they've been trying to find that connection since the 1990s, and it still hasn't happened because there is no real connection. Because Shannon Watts had tweeted out, Iceland is the world's biggest consumer of SSRIs. They've had less than 10 gun homicides since 2020. In the US, there have been over 90,000. Japan is one of the largest video game markets in the world. They've had 10 gun deaths per year. The US has nearly 50,000. It's the guns. Yeah. It's the guns. Canada is another prime example of the differences because here in Canada, we have gun ownership at about the same rate, like not the quantity. So like the United States is the highest, Canada is the second highest, and there is quite the gap there. But like percentage of people who own guns is roughly equivalent. However, in the States, there's more prevalence. So I remember I covered this when I was doing Rebel HQ. So in the United States, there's more guns than people. So they would do this thing per 100 people, there's this many guns or whatever. And for every other country, it was below 100. But in the United States, it was more than 100 guns per 100 people. It's the prevalence, it's the ease of access to guns. Here in Canada, when an incident like this happens, there does tend to be a crackdown. And I don't worry about going out and getting shot. That's not something that has ever crossed my mind. but I just want to take a breath. Let's change gears for a moment onto something else. I think it was this one that I wanted, and I'll remember to switch the tab as soon as I confirm this is the one that I wanted. Yeah, so kind of goes in reverse. So if I start with, okay, I do this. Sorry, I know what I'm doing. Okay, I'll start
Ding
with
dong,
this.
ding dong, ding dong.
I think I need to check updates. According to CNN, President Donald Trump says conservative activist Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at an event in Utah Valley University. And now they're saying the suspect in the shooting is not yet in custody, according to spokesperson from Utah Valley University, despite the school saying earlier police did have someone in custody. Donald Trump previously praised Kirk as okay. Yeah. So that's so President Trump announced today that conservative activist Charlie Kirk has died after being shot during the event. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead, Trump wrote on Truth Social. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie, the president went on. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania, and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. So, yes, he had 2 children as well. Now it doesn't feel like the appropriate time to talk about Abansky in London. So, yeah. Apparently they don't have the person in custody, so the images earlier of an older gentleman being arrested could have been for whatever reason. That is, again, why it's important to wait until there's official news announcements on this. And even now, it's just Trump saying on Truth Social, I'd like to hear it from the police. But again, I saw the footage. It's not good. It's not good. I'm going to quickly check any other news sources right now. So I'll remove that while I'm Googling it. Let's see what the AP is saying. Like, I'd prefer to hear it come from like officials at the hospital or the police. Hey. Oh my gosh. Look who it is. It's Frodo. Hey, sweetie. This is my beautiful 18-year-old. Yeah, this is my beautiful 18-year-old kitty. Hey, sweetie. He doesn't tend to come on camera much anymore. Hey, baby. This is what people need right now. This is the one that I took to the vet recently because of the lump. He still has the lump on the side of his neck, and it's still is a cause of concern because it can always change to something else. But right now he's fine. You just came in here because you wanted a T word. That's all. You just wanted a T word. He loves his treats. Oops. I shouldn't say that out loud. He actually knows what that word means. There you go. I know you don't actually like coming on camera. Let's see. I'm not going to subscribe to the AP right now. So let's switch over to the AP. So live updates, Charlie Kirk has died after being shot at an event in Utah, President Trump says. Conservative activist has died after being shot at the event. So right before, it's like the victim, Charlie Kirk, is being treated in critical condition. A law enforcement official briefed the shooting, told the Associated Press. The official spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to publicly discuss the matter. Kirk co-founded, which we know, the person who was taken into custody at Utah Valley University was not the suspect, according to a person familiar with the investigation, and was not authorized to speak publicly. It was not clear if authorities were still searching the campus for a suspect. So yeah, Justin. That he has died. Okay. Yeah, I don't feel like now it's time for a Bansky or anything. So there's going to be, graphs. Apparently they shot from 200 yards away, which I'm not a gun aficionado. I don't know much about. I've held a gun, but I've never shot a gun. I'm guessing this is somebody with practice. I'm guessing that it was somebody who knew what they were doing. I'm just seeing if there's anything new in CNN. No, that's the same stuff on the CNN tab. So I am going to just respond to comments in subspace as we go along. So I guess that's part of the reason why they still have the lockdown, because earlier I thought the lockdown was happening because they didn't know if the shooter was a lone shooter or not. But now the lockdown is because the shooter is still on the loose and they don't know who it is. So that said, again, we don't know what the motives are. Is it politically motivated? My lenience would be towards guessing yes, it is. But that said, it doesn't mean that it's a left-wing politically motivated thing, because as far as I know, Trump was targeted by right-wingers. So there's a whole host of reasons why somebody would do this for political motivations, and sometimes it's very mishmashed all over the place, because the people who do these things aren't sane. To go to this level to try to get a means to your ends, to go out and shoot someone, is not the actions of somebody who is stable, is not the actions of somebody who has a good moral compass going on, who is thinking clearly. So it's hard to say right now what the motives of the shooter would be. There's a whole host of reasons, whole host. But from what we could probably easily deduct is the person had experience to be able to shoot from that distance. Does the Letterhack want to come on? Because I'm yeah. Let's see what the private chat is saying. Because I'm going to have a quick little conference with people in private chat. Sorry, I'm typing things. There we go. So yeah, this is it's not a good turn. There will be mixed reactions on social media for sure. There's going to be people celebrating it on the left for sure. That again, it's not a good look. It's not somebody that I want to be to celebrate the violent death of someone. And I am being very specific with the language that I'm using, violent death, because if somebody dies of natural causes and they're a horrible person, that's a different category. But this is, you know, political violence. I don't believe in the death penalty. I don't believe in doing an assassination like this. I don't care who the person is. And so if you want to be consistent on these issues and principled, even if it's somebody you think is doing a lot of damage to the world, and I think Charlie Kirk did an immense amount of damage. I think he helped get Donald Trump elected. You have to be consistent even when the people are horrible. And I don't think that it's okay to do these extrajudicial killings, because it makes it easier for other people to justify their actions too, for justice and vengeance. And then people can start looking at this like, maybe I can do this because I don't like this person, and it can start getting amplified and all that sort of stuff. Sorry. So there's going to be a lot of things going out in the news over the next while, but you're going to have to be careful and conscious of what you're paying attention to, because there's going to be a lot of false information going out there as to who the shooter is and stuff. If it's coming from the right wing right now, other than like the president mentioning that Charlie passed, I wouldn't take it at face value. So already, like when I was just glancing on Twitter, people were saying it was a Democrat who did the shooting. We don't know. We don't know who it is. And again, until an official news source reports on it, or the police or hospital staff give a report, take everything you hear with a good dose of skepticism, because already the news was wrong, because things were happening so fast. Already, like CNN and other news outlets were reporting that the suspect was in custody earlier. And now we're learning that's not the case. And that's the difficulties and the troubles of trying to cover these things live, is that there's going to be a lot of misinformation out there, not intentional. It's just a lot of these big news agencies, they want to be the first to break the news. And so as soon as they hear something that they think is coming from an official source, they'll latch onto it, and they'll post it, and they'll put it out there, because, you know, they want to be the first in the heat of the moment and stuff, without necessarily doing their due diligence. And then, you know, other people start picking up on it, and before you know, oh, I guess the suspect is in custody. But we don't know that yet until the police tell us that's the case. And so the police, a spokesperson for the police, have said, well, let's see, the suspect in the shooting is not yet in custody, according to a spokesperson from Utah Valley University, despite the school saying earlier police did have someone in custody. So again, a lot of it's going to be hearsay. We need to wait to see what the police say when they give their press conference. they're probably not going to give one until they have a good idea as to who the suspect is. So there's going to be a lot of footage from the event. Again, if you don't like seeing that sort of violence, stay away from Twitter right now. There's going to be a lot of video evidence. The police will be going around trying to collect that video evidence. They already know where the shooter shot from, apparently 200 yards away. So that will narrow in their search on who they're looking for. And as soon as the police have a name, I would imagine that they will either go and seek that person out. But if they're having troubles locating the person, then they'll do a press conference to let the public know this is the suspected shooter. So we're only going to hear from the police when they know who it is or they have the person in custody. That is my feeling on the situation. So you're going to be hearing a lot of rapid fire stuff coming out. Tomorrow, I'm sure the majority report will be covering it, no doubt. And after 24 hours, a lot more information will be clearer as to what happened. It is, yeah, it's pretty disturbing. And I do not recommend anyone go look at the footage if, like, just don't. Even if it's something you want to see, I don't know why you would want to, just don't. It's not, it's graphic. It's graphic. But let's see. And somebody is mentioning something. I'm not necessarily going to put that comment up, but yes, the authoritarians that are in power right now will use this to their advantage to implement things that they've been wanting to do in the first place. They'll use this as an excuse, but also they'll keep using this as a distraction from some of the bigger stories at hand right now, such like the Epstein files and whatnot. This will be used as a distraction from their crimes. This will be used as a distraction from what Netanyahu is doing. Because since this is something that happened in the United States to a public figure, it's going to get a lot more press coverage than another massacre in Gaza. Not that they were getting much in the way of coverage in the first place. So authoritarian governments can use this as a cover right now. And I wouldn't be surprised if it is something that they do. Let's see. Just looking at behind the scenes stuff right now. Yeah, but yeah, so I would recommend staying away from right-wing sources on this right now, because as with the case with any sort of mass shooting, public shooting, they will immediately blame trans folks, people on the left. We've seen this time and time again before they have any idea who it is. We're going to get a lot of misinformation right now. It's okay. So I think it's easier if I just say it out loud to Nicholas right now. I am fine ending right now. I'm also fine continuing on right now. This is a very heavy subject. It's very much in the news right now. So I am good to continue talking about this. It's also a way that I process things. So it is up to the producer and I guess the Letterhack right here.
Hey, how's it going, Sandee? Let me just say, right off the bat, great coverage. Thank you so much for how you've been covering this. Thank you for covering this. Very professional, nice and buttoned up. exactly what we can expect from all of the contributors to this space. I really, really do appreciate the tone and your candor. I think that it is I'm just continually impressed with the way we have a group of people who, as far as I know, no professional broadcasting training or schooling, but we can just go on air and broadcast. We can do this. And so you have exemplified that. And I just want to say thanks and great job. I do have some updates that I can give people really quick, just show notes and all the mods. If you're listening, I haven't had a chance to put this in the mod channel on our private work only Discord. We'll be going live from now to the rest of the night. We're not going to do any more syndicated content until probably around 8 p.m. We'll see. After Sandee and I will be here for as long as possible. We may have some other hosts join us here and there. But Deter, McBizness, and Alex from Devil's Advocate Productions will be on live at 7 p.m. to cover this story, the Charlie Kirk shooting. And I can now officially report it because I'm pretty sure you haven't yet, that Charlie Kirk has passed.
Yeah, I have mentioned that.
Okay.
Because there's Donald Trump was truth socialing about it. And so that's been posted in CNN and the AP already, that Donald Trump has announced it.
So here's what we know. According to NBC News, right-wing political activist Charlie Kirk was shot at an event, and he was hosting it at Utah Valley University in Orem, just north of Provo. President Trump said on Truth Social that Kirk is dead. I think that's, just a note. That's a bizarre way. Like, I would never want that to be the way that people found out about me. I think that's like, who... It's just, I don't know. He's like showboating. You know what I mean? It's like he's just putting himself in the spotlight again. Kirk was removed from the premises by a security team, the school said. Videos circulating online show, graphic detail. And as you said, and as I would recommend to everyone, there's really no need to see that kind of stuff. It may very well become a matter of historical record down the line, and then it'll be done in an educational context, in a documented context, like a documentary. But there's really no reason to, run out and see that, because, our imaginations are pretty good at coming up with this. And then when you see it for real, it really drives home how graphic that sort of situation is and how awful it really is. And it's the kind of thing that, I think the majority of us don't want to see happen to anybody. But then a university spokesperson said they do not have a suspect in custody. The school previously said in an alert that police had someone detained. To your point, Sandee, the news comes very quickly in these cases. No one really, they just say, oh, we heard this. And then people take it for news, for fact, verbatim. And that's not smart. There was talk that there was more than one suspect. Who knows? And I saw at least somebody, maybe it was this chat or another chat on another show I was watching earlier. Somebody said, what do we know about the guy? Well, it's very rare that they would say anything about the actual perpetrator until after the fact by 24 hours. I kind of feel like, tell me what you think. Are they trying to get their story straight on how we're going to talk about this person and what we're going to say, like in the mainstream? Or is it really just, the cops or the authorities wait to roll out that information? Everyone just runs with it.
Well, there's a couple possibilities that's happening right now. One is the cops don't know who it is. And so they're still trying to determine that. And until they do, they're not going to say anything. Also, they could know who it is, but they don't want to tip that person off yet. Right. So they could be in the process of tracking down the actual shooter.
What about when they do know? What about when they're, because they don't always roll that out right away.
I would imagine they will attempt to apprehend the person first and then announce who it is versus the other way around. Because again, they don't want to necessarily tip off the person. They don't want to cause panic to other people who might be near that person necessarily. So I would imagine that we're only going to hear from the police once they've actually apprehended the person or they need help locating the person. But until they actually have a good idea who the suspect is, I don't think we're going to be hearing from the police. And right now, I imagine they're going through cell phones that they gathered from the site, because I do find it interesting that they already know that the shooter shot from 200 yards away. So they know where the shooter was located. So that means that they're going to be focusing on video cameras from around that area, cell phone from people in that area to try to figure out who this was and narrow it down. Try to get a, what's the word? A profile of the person.
Yeah.
So that they can.
That's what I mean by like get their story straight. Like, what do we, how do we, because, you know, they always have like that one picture that everyone gets. And you're like, why are you showing the victim looking like a jerk, and like the shooter, you're showing like his high school yearbook, like where he's all nice and neat, you know what? Like, I feel like there's always some sort of narrative attached to it when we finally get that news.
Well, it took I'm trying to think back to when like Luigi did the CEO. I think it took a while for footage to get out from him. And again, it was from a nearby security camera from a restaurant or something. So it wasn't even like a good picture. So I would imagine that they're trying to narrow down, because in this type of situation, what the police definitely do not want to do is post about the wrong person and say, we're looking for this suspect when it's not that person. So I'm pretty sure they want to make sure that they have very good reason to believe that whoever they're going to be showing on screen is the person who they suspected the shooting. So there might be people of interest, as in we saw images of these people who were near the shooting. We want to question them more. So that's always a possibility as well. They could also find out who this person's family members are or friends and want to interview and talk to them first to see where this person might be. But it is disconcerting that the person is still out there. But
yeah, I mean, that to me, okay, so I have to keep like making this point like every couple of days. I feel like, you know, if you embraced progressive policy, this wouldn't be a problem. Or like more people would be alive right now if we just listen to the lefties, right? So like I'll never not take an opportunity to you know, reiterate that what we're looking for, and this applies to Canada, you know what I mean? This is like a global thing. What we're proposing is policy that enriches people's lives. We're not looking for handouts. We're looking for people to have the basic necessities, equal rights, the means to get an education, to be healthy, to be safe, to live your life. When they say, oh no, jobs are doing great, jobs are up. Yeah, those jobs are garbage. No, and like, what can you say about the conditions on those job sites or those workplaces? And what's regulation look like? Like, it's such an empty thing to say, oh, jobs are up. But like, what we're looking for is transparency in government and agencies that are enacting and maintaining and improving programs that make lives better for everyone, not just libs or people on the left, but literally for everyone. We want to prevent situations like what happened today at all costs. Like, we are really, really fighting for this. And so that, I just want to make that point, because there's going to be a lot of people just reacting, you know, defensively, right? It makes sense. It's natural. When you hear commentators on mainstream media, like right-wing outlets and all this stuff saying, oh, well, this is, you know, there's violence on both sides, or they're trying to do this too. And don't react to that in a way that does anything but says, nope, what we want is universal health care. What we want is regulation that improves people's lives, whether that's with pharmaceuticals or gun ownership. There's very smart adult ways to talk about this that emphasize the fact and reinforce the fact that our suggestions this isn't Sharia law that we're trying to impose on anyone. We're trying to give people the opportunity to just live their damn lives. And like live and be alive. Those are like key words right now, because I don't agree with what Charlie Kirk ever said. I never heard one thing worth agreeing with. I don't do that broken clock is right twice a day garbage either. But like, there's no reason why he shouldn't be able to say it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if anyone is responsible for contributing 80 buses to get people to the insurrection on January 6th, right, at our Capitol in the US, like, I would want them held accountable and punished for that. But not like this. This isn't justified. This is never justified. And so say what you want about, not you, but just people in general, say what you want about where the country's headed, where the world's headed, what we all need to be ready for, how we need to get ready, all that stuff. But don't ever stop fighting for what we on the left consider to be an ideal way of life. And it's just giving people the opportunity to live at all, because there are people dying every day and they don't have to. It's totally avoidable. Like this in particular, but like especially the people who are struggling at their jobs 70 hours, and I mean jobs plural, like per person, 70 plus hours a week, and they still can't do rent. And guess what? Rent's up again. And like, oh yeah, no, it's great that both spouses can go to work now. Oh, but guess what? Now everything costs more because we know that average household income is up. Like, it's totally unfair. It's totally slanted against everyone who's working class, and that those are the people who are not making it. Those are the people who are not living their full life or their average life expectancy. And that is a crying shame, and it's a crime. And we need to fight for legislation and policy and government agencies that protect those people, because when people are backed into a corner, they're at their wits' end, they can't take it anymore, they can't go another day. That's when this ugly stuff starts to happen. That's when things get really dire and really bad. It's all avoidable. And that's why every time you hear something that's going to piss you off in the next week or so, especially in the next couple of days, you have to remember what we stand for is a better, richer way of life. And that just means health, education, safety across the board for everyone.
Yeah. So already in the news, I have seen one news outlet cherry pick incidences of shootings, assassination attempts, framing the left as being the violent ones. And so we're going to have to be very cautious about that in the next while. Also, don't be surprised if the crime is out of control narrative just absolutely skyrockets. And again, this is something that Trump can use to actually fulfill more of his agenda. And we have to be careful about that. We have to keep on doing what you say and pushing for, here are our leftist ideals, in the face of Trump wanting to use this as an excuse to distract from other issues, and also say, well, see, this is proof that crime is out of control. This is proof I need to send the National Guard into these different cities. And
I mean, on the one hand, they were doing that anyway, but like the first thing I said on Blue Sky, I was trying to be vague, but everyone knows what I meant. I said, whoever did this just gave Trump's Gestapo marching orders. Do you know what I mean? Like, if the gloves weren't off, they are now. Like, there's no need to, you know, unleash and open the yard so the dogs can get out. But here we go.
Like, law enforcement isn't given out evenly across the board. It's always been disproportionate because the people who get into law enforcement are defending an authoritarian or, property or right-wing type agendas. And so the backlash that people on the left will receive will always be more severe and harsh than what people on the right would receive. And the right gets away with a lot more because, again, if we look back at what happened with Hamas attacking Israel, well, Israel had killed hundreds of people, hundreds of Palestinians previously that year that never got booed. But then they used that attack as an excuse to fulfill what they wanted to do in the first place.
Right.
And so we're going to see a lot of that happening now, where a lot of people on the right will use this as an excuse to do a lot more of the authoritarian things that they wanted to do in the first place.
Yeah, it's, he's a martyr. Should have been in prison. The guy's instantly a martyr. He's instantly, and they'll make a martyr out of anybody. They don't. I mean, I saw footage on the Majority Report today of a girl, a college student, who was trying to tell her professor that talking about different genders is against the law. Trump said so. I don't know if you saw that, but you know, they were talking about, like, you know, leaking her identity or doxing her or whatever. And I was like, oh my God, she'd be a Fox News host the same day. Like there would be a GoFundMe for no reason, and she would be a millionaire overnight. They would go, oh, this poor girl got kicked out of college, give her millions, and she would just be flooded with cash. Like, that's not what we want. What we want is for people to be held accountable. There is no like subtraction politics here. We want them in the system. You know what I always think about? It's like how bank robbers apparently live outside of the system, right? They're robbing a bank, they're stealing money, but they're going to spend that money back in the system. You know what I mean? Like, it's a little weird. So like you can't have it one way or another. Like, yeah, the system is corrupt and it's messed up. Okay, we definitely need reform. Oh, it doesn't work. We have to take matters into our own hands. No, we don't. The system doesn't work, so we need to make it work. We need to improve it, and we need to improve it in a way that holds people accountable. Like, nobody gets held accountable who truly deserves it, especially if they can just buy their way out.
Yeah, and right now, like, let's say, hypothetically speaking, the motive was political, and they were on the left. What did this achieve? Because now Charlie is just going to be propelled to deity status almost. You know, his words, like if you were trying to silence his words, they're going to be so much louder now. You know, this will bring so much more attention to Turning Point. This will bring so much attention to his rhetoric. You know, people will start lauding it even more than they were before, because he will be seen as that martyr. And it wouldn't surprise me if, you know, there's memorials, and like, it wouldn't surprise me these days if there'd be a statue to him on that location, you know, in the next year.
Yeah. I mean, nothing surprises me now, unfortunately. It's like, if you can imagine, it could be real tomorrow. The just one more note I want to make is just in terms of our collective here. We, you know, this is a group, and I have, like, I never go live at this hour because the sun comes right through this window. I don't know. It looks like
I see it. I see it.
So
it just makes you look a little bit more radiant. Makes you more radiant.
I think I have sunglasses nearby. Anyway, this is a collective, and so I just want to let everyone know that we, you know, we don't censor people. We don't tell people what to say. I don't know if this is, I think this is maybe even happened with you, Sandee, where you asked me, is it okay to do this? And I'm like, yeah, do whatever you want. I don't care. But like, we truly,
I don't think it was me.
well, but like, this is how we roll, is like, you know, it's your show. You want to change the format of your show, change it. We don't care.
Oh,
but
no,
like,
maybe it was me about doing minuet.
Maybe, yeah, okay, that might have been it. I could see that, but like, we're totally cool with it. But there are YouTube guidelines that are not only strict, but like reinterpreted on the fly. Apparently, like, they can just translate what you said any way that suits them. We don't even know if them are people or robots. We have no idea. But like, we have a very mature and responsible and trustworthy group at this collective, this space. But even still, just so everyone knows, you know, we haven't been live long enough. We haven't been on air long enough for something like this to have happened. And so we do make it known to all of our contributors that there are YouTube guidelines of what those are, what we can get away with. Now, most people already know this, right? Because we're not bringing people on who have never done this work before, so they get it. But like, we do make a point of saying it. We tell all the mods, hey, this is going down. This is what we're looking for. This is what we have to remove. And we tell all our hosts. And you know, I also have to tell the chat. And we do this in the hopes that nobody will be offended. We're not here to, oh, this is our chance to censor people. Finally, a reason. We're not doing that. Or we would have been censoring people all along. This is one of those unique situations where we have to ask everyone to take the collective to heart. There's more than one person involved here. If one of us messes up, it could affect everyone.
Mhm.
That's just the case. And so we're asking everyone, and we'll do periodic reminders tonight. This is a hate the game, not the player situation. If we have to remove your content or your chat, please don't be offended. And luckily, none of our, I haven't looked in the last 20 minutes, but luckily none of our contributors are offended by that either. They all get it. So again, we're not off the cuff. This isn't like a corporation, but we are doing things responsibly and to the best of our ability. And I just want to reassure everyone that this space is intent on staying on the air and growing our numbers in terms of being a group of a collective. And we've got your back, and we ask that you have our back too, because they look at the chat. YouTube algorithm will pick stuff up in the chat, and that's enough. Yeah.
So I'm just reading from the AP right now. So 9 minutes ago, the local mayor urges people to report anything suspicious. Shooting suspect remains at large. Let's see. Utah's governor speaks with Trump, vows to bring shooter to justice. And this is where we get into, very tricky territory of the police need to make damn sure they know have a good idea who the suspect is before they start announcing it, because I don't trust a lot of the police to be very not forceful, if you get my drift,
right,
with apprehending the person.
Well, I'm just trying to look something up.
There's a good chance that, if there's a standoff of any sort, that the person who is the suspected shooter might not make it out. There could be an instant, like a situation where there's a barricade if they narrow in on the suspect. So the police are going to be very reluctant, I think, to mention who the suspect is, because they don't want them to potentially barricade themselves in a place with hostages or something of that sort.
Right.
They're going to want to make sure that they know who it is, but then also they don't want people to retaliate against people who might be completely innocent of this. So
I was reading on CNN, they're checking classrooms and buildings is another reason why they've shut the campus down, evacuated. They just want to make sure that's all clear. I have to imagine a standard operating procedure. Just want to mention though, we are 3 months past the political assassination of Melissa Hortman, and the rep from Minnesota. That left the news way too quickly. This is a real problem. These aren't one-offs. Okay. It's 3 months is a very short period of time. It's
to that point, actually, the AP is just mentioning that specifically here. I'm just going to pop that up. So Kirk's killing follows political violence elsewhere around the country this year. Kirk's killing follows instances of political violence in the United States in recent months, including the assassination of Democratic Minnesota state lawmaker and her husband in June, and the fatal shooting of 2 Israeli embassy staffers in Washington in May. Brad Koch, an assistant professor at public communication at American University, says little is known yet about the shooter or the motive, but he says it can't be ignored that the polarization and normalization of violence have become threaded through U.S. politics. Brad Koch pointed to data from Princeton University Bridging Divides initiative, which shows that the threat of harassment incidents against local officials have been on the gradual rise. His back up. We're moving to a very dangerous direction, and I think we have been moving in this direction for some time.
Yeah, and it was Hortman and Hoffman in Minnesota. This is I mean, it's like I was just saying, we can't treat these as one-offs. We can't treat this as like, hey, it happens. There's a degree of chaos in every democracy, or, oh, hey, if you take away all the guns from the good guys, only the bad guys are. Like, I don't care what all your excuses are. If you can even speculate that they are politically motivated, it's really time to do something. If it wasn't before, it definitely is now. It's really time to do something, because It's that sense of not having any other options. It's when people feel like there's nothing to lose. That's when it gets extreme. Now, look, I'll always like remember how all of the healthcare CEOs took their faces and names off their about pages. Like the very next day, they were all like, we're out. And the reason why I'll never forget that is because the people who left them up know that they have nothing to fear. They're not bad. It's like, well, that kind of makes you look guilty, you know? So my version of this is okay, you're a politician, right? There are politically motivated acts of violence, and let's say no one even died from it. Wouldn't you, of all people, want to do something about it? Like, I'm not a healthcare CEO, and I definitely want to do something about this. I'm not, and I'm not saying, protect healthcare CEOs. I mean, come on, they should be doing their job to protect. I mean, it's not even really healthcare. Let's be serious. But like, when is enough enough? Like, it really does shine a light on the fact that these people aren't being, they're not running, campaigning, or getting elected or serving in order to actually do anything that would, or to actually do anything. Do you know what I mean? Like, prove me wrong, please. Like, by all means, somebody out there, prove me wrong, right? Like, can at least, how many politicians does it take to, like, I assume they have like lunch together, right? Are they not talking about this? Like, how many does it take off air or offline or behind the scenes to go, holy shit, like, we should really do something about this, right? Like, the healthcare CEO that took over for that guy who was assassinated said publicly, this is me. I'm taking over. I'm not going to do anything different than the last guy. And I was like, really? Do you want to be saying that publicly? Just think for a second, right? But like, now you have all of Congress in that situation, right? Like, at what point do they freak out and go, we got to do something? We have to.
Well, the thing is I was pointing this out earlier, is that the shooting of the CEO, it didn't change anything policy-wise.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Like, it didn't change.
But the rhetoric kind of, they were like, oh, it's bad. I mean, a lot of people were like, that poor guy and his family and everything.
And this has been escalating for a while because people aren't being held accountable for political violence. Because we can go back to, there was that kidnapping attempt of the one governor, I believe. And at least then some people were charged. But, I think a lot of this goes back to January 6th and the attempted insurrection and the fact that so many people who were attempting political violence got away with it. And people are seeing this as sometimes the only way they can imagine achieving their goals, because they don't feel that the system is working for them, because it's not. And so they want to try to take matters into their own hands. But the problem is, this doesn't actually change the system to benefit people. It will only change the system to crack down on people.
Right. I mean, we could have this. Do you know how many times somebody's like, what's wrong with that person? I'm like, probably no universal, or probably no health care. They probably, I'm not saying they should be on meds, but maybe they need them and they can't get them. I don't know. Maybe it's just insulin. Like, there's so much out there that we could be doing, and instead they're sort of like letting the worst things come about.
We don't have these issues here in Canada. Like, there were like people threatening like Justin Trudeau and stuff, but like these types of things we don't see at the same scale. But we have the same media. Like, people are like, oh, there's a cultural difference. Not really. Like, we have all the same media. We watch all the same movies. We play all the same games. We see the same CNN and Fox News that Americans are seeing. And we simply do not have a lot of the same problems because people here aren't as desperate. Because I can go to a hospital. And even though, yes, I have my critiques about the Canadian healthcare system and the fact that it is starting to crumble and that it is being privatized, and that's the reason why it's starting to crumble, and there needs to be more money put into it public-wise. but I can go to the hospital. I don't have to worry about that. I'm not terrified for my family members that they won't get the health care that they need. It's the very basics to live with that. Whereas in the States, when you have nothing left to lose, that's when you become very dangerous, because then it's like, well, what's the point? I'm not going to lose anything. Things can't get worse for me after this. Let's put it that way. So if things can't get worse for them and they get into that situation, then they're more likely to lash out like this. So healthcare definitely would help. Mental health care, which isn't actually covered under Canada's universal health care, would help. But also just, again, basic needs. Like, it's that leftist agenda. If people could afford a place to live, if they could afford groceries, if they could afford an education, if they had a job that wasn't killing them, crime levels would plummet. They would absolutely plummet. And it's important to keep in mind that we are on the right side of this issue. It's just a matter of we're going to have to bunker down for the next little while.
I would like to point out, I have an update on another story. This is from CNN, updated 37 minutes ago. At least 3 injured after shooting at a Denver area high school, officials say. This is the 46th school shooting this year. This happened today. But I don't think anyone's talking about this at the moment. This is probably what we should be talking about, because look, TPUSA didn't do anything to stop this from happening. How far
They
away?
actually made it easier.
They made it easier. How far away are we from either everyone being a victim or very close to a victim, like your family, coworker, friend? How far away are we from that in this country in terms of no regulation, right? And that includes, I'm just making this point again, that includes the exact same people who are making this easier to happen.
Mm-hmm.
It's Congress, and it's also like a lot of right-wing media.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And somebody was pointing out that Canada has very smaller population, but when it comes to gun ownership, when you look at per capita, it's very similar to the United States. However, the quantity isn't there and the lethality isn't there. Like, we aren't allowed, guns that could do mass shootings. We're allowed hunting rifles and handguns. And even then, after the last kind of mass shooting in Canada, there were laws put in place. So I believe the gun buy and selling is still on freeze. Like handguns, you can't buy or sell them. You can own them still legally if you have them, but you can't buy new ones and you can't sell the ones that you have. And, gun crime, like I was saying, I've never had to worry about being shot when I'm out at an event, when I go to school, when I'm in a mall. That's never anything that has ever crossed my mind here in Canada. And I was at a university event one time, and they had American students that had come up to the class, and it was some sort of conversation circle. And they said that they didn't realize how much stress that they were living in constantly until they got here. And just the overwhelming relief that they felt of having this background noise of the gun violence that they face on a regular basis in the States was gone. It's something like it's like the fish in water. You don't notice it until you're out of it. And they said it's quite the stark contrast when it's not there. So you always have these underlying stresses in the United States that we don't have the equivalent of up here, because it's not only the gun violence in the States, it's any sort of health condition that somebody might get in the family. That's an underlying stress that's always, always there. And that doesn't lead to a healthy society. It doesn't lead to, progress the way that you want, because people's energy is diverted to dealing with this stress that you're having to cope with on a daily basis.
Yeah, I saw DJX was asking if, how sorry, I lost the chat, but it's like, how realistic is it that our country or government could take away all the guns? This is my thing. Make it more difficult. They only make it easier. I live in a state where you don't, I forget what they call it. It's like the honor system for getting a gun license. They're like, we assume you're going to get the license down the road, but here's the gun and the ammo now. So like you can just like have a bad day, go in and buy it and do the horrible thing that another couple of weeks you probably would have been like, whoa, I talked to somebody, I calmed down, it was just a dark moment or whatever. This happens a lot. And so make it more difficult. How about liability insurance? How come I can't drive a car without liability insurance, but like, oh, I can have a gun? That's insane. Think of the people that could have been injured, innocent bystanders. This guy apparently had like, you know, training. His aim showed that he was training, but like, give me a break. Anything could have happened. There's a crowd of people there. It's too risky. And so, you know, you think of all the things that could have happened to somebody, and you're not necessarily liable. You know, I live very close to a gun range. Could also just be somebody's yard, right? Because there's a lot of acreage out here, like, or down here. I never know. And so it's always a risk to me to be outside when I hear that, because I'm like, I don't know, how far away is that? How far can a bullet travel accidentally? You know what I mean? So this is just like the reality we live in, and it's not cool. And so, you know, this is why I'm astounded at the fact that there's no regulation. And that it only gets easier. And that with the second there's a tragedy, people are like, hey, it's too soon. Don't talk about it. Thoughts and prayers. Don't bring up don't make it political. 3 minors today in Denver. That's insane. At least 3 students are in critical condition, minors, and they don't have the guy in custody. There's 100 law enforcement on scene. Like, that's all avoidable. Those cops could have had a slow day, but no.
Yeah. And to, you know, I was seeing in subspace here some people talking about like it's not realistic for the states to ever be gun free. And at this current point, of course not, it isn't. But the things, it has to be done, unfortunately, gradually. So you have to have the proper gun laws in place, you know, the background checks, all that sort of stuff. There has to be buyback programs for people. There then has to be limits on the type of guns that you can get. So you start restricting the types of firearms that people can get. And this all has to be done gradually. However, until the underlying issues in the United States, in the society, when it comes to housing and cost of living and all that sort of stuff, until that's dealt with, it's impossible to deal with the gun issue. Because sometimes it's people's only defense. Sometimes, you know, it is just like one straw too many. You've already taken away my rights in this and this and this area. You don't get to take away my gun rights as well. And so there's a very big cultural difference when it comes to gun ownership, and the entitlement that people feel towards owning guns in the United States. And so a lot of that entitlement would go away just naturally if people weren't so desperate, if people weren't in constant fear that their city might be taken over by the National Guard. You know, if there wasn't this constant fear of violence, this constant fear of you're going to need this for survival down the road. And so it's, unfortunately for a lot of people in the States, it's not going to happen anytime soon. But you have countries like Australia, you have countries like Canada, where this started a long time ago, but it was never in our constitutions that everyone had the freedom to own weapons for murder or killing, because that's the thing about handguns in particular, is that there's no other use for it other than this is something, an instrument of potential death. You know, like a knife can have multiple uses, a rifle can have multiple uses because you can use it for hunting and stuff. But handguns are specifically something designed to take a person's life. Same with a lot of the military grade weapons that civilians have in the United States without proper training or counseling or checking to see where their headspace is at before they have them. But those weapons are just specifically designed to take out humans. And civilians should not have things that are specifically designed to take out other humans.
Yeah, and I just, this is, I'm going to sound like a broken record for sure, but just a reminder in the next 24 hours in the coming days and weeks, every chance you get, our way, our policy, our suggestion, the candidates we fight for, it's all meant to have a better way of life where we can avoid this kind of tragedy. It is a tragedy. Look, some people you can't convince, and some people are in a position where they can do a lot of harm, and you have to try and shut that down and get them held accountable as soon as possible, right? And you have to keep combating everything they say. You have to keep countering everything they say, all the points they make. That's not true. These are the facts, and so on. But the best thing that could ever happen, like this is totally unrealistic. I do not think this ever would have happened. I'm just speculating because we're on air. But like, what if, 5 years from now, Charlie Kirk is like, I can't believe I used to be such a jerk. I can't believe I did that. Like, it's horrible. And you know what's funny is now I don't have any funding now that I'm on the left. Like, just what if? Okay. So I'm always looking for that opportunity. I have colleagues who think that's far more realistic than I do. I don't think it's realistic at all, but I'm looking for that opportunity to pull somebody to the left and then further left because I'm on the left, right? I'm not trying to recruit people to reinforce the talking points that I'm getting paid to say. I'm not trying to bring people into, our political ideology to bolster our numbers. I'm trying to do it to bolster our numbers so that we can achieve these policies. That is what I'm talking about. They're realistic or not, you don't stop fighting for that. Like whether you can even bring one person from the center further left, why would you not do that? We're not throwing in the towel. We're not giving up. The next generation will only suffer if, I always forget the exact phrase, but it's like, we don't plant trees that we'll enjoy the shade of. That's for somebody else. Like, we plant these trees so the next guy can sit in the shade. I don't plan on having any shade in my lifetime. Oh, well. So, I have a lot of comic books to keep me occupied, but like the thing is, the fight is ongoing. It's a constant struggle. It's not anything you would give up. And so remind people, we want healthcare for everyone. We want better wages, better working conditions, free public education. And like, if they're like, why do you want everyone having something for free? It's like, why don't you? What is this? There's plenty of money out there. This is all doable. It's all doable. So, just don't miss the opportunity to remind people of that by getting caught up in the vitriol and the hate, especially on Twitter. Sandee, I don't know if you're still on Twitter, but
yeah, no, I am. That's where I saw the footage.
So like, I don't know how, like, I say this with, you and I are tight, right? Like, we're solid. Like, I don't know if people know this, but like, you and I are pals, and you were my first moderator, and I couldn't have launched a platform without you. So like, you and I are solid, but I have to tell you that your view of the world is that much more distorted for being on Twitter. That is a fucking weird lens to be looking through. And the second you get off that, you realize it's a lot different.
I'm pretty good at figuring out the two.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's like standing in a room full of like harmful fumes and going, I'm pretty good at holding my breath in the right moments. It doesn't, you can't.
Twitter is a hostile fart sauna, so.
It's the worst place ever.
But it is, it is very relevant because people keep on saying, well, it's just online, it's not real life. But, more and more online is real life. And, I just want to go back and bolster your point that you can't rehabilitate the dead. And if you don't believe in the death penalty, you shouldn't believe in something like this, because this is basically an execution without a trial.
Right.
And I don't know if you want to go over it, but, I'm just looking at CNN update, and already some of the fallout, like, again, if hypothetically speaking, we don't know the motives, the person was on the left, what were they hoping to achieve? Because Charlie Kirk is already being propped up as a saint, as a hero, as, a great guy. It's, what's that term when you retroactively make somebody better? There's a term for it.
Oh, you sanitize their
Yeah,
reputation.
sanitize the reputation. And
Or
so that's already
rehabilitate 'em.
happening.
Yeah.
Because you have like Donald Trump Jr., Stephen Miller, former Vice President Pence, like all these people are just praising him and all these good things that he was. And he was a close friend to Speaker Mike Johnson and all this sort of stuff. So he's already being sanitized, his reputation, whereas he's probably caused some of the most damage to the United States possible with the help of electing Donald Trump, with Turning Points USA. Like that is, he has done significant damage to the United States, but right now he's being sanitized online.
He's one of the main proponents for it is what it is, people die. And that's not just for the gun stuff and the Second Amendment, but like, vaccines and all that stuff. He was just one of these, his go-to argument was nothing you can do. Oh, really? Nothing you can do, huh? I'd love to hear his thoughts on that right now. Oh, we can't. See what I'm saying? Like at what point and it's not enough to just like, cheer about that, right? I'm not happy about that fact, because this is going to be everybody. How close are we to, I was talking about in 5 years, and I immediately saw in the chat, does Matt know there won't be a 5 years from now? But like, I'm going to keep struggling for that. I'm going to keep fighting for tomorrow. You know what I mean? But like, I know I'm like, I make myself feel crazy when I say this, but like the people who are most at risk aren't doing anything about it. And it's going to be to the point where we're all in the same boat. And it's scary. I don't know if it scares me or it disappoints me more that we would end up there, but it's baffling to me that these people are just, if somebody, I mean, we had a political assassination 3 months ago. You know what I mean? They're like killing their spouses. They're like trying to, this is it. Like, look at what happened today. This is it. Like, it's gonna, how many times was Trump almost taken out? Like, what more do we have to do? Are people really just going to continue to use this for their, like, are they putting it on their resumes now? Like 3 assassination attempts. Like, it's a badge of honor. I mean, it's ridiculous. Just fucking look, how hard would it be to just make the gun laws back to where they were 10 years ago? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't even have to be like original about it. Just go back. Just redo what you undid. It's that easy.
But it's one of those things too, where people need to be aware of the policies that they are trumpeting. That those policies, they're not safe from those policies. So like Charlie with his pro-gun stances and stuff like that, even with his wealth and status, it doesn't mean that he's safe from that. So again, I warn people against going on like online and stuff and celebrating this, because that same type of thing can happen to anyone. And I don't like the idea of right-wingers going online and celebrating my death should it happen.
Yeah, and people really do have to be careful about talking about this stuff casually, because it's entirely likely. I mean, I lived in Colorado for years I may know there could be a ripple effect that's not such a ripple in this case. I have to call people now. I have to look into it. And I have to make sure I don't know anyone who was harmed today. Like, you can't just go, oh no, we should all arm up, blah, 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 blah. Because look, somebody might totally agree with you. But like when it's so close to the moment. So on the one hand, they use this tactic as a tactic where they go, hey, it's too soon, don't talk about it. On the other hand, just kind of like, don't casually talk about offset. Like, what they mean is it's too soon to talk about it by making it political and having some sort of like, policy change. What I mean is just be cool to the people around you, because it could, I hate that we use the term triggering, but it could be. Do you know what I mean? It could trigger certain emotions. I mean, I was joking around about my hesitancy to get a prostate exam. That's how I deal with the situation. But I was joking, and people got really upset because like a loved one had died from prostate cancer. And I was like, okay, we can't casually talk about this stuff. And this is how I process. So I was just joking around for myself. But like, that's just an example of how easy it is to find somebody who it's not funny to. Do you know what I mean? So like, okay, I get it. But like in terms of guns, like no one who doesn't have a strong reaction to this topic, no matter what side you're on, you're going to have a strong reaction. And so we just really have to, like, I try to pump the brakes as soon as it happens, whether I'm mourning or have a sense of relief or whatever it may be. I don't want to be too outward about that in the moment. I want to dial it back a little bit. Like, I used to have a right-wing neighbor who would call me and go, what do you think now? And I'm like, dude, it just broke on the news. Like, relax. What the fuck? Can we all just chill for a second? Like, the whole keep the debate going. We got to argue about it. No, we don't. Really. You know where you stand. You can make arguments and convince people, but why weren't we doing that yesterday instead of today? Do you know what I mean? You're doing it now because we all have strong reactions. And so, it's just my advice to people is like, listen, I guess, and like write your thoughts down and maybe just be cool around people if you don't know for a fact they haven't had, a loss.
Yeah. Apparently, American flags are lowered at the White House.
Yeah.
Because again, this is going to have such a huge, because of who Charlie Kirk was, there's going to have a very huge political impact. And I'm worried about how Trump will use this to justify what he's about to do.
Yeah. I mean, he was going to do it. Yeah. I mean, he was doing some pretty awful stuff. Can you just imagine? He could invade Canada. I'm not kidding. I wouldn't put anything past this guy.
As somebody who lives in a very annexable part of Canada, that is something I am worried about.
Think about how, like, and I feel like I can talk to you about it because this is sort of your job. But like, tell me if I'm off base. But like, I wouldn't put it past our military to go along with this guy either. Like, apparently we're running operations in Mexico. I think that there's just enough people involved in the military that are like, no, yeah, we like constant, endless war.
I'm not entirely sure it would be the same enthusiasm coming up to Canada, for one thing, predominantly white. Also, there's a lot of crossover from family members and people who know each other and friends across the border. So, like, down in Mexico, you still have a lot of crossover of friends and family and stuff like that. But a lot of people who are in the military are there for the wrong reasons. And so they don't see it, they wouldn't see it the same invading Mexico as they would see it as invading Canada for reasons.
I see.
But I don't see a boots on the ground type annexation for Canada. I see it being done through like economics and things of that sort.
I think that there's I feel like just, considering this administration is racist and bigoted, I feel like they're more inclined to negotiate with Canada than Mexico. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's a different situation, but still. Okay, how about this angle? Charlie Kirk was a bit more than a content creator, right? He wasn't necessarily a live streamer, right? But he did that sort of thing. He also wasn't a politician. He was just sort of like, propaganda machine or arm, right? But like this is a little bit different. Like, this is something that, like, the first thing I thought of was like, because I've, we take these threats seriously. I've had a threat against me. I didn't do anything about it, but I definitely thought about it for a long time. It seemed really like, and it was 2 years ago now. So I don't know, maybe I'm in the clear. I don't know what the statute of limitations are on unhinged comments on Instagram, but like, did you think about that at all? How did this make you feel personally? Is that the kind of thing like you worry about? It would definitely not curb what I say on air or my politics at all. But like, I get hate and comments every now and then where I'm like, geez, that was hostile. My God, but like, what do you think? Is this
It
a
won't
bad
curb what
sign, a bad omen?
It won't curb what I say, but I also somehow magically have slipped in under the radar. I haven't seen hostile comments. Like, I've seen comments along the lines of like, my commentary is brain dead or something of that sort. That said, I haven't looked at the comments under one of my videos that I clipped and posted about the right to defend yourself in Canada, how there was an incident where a home was invaded and both the invader and the homeowner were arrested and charged. Because in Canada, we don't have the castle law. You're not allowed to simply unalive someone because they broke into your home. It has to be a proportionate response. And again, it falls into that category. If you don't believe in the death penalty, you shouldn't believe in something like the castle law, because there's lots of reasons why somebody can be in your house when they're not supposed to be, that aren't for nefarious reasons. So you don't get to do that. And a lot of people were very upset with my commentary on that. I haven't looked at the comments. It's entirely possible that there are very hostile comments under that.
You don't remove comments?
I don't. If I don't really pay attention to them, like I don't read them.
I'm
like
very
if I'm
open
glancing,
about that.
Yeah, if I glance over them and I see a slur or something along those lines, I'll delete it. But somebody calling me brain dead, I don't care.
I tell people, you give me something to work with or it's out. There's no reason why I would ever keep any sort of negativity on the channel. Give me something to work with. Just some of the comments I get, I'm like, this probably isn't even real. Half the internet is fake, over half at this point.
Yeah, I don't concern myself with.
I'm real, by the way, just for the record.
I don't concern myself with it because I know some of them are probably not real. They're just bots. Some of it are just people who have no intention behind anything they're saying. They just want to be a bully, get a rise out of someone. So I don't care if somebody calls me brain dead, because they're probably not intelligent enough to understand the commentary I was giving in the first place. Right. But I probably should check to see, because as far as I know, I haven't gotten a death threat. And if I were to get one, again, I wouldn't necessarily care unless there was something in it to give me reason that they were being serious.
Yeah, I've seen some pretty scary stuff out there said to people and commentators and content creators who have posted these things online and even like taking them to court, and won, stuff like that. Like that's happened very recently in this space, not at this space, but in our space. And that's really the perfect name, this space, by the way. Just how many times have you heard that in the last couple of weeks? With everyone talking about the Taylor Lorenz article, this space over and over and over again. But in terms of violence, like they're taking it serious. So we should take it serious. And if somebody ever used the "I was just joking" thing, then I would just call bullshit on that and proceed with a very serious response. You know what I mean? Like try to report it and do whatever you can. I feel like what we need in preparation for things only getting worse, I feel like, and I was saying this in terms of we need like an activist lawyer or law firm that can go to bat for anyone who falls victim to an AI algorithm or has their channel taken down unfairly. I feel like we need something, and there are organizations out there that take this on, but like I want the high profile lawyer who's on all the mainstream media going, the little creators aren't taking this shit laying down anymore. We will go after YouTube every time this happens, or whatever it is, Twitch. But like, I feel like we need some sort of, here's how you report a threat. Here's how you deal with something that might not just be a comment, right? Like, like not just steps you can take to remove them and like clean up your chat or whatever, and get mods, get moderators. We're going beyond that. Like, what do? You call the local police? Do you call the police at all? Like, what do you do? So,
well, it's again different up here because we don't have free speech in Canada. We have freedom of expression. So there is some speech that I could absolutely sue people for and get money for. So, if somebody were to go on my channel and start calling me a groomer and then publicly start calling me a groomer on their channel and stuff like that, I could sue them and I would win. So we have slightly different laws. And that's part of the issue with these online platforms that don't pay attention to borders all that much. Is, yeah, if a Canadian does that to me, then I have recourse. If an American does it to me, I don't think I do.
Yeah, that's, see, and then it's weird because it's like international. That's why I think we need to know, like people need to know. I'll look into it. But I really do. And that's like the benefit of having a collective. Maybe people have already talked about this. Maybe it's a thing. I always try to remind myself, as soon as I have an idea that feels original, it's probably not. Just look it up. There's probably a thing out there already. So I'll do that. But, and just because I've been doing this like every 20 minutes now, just want to remind everyone that we are a collective here, and we've asked the host and the chat and the mods and everyone who's participating tonight and going forward that there are certain things we have to do to maintain the collective safety and keep us on air. And so if we remove a comment or we ask you not to say something, please don't get offended. Please understand that this isn't, like I was saying before, it's not like we've always wanted to censor and we just haven't had the right opportunity and this is it. We would have been censoring all along if that was a thing. So we're not. We're just trying to keep ourselves within the guidelines, which, although are very specific, the way YouTube lays them out, they're a little loosey-goosey too. Like they can reinterpret this shit however they want. And so if your chats are removed or we ask somebody to tamp it down, please don't be offended. It's not personal. We're just looking out for all the people involved here because one of us could make a mistake and the rest of us will suffer. And so we're really trying to be like mature. Now, on the other hand, you can trust our hosts to do that. We're a trustworthy, mature group of people. We don't tell people what to say and we don't tell people what not to say, but we do remind them of those guidelines that were put out there well before this space came around. So just wanted to say that again. And also, Sandee, like I watched the hour that you were on. And I was like, I wonder what she's going to cover, if she's going to cover this or not. And you did a great job. You set the tone perfectly right away in letting people know where you come from, but also like representing the left in this case. And I just, thanks again for doing that. I know I can rely on you, but it was, pretty sharp.
Yeah, it's.
This is where you say, I learned from you, Matt. I learned from the best. I learned by watching you.
Sure. No, I blame my autism, actually.
Okay.
Because I have emotional delays with a lot of things.
Yeah.
So I can speak more calmly in the moment when things are unfolding quite often because I haven't processed it yet.
That'll work though, right? I mean, that's not always, yeah, if you can make it work for you, good job.
Mhm.
I wonder though, so, oh, and reminder, in about 50 minutes, yeah, 15 minutes exactly, we're going to have 2 more hosts come on, Deter McBizness and Alex. They'll be going live. Alex from Devil's Advocate Production, they'll be going live, and who knows what that commentary is going to be like. Could be wildly different from what's happening right now. That happens a lot here. One show will leave you feeling another way, and the next show comes on, talks about the same thing, and you're like, oh, that's the other side. Okay, these guys are on the same team though. That's interesting.
Yeah,
So,
well, I
like,
had
you know,
something
that's
completely different planned to talk about today. That kind of got
I
thrown out.
have a show at 9 o'clock, and I was going to talk about something totally different. I wonder if everyone will be up for it by that point. Like, I don't know. Right now,
Well,
everyone's live
yeah,
everywhere.
at some point, I think people will get burnt out and they'll want to hear something completely different because there's only so much commentary that we can give that just is us repeating ourselves over and over again. And so,
Yeah.
like in the first few hours after an event like this, it's important to be on here and talking about it, not just because we're giving our opinions and stuff, but because people need a place to go. They need a place to also help process what has happened, because this is going to put people on edge, people on the left and people on the right. You know, they're going to need somewhere where they can go to hear commentary about it, to process what is happening, to not suddenly be feeling like they're being left in a void when it comes to something as, you know, big as this. And so it's important for the first few hours to have live coverage, even if you don't know much what's happening, just for the support of the community to be out there. But come a certain time after so much, people might get exhausted and they might be burnt out from the subject. So then it'd be important to, you know, gracefully move into something else. But it's all depending on the show and stuff like that. Like, you know what I was going to talk about today?
Huh.
Back when Canada burnt down the White House.
Oh, what is that? What are you talking about?
Well, it wasn't technically Canada. It was back in 1814.
Okay. Oh, I don't need any spoilers, but you going to talk about it next week now? I'm interested. Like, save it for us or do it on your show?
Well, I tend to do topics like that on this space because it's geared more towards the American audience.
Okay.
And so sometimes it's just bits of history and stuff. Like there was the War of 1812. And so the United States actually said back then, you know what, we're going to take part of Canada because the British, well, it wasn't called Canada back then. We were still a British colony because the British keep on arming the Indigenous peoples, and it's making it hard for us to do our colonial settlers,ism, the manifest destiny. So we're going to declare war on Britain, and that didn't turn out so well because in 1814 we ended up burning down the White House.
Okay.
So I was going
I
to
don't
cover
know
that.
this. Why? I
You
mean,
do not know this?
Now look, everyone
Canada
knows
yeah.
my education formally started like 10 years ago. I got very far in life without knowing shit. I'm just kind of charming when I need to be.
The thing is in Canada, we tend to take credit for the good things that happened before 1867, but not the bad things. So we'll be like, oh yeah, Canada burnt down the White House, but then we'll never say, well, Canada had slavery because that ended before the British North American Act, which is what made Canada Canada. But we burnt down the White House before then, so Canadians totally take credit for that.
Nice.
It's during James Madison and his wife Dolly. They saved a portrait and stuff of that sort. And you know, even back then, the Americans were like, "Oh yeah, Canada will be easy pickings, and they'll welcome the invasion." A lot of them will welcome the invasion. It's like no different than Trump saying now that we would welcome becoming the 51st
I'm
state.
sure Stephen Miller sat him down and was like, you know, they burnt the White House down one time, right? This is what they were saying. I know. I mean, come on. Where did he get this idea? Otherwise, you would have heard Trump say it before. I mean, the guy had never
I think he has
keep things.
referenced it. I think Trump
Before
has references.
the
Yeah.
presidency, really? Before like his
No,
first
during.
Oh, okay, yeah, during, right?
I think
Oh,
he's
you mean
still bitter about
1812?
it. Yeah, I think he's still bitter
Oh,
about
yeah.
it.
I
But
bet he
I think
said
he
nobody
has.
knew. Nobody knew this.
Yeah.
We all just found out today when I
Yeah.
found out.
But it was
Idiot.
yeah,
God.
the Washington was saved by a hurricane, putting out all the fires.
There was wow, really? That's nuts. I had it right like months before I moved from Colorado. There was a terrible wildfire on like Christmas Eve. And the only thing that put it out was a blizzard. I was like, all right, I'm out of here. These extremes are a little too wild for me. But like, I was out of there anyway, but to be fair. I had something planned for tonight, or have something planned for tonight that I think is relevant and important. And people have been using a specific term in the last week or two. And I do not, or yeah, term, not a phrase, a term. I don't like when people use terms and just assume we all know what they're talking about. And this one term, hilariously, either people think they know what it means and they don't, or they know what it means and they don't know the origins of where it came from. It's one of those things that people will casually say a lot in terms of journalism. It's a kind of journalism, but there's a very good chance they either don't know the origins of it or they have it wrong. It's like when I first heard it, and it has to do with comic books even, or comic strips, but like how comics are made. It's wild, and it's a artistic and a production side of it, and it's a snapshot of American history, and I think it's a great topic. I think people would love to know this stuff. I actually think it's required. I hate when people know GOP means grand old party. I don't think we should say that at all. But like when they say GOP, are you avoiding saying Republicans? Why aren't you just saying Republicans? You know what I mean? Why are you saying GOP? Is it really that much quicker to say? That's silly. Like, so when people, use terms loosely or throw it around, or like in the case of the last couple of weeks, people have been using this one term to make like a definite point. And they're like, it's this is what they're doing. And I'm like, and you're not going to explain what it is? Then why make that point? So anyway, now I'm like being cryptic about it, but I think I might talk about it anyway tonight, just to have like a breather.
Yeah, I think by that time people will need, just a change of pace, because this can be overwhelming.
How fast does the news move, right?
Yeah.
That'll be funny. It's like if we're talking about it on Left Past 10 tonight, and the audience is like, guys, come on, this happened this afternoon. Get over it.
Sorry, I thought I heard my cat doing something they weren't supposed to do.
I almost got a cat the other day.
Yeah, I think like if the status of Charlie Kirk was unknown still, I think this type of coverage could go on basically until there was some sort of update on that. But right now, it's just a matter of helping people process it. The only other kind of breaking news we could get at this point is that they get a suspect. And then once they get the suspect, then there's going to be the issue of, okay, so what was their motivation? Do they have a manifesto? Do they have this? And then that will cause another barrage of people needing to talk and stuff, especially if the person is a radical left-winger, and then all the hate that will be coming our way. And just, being there for moral support for each other, embracing each other for what is about to come our way. But again, we still don't know who this person was, what their motivation were. And unlike the right, it's not healthy to just assume, because there's people who do these sorts of things are not well. They're not mentally stable. So it could be for any number of reasons. Charlie could have had a stalker. It's there's multiple reasons, not just political.
The idea that somebody would do this thinking like this is what everyone wants tells me that there's no way they were actually paying attention, or they were in some isolated group.
Nobody does this sorts of thing because they're doing it for other people. They're doing it for their own reasons because they want to propel themselves to fame. They feel aggrieved by this person. They feel they want to let out their anger, their hatred. They're not doing this on behalf of society. It's always based on something within them. They're doing it for themselves. And so it could just be that Charlie rubbed this person the wrong way in any number of ways. And this person decided to take it out on him. But it's not for the well-being of society. Because even if we go back to Luigi shooting the CEO, he wasn't shooting the CEO to make the world a better place. He was doing that because he was angry over his health conditions and what he was suffering.
Yeah, and then here come all the candles with him sainted, and it's like a little weird.
No, he
But-
wasn't doing this to make a world a better place. He did it because of his own aggrievements. And so I would imagine that whoever did this wasn't trying to make a world the better place, but they have their own internal personal reasons, and it was about them and not even necessarily even about Charlie.
Did you hear they nabbed, like, I just literally read they nabbed the wrong guy originally today. Can you imagine if you were that guy and that video went viral as quick as it did and everyone's got pictures of you? From now on, when they see you, they'll be like, how do I know this guy? I don't trust this guy.
Yeah, because there was images going around of an older man being arrested. Like I saw him face down as the cops.
I wonder
were
why they grabbed
cuffing
him. Why they did him?
Well, if somebody celebrated a little bit too loudly, they could have been targeted by security or something. But yeah, they probably had their reasons. Maybe it's because he was an older guy in an event that was at a college campus. He seemed out of place.
All you need is one person go, it was that guy,
Yeah. Because he seems so out of place for that. But it's why we have to be careful. And yeah, there's just a lot can go wrong if we start misidentifying people involved with this before, the police have had a chance to do an investigation.
Have you seen any more updates on anything or?
Well, people are making a memorial at Turning Point's headquarters, going there for like vigils. Robert Jr. is invoking his family losses as he's reacting to the killing, but it doesn't seem to have any idea on suspects or anything. There's no information about that. Just what the video showed is single shot, gasp, and screams. This was definitely a targeted attack, because if it wasn't, there would have been more people targeted. So whoever went there was going there specifically for Charlie.
And because I brought it up, I want to give people an update from 1 minute ago. This is a much clearer picture of what happened in the Denver area high school today. 2 students were injured, at least. They're in critical condition after a shooting at Evergreen High School in Evergreen, Colorado, where more than 100 law enforcement officers cleared the school room by room. The suspect, a minor who is believed to be a student at the high school, was also injured and remains in critical condition. So, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody said, oh, but Matt, there was 2 other shootings. You know what I mean? Like the narrative around Chicago in the last few days has been, this is what happened in Chicago over the weekend. Look at the whole country. It's not a problem with, if it's a problem with violence, it's through a lack of regulation. If it's only getting worse, it's because the regulations are loosened only. They're never strengthened. They're never stricter. So, if you're not going to do anything about it and you're actively going to do everything against it, then, I mean, what are we talking about here? Like, what?
Yeah, I just want to pop up this from CNN, and this is what I was afraid of. So, a GOP lawmaker angrily accuses Democrats of fueling violence as tension erupts on House floor. Just after the House chamber paused for a moment of silence for conservative activist Charlie Kirk, a shouting match briefly erupted on the floor as one GOP lawmaker accused Democrats of fueling political violence. Because yes, it's the people on the left that are constantly fueling this violence. And there was something that happened up here in Canada not too long ago that I was covering where, I think it was Polyev was targeted for some hate campaign or being yelled at. And then they constantly use this as a way to fearmonger and say it's the left causing all of this. And then you'll get the news media saying, well, it's kind of a both side thing. It is not. It is disproportionately people on the right that are causing, stochastic terrorism and violence and things of that sort. It is predominant. It's not even close to being comparable because, again, on the left, we're advocating for healthcare for everyone and affordable housing and stuff of that sort. On the right, they're advocating for people like me to be wiped out of existence. There's a difference. And so Lauren Boebert, who is a vocal supporter of public prayer, complained that the silent prayers get silent results, with Democrats audibly groaning, according to a person who witnessed the exchange. Then Rep. Anna Paulina Luna, who was close to Kirk personally, began hurling expletives at Democrats. That person said, "You fucking caused this," Luna shouted across the House chamber, according to another person who overheard the remarks. CNN had reached out to Boebert and Luna for comment. And somebody mentioned in Subspace earlier that South Park might get blamed too. It wouldn't surprise me.
This is what I'm saying. People right away, like on the one hand, pump the brakes in your everyday life. If you're a lawmaker, grow the fuck up. Like, hello, what are you doing?
We don't know if this was politically motivated, and show me where on the left, Democrats aren't exactly on the left, but where in the center even is the rhetoric coming from? What rhetoric have you heard coming from a leftist or a centrist that would encourage this type of action? So in response to Democrats could be heard shouting back about a school shooting in Colorado Wednesday and called for action on gun violence. It was a tense moment in the House where lawmakers were processing news of Kirk's death. President Trump announced Kirk's passing, and we got that. Both Boebert and Luna were close to Kirk. Luna was visibly emotional as she entered the Capitol on Wednesday afternoon, telling reporters about how Kirk personally encouraged her to get into the politics. As she walked to the Capitol, Luna also lashed out at Democrats and accused them of getting people killed. As she spoke to reporters, again, show me, or just, give me examples of what Democrats are saying that would encourage this type of thing. I can give you a list easily of things that Republicans are saying that can lead to stochastic terrorism or violence. It is not the same. Stop with the rhetoric. You're getting people killed. You're going to get one of us killed while you're continuing to do it, Luna said when asked about her message to Democrats before Kirk had been pronounced dead. And these Republicans, again, will never say anything when it's a Democrat targeted, when it's Nancy Pelosi's husband that was attacked. These same people were laughing at that. And so this is the disproportionate backlash that it's not fair and it's hard to deal with, but this is the reality that we're forced to deal with, of this imbalance of how the left will be blamed for this, even if the left had nothing to do with it.
And this is why I say there's going to be a lot of opportunity to be like, you can go fuck yourself. Definitely your fault, right? Use this, do what you want. I'm not here to tell people what to do. But what I'm going to do is use this as an opportunity to reinforce progressive policies and how they are meant to preserve life.
So more breaking news. A suspect in the shooting and killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk is now in custody, FBI Director Kash Patel announced. So the subject for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you to local state authorities, which then means that there's going to be a press conference, which was kind of what I was suspecting would happen. Is that they would wait until they caught the person, or if they needed people's help before they would start doing this sort of thing.
Yeah. I guess we can show a press conference, like, right? We can do that, can't we? Sorry, I got distracted.
If you want, we can find the press conference. I'm sure it's live somewhere. Let's see. So yeah, AP is also reporting just in-person suspected in fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. So the press
Okay.
conference would be giving information as to who this person is, the suspect.
This and my I do think it's okay. This is the other thing I like to do. I want, and this is my chat personally, when I'm live and something happened that day, I say mods, which is funny because they're all mods, but like the managing mods, like people are allowed to pop off. People are allowed to be upset. I want this to be a place where people can get that out and be amongst friends who will accept them despite being upset or angry or whatever. We keep that in check. We don't say anything that would be flagged by the algorithm or would get us taken down or strike or anything like that because we want to keep doing this work. But like, it really is okay to be upset. I don't want people to get the idea that, oh, well, I can't be in this chat because they're going to, censor me for being mad or upset or pissed off. Say what you want. It's fine. Do whatever you want. But like, there are some things in these moments where even my emotions will get the best of me sometimes. That's life. That's just how humans are. I mean, that's the case. But like, we can also use this opportunity to just listen. Do you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like, and I don't know. So I'm fine with people who want to get, upset. No one brought it up, but like, just in terms of letting people know what we're asking as far as like, being respectful of the situation and everything, really don't have to be respectful of the situation if you don't want to be, but, rein it in the chat. But like, yeah, I mean, in off air, I say whatever I want. Like to my wife, or like if I'm talking to a family member, I can say all kinds of stuff. Believe me. But even at the end of the day, it's because they know where I stand on this topic, and that's my thing. I'm very extreme about it. People always say fight fire with fire, and I'm like, that's not how you fight fire. You take the oxygen out of the room. Removing all the guns takes the oxygen out of the room.
Sorry,
and
this is
go ahead.
Again, this is breaking news and stuff because here it is, suspect in custody.
5
So
minutes
it's
ago.
FBI. But here, if we read down, the suspect is not in custody, according to the university spokesperson. And they're both from 5 minutes ago.
So that's the thing. It's like they'll put anything out as soon as they can, and it contradicts. And that's why I went back to that Colorado shooting, just in case. But like, also, like, I understand that there are people in different states, different cities, different situations where they're like, I'm not doing unilateral disarmament. What, are you kidding me? Like, I get it. But I think even those people, if they're sensible gun owners, then they understand that it's safety first. And that's what I'm saying. Safety first at all, points. And if it's related to the collective, especially. But like, I am never the guy who's telling people what to do or how to think. I'd rather them tell me.
Well, the thing is that it's hard to tell people what to do or how to think in these situations because quite often people don't know how they're going to react in these situations until it happens. Because it goes back to my, the you're not allowed to unalive people simply because they come onto your property, because so many people have this vision of being the hero, of being able to stop the home invasion and save the family and do all these sorts of things. And when you see somebody who you don't like being assassinated and stuff, there's all these thoughts in your head as to how you might react to it. But until it happens, you don't actually know. It's when you're in the moment, when the reality hits, before you can finally start to understand it. And aspects of yourself might come out that you weren't expecting to. And so some people might say things that they wouldn't necessarily have thought they were capable of in the moment.
I really get that. It's every time I'm on an airplane, I'm sitting and I'm anywhere near the door, the emergency door. I'm like, I can handle my shit in that situation. I'm the guy. And then I think to myself, unless I'm not the guy, in which case I wouldn't know until it happens. Like, you don't know, like, does shock take over? And it's like 3 days later, you're like, why? What happened to the plane ride? And they're like, dude, you blacked out. Whereas I'm sitting there during takeoff, like, I got this. If the guy who's supposed to do it messes up, I got it. I truly believe that about myself. You can't know.
Yeah, it's one time I was on the sidewalk with a group of people and a car, I guess the person was drunk, started driving off and towards us. And while everyone else was jumping out of the way, I froze. So it's, you don't know how you're going to react to these things until they actually happen. And especially for somebody like me with autism, the first time I endure anything, I can have a very hard time processing it. So the second time it happens, I might be able to deal with it better. But if the first time ends any potential of a second time, then, that's that for that. But, quite often the second time. So if a car were to start driving towards me again on the sidewalk, I'm pretty sure I would jump out of the way the second time. But yeah, it's these types of things you just never know. You never know how you're going to respond in the moment. And all these visions of being a hero also rely on the perpetrator, like the other people in this fantasy, to do the things that you're expecting them to do. So if you think you're going to save the day by confronting somebody who's breaking in your house, you are also somewhat expecting them to react or respond in a certain way. And it's very unpredictable, and you can't keep those things in mind. Like a very, very mild, like super mild example of this for me is like the first time I called into the Majority Report. I had all these things like, this is what I'm going to say, and I'm going to sound so good, and this is smart, and I'm going to talk about maple washing and all this sort of stuff. And all of that was thrown completely out the door as soon as Sam spoke, and I wasn't expecting it. And I'm like, oh, what was it going to say? Crap, he asked me a question. How do I answer? This isn't in my script. Because the other people involved in your situations, there's no telling what they're going to say, how they're going to react. And so it's impossible to predict how you're going to respond in the moment when all the variables can't be accounted for.
Isn't that like a silly thing though? It's so true. It's real. I've heard so many callers to the Majority Report. We all have, who go, sorry, I'm nervous. And you can tell they're saying to themselves, why am I nervous? But like, you're suddenly short of breath. You realize there's 5,000 people watching or listening, and it's Sam Cedar. What the fuck? And like, anyone there can talk, right? So like, it's a little, and you've been sitting there on hold for so long. And then when it happens, you're like, oh, it's real. I've had all this time to like anticipate or not. Now I'm off guard. One time, I'll never forget this. Somebody was like, I called in after that wildfire I was talking about earlier. Or no, it's a different one. It's a totally different one, I think. But they were like, hey, Matt's in Colorado. Can you call in? So I did. And somebody said afterward, like, hey, I could hear you were really nervous, and your voice was shaking. And I was like, no, actually, I'm cool with calling into them now. That was my dog barking, and I had to run outside. It's like freezing cold. I wasn't nervous. I was shivering like on the phone. I probably sounded like a nervous wreck.
So that answers the question about the same statement from 5 minutes ago. A suspect was held earlier, released because he was not the accurate person of interest, officials say.
God, they'll just put anything on. Hey, one of the hosts in the next hour or so is up now, and I asked him to come on because we've been holding it down for all this time, and I figured that wouldn't hurt, right, Sandee? Have somebody else on with us. I want to bring on now. Everyone knows this guy. This guy is constantly joining shows, collaborating, hosting when another host can't. It's Alex from Devil's Advocate Productions. And he has time to put out his own content on his own channel. How do you
I was literally was streaming on Twitch when the news happened. I was playing Lies of P for the first time. I've been meaning to play it. I got it for free on PlayStation. So
I asked this guy to join the collective thinking like, yeah, he'll be a good 1 hour a week show. And now he's just like, no, I can do a lot more than that. It's awesome. I don't know if that was always you or We gave you a chance.
I'm happy
to
to flourish.
Well, right before we decided to carry on, people are like, "Oh, well, if we start doing more live coverage, we're going to be on here for until like 7." I'm like, "You do know I regularly do live streams that are 5 hours long."
Yeah, yeah.
I'm fine.
Wild. That's wild. Sometimes I'll go
Sandee.
4
Nice to
hours.
see you
a day.
again.
Oh yeah. So have you guys actually collaborated?
It was
the
Mandami.
election stream.
Yeah.
Oh right.
That was the only
Okay.
time where
Great.
we had everybody, and we're gonna do it again in November, folks.
Yeah, no, you
Yeah.
absolutely needed the Canadian perspective during the primary election of a mayoral candidate in New York. Absolutely, because I'm sitting here thinking, what do you mean you have primaries for a mayor? This is stupid.
Yeah, and ranked choice voting at that. Like
Well,
it was really interesting.
It's funny because I'm doing my first watch through of The Wire, HBO's The Wire.
Oh,
and
wow,
The season I'm
okay.
on, or the season I just finished actually, was an election season where they're electing the mayor of Baltimore, and the whole thing is a primary because Baltimore is such a heavily Democratic city. Like the Republican nominee is just, it doesn't matter. The real race is between the Democrats, and that's what's happening here too in New York. So it's apt that I'm actually watching The Wire right now.
So I don't know if you've heard our commentary, and hey, let's circle back on The Wire. I love that stuff, and I got to tell you about these short prequel videos they put online at some point.
Oh,
okay, if they're still available, you'll want to check them out.
Definitely.
But like that's down the road. But I don't know if you've been watching. I know that you've been in the Discord, and I know that you've been, paying attention to this.
Yeah.
What are your and I assume that you've seen, the YouTube guidelines I posted.
Yes,
but like
did.
you're one of these people I don't really have to worry about. I don't have to worry about anybody, but
No,
especially you.
I'm very cautious about
Where are you at with all this
stuff. So I mean, firstly,
there it is.
Can I just
No,
throw up? Yeah.
He considers it. That's the thing that frustrates me.
Yeah, I was
He
just watching
considers
this
it.
on
He doesn't
react to the press conference. Sorry.
He doesn't know. Yeah, he doesn't know because there isn't a suspect in custody, but he's already putting out there that this is a politically motivated killing. It might very well be, but to do that now, to say this now as a governor.
Yeah. Yes, it's very inflammatory, and I'll get to eventually all the Republican shit. The responses are insane, and of course, right away, it doesn't even have to be this where they
I'm
just
going
say
to grab a drink and I'll be right back.
Absolutely. I just wanted to share this happened today. There was a shooting at a high school in Denver.
We were talking about that, with updates. 47th this year.
Yes, 47th this year. Insane. For the record, a high school shooting happened at the same time. No one's going to talk about it because it's not the breaking headline. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you.
Also, the ship that Greta Thunberg is on was fucking hit with a drone.
Yeah.
From Israel. Okay, so that happened like yesterday or the day before.
No one was hurt, right? I think it happened overnight or something, right?
Yeah.
Wild.
In the middle of the night and off the coast of Tunisia. So this was also a big story that should be getting a lot more press.
Yeah.
But isn't. The Minnesota House Democrats choose a new leader after the former speaker was killed.
3 months ago.
Attack. Ben Dixon, always talking about this. If you're praying for Charlie Kirk, I'm praying with you. If you're using this to create a narrative of political violence from the left, I'm just going to remind you that a MAGA man and Trump supporter just assassinated Democrat official Melissa Hartman and her husband less than 3 months ago. So this is all happening. Oh, I'm sorry. This is all happening. And I wanted to play this video from Olay that I just saw because it's 2 minutes and it kind of sums up everything that I think we all agree with and we'll be talking about tonight. And I'm happy to go as long as we need to go. But yeah. Oop, hold on. I'm going to throw that up there. And so Olay, Olura just put this out. It's 2 minutes long. Let's just see this video here.
I fully acknowledge and admit when you allow gun ownership, you're going to have gun deaths.
There is a cost to liberty.
Charlie Kirk got shot at a Turning Points USA event today in Utah and died. Let me say this out the gate. As reprehensible of a person as Charlie Kirk was, and as necessary as it is to point out the irony of him insisting that people's lives was a price he was willing to pay in exchange for unchecked access to guns, only for him to turn around and be one of those unfortunate deaths as a result of his beloved guns and policy choices, I will say that watching that video simply as a human being, watching him get shot and seeing his body tense up in fear as it heartbreaking, truly. I cannot help but feel compassion for that man, in spite of my awareness that he would not have that same compassion for me or anybody who looks like me or thought like me if the roles were reversed. Because I want to remind everybody, this is the same man that watched George Floyd be murdered on video and said that George Floyd was a scumbag who deserved it. I thought about what I wanted to say because I don't want to be callous, inflammatory, or take this lightly or make a joke out of it. I think what's really important that we understand in this moment is that this is Trump's America. And this kind of political violence is reason for us to worry. Because what's next? How does the right, this fascist administration, and the white supremacists that support them respond to this? What is the fallout of turning Charlie Kirk into a martyr? And the inevitable propaganda that will be flung at one another, leaving Americans more divided than ever before. In June, Democratic former House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband were murdered in their Brooklyn home. Senator John Hoffman, also a Democrat, and his wife were injured just 9 miles away in an act of political violence. And I do think it's worthwhile to point out how little media coverage and national attention was paid to those murders versus the spectacle that we're going to see around Charlie Kirk's murder. But the more important thing I want us to focus on is what it says about the state of this country, our democracy, our safety, our free speech. If people are literally being murdered, these are some scary fucking times. But I cannot say that they're surprising times. This is exactly what I expected of Trump's America.
You can get that's it. I think that's a perfect statement, you know, because if you've seen the video, which is out there, and we're obviously not going to play on YouTube, it is freaky. It's freaky. Seeing it's freaky last year when it happened to Trump. You know, I remember exactly where I was. I was in the car. We're coming back from hanging out with our friend, and I saw it on Twitter, and I'm freaking out. First thought was like, "Oh my God, he's going to win now," but. You know, it's just scary. It goes, oh my God, this can happen, right? Same thing with every school shooting. Again, like you said, 47 this year alone.
Isn't that unreal? And
and that's just schools.
And there was summer break.
Yeah,
what the fuck? So, it is unreal how you see this stuff in movies all the time. And people are like, oh, it's glorified violence. And it's like, it's not the same in movies. And it might be graphic, but it is not the same as seeing it for real.
Yeah.
When usually if you see it for real, it's not as dramatic, but it's way more serious. It's way more
because
severe.
It's not dramatic. It's dry. There's a movie, Bone Tomahawk, that does a really good job.
Dude, that movie.
Yeah, right? Because it's quick.
I was early with that movie.
Doesn't happen.
By the way,
me too. Great movie.
I was telling people about that, and I was like, "Buckle up!" But you got to see it. Have you seen that, Sandee? Bone Tomahawk?
No, I haven't even heard of it.
Fantastic movie.
Wild movie. Wild.
And also not like a downer. It's not like Human Centipede or something where like there's no redeeming thing at the end. Like it's just bad. It's just horror. It's just gore for gore's sake.
Yeah, it's rough. It's a rough.
Bone Tomahawk is like a good, solid story. Solid, very Quentin Tarantino, Robert Rodriguez. Yeah, good movie. If you like that kind of
Matthew
stuff.
Fox is in it.
Yeah,
there's a great cast, but it's brutal. And I just think that's there's a lot of like hiding behind anonymity online on social media where people are just like saying all kinds of stuff, and then we get in arguments with them. They would never say that if their face was associated with those words or if their actual name was on their account, right? They would never put that out. They're doing it to rile you up. They're doing it to piss people off. I really do think there's a substantial amount of bad actors. A lot of them are not, most of them probably are bots at this point, but like Like, do not let that stuff get to you. And again, and I can't say this enough, again, do not miss the opportunity to remind people of what our progressive values are and the policies that we fight for. Avoid this shit. And we avoid the loss of life and we preserve life. That's what we're for. So when people are like, you're trying to push your ways on us, kind of, but like not in a way that you would disagree with if you would just listen for a minute.
Yeah. Yesterday I was talking about, I brought up the farmers who were recently interviewed who voted for Trump and now they're losing their farms because inflation and tariffs and all this. And I think I got a little off track when I was talking, but my point that I was trying to bring home is that, yeah, it's easy to just be like, I told you so. Haha, fuck you, you know, whatever.
Well, you
fuck around
get.
and find
Yeah.
out. But people with big platforms on CNN and you know, Hassan, even whatever, should be like, yeah, that sucks. Here's why these policies would have helped, you know, from the DSA or whatever. Like, here's why progressive policies would have helped you, and maybe that should inform your voting going forward. Like, you can extend a hand instead of just being like, haha, fuck around, find out, you know. While, you know, we still do have to be able to revel in that because we're only human and it's dark times. But if you want the progressive movement to really keep building like it is building, and people are building community, because the tighter you squeeze, the hand of fascism squeezes, the more people need to look around to each other, to their neighbors, and say, what are we going to do? And how are we going to help each other? So, you know, we can bring more of these. When someone says, you know, if it happens interpersonally, you know, your neighbor is losing their shit because tariffs, or they can't afford their house, they're going to be homeless, invite them in, say, here's why you vote for progressives. And, you know, while I help you get back on your feet because you're my neighbor.
Yeah, and there are, I'm not going to lie, there's positive consequences to somebody being taken off the board, but that doesn't mean taken off the board permanently, completely.
Yeah, it means
like,
embarrassed, like Steven Crowder.
Like the way the United States will go to war and say, no, we have to do this to preserve life. Like, we have to take this guy out, the leader of this nation. We have to do this or else
or whatever.
People won't let. And it's like, people aren't listening to that. You know what I mean? Like, is there really no way to hold people accountable? I mean, sometimes I'm glad I'm not in a position where I have to determine when those times are necessary or not. That's not my deal.
Yeah.
I'm just building this little collective and doing some scheduling. But like, there's the rhetoric never changes. It never softens. It never gets more adult or responsible. And that's what I condemn every chance I get. And then immediately turn it around to, you know, we're fighting against all this, by the way. Like, do you not realize? So just, you know, Deter's going to be coming on with you in a few minutes. I want to thank Sandee again for the way you went live and just jumped right in and handled it and set aside what you were going to talk about. I can't wait to hear that story, though, of Canada burning down the White House in 1812. That sounds very, I don't know why I don't know this.
1814. It was the War of 1812, but we burnt down the White House in 1814.
Okay, gotcha. See,
Before
so
Canada was Canada, but
I'm in need of
we'll
this.
still say credit.
I need this history lesson. But like, thank you for the work that you were doing earlier today and for staying on. I'm happy to jump on with you. I was literally, had nothing but a bathrobe on. I just got out of the shower and I was like, oh, she's gonna keep going live.
There's
I'm
an
not
image,
ready. Wait,
folks.
I can be ready.
Let's get some fan art of that.
Maybe it's not, but I don't know. But like, I just wasn't prepared is my point. So anyway, we all shower, right? It's not like controversial. Like, this is, everyone finds themselves in that position once or twice a day, right? But like, you know, and then Alex, you and Deter also were not planning on being live tonight. Now you are. So again, thank you.
Well, I was
that.
saying,
I
like,
really
behind the scenes, I could always host your video.
I know you were. I guarantee I had that thought. I was like, oh, Alex isn't just gonna do it. But like, but I really do appreciate it. And I also just want to say, one more time, and this will probably be the last time I say it. Our hosts are responsible. You can trust us to do the right thing and to be cool about this and to not incite violence and to not do anything that would trigger a YouTube algorithm or strike. But we do remind people of that because that's what I mean by we're responsible about it. And so once again, if anyone in the chat has like, you know, some colorful language tonight, and I'm probably going to be told that's not like a term we use anymore. I don't think I've used that term in a long time. But if anyone is saying anything that we think is going to upset YouTube, we'll remove it. And we just ask you not to be upset. Don't take it personally, please. And there's some good comments in here. Somebody said I was a Hugh Hefner, living like Hugh Hefner. No, I don't spend all my time in a bathrobe. Like I go off air and go, oh, put on my smoking jacket now. You know, I also don't keep my fingernails extra long. Oh, that wasn't Hugh Hefner. Who am I thinking of? There he is. What's up, Deter? Deter, who am I thinking
what's
of?
What's going on, guys?
Who is the eccentric?
Hold on, I got some technical issues, so give me a second. Just talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
Trying to remember who the eccentric billionaire was. Deter, hit that echo cancellation and reduce mic background. Somebody's
not somebody's saying Howard Hughes.
Who never clipped his fingernails or kept them in a jar or something. Maybe
the recluse. Yeah.
Anyway, that's who I thought of when they said Hugh Hefner, and I was like, damn, that's a reach. And I was like, oh no, I got it wrong.
But yeah, you guys also feel free to stay. I mean, I consider this breaking news. Like you should turn the background red.
Yeah, maybe I gotta go tonight now and get my energy up because I have a whole show I'm gonna do at 9 o'clock and then left past 10. So
dude, I've been getting emails from, you know how I found out like the updates? The Blaze is emailing me. I don't know why.
Oh.
I never signed up for the Blaze. I don't know why they have my email, but it's been like he was shot. Oh, he's in condition. Oh, he's
the Blaze. Good grief.
Yeah. I might stick around for a few more minutes just to say hi to somebody I don't think I've met yet.
Oh, cool. But, yeah, you guys, please.
Hey.
Say hi.
How are you guys?
After that, I think I will want to go because I wasn't planning on being here for 3 or 4 hours tonight because I do have other things I need to get to.
Thank you for holding it down. Deter, thanks for going live. Thanks for covering this. I'm glad you guys are with us and we can rely on you in these situations. I really appreciate it. I will see everyone back here at 9 p.m. Eastern with Hey Funny Book, and then left past 10 immediately following that with my co-host Sandee, who is back, Andrea, and Jake. So I'll see
Not
you
me,
then.
Sandee.
Different
Sandee
with a Y.
Sandee Shellis from Environmental Coffee House got their channel back and they're back on air with us. I'm so excited. And they're going to start their own show next week, but we'll announce all that later. So anyway, thanks guys. Thanks, Sandee.
Thank
Have
you,
a good
Matt.
show. Yeah.
So I'm in the middle of moving. Actually, we got here, moved to about 100 miles north of where I was for the last 4.5 years. So that's why you've got my Peloton in the background that I never use. I used it when I first got it, and now I never use it. Sandee, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I think we've maybe met on one of those big 8-person ones at one point.
The election show.
But I can't really remember.
You for Zoram Mandami?
For the Zoram one, I was on super short period of time, but I was on there, yeah. So we got not a big news day, right? Not a whole lot going on.
No, I know. I was actually just
talk about. All right, so did you guys
go ahead? Shooting at the high school. The flotilla got droned the other day, and
twice. There's 2 in that got attacked.
That's great. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh shit.
No, there's 2. There was the first one was the family boat. Then a couple days later, there was another one.
It was the one with Greta Thunberg on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then the Minnesota House just chose a new speaker after their speaker was killed in a political attack. Apt that now the coverage is all about Charlie.
Yes,
and yeah, so that happened. I wanted just this piece from Hassan saying, he was scheduled to debate Charlie Kirk on September 25th in 2 weeks. His Twitch live stream, Piker reacted to the news with horror, urging some of his followers to stop making jokes about the shooting, and he expressed fear that he could be targeted. This is a terrifying incident. The reverberation of people seeking out vengeance in the aftermath of this violent, abhorrent incident is going to be genuinely worrisome. And so Deter, let's get your thoughts on this.
Yeah, well, I think Hassan,
anybody
anytime you hear what's the left's Joe Rogan, what's the left's Charlie Kirk, what's the left's this right-wing version, left-wing version of a right-wing personality, you always get Hassan. So I'm not surprised that he's anxious and saying all the right things. But I mean, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it. So I originally felt like if something like this happened, I would be happy.
Mm-hmm.
But now that it has happened, and I think actually seeing the video, I don't know if you guys watched the video, but seeing the video, it was like, holy shit, that's a tough way to go. I actually wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. So yeah, it's a tragic day, but I will say that, I mean, this is what happens. Yeah. I mean, this is the kind of thing that happens when you're in the midst of a civil strife akin to a nonviolent sociocultural revolution like the Civil War, civil rights movement. I mean, this has happened like before in Kent State, and assassinations like this aren't commonplace in our country, thankfully. But this is what happens when the political temperature reaches historical heights. And I was watching some conservative coverage on Fox News and then some indie conservative coverage, and they're talking about how this is the left's MO now. This is what the left does. Yeah, this is what the left does, and they're picking us off one by one. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? This hasn't been happening. Like, this isn't like an epidemic. Like, what are you talking about? They
Most
have no
of the
specific
political
examples.
violence that's happened has been right wingers doing it to left.
Yes. Yeah, because they're the fucking gun nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I feel.
Violence.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear what you have, Sandee. But I have mixed feelings about it. Charlie was a really bad guy, and he was a facilitator of evil. So, am I terribly sad about it? Not really, but it's
scary.
Unfortunate that this is where we live in. But I just have a really dispassionate feeling about these kinds of things. Like even 9/11, when 9/11 happened, I was 17, and I remember, I think I told you, I had something of a premonition when I was in 8th grade and in New York with my parents, and we took the shuttle back to Boston. And I remember specifically thinking, if I was bigger, older, stronger, I could overtake this plane and fly it into one of those twin towers. Mm. And so I had a premonition about 9/11 before it happened. So when it did happen, I was like, yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. I knew it was terrorism right away when the first plane hit, because I knew NYC was protected airspace. And I also knew that it was probably Islamic terrorism when it happened. So this, I'm guessing it's probably a lefty shooter, based on what Kirk stood for. We'll see what happens. There's nothing confirmed yet, but it doesn't even really matter, because it's the availability of the guns in Utah that makes this the most interesting part of this story to me, is that this is a state with lax gun laws. And here you go. Here's your big moment that, the powder keg that we're all waiting to have happen has now happened. And where are they going to put the blame? They're going to put the blame on the far left, the woke left, that's now armed and picking us off one by one, which is bullshit.
Yeah. Sandee, I'm sorry. What were you going to say?
Oh, that was my hour of commentary solo, pretty much.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's just, the right will try and has already started to cherry pick cases of like, Trump being targeted, or this thing where it was a couple maybe left wingers, but we don't even know for sure. Yeah. Versus like, how often are people on the left targeted from people on the right because they preach the violence? Right. Somebody like me, I want everyone to have, health care and affordable place to live. people on the right want to see people like me dead.
They do.
You know, they want to see me wiped out of existence. We are not the same when it comes to preaching violence.
Yes.
And already on the House floor, apparently, there was some arguments about that where a couple of Republicans were blaming Democrats for the rhetoric, but it's like, point out the rhetoric. Point out what Democrat said what that would stoke this type of violence. But also, while I do feel it is likely this is politically motivated, we don't know how politically motivated it is because we've had right-wingers target Trump.
Yeah. The guy who shot at Trump was a right-winger.
And the reality is,
it could be.
You have to be very, very unstable to do this. And so there's a litany of reasons. And so while I do lean towards it being politically motivated, I don't want to say, yeah, it is for sure. Because until we get the suspect, because they don't have the suspect yet, we won't know.
The only schema that I could think of that would line up on the right would be like Kirk folding on the Epstein files, and some conservative on the right who has access to guns is like, dude, fuck you. We always had a hard line on the Epstein files. That was kind of our QAnon indicator, and you fucking bailed on us. And in a sick way. So I went on Reddit and found it on Reddit. Always a good idea to figure out things is Reddit. I'm serious, by the way.
No, you're right.
And the early comments on the post of him getting shot were sniper. All the people were like sniper. He went right for your, they take your pulse.
Yeah.
He went right for the aorta or whatever that, artery is.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if it was close or whatever, but if it was a military guy, then maybe that would make sense with the profile that we're talking about. But
yeah, the first guy they arrested was an old guy. They since released him. He's confirmed that is not him.
And he was probably targeted because he's out of place at an event like that. Because it's a college. Older. Yeah, and he was an older man. Yeah. But whoever did this, because they're already saying it was done from 200 yards away, they knew what they were doing. They were practiced.
Right.
And I've seen there's a couple versions of the footage going out. One is from a distance and you don't see too much, other than you can kind of see that he got hit. But then there one shows very clearly the artery was hit. Like if you saw that,
it's brutal. It goes right away.
That footage, if you saw that footage,
it's out of a movie.
You knew he wasn't going to survive that.
Yeah, it was out of a movie. Like that's exactly what you see in movies. Like, yeah, exactly. So the thing, okay, so the other 2 points I wanted to make. So there are 3 points I wanted to make, and you guys feast on them. All right. Yeah. One is this is the perfect distraction from the Epstein list.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
The other is Trump's going to use this to justify some sort of new fascist policy play.
Yeah, I mean they already are. So
and then the hypocrisy burn for Kirk on his way out of this world. His last words were gang violence, and he was a big advocate for gun freedom. So if there had been stricter gun laws, then whoever shot him might not have been able to get that gun. So it's ironic. It's an ironic death, and I mean I'm here to say let's make some use of it rhetorically, not in a cold way, but it's like, yeah, this guy kind of did it to himself. I mean, he kind of brought this on himself.
This is an event that happened, and people are talking about it, and there are points to be made.
I already hit on some of that because, like after another recent shooting, Trump wants to target all trans folks from having guns.
Yeah,
and
of course, that was the
absolutely use this as an excuse to do whatever he wanted to do in the first place. This is just the excuse for it.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you're a registered Democrat, you can't own a gun. If you're black or Hispanic, you can't own a gun. Like
immigrant status.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Why not limit the guns from the people who tend to use them for shooting, like all the white men?
Well,
they vote for it.
A big issue is like the genie's kind of out of the bottle with guns. Like there's more guns in America than there are people, and it's just like, how are you going to get those guns back? And I mean, gun buyback programs, I guess. I know there's some things you can do.
And I'd say if you own guns, you store them at a gun range. Like that's your.
Yeah, but you got to get compliance with that. They're already in their homes, and then you got to go door to door and say, "We know you own a gun." And
hey, that's what the cops are for.
Yeah.
You want to walk around with guns, that's what you do.
Okay. All right.
Well,
did you have to? You got to go.
Yeah, I think I'm about done, and we're covering territory I've covered, so I don't need to. I'll let you
Thank you
guys
so
go
much,
off and have
Sandee.
your opinions and stuff. I just want to
Sure.
plug my channel, Left of the Box. Canadian politics for the most part, with sarcasm and sass. Sunday evenings is when I try to do my weekly news live stream. I'm trying to do more, but this week I think I'm busy Saturday and Monday, so it will be Sunday. And you can check me out on social medias as Left of the Box and as Sandee Lovas. And
Cool.
yeah, I hope to see you all again soon. It's nice chatting.
Yeah, let's do it again soon. Yeah, likewise.
Indeed.
You had something you wanted to show?
Yeah. Speaking of rhetoric, let's go over Charlie Kirk's rhetoric.
Yeah.
The past
Did you find a good
career,
compilation?
but this one's pretty recent too. This was kind of in the news currently. So yeah. First of all, great shirt from this guy.
People argue they want to take our Second Amendment rights away. How do we convince them that it's important to have the right to defend ourselves and all that good stuff?
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you. So I'm a big Second Amendment fan, but I think most politicians are cowards when it comes to defending why we have a Second Amendment. This is why I would not be a good politician, or maybe I would, I don't know, but because I actually speak my mind. The Second Amendment is not about hunting. I love hunting. The Second Amendment is not even about personal defense. That is important. The Second Amendment is there, God forbid, so that you can defend yourself against a tyrannical government.
Come on.
And if that talk scares you, wow, that's radical, Charlie. I don't know about that. Well, then you have not really read any of the literature of our founding fathers. Yep. Number two, you've not read any 20th century history. You're just living in Narnia. By the way, if you were actually living in Narnia, you would be wiser than wherever you're living, because C.S. Lewis was really smart. So I don't know what alternative universe you're living in. You just don't want to face reality that governments tend to get tyrannical, and that if people need an ability to protect themselves and their communities and their families. Now, we must also be real. We must be honest with the population. Having an armed citizenry comes with a price. And that is part of liberty. Wow. Driving comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road every year. That's a price. You get rid of driving, you'd have 50,000 less auto fatalities. But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, having product, services, is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road. Wow. So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. Right. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, yes, by having more armed guards in front of schools. Fuck. We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's dribble. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe. So then how do you reduce? Very simple. People say, oh, Charlie, how do you stop school shootings? I don't know. How did we stop shootings at baseball games? Because we have armed guards outside of baseball games. That's why. How did we stop all the shootings at airports? We have armed guards outside of airports. How do we stop all the shootings at banks? We have armed guards outside of banks. How do we stop all the shootings at gun shows? Notice there's not a lot of mass shootings at gun shows. There's all these guns because everyone's armed. If our
brilliant guys. He's just absolutely brilliant with his arguments.
I mean, and there it is. Like that's what's been in the news, his latest quote that's going around and setting everybody off. And yeah, ironic.
I mean, it's extremely ironic, and it's views coming home to roost. I don't know. I just keep trying to like deal with this feeling of everybody is saying the same thing right now about him dying.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be a contrarian so much as I want to stay true to my opinion of this person, which is that he was evil.
Yeah.
He was evil. He facilitated MAGA propaganda that helped Trump get elected twice. He was backed by the Koch brothers. He was a flaming racist. He was a flaming transphobe, homophobe.
Everything phobe.
I mean, if you wanted to get past, if you want to get Pastor Ben Dixon on here, he'll tell you he was one of those fake Christians, those antichrist Christians, those Confederate Christians. So what am I supposed to do with all of that information? Am I just supposed to ignore it because of the way the guy died? No. I mean, the way to rationalize him getting killed this way and like feeling bad about it is that it's a shame that the right lost someone whose arguments are so consistently defeated.
Yeah.
Because he would go to places like Oxford, and I don't know how he got
Yeah.
like bookings like this. He got the most ridiculous bookings. And he would go to places like Oxford, get absolutely smoked, and then his followers would be like, yeah, you did a great job. You really knew your stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no.
He was good again at looking like an idiot, for sure.
I mean, that's if you're paying attention, but he did the Ben Shapiro confidence thing.
Yeah.
Where he just communicates in a confident way so people think he knows what he's talking about. But the guy was a college dropout. Let's not forget, the guy was a college dropout.
Paid by the Koch brothers to drop out of college and then
is that what it was?
College campuses. Yeah. They said you can go to college or we can pay you to go to all the college campuses and debate people with these talking points.
Right.
And then that's what Steven Crowder was like, ooh, I can just do that on my own, and started doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Ben Shapiro, by the way, was on CNN the other day with, first of all, why is he getting bookings at CNN now? I don't like that. David Zaslav, piece of shit. But also was on with Anna Kasparian of TYT. Don't like TYT. Not a big Anna Kasparian fan. But she was doing good, knocking down his arguments on this panel because they're so, like you're saying, they're so easy to just bat away with facts.
Yeah, and Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk are like opposite academically because Ben Shapiro went to Harvard Law, which has got to be the greatest source of embarrassment in the history of that academic institution. But they're still like those douchebags that like never won the big game, never got the girl. Charlie Kirk is a very ugly man. If you look at pictures of him back when he was younger, he was very unattractive and had a very weird face, and there's no way the ladies liked him. So that's all by way of saying the losers who want to feel like winners are the most dangerous people in our society. Mm-hmm. And this is what kind of happens to them. I don't really feel sorry. I feel sorry for his wife and kids, but at the same time, I hope his wife and kids come to reflect on what he stood for and recognize that it was evil. And
I think that family should be the biggest advocates against guns.
Right. Yeah. That would be great if they went like against, if they become huge advocates for gun laws, that'd be amazing.
There's like weird crossovers sometimes. There's this woman, Jerry Willis, I believe, Jerry with a G. I only remember that part. She's a Fox News host and she got breast cancer and she advocates for like free healthcare. She's still right wing for the most part, but recognizes that. There was another woman, I forget her name, but she had a family member die in the nursing homes under Cuomo during COVID, the first year of COVID. And she's like, yeah, COVID's real. It killed old people. Like she was a pro-vaccine, Republican talking about, teaming up with Lindsey Boylan, first of all, to be like fuck Cuomo, but also advocating for vaccines and is against RFK and all that. So there can be, even if Charlie Kirk's wife becomes a anti-gun advocate, she can still remain conservative on all these other policies, but there's coalitions to be built. I was just talking before you jumped on about the farmers who are complaining that they're losing their farms because of tariffs and
Right.
the inflation and stuff. And I was saying, like, yeah, there's the fuck around, the immediate like fuck around, find out, haha, you vote for Trump, you get what you get. But there's also, hey, reach out a hand and be like, these are the policies that would have helped your farm, and progressive policies. This is who you should maybe think about voting for in the future. There are ways to get
well. One of the line items on FDR's second Bill of Rights is farmers' rights and protecting farmers. So, I mean, the template's there. I mean, we just have to kind of embrace it. Healthcare, housing, education, employment, farmers' rights, Social Security. So it's just that, you do healthcare, then you do education, then you do employment, and then, you do the environment. It's not hard. It's not complicated. It's just hard. It's simple, but it's hard.
Yeah. So here's more Charlie Kirk.
Okay.
Talking about what is he talking about in this one? Oh, Pelosi, the attacker on Pelosi.
Remember he was like joking about it, wasn't he?
Yep. This is how he was talking about when Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked with a hammer in her house. Again, political violence by a right winger a year or two ago. I don't remember what happened. Was that last year?
Yeah, I think it was like it was when Biden was president.
Damn, dude. It
was about I think it was about 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half.
Because it would be in the same year that fucking Trump got whatever. Anyways, this is him joking about that.
I mean, I'm looking at Politico.com. I'm looking at the New York Times. I'm looking at all these places, and there's a little bit of mention here. For example, Politico says top Republicans reject any link between GOP rhetoric and Paul Pelosi assault. Of course you should reject any link. Why is the Republican Party, why is the conservative movement to blame for gay schizophrenic nudists that are hemp jewelry makers breaking into somebody's home, or maybe not breaking into somebody's home? Why are we to blame for that exactly? And why is he still in jail? Why has he not been bailed out? By the way, if some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. I bet his bail's like $30,000 or $40,000. Bail him out and then go ask him some questions. I wonder what his bail is.
He's giddy.
Yeah.
They're going after him with
sick.
attempted murder.
No, that's what I'm saying, man. He's evil.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, man, he was not just like, see, there's people who listen to people like Charlie Kirk, and then there's Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
If you're someone who listens to Charlie Kirk, you're a little bit less to blame for the current condition of the country. But if you are Charlie Kirk, you're a major figure. You're up there with Stephen Miller and Steve Bannon in terms of your influence over Trump.
Yeah.
So don't tell me that this guy wasn't more evil than your average Trump voter, right? Like the Trump voter isn't as evil as Stephen Miller. And I mean, Stephen Miller and Steve Bannon are probably about as evil as it gets. But I would have put up and before today, and even today, I would have put Charlie Kirk right in that threesome circle right there.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Let me finish this one.
Assassination, all this sort of stuff. I'm not qualifying it. I think it's awful. It's not right. But why is it that in Chicago, you're able to commit murder and be out the next day? Why is it that you're able to trespass, second-degree murder, arson, threat of public official, cashless bail? This happens all over San Francisco. But if you go after the Pelosi's, oh, you're let out immediately.
Like the winking, like literally almost winking to the camera.
Yeah.
Insane rhetoric.
Yeah, I mean, and the stuff that he spews at college campuses is so racist. Like, he has so many issues with African American America. Like, it's just his anti-blackness is so strong. I mean, you must be aware of it. Like, you're aware of it, right off the gates. You know.
Yeah, it's absurd. Like
completely not acknowledging incarceration numbers. I mean, saying that blacks deserve to be incarcerated at a rate of, I think, you tell me if I'm wrong, 1/3 of black men in America are incarcerated or have been incarcerated, something like that. Yeah.
Insane. So I'm just going to go through a couple of the live updates from the White House. This was, we almost pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him. Next one was he's dead. In honor of Charlie Kirk, President Trump is ordering all American flags throughout the U.S. to be lowered to half-mast, as if this was, a former president or something.
Right.
And then even the way he talks is ridiculous. The great and even legendary, and I'll even say legendary, Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out. What? Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you, President Trump. The way Trump writes is fucking insane.
Yeah.
Like all the commas and capitalizations make it hard to read. But again,
he was a child.
Like, yeah. We got there's the high school shooting, but that's so commonplace, unfortunately, in this fucking country, that this is the big story of the day. And fucking Trump's lowering the flags for him, not the kids who were killed or shot. I don't know if they were killed, actually, in Utah, Denver, rather. 3 students hurt. Okay. But again, this is going to have a big, they're going to make this into a story. I think you're right about the Epstein thing. That was one of my first thoughts too, was this is a big distraction from the Epstein. I also had the thought of, is this fake? Once I saw the close-up video, I was like, okay, never mind. But the fact that I even had that as a thought is like, I don't know. Is he trying to raise his profile? Like, what's going on? But, it's going to be raised now. He's going to be martyred. They're going to use this, as, like you're saying, as an excuse to whatever gun laws they were going to do already, banning trans people. They're going to use it. If you're a registered Democrat or even look Democratic, we're going to ban you from having guns. And maybe we'll just arrest you on suspicion of looking like a leftist. I don't know.
Yeah, it'll probably be something like that. I mean, or just keep it simple and go into Chicago, go into other blue cities. I mean, Pam Bondi was all over it today before before Charlie got shot. But he, I don't feel like really that bad for the guy. I mean,
no, you
I mean,
I think I played this video right before you jumped on of Olayemi Olorin, made like a 2-minute video on YouTube, and she's like, dude, as a human being, when you see that video, it's fucking terrifying,
right?
Because it's real death. Just like when you see any video of a Palestinian person getting killed or bombed, or all the shit that we've been seeing for the last 2 fucking years, the genocide in Gaza, it's horror. It's horrific.
But the thing we got to talk about is the shooter. So he or she, got to imagine it's a he, because it's always a he. But he is at large, got away. If they are military, then they know how to like get moving, get off the grid, and really be invisible, and go and hide out somewhere and get out of the country or whatnot.
Yeah, there was conflicting reports. Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, said they caught him, and then during the press conference, they were like, "Yeah, we still don't know if you have any tips. Let us know." or called the FBI. So there's already like this. That's this administration. You can't even get a clear picture now of what's happening. Now it is early, but still, like the FBI shouldn't say something, and then the local police and the governor are saying something else.
Right. Yeah, it's just going to take a little time. It's always like a 2-hour lag as to what they find out and when. Like, you knew he was dead, dude. Like, the way he got shot, he was dead within a minute or two after he got shot. And it took him like an hour and a half to pronounce him dead. And it's just like a formality. I think they probably wanted to get Trump on the phone first and let him know that Kirk had died first before. And then Trump made the announcement.
Probably. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah,
Just
so,
hearing it from
but
my
you're saying
Go Live
Patel
tonight.
Patel says Charlie Kirk's shooting suspect is in custody.
Right.
Well,
But
we'll
then
see.
The police.
I don't necessarily
during the
believe
press
him.
conference, because he tweeted that out right before the press conference in Utah, where they said it's still at large.
Yeah, that's what CBS News is saying. Gunman's still at large, but that was 2 hours ago.
Yeah, we're gonna cover this all night, folks. I'll be here.
Yeah, this is a big day, man. This is
Yeah.
a big day in the history of our news. I mean, they took out one of the big names in conservative media. He's up there with Ben Shapiro in terms of
I'm sure they're fucking nervous.
independent conservative media personalities. And yeah, that quote by Hassan makes complete sense to me. It's like, he would be a target. He is a target. And I would recommend that he get security and whenever he goes, and maybe even consider getting out of LA.
I think it's scary because it's he's an internet person. Like I don't think mainstream media really talks about. I don't think he goes on very much. Maybe sometimes on Fox, but like not that much. Not for him to be like a household name. I mean, South Park mentioned him a couple weeks ago, and I was like, this is it's on South Park. This is kind of mainstreaming him as an idea. Again, sometimes internet audiences are much bigger than mainstream news, but it's
sometimes
still like in the
but not
zeitgeist.
usually.
It's weird. So like, Piker Hassan should be worried. Like, the left wing people should be worried. I don't think us, because we're very small, but maybe one day we will have to get security ourselves.
Yeah, maybe.
Here's a couple reactions from some Democrats. I picked a good one. Ayanna Presley, sending my sincere condolences to Charlie Kirk's family. Violence is unacceptable always. Though I disagree with nearly everything he said publicly, I never lose sight of others' humanity. He was someone's son. He was someone's husband. He was a father to 2 young children, praying for the UVU community impacted by this horrific act of gun violence. And right under it, just you and your pathetic words mean nothing. Another hypocrite. You're complicit. Like right away. Of
course.
March for Our Lives says gun violence spares no one. The shooting of Charlie Kirk makes clear that this crisis doesn't care about ideology or politics. It endangers us all. We know the solutions: stronger background checks, extreme risk protection orders, accountability for the gun industry, and more. What stands in the way is not a lack of answers, but political obstruction. Every day of inaction costs lives. It's long past time for leaders of every party to choose people over politics and act. Yeah. I mean, I got a clip from Pritzker too, but
there's all the crisis PR notes and bullshit.
Yes, very much so. Like, I remember last year when Trump was shot, immediately all the Democrats like praying for him, blah, blah, blah. Even when Trump had COVID in 2020, praying for him, while meanwhile, everybody else is partying. Now, that was kind of a different situation. COVID was like, you denied it for so long and now you got it, like, haha, ironic. But this is Governor Pritzker, big boy from Illinois, as the Vanguard calls him. And hopefully the Democratic nominee in 2028.
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
With some good words here. I think this is important to remember, and echoed by Olay in her video.
Oh, can't hear it.
Well, that was the reporter. Sorry, guys. They were just asking him off mic,
Yeah, we can't hear him though.
Oh, really? You can't hear him?
No.
Oh, hang on. Let me try again. He might just be quiet. It's a Twitter video. Twitter sucks.
What's he say? Whatever.
Well, he just says this is Trump's rhetoric. Like, this is the right wing rhetoric. It's political. Like you're saying, it's political, inflammatory. Everything the right wing has been saying, and this is the result. This is Trump's America. This is fucking Trump's America.
Yeah.
Over the last 10 years.
It's a post-fascist America. I mean, there were how many, like 30 attempts on Hitler's life, something like that, something ridiculous like that. And it's just, this is what happens when you want to go despot, when you want to go, fascist leader, and support that. The infrastructure and this guy, had lower security. So of course he's more of a target. They're not going to be able to get to the higher security, higher protected officials like members of Trump's cabinet and stuff as easily as they are, this douchebag who's going around colleges acting like he knows better than everybody. But yeah, it's a strange place for it to be happening. Utah Valley University. I wonder what kind of culture that school has. Probably pretty conservative. What else you got? You got something else?
Oh, I got plenty.
Okay.
I'm sure I'll find more in the next hour and a half, or however long I'm on, because I don't know. But yeah, Fox obviously talking about this big story here. This is Will Kane.
Oh yeah, I was watching this. He had a moment of silence.
Oh, I did not see that.
He had a moment of silence.
As I
for
just
Kirk.
mentioned, Charlie Kirk has died at a hospital in Utah. At the risk of sounding repetitive, Charlie Kirk was an incredible man. Charlie Kirk was a good friend, not just to me, for anyone who holds a microphone and anyone involved in politics, anyone he came into contact with. You'll hear it repeated on numerous occasions that Charlie Kirk was my friend. And that doesn't make either any one of us unique. It makes Charlie Kirk unique because every single one of us would get a text, would get a direct message, would get a call from Charlie, encouraging us, congratulating us, complimenting a conversation or a segment. In a business that is full of ego, in a business that is full of competition, Charlie Kirk was a true friend. Charlie Kirk was also a major.
Oh my God, he was younger than me. Jesus Christ.
He's 31.
Oh my God. I'm also an
He's about to be 32. He's about to be 32. His birthday's next month.
Oh shit.
Influential presence in the United States of America, who's already been described by the President of the United States as legendary. No one has marshaled.
Well, Trump said even legendary. Maybe I'll throw legendary in there.
The youth in this country, in my lifetime, in the way of Charlie Kirk. Whether or not it's my children, who I will talk to tonight when I go home, 2 young boys, teenagers, who know Charlie Kirk, who listen to Charlie Kirk.
Oh boy.
Or the kids that I meet on college campuses before big noon kickoff on Fox Sports at Ohio State, who want to ask me about Charlie Kirk. In the thousands and tens of thousands across this country, from college campus to college campus, Charlie Kirk has been a major influence on the young people of this country. But his influence didn't stop on college campuses. Charlie Kirk's influence extended to the heights of power in the United States of America. A personal friend, I know, to the Secretary of War, to the Secretary of State, to the Vice President of the United States, to the President of the United States. Charlie Kirk's influence literally knew no bounds, and he changed America for the better. For those that hate and those that disagree and that can find no other way to respond but with violence. You did nothing today but to point out the important influence and the great man that was Charlie Kirk. As I just mentioned.
Oh, you fucking vey, dude. I told my parents, I went down. I was like, hey, did you hear Nazi died? And my mom was like, oh, yeah, I saw that on the news. She didn't know who he was. But more people are going to know. And more people are going to find these clips. And yeah, sure, some are going to be like, oh, I'm inspired now by this guy. I never heard of. If you're a crazy right-winger, you better have heard of him. But
yeah, I think most
people are
MAGA
going to be like, this guy was talking to Trump? This crazy fucking lunatic?
Yeah.
and I didn't know about him. My kids might watch him. Who else are my kids watching? I hope that.
Well,
spurs-
Gavin Newsom had him on his podcast as like
Yeah,
the
he
second or third episode, and talked about how his kids like really idolized Charlie and thought he was cool and stuff. And it's like, what?
And it's like, you're a
What?
failure of a fucking father.
Yeah, why do they think that,
Gavin.
dude? Like, why do they think that? You need to examine what influences are going on in their lives.
Yeah. You gotta make
but
sure. Look, dude.
that was the
I don't like
conservative. The conservative thing that I went on the on YouTube earlier was like, yeah, you know, talking about how the left definitely did it. It was the woke left, and how like, you know, talking about this is just going to bring about civil war, and you know, pretty scary stuff.
Yeah,
pretty
but,
scary
you know,
stuff because they got guns and they want to do it.
They want to
have.
and
They want
inflection
it.
points. I know. I as long as I've been paying attention to the news, and that's in 2012, I've noticed they are ready for it. They've been waiting for it since fucking Waco. I remember
Right.
the fucking Bundy Ranch in Nevada, where this guy didn't want to. The feds were like, "Hey, you got to move your cows grazing. They're grazing on like endangered turtle land." And they were like, fuck that. I don't care about the turtles. We're going to fucking resist. And all these people, right wingers, came from all over the country with their guns, waiting for another Waco to happen so they could start
Yeah.
the Civil War. Breitbart fueled it on. Hannity fueled it on until Fox told them to cut it out. When the situation died down, two of those people who were at that ranch went to Las Vegas and killed a cop.
Yeah.
They're waiting. They're waiting. Now, they've always been, and that's to say, folks, abate the fear. Like, yeah, this is scary, and it's a scary day, but they're always waiting. Like Tim Pool said, it's going to be a civil war. What was that? Last year, the year before? Fucking who knows how many times he said it. Crowder,
Dude,
Shapiro,
they
all
want
of
to. I
them,
mean,
Kirk.
think about just the experience of owning a gun. Of course, you want to use it.
Yeah,
Like,
You
of
buy a
course
new
you want
toy,
to
you
use
wanna
it.
play
Like,
with
why do I go to the gun range and target still photos? Like, I want still targets. Like, you got to imagine these guys who commit these mass shootings. They just want the experience of being able to shoot live targets.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what they want, because guns are fun when you're shooting clay pigeons and, you know, soft targets, you know, inanimate objects or even animals, but they want the combat experience. They want the military combat experience.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be interesting to see if this guy does have a military background, and they find out who it is. I don't know. What do you think they'll find out who it is? I mean, they have that guy in custody right now, according to Pat Patel. But
let's see.
That was a couple minutes ago. Police shooting, that was 2 hours ago.
Let's see here.
Person of interest in custody following Charlie Kirk. That's 13 minutes ago on CNN. It says a person of interest, though, so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. I bet by this time tomorrow they'll have some information to go on. But then you're gonna have free Luigi in 2028, and then you're gonna have free whoever this guy is.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, it was the healthcare CEO first, big right wing mouth second.
Yeah.
See, and again, that's not just the order, because there's been 47 school shootings this year already, including the one
Right.
that happened today. There's been Nancy Pelosi's husband attacked with a hammer. You know, the Democratic politicians in Minnesota. Like, it's not just Trump and then Charlie, or United Healthcare guy and then Charlie. There's more. It's America. This is
Those
America.
those are the most famous cases. That's all.
The most famous. But this is Jesse Waters. Very next hour.
This is the Pritzker thing. I can get the Pritzker thing up. Oh no, you go ahead. You go with yours.
All right, let's do yeah, and then we'll do Pritzker. But this is what Jesse Waters had to say.
This hits differently because Charlie was one of us. And Trump gets hit in the ear. Charlie gets shot dead. They came after Kavanaugh with a rifle to his neighborhood. They went after Musk's cars. They just shot 2 Jews outside the embassy. Think about it. Scalise got shot, barely survived. It's happening. You got trans shooters. You got riots in LA. They are at war with us. Whether we want to accept it or not, they are at war with us. And what are we going to do about it?
You started the war.
How much political violence are we going to tolerate? And that's the question we're just going to have to ask ourselves. Now, Charlie would want us to put
There's
as
Steve
much
Bannon.
pressure on these people as possible. Dana nailed it. This is unacceptable and has to stop. And it has to stop now. And everybody's accountable. And we're
The
watching
dramatic
what's
language.
saying on television and who's saying what. The politicians, the media, and all these rats out there. This can never happen again. It ends now. Greg's right again. This is a turning point. And
So
we
you're
know
for
which
new
direction
gun
we're
laws then?
Wow, he squeezed in turning point in there. I
Yeah,
mean,
so you're
it's
for
all
so you're for
projection.
new gun laws? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't understand.
He's
Like,
literally he's calling for violence in this response. He's calling for violence. I mean, they're at war with us. Like you said, they started the war.
they started the war. When someone goes to war with you, you have no choice but to go to war with them.
Look,
Let's take a
literally
look.
posted under this video is Melissa Hortman. Sorry. Throw up.
Check this out. This is Pritzker from earlier. Let me know if you can hear it. I think it should work fine.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
The Democrats think he's a
Nope.
presidential timber.
I don't know why it won't work. You
I
can't
can
hear
hear
it,
it.
can you?
I can.
Oh, you can. Okay. Well, you listen because I can't hear it.
Yeah, I just can't express how sickening I find listening to every syllable of that. I mean, it is reprehensible.
Well, if I can't hear it, then the
reprehensible.
audience probably
And
can't
you said
hear
it
it.
earlier,
No,
Laura. The
I
reason
mean,
that
I
the
think
left
the
hated
audience
Charlie
can
so
hear it.
much is that he went
Let
out
us
and
know,
confronted them
Jack.
with facts and with good cheer. You know what? I mean, he loved life. He loved life because he knew who he was, because he knew who his God was, because he was a happy man, happily married with beautiful
Okay, they
children.
can hear good.
And they hated him for that, and they still hate him for that. And we've got to get over that hate in America. It is poisoning this country. The left is poisoning the country with this hate. And I hope people will wake up today and see this. They'll wake up and look at what happened to Charlie Kirk, and they'll say, wait a minute, there's something seriously wrong here. It is time to turn the page on this attempt to divide the country, which is what the left is doing here with this poisonous hate. And it's
Well-
time to start getting back to the things that we believe in together.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
and
see,
all
he
the
just
goodness of
accuses the
country.
left.
I mean, the blessings that
Doesn't even know who
liberty
the shooters
that
are
is
yet.
So people died, bled.
Our responsibility
Fuck
and the
this
responsibility of every leftist online, whatever size platform you have, is to tweet out those videos of these people. First of all, of fucking Josh Hawley running away from protesters that he fucking incited, rioters that he fucking
Right.
incited. Charlie Kirk bust people to January 6th. Like, it's them. It's them. Their own rhetoric is getting them.
Is that right? Yeah, I forgot about that. Charlie Kirk bust people to January 6th, didn't he?
Yes,
he
he
put
did.
in money for buses to take the Trump trash from different parts of Virginia and Pennsylvania down there that morning. That's right. Forgot about that. That's crazy, man.
Right?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Did you have something else you wanted to show us?
Oh, I got plenty. But yeah, did you have actual like Pritzker's speech in there?
Yeah, let me try and get it for you because I can see it now. Hold on. Because I can't see it, but I can't. I'll put it on. Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, do it. Here we go. And playing
Charlie
This
Kirk's
is what
family
Chris
and to
was
Charlie Kirk, who obviously become a target for somebody. I don't know whether it's political violence because I don't know who did it. There are people who are fomenting it in this country. I think the president's rhetoric often foments it. We've seen the January 6th rioters who clearly, have tripped a new era of political violence.
Right now we're
Unbelievable.
That's what they were reacting.
The Democrats think he's a presidential timber.
Yeah, so they were reacting to that clip.
Right, where he
Let's just
says, I
say
think
accurately, this is
which
Trump's
he's
rhetoric.
he just says Trump foments this. Trump facilitates this. It's like, yeah, it is. Someone goes to war with
Stand
you, you
down
have no
and
choice
stand
but to
by.
go to war with them.
You
Yeah,
said that
stand
shit
back
with
and
the
stand
fucking
by.
debate, dude. That was
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, no, I mean they just
That made me nervous.
This is this is what children do, though, right? Like children, when something dramatic happens, they focus on only that. They don't look at what the resulting set of circumstances were. Why did this happen? And
I think
that's what they're
9/11 is a
doing.
good
They're just
comparison because that's how America acted. We acted like fucking children. We're like, who did this to us? We're over there. We're gonna bomb everybody over there.
Right.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Why did this happen? What was their motivations? Oh, fucking Reagan. Oh, of course. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Like, even as a kid, when 9/11 happened, I was like, why are we going to war with a country? Wasn't it just a group of assholes? Let's just go get that group of assholes. Why are we going to war with a whole government? We have groups of assholes.
We had the military-industrial complex, and we had Bush's, cabinet that was running wild because Bush wasn't really running the country.
Yeah, it was,
but
Cheney and Rummy.
Yeah, Cheney and Rumsfeld up until a point. That guy Wolfowitz was a big part of it. But yeah, no, I mean, I don't consider today necessarily a sad day. I consider it a tragic day. I guess sad is part of being tragic, but I mean, like,
I think it's an important day.
I think it's a wake-up call to how bad things have gotten. But this is one, like you were saying earlier, this is one of many different tragedies just like this. It's just a lot of these other victims of the shootings weren't famous.
Yeah.
So people didn't hear about them. But when I got a text from my co-host today, saying Kirk has been shot, and I called him almost right away, I was like, okay. I mean, I was preparing myself to tell. This is how bad my expectation management has got to be. Like, all right, he's probably going to survive.
Yeah, me too.
Like, it was like he probably got shot in the shoulder or something.
Yeah,
and
I
he's
saw
going to
the
end up
long
coming
shot
out of this
first.
looking like a hero.
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
That's why I thought like maybe it's fake. Maybe he's trying to recreate the thing from last year.
This doesn't matter. Legend of Sean, the motive. It doesn't matter. It's the ubiquitous availability of guns, and I think it's surprising that this kind of thing doesn't happen more often. That's kind of my analysis, is that it's surprising to me that these kind of vigilante actions don't happen more often. And I guess it's just more from people valuing their freedom. They know that if they do something like this, there's a good chance they're going to get caught and thrown in jail for the rest of their lives. And so they don't do it.
Yeah, exactly. I think you're right. This was the floor of Low Rooney cameo there. This was the floor of the House of Representatives. They tried to hold a moment of silence. And like Sandee was saying, there was Republicans blaming Democrats and Democrats yelling back.
What purpose did the gentlelady from Colorado rise?
Bobert. I can barely hear.
No, I can't either. But she's asking for a moment of silence. That's Democrats yelling back, I think.
Yeah, good. That's what I would have been like. I would have been yelling.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. The House will be
He's
in
a
order.
fuck.
The House
He's a
will be
fucking
in order.
Nazi.
Yeah, he's a Nazi died today.
Yeah, Nazi died today.
The
Who
House
cares?
will be in order.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. The House will be in order.
Exactly. Yeah. But good. That
Is there a name for this kind of effect where someone dies and everyone talks about them positively, and it's like bad form to talk about them negatively, even though they are?
I don't know. That's like tradition,
negative,
right? Don't talk about.
Yeah,
don't
but
speak ill of the dead. I don't know.
Don't speak ill. Yeah, don't speak ill of the dead. Where does that come from? Who
The
said
Bible?
that
I have no
first?
idea. I feel like that's old. Let's throw up thoughts and prayers. That's what I tweeted out.
It's from the Latin. Yeah. De mortui nil nisi bonum. Of the dead, nothing unless good, or of the dead, everything but good. The phrase originates from a classical Greek. It's from ancient Greece, recorded by Dionysius Laertes. It's popularized in Latin by 15th century. Wow. So it's been around for about 600 years.
I wonder why. I wonder if they thought like you would curse the soul or something.
Well, you have to remember back in those days, and I mean, in those days, we just spanned about 1,500 years. But back in those days, there was kind of a sense of honor in conflict, and that like it was about territory. And I don't know. It seems like, I don't know. I mean, I think it's talking about more about the dead that are in your life rather than people who are dead that aren't in your life.
Yeah.
Right. Like who's going to talk? Who's going to like, you can't apply that to Hitler. Like everybody that don't speak anything. I mean, come on.
I think Andrea is right here. Most people died.
Yeah, I was going to say that too.
To justify
the stupidity of it. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah. Keep people calm. Yeah. But we got some more reactions. Here's Nancy Mace.
Oh yeah, the cougar from South Carolina.
Would you call her a cougar?
She wants to be hot so bad.
She does, but she didn't get the
She's
face
one of those
surgery
chicks.
yet, like the other one. Who's the one who shoots puppies? Christy Nome.
She had a face surgery?
I mean, yeah, she got Mar-a-Lago face.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But this is Nancy Mace reacting.
I'm going to say this. Democrats own what happened today. I am devastated. My kids have called panicking. All the kids of every conservative in the country called panicking. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot.
By that logic, do Republicans own the shooting of the two Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota? Isn't this on both sides?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm asking.
We
a
don't
serious
know what
question.
condition Charlie Kirk is in right now. Some raging leftist lunatic put a bullet through his neck, and you want to talk about Republicans right now? No.
No, I'm asking.
No, not
you,
at all.
You said the
No,
Democrats
this
have
is
to,
on.
But
The
I'm asking,
Democrats own this.
But isn't there a
Democrats own
problem
this.
with political violence across the spectrum?
Yeah, we're talking
There are-
about Charlie Kirk right now. That's the subject of this that we're talking about right now. Democrats own this 100%. And I'm going to say.
Fucking couldn't even answer it.
Yeah. No, the hypocrisy is about as thick as it gets, and that's what conservatives are. They're hypocrites. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like it's my responsibility or it's my purpose in these kinds of moments to stand up and be like, don't forget who these people were. Don't forget who this person was. Like when Luigi Mangione shot that healthcare executive, I saw my dad later that day. He's like, oh, it's pretty bad. And I'm like, yeah, I guess it was wrong, but it's understandable given what's going on. And by the way, do you know why Luigi Mangione went that far and killed that guy?
Why?
Like, do you know the personal motivation? Like,
His mother?
Well, I theorize that because of his back injuries, he couldn't, which he didn't get taken care of adequately because of the healthcare system.
Mm-hmm.
He lost the ability to have like good sex, and I think that lack of sex drove him crazy because he's a pretty good-looking guy, and I imagine he was used to getting laid on a fairly regular basis. So to have an injury that prevents you from having sex, especially when you're at your prime in your late 20s, like that's when you're at your peak of your game is your late 20s, early 30s.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Yeah, he had a really bad back injury. That's what the major injury was that prevented him from kind of living a normal life.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, exactly. The great question. I knew this question was coming. I think it was problematic for him, actually. The lower back, like if it's extended, like if it's back and forth, like I think it's, I think it was really problematic. People don't understand how important the lower back is to a man until it gets injured. It's huge. It's really important.
I got a couple more.
Yo, you're about to go solo. I got to bounce soon, but
oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, we got to. But that's fine. Let's keep going for another couple.
Yeah,
of
we'll
minutes.
get a couple.
I'm going just so the audience knows. I'm going live on my channel at 6:30 Pacific, 9:30 Eastern, for Left Coast Live with my co-host Stat Pat Stateless Patriot. We're going to be talking about Charlie Kirk as well as kind of the California response to his assassination and you should come on over to that. So check out the link in the chat. I'm going to put it in there right now.
Indeed.
Oh, there you go.
Watch
Thank
it.
you,
And we're
Giant
gonna
Smith.
play some of Deter's American Wasp like series. Which
Yeah, we
you
were
should
going to do that
also
today.
watch. Check out.
Yeah, we were going to do that today, but we'll do that. You know, and you can, Alex. I feel like you don't have to do that if you don't want to, because I feel like it's a little tedious since you've already watched the content. But if you want, we can do it. It's just I don't know.
I'd be happy to help to go through it with you, or do it on my own. Whatever works.
Okay, well we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But for now, man, I'll let you go. And I just want to remind everybody that you don't get change in America by asking nicely. Killing your opponent probably isn't the best way to go about getting change in America. But today is, without question, a result of fascist leadership in America. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. And don't let anyone do this post-mortem revisionist history about who Charlie Kirk was, what he stood for, and the evil that he facilitated in this country. Because he was evil. And maybe he didn't deserve to die. God only knows that. But he deserved to be shunned, shamed, demeaned, and denigrated. And maybe,
embarrassed.
And embarrassed. And, it's a shame. I feel a little bit like Arya Stark after she learned of Prince Joffrey's death.
Yeah.
But
I remember like a week or two ago, you were like, I want to debate him. I want to debate all these motherfuckers on the right. You never get your chance now.
I know I'll never get my chance now, but maybe I'll get Ben Shapiro someday. Yeah. All right, guys, remember, know the heart, but vote with the head, and you don't get change in America by asking nicely. Thank you for joining me as always, DAP, and have a great rest of your night, and I'll see you guys on my channel in about an hour and a half.
Indeed. Folks, we're going to keep going. I'm just going to keep rolling here. No breaks, nothing. Just going to say, like this space, share this space. Got plenty of clips. New ones came out today, so look for those on the channel. Also follow me on Devil's Advocate Productions. I talk about usually lighter stuff, movies, music, TV, video games, all that good stuff. Actually did a reaction this morning to a Redman song from the new album Muddy Waters 2 that came out last Christmas. Have a full reaction to that album, but the music video came out from my favorite song on the album. There's 32 songs. It's a lot, but my favorite song, Hood Star, got a music video. So I did a reaction to that. That's on my channel now. You can go watch. But yeah, we're going to keep rolling here all the way through to Matt when he comes back for Hey Funny Book. And I'm happy to stay as long as needed or is allowed. But we're going to go through a couple more of these reactions, and I'm going to find some more for y'all, because this is breaking news today. We got the Surfs here with this retweet of Surfs doing the Lord's work here. Just going through all the right-wing Twitter and just retweeting with statements they've put out. So Asmongold says, anyone surprised at what happened to Charlie Kirk hasn't been paying attention? Go anywhere, Reddit, Twitter, etc. Anywhere. That's 2 websites you mentioned, and plus it's websites. So you don't leave that cave that you're in. We know that. And you'll find thousands of unhinged direct calls for violence over politics until it's addressed for what it is. Things like this will continue to happen. Society would instantly and dramatically improve if we took the bottom 5 to 10% most, I'm not going to say that word, kids out of school and put them in the coal mines instead. Almost all Western problems are derived from adherence to the false god of equality. You advocated for eugenics. Okay. So, Oh, Christina's going to come on. Absolutely. If she wants. Absolutely. Anybody can come on, by the way. Any host watching this space, jump on, because, it's breaking. We got Laura Loomer. Good old Loomer. I think she used to work for the NRA. Or is that Dana Loesch? I get them confused. They look similar. It's time for Trump administration to shut down, defund, and prosecute every single leftist organization. If Charlie Kirk dies from his injuries, his life cannot be in vain. We must shut these lunatic lunatic leftist down once and for all. The left is a national security threat. This is literally calling for violence in this post. He didn't even need to retweet. Are you kidding? This was 2 days ago. I don't ever want to hear Charlie Kirk claim he's pro-Trump ever again. After this weekend, I'd say he's revealed himself as political opportunist, and I have a front row seat to witness the mental gymnastics these last 10 years. Lately, Charlie has decided to behave like a charlatan, claiming to be pro-Trump one day while he stabs Trump in the back the next. TPUSA was only able to thrive thanks to the generosity of President Trump. So she contributed to this rhetoric, is what the source is saying. But like, even in this post, she's like, I mean, she's got the ear of Trump too. This is scary. What do you mean? What's a leftist organization? According to you, Disney is a leftist organization. According to you, like Harvard is a leftist organization. We're going to shut down every business that happened. It goes on in this country. The billionaires will love that. Like I've been telling, people in my life, like billionaires, the CEOs, they want to sell shit. They want business as usual. They want things to kind of go back to normal. That's why they backed Biden. They don't want, Bernie. But I think with Trump again and this shit happening, and plus, ICE and the National Guard and the Army walking around cities, people don't feel safe to go outside and go to bars, restaurants, fucking shop at Target. Fucking Target CEO got fucking fired. Saw because the boycotts of sorry, I was looking at the private chat, but dude, like I've been saying, we are the leftist movement is fomenting, because that's what happens under fascism. Like Deter was saying, how many attempts on Hitler's life were there? People need to find community. And that's what's happening. That's why you're getting candidates like Zoran and Graham Plattner and Kat Abuzela going as far as they're going. Because people are like, we voted for Democrats, it didn't work. We voted for Republicans, it didn't work. What are we missing here? And they go, okay, Democrat, but these specific ones, the ones endorsed by Bernie, the Democrats who are running on actual democratic policies that the Democrats promise but never deliver, they are going to deliver because they actually want them. Democrats use them to fundraise. These candidates use them to win and to help people. This is the like deeper weird shit that's been going on. I'm gonna be careful scrolling because it's Twitter. But yeah, man, this is weird. Some extreme right wingers are blaming Israel because they're anti-Semitic. Now they're so back and forth with. I mean, even Jesse Waters said in that clip, they came after Charlie Kirk. They came after Trump last year. They shot 2 Jews in front of a synagogue. It's like, well, Jews aren't all conservatives. He said, like, they're coming after us now. It's personal. Our team. He's one of us. It's like, the Jews aren't one of you. I'm Jewish. Fuck you. What are you talking about? He also mentioned Elon's cars as if, hey, Kristina, welcome.
Hey, what a day! What a day! I can't stop giggling. But
I know.
But here's the thing: a lot of people are like, "Why are you laughing?" It's a reaction now to when bad things happen.
Energy. I understand.
Yeah, it really is, because like, did you see the Jezebel article?
No, I did not. We should bring it up.
So fucking Jezebel, man. 2 days ago, they dropped an article, I kid you not, that said, we bought like Etsy witches to curse Charlie Kirk.
We bought Etsy to what?
Etsy, literally. Okay, so Etsy, you could buy whatever. Apparently, there are witches that are granted curses left and right.
Oh,
and on August 22nd, this writer bought some curses from these witches on Etsy for Charlie Kirk, and she was expecting like receding hairline, some fumble, and this witch on Etsy told her it's going to take 2 to 3 weeks for something to happen to him.
Wow.
How much time has passed?
That's crazy, dude.
I could not stop giggling when I was reading this article on stream. I just couldn't stop giggling. I was like, oh God, this is just, it just kept getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse as you kept reading it. And they put a disclaimer like, we do not condone what happened to, you know, Charlie Kirk. I was like, oh,
update.
God.
Oh, yeah, here it is. Disclaimer, oh, no, that's okay. Let's find the update.
It's just, oh my God.
Aftermath.
They had to close. They closed the comments after some people were like, "Damn, who are these witches I gotta be paying for? What's you know, who are they?" And then it's just, oh my God. I mean, it's
no, I didn't see the update.
Yeah, like it's just obvious. And like it was published 2 days ago.
That's crazy, yo.
I'm like, and everyone's like, "What the hell?" And I feel bad for that Jezebel writer. I'm like, they're probably gonna be banning witches from purchasing, giving you curses on spells on Etsy now.
I remember when Trump was elected this last time, there was like, you know, memes of like witches gathering to curse him and the administration. I think it's working, guys.
Yeah, it's just not hitting him directly. It seems like it's hitting everyone else. I mean, the Rudy Giuliani. Remember when he was dead? And Rudy Giuliani got into that car accident, which there's still all the details are still foggy, but it's like
super weird.
Oh,
maybe it's coming. I mean, you know, there was that quote earlier in chat, like what was it? Who said it? Groove Dragon, I think. What was that quote? For powerful people to get their justice, you just have to wait for fate or something.
I guess.
But yeah,
I mean, even my sister texted me. She's like, "Chill out with the Charlie." I'm like, I'm just posting what he said. I'm not saying anything. The man died doing what he loved doing. I can respect that. I want to go out like that. I want to die doing what I love most. I mean, regardless, like that's the best way to go out. I will say.
If he was literally debating gun violence,
Libra, wherever you are, man. Okay,
literally
I'm
was
3
debating
days
gun
older than
violence.
you got
His
this.
last words were gang violence. Like that's
critical support to my fellow Libra. He died a hero. Okay, he did what he loved doing.
But yeah, so as I was saying, the crazier side of the Republicans are blaming Israel. So Benjamin Netanyahu tweeted out. First of all, it's insane that he tweeted this out.
The New York fucking Yankees were like, we did a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. I'm like, what the fuck is this for anybody else who's gotten killed? Like
that's because the owners, they know who he is.
Oh yeah,
all the right wingers know. But
yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy because
Pastor Ben holding it down under there. Prayers of demons aren't helping right now.
Yeah.
Inshallah, you're next. People mad about this, but I literally have evidence. He was hiding Hamas missiles in his neck. That's hilarious. But retweeting.
People having fun.
So
I mean, Hassan's reaction was crazy because a lot of people are like, oh my God, what about? I'm like, Hassan actually had a bit of respect for him because they've known each other for about like a decade.
Yeah.
They come out around the same time. And they were supposed to debate later this month.
No, I mentioned that earlier in the stream that, they were supposed to debate in like 2 weeks. And Hassan's like, this is political violence. This could happen to me, It could happen to any of your favorite streamers. Now, again, I say this space was small enough right now that we don't have to worry. But, we might get to the point where we're going to need to hire bodyguards. And I hope we have the money to do that. Because I know we're struggling. By the way, we both have
just crazy how the right wing is like, what the foot, the shoe was on the other foot. I'm like, you guys have already proved us how you react when the shoe's on the other foot.
Wearing the shoes, the shoes are worn down from you wearing them.
Yeah, exactly.
Violence.
So like if you see people, making jokes, making light, or celebrating or doing whatever, it's like you guys do it too, okay? I mean, there comes to a point where some people's empathy reaches a certain, just has a limit. And I'm not here to judge people for their feelings.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, I played Olay's video. She put out a 2-minute video saying like, look, as a human being, seeing the video it hits you as a human. Like it's scary.
Yeah.
It's scary. It's terrifying. You feel bad for the kids because the kids are innocent. I was on stream earlier as well, playing a video game, Lies of P, Pinocchio game. As the news happened, and one of my friends was in the chat and let me know and was like, yeah, man, the kids have no idea. They're fucking like 1 and 3 years old.
Yeah, they're not gonna have
them.
any memories of their dad besides what we see on internet. It's like,
Yeah.
oh man, they're gonna
And
grow up
I
and be
hope-
like, my dad was
I
not
hope
a good man.
his wife and eventually the kids when they grow up become some of the biggest fucking anti-gun supporters, like supporters of gun control in the country. Use that platform that he built for good, for at least for this issue. I'm sure she's going to be right wing on fucking taxes or whatever, and maybe racist. Who knows? But on this one issue, you can do good with that platform.
When Gabby Giffords was, the assassination attempt against her, the right wing was like freaking out about, gun control and all of this. I'm like, a politician had a shooting attempt made on her, and you're thinking about your guns. Okay, all right, good to know.
That's a good thing to bring up because I think that's an important distinction. There was an assassination attempt on Gabby Giffords. This was a murder. This is not an assassination. Like this, he's not a political. He's not a politician. He's not
military.
Anyone in power. He's a guy. He's some fucking guy who the Koch brothers hired when he was 18 instead of going to college to go to colleges and talk right-wing talking points. He's just some fucking guy.
Yeah.
I bet gun sales are through the roof right now. I bet you're right, Etch. It happens every time. It's good for gun manufacturers.
Yeah,
that's why I think they should be held accountable.
It's good. It's gonna be sad because tomorrow's been 20 years since 9/11, and most of the focus is gonna be on Charlie Kirk, and I'm like, oh Jesus Christ.
Oh my God, it is tomorrow. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. It's crazy because a lot of people are like, a leftist did this. I'm like, you really think a leftist? You guys think leftists are violent yet we don't have guns? Pick a struggle.
Gun control.
Like this person obviously had a military background because they were farther away than Lee Harvey Oswald was, allegedly, government, than JFK or when the guy, we still know nothing about the guy who attempted to assassinate Trump.
Yeah. And the things we do know is that he was mostly right wing, mixed politics. Same thing with Luigi, even he's libertarian, whatever. But it's just materially shit happens and people fucking snap. And I'm sure they didn't have mental health care because we don't have fucking mental health care in the goddamn country. Republicans, that's what they bring up every time. Mental health care. But advocate for it. Advocate for free health care, free mental health care, free every kind of care. Make it so people don't feel this desperate and don't have access to guns.
Someone literally said that the Republican Party is like the fuck around and find out party for real because every time they dish it out, they can't take it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And even to the point now, I'm going to bring this up. They're blaming Israel. They're saying, did Israel have Charlie Kirk killed to make a chilling point after their failed terrorist attack on Qatar yesterday? Child would have 38, same exact caliber the snipers had at the Trump Butler event. Again, none of this is factual, folks. Just disclaimer, this is all right-wing conspiracy shit. But this person, Harrison, I think he works for InfoWars, says, I'm not going to name names, but I was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk that Charlie thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against them.
Well, what's funny too is it would be. I feel like if anything, it probably would be someone military background who's probably a groiper because Nick Fuentes and Laura Loomer were very much against Charlie. For some reason, I don't know why. He wasn't pro-Trump enough, and it's like, that was my first thought too. It's someone further right than him. Yeah, and we're slowly seeing this more like right wing on right wing violence now because it's like you got to be very much ride or die for Trump.
Fucking Rogan should be nervous. He's started to back away from it. Andrew Schultz should be nervous. He started to back away from it. How many of those audience members have mixed, crazy politics and are a little unstable?
This person's politics are going to be the most important aspect of this entire thing because it's like, oh, they're probably the average radical centrist voter or something like that.
Which is,
the average American.
Not the actual most important thing. The most important thing is the guns. It's the guns. Yeah. It's going to be the most important thing in the discourse. Yes, obviously. But we should state for the audience and, whoever watches these clips, it's the guns, folks. If you didn't have access to guns, maybe someone would have ran up with a knife and tried to get him or a fucking bow and arrow.
And the security guards, all 10 of them would have gotten that person.
Yeah, there's security guards there.
Just a reminder of those dumb, woke, liberal, indoctrinated, cancel culture college students who tried to save his life because 3,800 folks on that campus signed a petition not wanting him to show up.
Yeah. They were, I'm sure, whoever was debating
Damn
was
college
like,
kids,
"Oh my
what do
god!"
they know?
Immediately just tried to stop the bleeding. It's crazy, a horrible event to witness. Again, I've seen the wide shot first. Tons of people there.
Yeah,
Anybody
and
else
the
could
one
have
up
been hit.
close. I was like, because someone was like, "Here's the ones up close." And I'm like, "God damn!"
Yeah, that one was like, "Oh my god!" Okay.
I was like, "Yeah, no." I'm like, this is why there needs to. I mean, Twitter should automatically flag stuff, but you have to do yourself and go into your settings. But I think that's still kind of stupid because not everyone pays attention to their settings. So it's like X, the Everything app, cannot protect people from triggering content.
Yeah. No, I think this is right, Snicks. Hurt people. Got to stop hurting people.
Yeah.
If people stop hurting, people have their basic needs met: housing, food, healthcare, mental health care, internet access, like the basics to survive on this planet in 2025. There'd be a lot less violence, period, because that's where most crime comes from, out of desperation. You need money, you got to rob someone and whatever.
Yeah.
You know, and it's fucking crazy. I'm gonna look for more updates.
Like I saw I mean, everyone was watching Hassan, like almost like over 200,000 people. I'm like, God, I'm like, everyone's watching Hassan. I'm like, no one's watching, but people are like, I got your stream on too. I'm like, well, gee, thanks. That makes me feel better, I guess. But it's just so funny. It's like everyone has the same title: Charlie Kirk this, Charlie Kirk that. So it's like, yeah, okay.
Dude, I put for my Lies of P stream, I put Charlie Kirk gets shot. Anyways, I'm playing Lies of P.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, yeah, it's gonna work for the algorithm. Also, I figured, again, I just saw the wide shot. Just saw the news right before I hit stream.
Yeah,
like, oh, he'll be fine. It'll be like
someone
Trump.
literally, said like, oh my God, Charlie got shot. I'm like, oh, he'll be fine. Yeah, whatever. But then they're like, it was in the neck. I'm like, oh, and then I saw the video. I'm like, oh, right in the jugular. I'm like, he ain't. Like even Hassan reacted when he first saw. He's like, yeah, he's dead. He's not gonna make it.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy, man. I'm gonna pull up the press conference.
Because I mean, Cash Patel out here not knowing what subject and suspect mean, like not knowing the difference, and like they actually don't have a person of interest or a suspect in custody.
Yeah, this was an hour ago when the press conference was happening, and this is Yashir Ali keeps updates on Twitter. Good follow. An hour breaking. FBI Director Cash Patel says the suspect in the assassination is in custody. That was at 6:26. At 6:29, 3 minutes later, right now at a press conference, the Utah Department of Public Safety spokesperson is saying the suspect is still at large. FBI official is at the press conference. So there was mixed messaging.
According to CNN, according to Ashley Reese, right now they're doing MLK assassination comparisons on. Oh my God, this is why I don't want. This is why I hate it. I was like, oh God, they're gonna try to compare it to like the man who wanted to get rid of MLK Jr. Day. No, mind you, and said civil rights was a mistake. Like we should repeal the Civil Rights and Voting Rights Act. Like.
Yeah, crazy.
This is why I don't like liberals. Go, oh, it feels so bad. Blah, blah. Like, no, this guy is a product of his own. Like he. How I don't want to say this. Like he's responsible for his own demise. Yeah. Like this. Like he fueled these flames. It's not. Like, I'm sorry, but it's just the truth. Because where was all this for all the Minnesota Democrats who were assassinated? Or even Paul Pelosi. I mean, that's why I'm sharing. A lot of people are sharing all those old posts from Charlie Kirk. Like, hey, man, like, I like myself. And my sister's like, calm down. I know he's a douchebag, but it's still mean. I don't care.
Yeah, no, I'm going to do that right now. For the people who just came in
about
from
empathy.
Pep Stream. Yeah. Like
there's always a Charlie
Pep
Kirk
stream and Kristina's stream. Let's play this.
Like there's always a Charlie Kirk quote.
Yeah, there really is. Just like there's always a Donald Trump quote to point out hypocrisy, which I don't usually like. I don't really care about hypocrisy. I also don't care. I just want to say this. Olay said it in her video. Like if this was me, they'd be making fun of me. They'd be ridiculing. Like they wouldn't give a shit. They wouldn't be calling for like toning down the whatever. But that's why we're better than them. And this is
some of us are, but
yeah. I mean, but real, like we are still, even in being like, haha.
I mean, even Barack Obama was like, Charlie Kirk was a good man. I'm like,
God,
really, you're being too okay. You know what? You have a right to say what you want to say. To put the heat off of you.
For the folks who need a refresher, for the folks who just coming in, this is Charlie Kirk talking about the attack on Paul Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi's husband, which happened a year or two ago. Someone broke into the house and attacked him with a hammer, trying to assassinate Nancy Pelosi. And this is how he reacted to it on his show like the next day.
I mean, I'm looking at Politico.com. I'm looking at the New York Times. I'm looking at all these places, and there's a little bit of mention here. For example, Politico says top Republicans reject any link between GOP rhetoric and Paul Pelosi assault. Of course you should reject any link. Why is the Republican Party, why is the conservative movement to blame?
Why is the left to blame for your
nudists
death?
That are hemp jewelry makers breaking into somebody's home, or maybe not breaking into somebody's home? Why are we to blame for that exactly?
Look at the smirk, like he knows.
I know, and his face is so small. It's just gotten smaller as he's gotten older, and people were like, I can't believe. Like, it was so funny when they announced like how old he was. I think the one thing that shocked everyone was like, he's 31. I'm like, yeah,
crazy.
I'm 3 days older than him.
I'm older. It's insane. It's insane. He looks like he's mid 40s, almost 50.
I know. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
let's keep going with this. This is how he reacted after a tragic event.
And why is he still in jail? Why has he not been bailed out? By the way, if some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. I bet his bail's like $30,000 or $40,000. Bail him out and then go ask him some questions.
Yeah.
Like smiling, grinning, excited.
Yeah, this is why I can't be like, yo, everyone's like, oh, you should be nice. No, man. Again, she was already on the other foot. Okay, we can feel bad for the worry about the implications about because Charlie Kirk was kind of like, I don't know, I can't really think of many conservative activists from back when, but he was kind of like the next thing because he figured out that he doesn't like he found a niche. Yeah, that worked. And also too, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but Ben Shapiro was supposed to appear on that campus tonight.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah, so they're like, yeah, we ain't getting any chances. And I'm like, I mean, but also too, Ben Shapiro, the Daily Wire has fallen off. Like, for sure. It's because there's certain things that Ben Shapiro disagrees with the Trump administration on that just doesn't work, and it seems very fake when he tries to agree with things he clearly doesn't agree with them on.
I mean, they, like I said, they should all be nervous, and Hassan's right. Like, I understand why he's nervous. I understand why like Olay would be nervous or any big because he's a streamer. Again, Charlie Kirk is some random fucking guy. Okay,
who
my mom didn't
to
know
a lot
who
of
he
appearances
was until right now. Like, I went downstairs to tell her, hey, a Nazi died. She was like, oh yeah, I heard about that on the news. She didn't know who he was before this.
My mom didn't know. Even she was like, "Oh my god, I can't. This is so sad." I'm like,
yeah, mainstream like normies, they don't know who this guy is,
but so now they do.
Means this is like internet fueled, so internet people should be like, "Oh, I'm a little, a little nervous about this."
Yeah,
definitely.
It's just, oh man, I just can't believe. Like, I was like, this is the weirdest thing to have happened right now. I think like everyone's like, again, with the witches hexing and all that, but it's just crazy. Like, you would think that, on the eve of 9/11, the biggest conservative like influencer would get got.
Yeah, that's crazy. This is the statement from the governor. What is this? Utah Governor Spencer Cox delivers a forceful and powerful message to the Charlie Kirk shooting. So this is from the press conference earlier that I was watching Hassan cover.
Day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are...
Well, actually, you don't know that yet, so you shouldn't have said that. But,
yeah, like already saying that's the left. Like, it could be someone. Again, it could be like a Nick Fuentes, Laura Loomer, like someone. But again, someone who has military background.
Yeah, like Fox is crying.
Methodically planned this out.
Yeah, maybe we'll find out, but it seems like it. But yeah, the governor should not be saying this right now.
Yeah, it only just stokes the flames of like division and political violence.
And by the way, folks, I know the sound is unsynced from the video and it's bothering me, but I'm an editor.
Yeah.
250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to 2 young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah.
Okay, that's going to stop him from what? Doing another one?
Yeah.
What is the death penalty?
The death penalty does not prevent people from doing murder. If not, then why do we have laws? Like everyone's like, they should create laws against crime because ironically they say that. It reminds me of Texas. And you look up Texas, they have the most people on death row. And I watched Trial by Fire. Jack O'Connell played Todd Cunningham, a heavy metal father of 3 who was charged, convicted, and sentenced to death for murdering his daughters in what looked like a weird satanic thing. This was like in the late 80s, early 90s with satanic panic. Evidence has he died. The death penalty hit him back in 2004, but they new evidence in the year since have suggested that he might have done it. Go figure.
Interesting.
Yeah, if you want to watch it on Netflix, they're really good. I mean, they show his execution and everything. Trial by Fire. It has him and Laura Dern in it from Jurassic Park.
Oh yeah. I agree, Sandee. First of all, welcome, and I'm glad you got your YouTube back up and running.
It could have been a Swiftie, Sandee. Exactly. It could have been a Swiftie.
It could have been. Could have been a Swiftie. It could have been anybody. We don't know.
We don't know. It could have been any of us from the space. Just kidding. Where were some of you today?
Where was Sam Cedar today? Where was Emma today?
Yeah. Yo, that store was breaking as they were leaving because they raided into a sauna, I think. So I was like, Emma Majority Ports could be interesting tomorrow. Man, Emma Majority Port is 9/11. Jeez, poor girl.
Yeah, I saw a tweet just now. I don't know if this is true, but J.K. Rowling has cancer. Charlie Kirk died and it's 9/11 tomorrow. Does she actually have cancer?
I've heard, but I mean,
I know
maybe
she's
it's
like
the mold.
Going crazy because like she retweeted some like AI stuff that was like messed up language, like the writing was warbled and it wasn't real. But she was like, "This is exactly right," and it's like, girl, are you okay? You're retweeting gobbledygook.
Yeah. Also, too, I forgot to mention today's Francesca Fiorentina's birthday. Happy birthday, girl!
Oh, happy
also,
birthday,
I
Francesca.
forgot. You know what's funny? Matt Lee tweeted. I forgot their daughter was born October 7th. I think.
Oh, really? Oh my God.
I was like, oh God! At least their birthday's
poor
not
Matt.
tomorrow.
They're fantastic people, friends of this
Yeah, we
space.
love 'em.
I haven't met them. Have you? Have you been on this?
I've never even like Francesca has been on Moonlight Extravaganza, but it was before I was, and we've been trying to get her back on.
Oh,
but it's like Ugh, man.
Definitely get her on
I
this
love
space.
Francesca. I love Matt. They're good people. They're like they're. It was funny when they got married. When they got married, it was during the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial when he won, and there was like an old looking like piratey ship, and she records. She's like, "What is this? Is this Johnny Depp's victory parade? Because it looked like a Pirates of the Caribbean type of ship because it would look old as hell." And I'm like, we need to. I'm like, you need the theme music, and then someone did it like on a very pathetic sad flute.
I like it when two fun people get married and there's a fun couple. Like, good for them.
I know. Especially since I was watching them on the on AJ Plus, like watching their love story unfold. I'm like, oh,
I didn't even know. That's cool.
Yep. That's how they
But
met.
unfortunately, to bring down the mood, here's Ron DeSantis being interrupting his own press conference about Everglades restoration, which I guess is like, here's what we'll do while we can have alligator Alcatraz, or we'll make it a tourist destination so you can come watch the people being tortured. I don't even know what this fucking Nazi wants, but this is his take on what happened. I haven't watched this yet.
A comment on the shooting in Utah involving Charlie Kirk. A lot of people in Florida have known Charlie through the years.
Fucking Twitter, dude.
I can hear it.
Oh, you can hear it? I can't hear it.
Yeah, weird.
On the shooting in Utah,
you can hear this?
Involving Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
A lot of people
Weird,
in Florida have known Charlie through the years.
Whatever, I'll play it for the audience
for over
if they can hear it.
And he's somebody that a lot of people have a great
Can they hear
regard
it?
for. He's done a lot. And he was shot.
Put a one in chat. Okay, cool.
In a targeted way.
Well.
And so we're praying for him and his family. But I think we also have to reflect on the fact that the way to resolve political disputes is not through violence. And we see increasing levels of...
Christina, what does he say?
He's basically saying violence is not the answer. We got to, political violence not the answer. Blah 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 blah.
He's not blaming the left immediately.
He hasn't gotten to that part yet, though.
Okay, all right, let's keep going.
Violence in this country. Charlie would go to college campuses and he would articulate views that were very much outside of what most of the professors were offering or what the campus culture was offering. And the way to do that is to ask questions, debate. That's what
talking about debating college students, how that's healthy.
Today, it was not just an attack on Charlie personally, but really an attack on the idea that we resolve these things through reasoned debate and elections. And so,
since when have we resolved anything through reasoned debate these days? Come on, Ronnie.
It's also not reasoned debate. It's fucking bad faith debate. That's the whole point. He wasn't actually debating. He was just spreading hate.
Yeah, and this is the problem I have. I'm like, first of all, he's too old to be talking to like, if you want to do this, you should have people who have been in college and like within college age, because it would have you would have two people who don't know, because it's this thing. It's embarrassing to have Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, and Charlie Kirk, all these like grown ass men debate college students who don't know everything yet. They haven't shaped most of their political views yet. Some of them are probably not even taking classes, advanced classes, which, by the way, a lot of retrospective about the cop culture up until 9/11 should be a college course, because, man, things were so good. That's why I liked Cody Johnson, some more news recent video today about toxic nostalgia and what's like, why are we trying to bring all, like, we still cling on to nostalgia? 9/11, everything went downhill mostly after 9/11.
Yeah, so. I mean, that goes into what I always bring it back to South Park, but South Park's season when they were talking about,
they're gonna have to kill Cartman.
when Trump was running for office, they had the whole member berries season, and that's how they wrapped it in. They said member berries are nostalgia bait, and it's just they were talking about fucking Star Wars and The Force Awakens and how the movie sucked.
Well, yeah, the biggest nostalgia. I mean,
New Hope.
I mean, Cody was listing all the prequels and sequels and requels and remakes of all the movies that happened like post 9/11. It's like, oh my god, I forgot that there were like 5 movies and there's 3 canceled movies and there's another 8 movies in a franchise.
Yeah.
I mean, they're doing another Jurassic World movie.
Yeah, and it's all. I mean, John Lutim says, I remember. Yeah, and the whole point of that season, by the end, because it was a whole story arc season, was. That's what the nostalgia leads to. It's remember Star Wars, remember Chewbacca, remember when black people couldn't vote, remember when women couldn't own property, remember how good it was back then. Maybe we should go back to that. Remember stormtroopers, the real stormtroopers.
Not the ones who
from
were
the
black.
40s. Like that's what it leads to, and I think that's a really good video. I haven't watched that yet. I like some more news.
Yeah, Cody, he follows me. I should ask him to come on the show or come on the podcast or something.
Absolutely.
Yeah. By the way, guys, breaking news: when this space expands, Alex and I will do our own pop culture show.
Yes, we will.
You heard it here, folks.
I am excited because I love talking pop culture. Do it
Yeah.
all the time
Also,
on my channel.
I have an idea, and I talked to this with Alex. I don't know if we could. Maybe this will be a good opportunity for us to do like a hangout, all of us, the space creators. But David Ayer's original Suicide Squad script got leaked. Now, South Carolina's abortion ban is they're doing another abortion ban, like a permit, like more restrictions than ever. I'm thinking we should do a table read, a stream read. I narrate because I can narrate all the cheesy crap that he put in, and everyone else have a character, right? Play a part. Deadshot, Harley Quinn, Amanda Waller, whatever, Joker, and we raise money for the Palmetto State Abortion Fund, which is the only secretive way to really actually help those who need an abortion in the state of South Carolina. I think that would be great.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. I would love to read that script, and yes, we should have as many creators as we possibly can. We'll all be different characters. That's really funny.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen, like, I've been scrimming through it. It's so bad. It's so bad. I'm like, this was supposed to be the only difference. Really is just more Joker, more Jared Leto. I'm like, yes, that's exactly what would have saved that movie. More Jared Leto's Joker. Probably the worst than freaking. I'm sorry, but Suicide Squad is actually worse than Joker Folie à Deux when it comes to a Joker adaptation.
Sure. Yeah, because at least in the Joker movie, it's not supposed to be comic accurate. This one is supposed to be, this is terrible. Also, Jared Leto as a person, fuck him. He's got a weird cult. He's probably has sex allegations against him. Fuck him. Why is he in
it was so funny. I interviewed Nomiki Collins one time, and she's a huge Jared Leto fan. She's like, we should go on that island and like undercover and see what happens. I'm like, yeah, Nomiki, let's go. But you're dating Bill de Blasio now, and I'm sure you're climbing that tree, girl. You go.
This is a little bit of an update. 38 minutes ago, Kash Patel, FBI director, said the subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues, and we will continue to release information of interest in the interest of transparency. So he's trying to cover the fact that he was just tweeting out. Yeah, he fucked up.
Yeah,
you fucked up.
But I mean, would you think that the guy who looks like this would be good at his job?
Yeah, I know, the cross eyes. These are very. This is Tim Miller, Bulwark podcast, MSNBC analyst. Says these are very tense and serious times. We shouldn't have a shit poster with no experience live tweeting assassination investigations from atop the FBI.
How dare he talk about me like that? I don't head the FBI. I probably should though.
Crazy. Congresswoman, who is this? Congresswoman from Georgia saying another tragic school shooting, a murder at a political event. None of this is okay. We must address gun violence in this country.
Yes,
indeed. It is about the guns, folks. It is about the guns.
Because I know people like, and Hassan was talking about this. You know, you can walk through Japan. It feels safe because you know how many they only have like 1 or 2 shootings a year.
Yeah,
we have like 20 shootings a day. Like it's like,
it's crazy because like you're right.
Not everything gets headline news.
Not everything gets headline news. The gang violence that the right wing talks about, that does happen, and also people. God, I saw a story the other week of a kid playing like doorbell dash, where you ring a doorbell.
Yes,
and got shot in the back.
Back in the day, boomers did that for fun. As always, speaking of nostalgia, my mom's like, you know, back in the day, you know, we didn't have to lock our doors or have our windows up, no script. I'm like, yeah, but here's the problem. You know, a lot of that stuff was hidden. Okay.
Yeah.
It only got worse as technology progressed, as more things were being diagnosed and all that. It's like with RK Jr., I'm going to play Tylenol for autism. Like, no, dude, like autism was a thing that was coined and defined over a decade before Tylenol existed.
Dude, it's you know what it is? It's social media. It's the access to information. That's what
Yeah,
happened.
thanks,
We're
Al
seeing
Gore.
more stories. Yeah, Al Gore inventing the internet. How dare you? How dare you let us know how much shit is going on? Like, dude, Gaza, Israel has existed for 70 plus years, has been doing this shit to Palestinians for 70 plus years. We're seeing it in real time now because the technology, and it helps. It helps that we see it. It helps that it cuts through the lies from the administration that American people have bought in to over the decades because we had no way of knowing better. The Vietnam was the first televised war, and it turned public perception against the war for the first time because we could see what was fucking happening. And that's why they didn't allow cameras in Iraq.
And what happened on the college campus when the National Guard assassinated those students?
Kent State.
For protesting Vietnam War?
And I'm sure there was more that didn't get reported.
Yeah.
I'm sure there was more. Same thing with the civil rights movement. Like, how many people fucking died? Do we even know? Is it even recorded?
How come? What is there a moment of silence for? I mean, Sandy Hook was supposed to be the one that stopped it for good.
It should have been.
We're fine. We're fine with 5-year-olds, 25, almost 30, plus, 5-year-old kids getting, murked in a school. Also, too, we never see it. See, I would love for there to be cameras in classrooms so we actually get to see what happens when there's a mass shooting. So we actually see what happens to those poor, innocent lives.
We know.
Yeah.
Would it help some people? And just, again, even seeing the video of Kirk today, does it help get the visceral, like, oh my God, this is fucked up.
Yeah, like in a blink of an eye.
But like, again, dude, it's 24 children. Like, that should have been it. That should have been fucking it. Let me lighten the mood a little bit with that statement we just heard from the governor saying, I just want to remind people that we have the death penalty here. John Marco says clearly.
We're trying to get him on Movie Night Extravaganza. He keeps saying, email me. And we're like, we're emailing you. Respond to us back.
Comedian. I know about this guy.
Luigi. He made a joke about being Luigi Mangioni's cousin after it happened. And I was like,
he's really funny. I got to tell you, I know about this guy in the weirdest way. When we cross so my girlfriend is from Brooklyn. And so we go back and forth, to her house and whatever to see her parents and shit. And also we have friends in Brooklyn. But when we come back into Manhattan, we cross the bridge, and in the east side, there's a window that has like his face big in the window with his Instagram handle. Maybe that's where he lives, but he's like promoting that. So that's how my wife goes, I've seen that face like for the last couple of years, every time across the bridge. And I don't know what the fuck. I don't know who that guy is. So I looked him up one day. I'm like, oh, he's a comedian. That makes sense that he put that up there.
Yeah. I like Troy. I think
if her name is Mario, I'm going to lose it.
Code name Mario. I will be like, oh Jesus, man. I'm like, okay, you gotta laugh at that. Okay. I just again today when I was trying to read that Jezebel article, I just kept laughing in between every sentence because it just kept getting progressively worse and too on the nose. And everyone's like, damn, Kristina, you're gonna take forever. I'm like, it's gonna take me over an hour to read this because it's just too on the nose for events that have happened today. But like, it's people on TikTok are wilding out though. Like, I just said, hey, you're gonna have to ban all the Etsy witches and all that. But everyone's like, yeah, doing sound alerts, like good. I'm just over here like,
I will remind people.
No Fed posting, guys. Remember that.
Yeah.
I did Rocky Road Dublin, and I was like,
what does that mean? What does Fed posting mean? Does it mean you're posting like as if you were a FBI agent? Or you're worried that you'll get seen by an FBI agent?
It's technically like a right-wing term that I guess assuming like, it's like trying to get people to say to post things that might get them, the knock on the door TM situation. Yeah, Fed post originally from 4chan's poll board and associated companies. The term refers to a poster openly calls for violence against others, encourages one to break the law in some way. So like, with luck, I mean, I literally said I did a clip of Rocky Road to Dublin Sinners. I'm like, here's me outside Charlie Kirk's hospital room, and everyone's like, how dare you? I'm like, this is not me, seller. I'm like, this is us. Like, you'll get through this, Charlie. You got this. But no one understands my humor. But
I want to just for 1 second,
also too
in that same vein.
People are also forgetting about the woman from North Carolina, from Charlotte, the Ukrainian immigrant now because of this. Also,
yeah, which is what the right wings. This was their like, we're gonna distract from the Epstein thing with this story, and now they got this.
Yeah. Also, too, fuck all the conservatives who are like talking about how hot she was and like bragging about how they
super
like
great.
they want to goon to her. What is wrong with you?
Crazy. I think they're like, oh, this is a good story because she's hot, and then we can be like,
Yeah, she's a hot white woman.
Waste of DNA for the population or whatever.
You know, if Charlie Kirk had listened to those 3,800 signatures from those, he would still be alive. And if Russia hadn't invaded Ukraine, that woman would still be alive too. Just saying.
Yeah, so this is Alejandra Carabella. She's a great follow reporter. Mostly talks about transitions, but obviously today, she's saying a lot of people call me a doomer, but at heart, I'm an oh, this is too much. My bad. She's saying this is why you don't hire a podcast host to lead the FBI. Complete amateur hour over there, and it could lead to a murderer getting away. And I want to go back to this one. This is Ron Flipowski, also a good follow, saying no. The suspect taken into custody. This is 16 minutes ago. So again, another one, a different one. I don't know.
From what we've heard, this person was wearing all black tactical gear, had a long gun, like all that, you know, like typical, like again, they come prepared, you know.
This is Ben Collins, Tim Onion, as he calls himself. I have lots to say, and I'm convincing myself to say as little as possible, which we agree with. People on TikTok, random people, whatever, you know, they're gonna do what they're gonna do. They're
gonna do what they do with the clicks and the clout and the likes.
Yeah,
and
like Letterhack, Matt has said, we have responsibility, and we have some little bit of power, and we are using it responsibly. I have lots to say. I'm convincing myself to say as little as possible, but I don't think a society that has been absolutely saturated in unavoidable looping videos of snuff films for a decade is one that can hold. Power will and has coalesced around those who best weaponize the snuff films.
Yeah,
I agree.
That's what I mentioned before about the, you know, flagging and all that. Like, you know, you could be watching a wholesome video, next thing you know, hardcore porn coming afterwards because of the loop, you know, with the next video shows, and you're like, oh my god, I didn't want to see that. Like, also you see like kids getting bombed in Syria or Lebanon or Palestine. It's like, I don't want to see that either. Like, it's just,
it's too much. She also points out his work was calling for a lynching of trans people. Political violence is wrong no matter what, and he consistently called for it, as we have seen in the clips. And I'll play him again. Barack Obama said, like you brought up, here's the tweet. We don't know yet what motivated the person who shot and killed Charlie Kirk, but this kind of despicable violence has no place in democracy. Michelle and I will be praying for Charlie's family tonight, especially his wife and his 2 children are fine.
well, I got Juniper can't ever die. Why is this is a response to the New York Yankees honoring him? Why is everyone acting like a guy calling for the systemic targeting of trans people, political violence on people like Paul Pelosi, and who does race science as if he's an MLK Jr. figure? Thank you. Why? I do not want this to happen. Like there you can lionize, you know, someone, a conservative, if they're not a total, like, you know, dick, you know, but there's very few of those people out there. It's like my uncle today, like he was talking about how he no longer has Netflix because of the Obama deal they did. I'm like, really? That's not because of the rising subscription prices? I'm like, dude, right? if Donald Trump got a deal with Netflix, I would watch that shit. You know why? Because he would be at home doing what he does best, probably judging people, doing, you know, reality show stuff. Like, I would still like be like a Netflix subscriber if someone like him. I mean, look, I mean, CBS. I mean, people are gonna still have to watch CBS with the Barry Weiss stuff. That you know, I don't know why CBS thought would be a good idea to buy her company or whatever. Like, it's gonna get more conservative.
Yeah,
I'm surprised they actually brought the Daily Show back. Oh God, tonight's gonna be interesting too.
Oh,
they've already filmed.
I mean, the late night shows, Colbert, whatnot, Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah, they're all
and yeah, it is weird that this is like a national. Again, he's an internet person. Like the first time our mom is hearing his name is today, so I'm sure she's gonna find out about. I hope that's their fucking responsibility. Colbert, Kimmel, all those motherfuckers, the people, the mainstream news, MSNBC, CNN should be showing all the clips. The clips of him just a fucking month ago talking about deaths are necessary for the Second Amendment. We're gonna have to,
including my own, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. But this is Gabby Giffords putting out a statement saying Gabby Giffords, former Arizona congresswoman, nearly died in 2011 as after assassination attempt, said she was horrified to hear that Charlie Kirk had been shot. Democratic societies will always have political disagreements, but we must never allow America to become a country that confronts those disagreements with violence. Gabby Giffords, like, agreed.
Yeah.
You know, we've been saying the same thing, but you know, it's important. It's important. I need to know what Daddy Cedar thinks. I agree. I'm interested to see the show tomorrow. I'm gonna watch while I'm at work.
Who was the one that got almost assassinated at the that baseball field? He was a Republican.
That was Steve Scalise. I remember that.
Yeah, and he got assassinated by
so
a mentally deranged like Bernie Sanders supporter. You know what Bernie did? Instead of blaming he's like, no, I don't approve of this. This is horrific. This person is brought to justice. And you assume that man getting shot in the head would change his views about guns? Hell no. Nope. Even though Gabby Giffords was a pro-gun Democrat, like very pro-gun, from what I remember.
But yeah, just under her.
Like, did they get the wrong part of the brain that makes
the
him
timeline? But you know, someone's like good. You know, put the Dan Glover, Donald Glover gif. Who's like, this gif is going to get a lot of mileage today, which is gross. He's still a human being with a wife and kids. You know, whatever. You can't kill away white supremacy. That's a good point. You really can't. It just it exists. It will probably entrench many who might have been educatable. I mean, look, you know, even in Olay's videos, like political violence I know. I was watching a different Olay video yesterday. She was talking with Kenny JD. Love both of them. But you know,
I love her bad movies in a beat.
Yes, dude. Oh my god, dude, we watch so much of her shit. Whenever she's got a new video, we're checking it out.
Like what that she's gonna talk about something that's really, really bad and very filthy, like Netflix Pureflix or whatever. She did that 365 days that blew up during COVID. It was like that Polish 50 Shades of Grey, whatever. And she
oh my god.
Her video on those movies were so good because
that's a good one to mention. I'm gonna save that in my memory for later.
She was like, and they're doing it back in the boat. They're doing it on the boat, in the water, when they finally have sex. It's like 10 minutes long. And I'm like, yeah, that scene went on forever.
Like, but to the point, they were talking about some documentary on Netflix about a woman a girl who was getting bullied online, and like all these other girls were also getting bullied and they didn't know who it was, and turned out it was the girl's mother. And Kenny and Olay were like, she needs her ass beat. And you know, violence is never the answer. But Olay was like, no, sometimes violence is often the answer. Wars. Like that's how countries resolve disputes, with war. All right. Sometimes it fucking is the answer. But you know, again, in this moment, no, it's really not. It's an example of the kind of shit that Charlie Kirk himself has been fomenting. Trump has been fomenting. This is the result of fascism, man. You're gonna get violence.
Yeah. Also, too, like a lot of right wingers have been calling for the assassination of Assad Piker, and it's like and these are the same people that are like, how dare you speak ill of Charlie Kirk? I'm like, Hassan hasn't said anything ill about Charlie Kirk. Like he was like, Hassan was almost on the verge of tears watching that shit. Like it was crazy. Like I was like, oh god, and it's funny too because I'm like every time you like Hassan, like every time. For every person that says like, how dare you say mean things about Charlie Kirk now that he's dead, there is a comment about that person wanting death or harm towards some left-wing content creator. Like you're not special, okay? Like whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. Hold on, I think Trump might be speaking.
Oh boy, breaking news.
If not tonight, tomorrow, but we'll see.
I'm surprised he hasn't said anything. Like this could be like this could be his Osama bin Laden. Just kidding. Like this could be like a. But I don't know.
I know. You want to make every joke you can make, but you're like, let me not.
Yeah.
No, he's not. Okay. I don't know. I saw that. Yeah, no, I saw Juniper say that.
Yeah.
But I don't think so. I mean, probably tomorrow again. If he makes a speech about this.
Yeah. Also, Chris Pratt giving his 2 cents. Like, god damn.
Did he really?
You're okay. It says, pray for Charlie Kirk right now, for his wife and young children, for our country. We need God's grace. God help us. And I'm over here like, this is why you are everyone's most hated Chris.
Fucking really? God damn! I didn't know he was
Evans
that
and
deep.
Pine all the way.
How are you going to be on fucking Parks and Rec and really think about like Jesus Christ? This is Elizabeth Warren giving her reaction immediately.
Wow, her hair's got a lot whiter.
Yeah.
Oh, please. Right. Why don't you start with the President of the United States?
She was asked about the Democratic rhetoric.
Right? And every ugly meme he has posted and every ugly word. Oh,
Yes. Correct.
Yeah.
No, I guarantee it, and they already have started with that clip that Deter played
Jesse
from
Waters
England.
out here like, we will avenge Charlie Kirk.
Yeah,
What
really.
are you
Like,
talking about? That's political violence right there, buddy.
that's calling for violence on a show where Dana Perino sitting next to him is like, "This is horrible. All violence should be condemned." But she knows the lines. She wrote speeches for Bush. You know, Jesse Waters is out here just doing man on the street interviews for O'Reilly. He has no fucking
Yeah.
what do you call it? Manners, I guess.
His mom did not ground him enough as a kid and coddled him. I think that's why he came out. He's the only Republican in his family. Like, imagine, like, I'm going to rebel against my family and be a Republican. Okay.
Yeah, I want to see what Gutfeld said about this. I missed this because this is the same show that Waters said what he said.
The Five.
The Five, one of my favorite shows on Fox, honestly.
Yes,
back
same
in the
here.
day when I
Love it.
first got into it, the news, The Five and The Cycle, back and forth because The Cycle was on MSNBC.
Yeah.
And that was great. Fucking Kornacki, Crystal Ball, Torre, and SE Cup all went on to do great things. I don't know about SE, but fucking Torre is doing great. Crystal Ball doing great. Fucking Kornacki still killing it at the board. But here's Gutfeld.
Kornacki and the khakis.
Out of your thoughts beyond just horror.
First of all, the mug right there. Look at the mug that he's like. Pick a different mug. You know this is happening. Anyways,
you know, Charlie was such a force of nature. He was brilliant and he was funny, but what scared people was his persuasiveness. The only way to take him down, because he could persuade you so strongly, was to kill him. You know, and the shock and despair that we are feeling, and I mean we as in shared by everyone at home and around this table and in this building, it's a testament to the impact of Charlie's friendship and his bravery and his character. And it's so deep a wound that we all feel. It's because it feels like he's one of us. He's part of us because he was such genuinely a patriot and a great person. So how do you work through this? Well, it's not about him or me. It's us, the viewers. You are us. What do we do? Well, you still do what you always do, but you do more of it. You stand up, you speak up, and you share the risk. Right now, you are recoiling, but you have to come back and return stronger, more fortified,
keep
and more
recoiling.
resilient.
Stay in there.
What is
keep being afraid.
Ironic, fittingly, I guess, is that this is a turning point. You know, if you believe in Charlie, you got to believe in yourself because he believed in you. You know, this isn't over. This is the beginning. And Charlie's power just got released in all of us. He's going to be bigger now than he ever was on this chaotic planet. He made us all bigger. So I think that if you're at home and you're feeling bad, don't just get through it. And remember that he would want you to get stronger and not back down.
All right. More eulogizing this fucking Nazi, you know. Again, I get it. And at least his tone was a little less fucking vitriolic and angry than Waters.
And like being a complete and total douche canoe.
Yeah, for real. But we got Matt the Letterhack here back, ready for his show. Bring him on up.
Yeah.
Nick or Matt, yourself.
What's happening? Thanks for holding it down, guys. Jeez. Kristina, when'd you get here? I feel like I just left this room and came back and was like, this party just got better. What?
Yeah. I was like, oh God, streaming was fun. But then I was laying in bed and I was like, wait, I could do more.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I really appreciate you jumping on. This ended up being our first day of all live content.
Oh, really?
We've never done that before. Yeah, so pretty cool. I mean, it's just a sign of, we're totally capable. So like whatever happens, I love that you guys can just jump on here and just be broadcasters. It's the coolest thing. But thanks, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And I mean that gut felt thing. I realize you can't hear me, but maybe you could see me cussing very loudly. And the little thumbnail, I was like, "Oh my god, you got to get this guy out of here!" I was like getting really upset, and I almost thought to myself, "Like, whose fucking channel is this? Somebody make a call."
We're retooling. We're retooling. We're shutting it down.
There's gonna be a lot of that. The fever dream continues in 1 hour. It's gonna be wild, but yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna change the subject. I'm going to talk about something different, or what I was planning to talk about all day. I'm going to go with that instead.
We did the breaking news.
Appreciate
We're
it.
back to blue. Letterhack, Matt, take us away with some comics. I got to go eat dinner. I went longer than I was expecting.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Always. And, watch our channels.
I'm going to promote those as soon as you split, so don't worry.
All right.
Now I'm back. It's the Letterhack. Look, I just want to thank everyone who did the long shifts today, who kept their composure and who maintained, reliable commentary the whole time. Sandee of Left of the Box, Deter McBizness of American Wasp, Alex from Devil's Advocate Productions, and then Kristina, Cosmopolitics from Kristina's Corner. These are my pals. This is my crew. This is who I roll with. This is who you roll with. We all roll together. This is better than I could have ever expected when we made this collective, and today was just evidence of how strong it has become already. And just like, what has it been 4 months? It's amazing. So Devil's Advocate Productions, please watch all of Alex's content. You can find links in the description. They're also putting them up in the chat right now because our mods are as great as our host. It is truly amazing the work that people do behind the scenes, and when we're on air, I am so grateful and so appreciative. It's just like, I put in all this free work and I never once think I should be getting paid for this, because this is a true collective. It's a true it's a true group and gathering of people who all bring their A game and do what they're known for, work toward their strengths. And so it blows me away, the dedication every time. I'm so happy to have you all be a part of this with me. So make sure you're following Kristina's work on Movie Night Extravaganza, also part of this collective, and Kristina's Corner. Follow Deter. His show is going live tonight on his own channel. And of course, follow Sandee Lovas of Left of the Box for Canadian and, just an all around North American perspective. I think Canada's in North America. I always confuse that with all the other places that aren't the United States. So anyway, just like a regular American, my knowledge of things is limited outside of my personal little bubble here. And of course, I want to thank producer Nick, who is going to split for the night now that he is turning it over to me and the rest of the gang at Left Past 10, which takes place right after this. But now, despite like the news today, which we've talked about at length, and it'll probably come up again later, and in tomorrow and so on, I would like to talk about something unrelated. Call it a palate cleanser, if you will. This show is about art, comics, and politics, and how they all intersect and how they all influence each other and where they pop up. Sometimes it's the politics in comics. Sometimes it's the politics of comics. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's both and all of that. And so we're not going to deviate too much from politics, but and journalism and media. But we are going to focus on comics. That's where we're going to start. We're going to talk about a term that has been used quite a bit in the last week or so. And it's a term that you'll recognize and you're familiar with. But first, what we're going to do is quit Discord because it takes up a lot of my memory and I keep getting updates. First, what we're going to do is take a left turn on the front end. Normally, you get to that point like a documentary or a show where they take a left turn later, and you're like, I didn't see that coming. So we're going to start that way. So then you won't see the main topic coming, maybe. And so anyway, the first thing we're going to talk about tonight is the history of word balloons. Do you know what I mean by a word balloon? Good thing we're going to cover the history of it. Also known as speech balloons, speech bubbles, dialogue balloons. Word balloons are a graphic convention and most commonly used in comic books, comic strips, and sometimes cartoons to allow words and much less often pictures to be understood as representing a character's speech or thoughts. A formal distinction is often made between the balloon that indicates speech and the one that indicates thoughts. The balloon that conveys thoughts is often referred to as thought bubble or conversation cloud. Now, you've seen in cartoons where Bugs Bunny is looking at somebody and he's like drunk or something, and he sees them in his mind as like a roasted turkey or do you roast turkeys? You know what I mean? It's like a fully baked chicken or something like that, right? Like he's seeing him, he starts drooling. And then in comics, and we'll see examples of this, people's dialogue is in a balloon over their head, right? That's what we're talking about. One of the earliest, here, let's do this right. Check this. I mean, this is cool stuff. I think it's historically very cool. One of the earliest antecedents of the modern speech bubble was the speech scroll, a wispy line that connected first-person speech to the mouth of the speaker. In Mesoamerican art between 1600 and 900 CE, earlier paintings depicting stories in subsequent frames using descriptive text resembling bubble text were used in murals. One such example, written in Greek dating to the 2nd century, found in what we know today as Jordan. This is look, it's nothing new. Comics, art, and words being used together. This is old school. This has been going for a long time. In Western graphic art, labels that reveal what a pictured figure is saying have appeared since at least the 13th century. These were in common European use by the early 16th century. Word balloons, also known as banderoles, began appearing in 18th century printed broadsides and political cartoons from the American Revolution, including some by Benjamin Franklin. There's one. He didn't do very many, but they're still out there. Here's another one, which you'll probably recognize even more. And Benjamin Franklin often used them during the American Revolution, as did comic strip creator in Britain, James Gilray. They later became disused, but by 1904 had regained their popularity, although they were still considered novel enough to require explanation. With the development of the comics industry during the 20th century, the appearance of speech balloons or word balloons has become increasingly standardized, though the formal conventions that have evolved in different cultures, USA as opposed to Japan, for example, can be quite distinct. You'll see the one from Japan, from the manga on the left, it's much more dynamic, not afraid to cover the art up. It's very much like a part of the art. Whereas on the right, the American comic, it's more structured, everything in its place. There's more of a formula at play, although the panel arrangement isn't too different between the two of these, you may note. In the UK in 1825, the Glasgow Looking Glass, regarded as the world's first comics magazine, was created by English satirical cartoonist William Heath. Containing the world's first comic strip, it also made it the first to use speech bubbles. Richard F. O. Outcault's Yellow Kid is generally credited as the first American comic strip character. His words initially appeared on his yellow shirt, but word balloons, very much like those used presently, were added almost immediately. As early as 1896. By the start of the 20th century, word balloons were ubiquitous. Since that time, few American comic strips and comic books have relied on captions, notably Hal Foster's Prince Valiant and early Tarzan comic strip in the 1930s. Some European examples include Hergé's The Adventures of Tintin, which debuted in 1929. Speech balloons are not necessarily popular or well-known in all parts of the world. During the Gulf War, an American propaganda leaflet that used a thought bubble proved puzzling to Iraqi soldiers. According to one PSYOP specialist, this was because the technique was not known in Iraq, and readers had no idea why Saddam's head was floating in the air. Okay. Just want to pause here very quickly. I just want to address the elephant in the room, something that we may all be thinking. And yes, this Yellow Kid shit is racist. Now, oddly enough, and no matter what offenses to our more lefty sensibilities this image may conjure up in our minds, the name and the depiction of this yellow kid, quote unquote, was not meant to be a racist caricature. This is not anti-Chinese sentiment at all. It is instead just a crude drawing of a funny-looking kid who was living in poverty and had his head shaved because of lice. However, the original Yellow Kid strips reflect the xenophobia and prejudice common in the late 19th century America, including racist depictions of all non-white characters and building an anti-Chinese themes and fears of other cultures in general. So look, if you, like I, were thinking this smelled of racism and bigotry, we were right, but maybe not for the reasons that we thought. And so naturally, at this point, you might be asking, Letterhack, WTF, bro? Here we are having a pleasant history lesson about the use of word balloons in comics and art throughout history, and then suddenly you're talking about this racist 19th century American garbage. What's going on? Well, fear not, because we aren't actually talking about the history of word balloons at all tonight. Rather, the connection from word balloons in comics to a term you've likely been hearing in recent years, and especially in the last couple of weeks, and that term is yellow journalism. Throughout my entire life as an avid comic book collector from day one, I've always heard the story that the vintage comic strip Yellow Kid was not only the first official comic strip and not only the first strip to ever include word balloons, but also the origin for the term yellow journalism. But like yellow journalism itself, as we will learn, we should question the things that we hear. Okay, so. But first, if you know anything about me, it's that I do not appreciate when we use terms casually as if we all know what they mean, right? People do this way too much. And as it turns out, a lot of people are often confused on either the meaning of yellow journalism, the origins, or both. And so, what is yellow journalism and where did it begin? Well, let's look into this now. We're going to go to Wikipedia. And don't worry, we will talk about the fact that we're on Wikipedia while we're looking. Can you see that? There you go. That's a little better. I'll read it anyway. Yellow journalism. We're not going to read this whole thing. In journalism, yellow journalism and the yellow press are American newspapers that use eye-catching headlines and sensationalized exaggerations for increased sales. This term is chiefly used in American English, whereas in the United Kingdom, the similar term tabloid journalism is more common. Other languages, like Russian, sometimes have terms derived from the American term. Yellow journalism emerged in the intense battle for readers by two newspapers in New York City in the 1890s. It was not common in other cities. Joseph Pulitzer, the New York World in 1883. Yes, that Pulitzer. He when he purchased it, he told his editors to use sensationalism, crusades against corruption, and lavish use of illustrations to boost circulation. William Randolph Hearst then purchased the rival New York Journal in 1895. They engaged in an intense circulation war at a time when most men bought one copy every day from rival street vendors shouting their paper's headlines. The term yellow journalism originated from the innovative, popular Yellow Kid comic strip that was published first in the World and later in the Journal. So, look, this is kind of where the misconception begins, okay? And there it is. I mean, I just want to point out the whole reason I was talking about Yellow Kid. Here it is. You can't talk about yellow journalism without bringing this up, right? Both newspapers used the popular comic strip for sales. Okay? And there was a time in overlap where they both ran it at the same time. Yellow Kid, yellow journalism, yellow newspapers. You can see how they mix this up, right? But check this out. And I mean, there's Yellow Kid right there on the right. An English magazine in 1898 noted, all American journalism is not yellow, though all strictly up-to-date yellow journalism is American. The term was coined in the mid-1890s to characterize the sensational journalism in the circulation war between Joseph Pulitzer's New York World and William Randolph Hearst's New York Journal. The battle peaked from 1895 to 1898, and historical usage often refers specifically to this period. Both papers were sensationalizing the news in order to drive up circulation. Although the newspapers did serious reporting as well, Richard F. Outcaultz, the author of the popular cartoon strip The Yellow Kid, was tempted away from the World by Hearst, and the cartoon accounted substantially towards a big increase in sales in the Journal. The term was coined by Irvin Wardman, the editor of the New York Press. Wardman was the first to publish the term, but there is evidence that expressions such as yellow journalism and School of Yellow Kid journalism were already used by newsmen of that time. Wardman never defined the term exactly. Possibly it was a mutation from earlier slander where Wardman twisted new journalism into nude journalism. Waldman had also used the expression Yellow Kid journalism, referring to the then popular comic strip, which was published by both Pulitzer and Hearst during circulation war. So there you go. You can see the mix-up, right? You can see how over time people just go yellow journalism. Oh yeah, Yellow Kid journal. Yellow Kid was in both papers. Those are the papers guilty of yellow journalism and sensationalizing. That must be it, right? But like, is that the whole story? And can we rely on Wikipedia for facts? You know, these days, kind of, right? Like, who can you rely on at all? And that's sort of my point. And we'll get back to that. So just in case, let's look at another article on the topic over at Web Comic Outlook's Know Thy History column, which itself is a piece of history, internet archival history, going back to, I think this article's from 2003. It's the early 2000s, but we can get more information over there. So check this out. Know Thy History, the history of Yellow Kid. And this is like tiny for me, so I'm going to try and zoom in a little bit. I hope that helps for you all, but I'll read along. Surely you've heard the phrase, and look, there's some repetition here, but this is more information. So we're going to go over some of the stuff I've already read, but this will be more in depth. Okay. So apologies, but bear with me. Surely you've heard the phrase yellow journalism. It's the sort of unprincipled journalism where little research is done and its sole purpose is to sell newspapers. Its first use happened way back in the 1890s between two newspaper titans, Joseph Pulitzer of New York World, yes, that Joseph Pulitzer, and William Randolph Hearst of New York Journal. Yellow journalism was famously applied to the Spanish-American War. Hearst and Pulitzer first drummed up anti-Spain sentiments with fabricated stories about brutality in Cuba. The two papers went into full crazy warmongering mode when the USS Maine exploded. To this day, no one really knows if the Spanish were responsible for the sinking of the USS Maine. Wikipedia provides several competing studies. The latest, based on computer simulations conducted by the National Geographic in 1998, helped support the original theory that a Spanish mine did sink the Maine, while a 1974 naval study concludes that it was spontaneous combustion of coal in the bunker near the magazine. As always, everything is wrapped up in politics. But why was it called yellow journalism in the first place? It turns out Pulitzer and Hearst had been fighting another war at the same time, one in the funny pages. Each had their own version of the character known as the Yellow Kid. When the media wars erupted, the New York press called it yellow journalism. The term isn't as directly tied to Yellow Kid as previously thought. Even Wikipedia makes this error, claiming that yellow journalism was shortened from Yellow Kid journalism, which we just sort of read, and that may have been updated since this was written. However, there is a connection, as reported by Comic Book Resources. That link is dead because Comic Book Resources isn't around now. Yellow journalism referred more to the fancy new yellow ink that the newspapers were playing with. Okay? That ink was most visually seen in a popular comic where a kid wore a loud yellow shirt. Now, look, I'm just going to tell you, when you see that Superman is primary colors and then the Flash is red, yellow, and then Aquaman is green and orange, secondary colors, those aren't like people sitting around going, what should we make? Those were the available colors. And if they had already done combinations of primary using mostly blue, the next character would be mostly red. Oh, well, then we haven't done secondary colors yet. If you notice, a lot of villains and anti-heroes in comics are purple and green. That's because all the primary colors were already spoken for, and they weren't using combinations of purple and green. Lex Luthor, the Green Goblin, the Incredible Hulk. I mean, just got to look for a second and you'll see what I mean. These colors were chosen for a reason, not design-wise, but production-wise. That's what's happening here. But also, there's more to this yellow ink. However, there is a connection, as reported by Comic Book Resources. Yellow journalism referred more to the fancy new yellow ink that the new newspapers were playing with. That ink was most visually seen in a popular comic where a kid wore a loud yellow shirt. In addition, the editor of the New York Press, who coined yellow journalism, was totes mad with the newfangled trend his competitors were using of mixing comics with serious, honest news reporting, and this bald-headed interloper wasn't making matters easy. And that, people, is how one of the early superstars of comics got mixed up in the sinking of the USS Maine. The Yellow Kid got his start in Richard Outcault's comic Hogan's Alley. It was the Little Rascals before there were Little Rascals, a bunch of kids growing up in the turn of the century tenements. and saying things wise beyond their years, like our reduced means may temporary necessity are residing in a rear tenement, but we're just as exclusive as when we lived on the first floor front and Papa had charged on the I can't even read this stuff. It's so old timey, but you get the picture. Little Rascals before there were Little Rascals. Oh, the hilarity. The yellow kid was just one of many of the Hogan's Alley's gang, a weird bald kid who had no hair because that's how they treated lice infections in the day. That was just a sign of making him look like he was down and out. Just shave his head because he might get lice, and this is the cheapest, most affordable way. Back when Hogan's Alley was in glorious black and white, the yellow kid wasn't yellow at all, and even the advent of color, the yellow kid was wearing some dowdy gray shirt. Yellow ink didn't dry well, so when it was used sparingly. However, once the newspapers hit on a new fast-drying yellow ink, the yellow kid got his famous new duds. And a star was born. Oh, man. Don't you miss the days when fast-drying yellow ink was the flash animation of new technologies? Wow, and flash animation, not a new technology anymore. So that just shows you how old this article is. So that's why he's the yellow kid. I thought that he was a racist caricature of an Asian American, but there doesn't seem to be anything online to support this theory. I mean, other kids in Hogan's Alleys were drawn rather offensively. Yellow is sort of associated with Asian skin color, and the yellow kid did dress the part of visiting Chinese dignitaries. But if you look at what's written on the shirt in the last link, you'll notice that he implies he's not from China. So there you go. That's that. And that link is also dead because it's an old article. But there's all these like racist tropes and things that spring up in our mind when we see this. And like, I'm built these days to be offended. Like, I just am. And I don't see anything wrong with that. Like, out of the gate offended. Like, nah, this is offensive as shit. And then if it's not, okay, I'll let it go. But I'm like ready. And I wouldn't call it political correctness. I'd call it, I'm sick and tired of this shit. It's been going on for a long time, like forever. I'm over it. Can we move on from our racist legacy now? So, speaking of shirts, the yellow kid didn't speak much, but he had one of the most expressive shirts in the business. It even changed from panel to panel, doubling as the yellow kid's dialogue. It was also a parody of turn-of-the-century advertising techniques where people primarily advertise with quirky slogans printed on T-shirts. Things have not changed much at all. The yellow kid was a mischievous prankster. He made Dennis the Menace and Bart Simpson look like lambs of God. The kid liked to get into cockfighting, gambling, smoking a fat stogie, that's a cigar, and most frightening of all, golfing. He also has ties to at least one secret society, and he has a thing for Faust. On the plus side, dude knew how to style for cheap. The kid loved football and advocated proper ball handling techniques. He was even kind of sweet on fellow young tenement dweller Liz. The yellow kid has been seen declaring his intent to marry her from time to time. So, you know, long-lasting comic. Backstory, subplots, supporting cast. Anyway, back to Pulitzer Hearst newspaper wars. Hogan's Alley first debuted in Pulitzer's New York World. However, Hearst wanted in on some of that exciting yellow kid action, so after offering Outcalt a bucket load of cash, Outcalt brought his art and his comic creation to New York Journal. Since Pulitzer still owned Hogan's Alley, Outcalt had to run his comic under a new name, McFadden's Row of Flats. Outcalt even did a couple of cheeky strips where Hogan's Alley is condemned, and the yellow kid leads the residents to their new locale. Refusing to be defeated, Pulitzer hired George Lux to take over Hogan's Alley with a brand new, more painterly style. Eventually, both newspapers recognized the yellow kid as the real star, which is how both newspapers became associated with the yellow of yellow journalism. The yellow kid was a merchandising powerhouse in his own right. Some have declared him the first commercially successful comic strip character, in America anyway. The little dude showed up on a wafer tins, dolls, 10 pins, cigarette cases, cigar boxes, and Easter egg candy containers. I'd say he was selling out to the man, except the man or the men in big newspaper was partially responsible for his meteoric rise in the first place. So what killed the yellow kid? There are many theories. The most interesting one posed on Booklist on Amazon Review is that the yellow kid was killed by the Spanish-American War. Just like how nowadays we've turned our backs on the French. Check this out. How we've turned our backs on the French and started calling them fried potato sticks freedom fries. You can see how old this article is now. A curious thing happened after the Spanish-American War. People just did not care for the color yellow because that was on the Spanish flag. Yellow. Think about it. I mean, if we're going to go to such lengths to say, you know, well, we're calling them freedom fries, then they would definitely, back then, they would definitely stop paying attention to yellow things because yellow was on a flag of a, you know, adversary. And what color is most associated with the yellow kid? Why, that dirty Spanish sympathizer. A more plausible theory is that the yellow kid, with his prankish ways and his affection for smokes and booze, got on the bad side of various parent groups. Or maybe the yellow kid couldn't hold up to the huge influx of hot new newspaper strips influenced by the yellow kid. Wikipedia suggests that the yellow kid disappeared when the New York newspaper wars waned. Then there's a possibility that out-cults just got, you know, tired of it and lost interest. Because he, after all, lost creative control. He went on to create Buster Brown, by the way. Everyone knows Buster Brown. And the other players in the Yellow Kid saga, Joseph Pulitzer went on to found the Pulitzer Award, the highly respected U.S. award for achievements in newspaper and online journalism, literature, and musical composition. Funny that he was the guy who was like originated or first. I don't know. How do you say it? Like, you know, he is a source of yellow journalism. He's like the whole, you can't talk about yellow journalism without talking about Pulitzer. And here he is giving out awards. There's something weird there. But anyway, meanwhile, William Randolph Hearst had a huge freaking castle, but in California, built in California, and his life was immortalized in the greatest movie of all time, Citizen Kane, while later his granddaughter got brainwashed and robbed banks for the Symbionese Liberation Army. So anyway, all the twists and turns and all the history associated with yellow journalism, it's wild. And it's a very long way of saying yellow journalism is just sensationalism. But let's recap, okay? Words and pictures have been around like forever. Check. Word balloons specifically have been around at least since the time of scrolls. Check. Storytelling through sequential art has been around since ancient Greek art. Check. The first American comic strip might have been Yellow Kid, but the Yellow Kid himself isn't racist, although the comic's subject matter, like most American history, was absolutely racist. Check. Oh, and for the record, when I showed the first Benjamin Franklin comic strip earlier, I cropped it because of some racist shit. Okay, so case in point. Comics make for a strong form of communication, including propaganda and wartime propaganda, although maybe not with the Iraqi military at one time. Check. And the term yellow journalism is connected to all of that purely by coincidence and probably had more to do with the color of a new fast-drying yellow ink. Check. But it still means what it means, which is, according to history.state.gov, yellow journalism was a style of newspaper reporting that emphasized sensationalism over facts. During its heyday in the late 19th century, it was one of many factors that helped push the United States and Spain into war in Cuba and the Philippines, leading to the acquisition of overseas territory by the United States. Check. And despite the unknown quote from a random unnamed English magazine in 1898 noting that all American journalism is not yellow, though all strictly up-to-date yellow journalism is America, further verifies the actual origins of the term. Yes, I could have just given you the last two paragraphs first and then done the left turn, but I wanted to do the left turn on the front end because I like talking about comics and I love talking about lettering comics, and that is very much word balloons, speech bubbles, thought bubbles, all that stuff, whatever you want to call it. But let's be real. Because when it comes to the internet, literally everything and anything runs the risk of falling into the category of sensationalism. What was once referred to simply as intense competition, we now call clickbait. Sometimes we even use the term yellow journalism as a casual insult or to suit our own perspective or angle on a story or article. Sometimes that's totally fair. Sometimes that is just sort of another form of yellow journalism or sensationalism. Ad hominem attacks, hearsay, false equivalencies, and so on. But the fact, quote unquote, the fact is we shouldn't even trust ourselves to determine what the facts are, while at the same time safeguarding against a more cynical tinfoil hat outlook on the world where you think it's impossible to trust anything no matter how legit. There are plenty of studies, research papers, peer-reviewed and or corroborated articles that are out there to learn from and by which to increase our knowledge, which, if you ask me, is much better than disputing the intentions of an article that you may or may not even have learned from in the first place. So take away from things what you will, but by no means should we be reading the news going, that is 100% authentic truth. Because if there's any sales involved, or they're trying to get views and clicks, it might not be. I'm just saying, play it safe. Okay. So there you go. Yellow journalism, sensationalism. And it has nothing to do with Yellow Kid, except Yellow Kid kind of has something to do with yellow journalism just because of where it ended up in two papers that are responsible for the term in the first place. There you go. Long story short. But sticking with tonight's theme of being offended, I would like to move on to a story that was sent to me by my pal and colleague, Chloe Humbert. Everyone should be checking out Chloe Humbert's Substack. Fantastic. Never a bad read, ever. And highly informative. But for now, we're going to go over to 404 Media Podcast, an article they wrote, a short article. This is from Matthew Galt. Like I said, offended might not actually cover it, but this is offensive shit. Hackers threaten to submit artist data to AI models if art site doesn't pay up. Yes, they were using the art as ransom. Artists and Clients, a website for connecting artists with gigs, is down after a group called Lunalock threatened to feed their data to AI data sets. Now, look, I checked Artists and Clients today. It's still down. Okay. An old school ransomware attack has a new twist, threatening to feed data to AI companies so it'll be added to the large language model data sets. I cannot tell you how upsetting this is to me. This makes me so mad. I'm furious. Artists and Clients is a website that connects independent artists with interested clients. Around August 30th, a message appeared on Artists and Clients attributed to the ransomware group Lunalock. Quote, "We have breached the website Artists and Clients to steal and encrypt all its data." The message on the site said, according to screenshots, taken before the site went down on Tuesday. It continued saying, quote, if you are a user of this website, you are urged to contact the owners and insist that they pay our ransom. If this ransom is not paid, we will release all data publicly on this Tor site, including source code and personal data of users. Listen to this. Additionally, we will submit all artwork to AI companies to be added to training data sets. Now, at this point, I had some questions. Luckily, they're addressed. So if you do, stick with me. Lunalock promised to delete the stolen data and allow users to decrypt their files if the site's owners paid a $50,000 ransom. Payment is accepted in either Bitcoin or Monero. The notice put on the site by the hackers said. The ransom note included a countdown timer that gave the site's owners several days to cough up the cash. And then they said, check this out. If you do not pay, all files will be leaked, including personal user data. This may cause you to be subject to fines and penalties under the GDPR and other laws. Now, the GDPR is the General Data Protection Regulations. It's a comprehensive European Union law enacted to strengthen individuals' fundamental rights in the digital age, regulating the processing of personal data with the EU and EEA. It gives individuals more control over their personal data, establishes stringent requirements for data controllers and processors, and has an extraterritorial scope applying to any organization processing the data of people in the EU, regardless of its location. So not only are they saying you have to pay us 50 grand, and not only are they saying like we're going to steal all this independent art and give it to large language models like a bunch of assholes, but they're also saying, oh, and you, just so you know, like we know the law. Now that this data is leaked, you may get in trouble for it. So like using the law against people during the ransom, like just total pricks. I mean, it's just the worst of the worst of the worst. Yeah, and then right, HBX. Sadly, they will probably release it anyway. You never know. Most of Lunalock's threat is standard language for a ransomware attack. What's new is the explicit threat to give the site's data, which includes the unique artwork and information of its users, to AI companies. Quote, this is the first time I see a threat actor use training AI models as part of their extortion tactic. Tammy Harper, a senior threat intelligence researcher at the cybersecurity company Flare, told 404 Media. Before this, it was kind of an assumption that victim data could end up being shared through AI models, especially if the groups use it to find leverage and process the data to calculate ransom amounts. Harper said that this kind of threat could be effective against artists. It's a very sensitive subject for this type of victim and art marketplace. Lunalock is definitely using and hoping for the clients and artists of the victim to pressure them into paying rent. So they want the artist to be like, pay them the money, get us out of this, save our art. It's just fucked up. I mean, artists and clients isn't a bad thing. This is a good thing. And they're turning them against you. They're just trying to ruin the entire aspect of that industry of commercial art. It's unclear how Lunalock would get the artist or the artistic. This is what I was wondering originally. It's unclear how Lunalock would get the artistic data to AI companies. Of course, it might be as simple as setting up an independent website full of the data on the open web and waiting for one of the large language models crawlers to come and devour the information, or just starting a chat with the company's respective chatbots and uploading the images depending on each company's policy on how they train their AIs based on user uploads. So it sounds like it'd be a lot of work for them, but they might do it. As of this writing, Artisan Clients is down in attempts to reach it trigger a Cloudflare error. But users and cybersecurity accounts are sharing screenshots of the ransomware note on social media. Google also indexed the ransom note, and as of this writing, it appears the description of the site when you look it up in the search art. So it appears, the ransomware note appears when you look it up in the search engine. And Artisan Clients did not respond to 404 Media's request for a comment. And that could very well be because they're like freaked out. You see movies where like, don't call the cops either. Come alone. Drop the money in the trash can at the park and we'll know if you're followed. Remember the Big Lebowski when he's like, what's in the bag, man? He's like, it's the ringer, dude. I just thought of that randomly. He's like, my dirty whites. And so there you go. AI is totally unregulated and harmful, and it's immediately used for crime. So, like, thanks. Not just this ransomware attack. LLMs have been stealing art since day one. There is no new art from AI models. AI can only produce art based on existing art. AI can only create the past. AI does not do anything forward. And it's not even like used for inspiration or something like that. It's just flat out like stolen. It's plagiarism. And what may be even worse, just, maybe this is me personally, people making AI slop, this Gen AI art, those images, they're calling themselves artists and acting as if they've created something. These social media accounts putting AI images up like they are presenting some great work of art for us all to enjoy when it's so obviously not in any way, shape, or form creative. It's embarrassing. I've recently seen a ton of Peanuts characters, Charlie Brown, Snoopy, Woodstock, being used in AI-generated images as if there isn't already a fucking Peanuts comic strip for like literally every situation you can think of. Just look up Charlie Brown and whatever the topic. You don't have to make this shit up and then go, oh, it's Charlie Brown, so it makes me feel a certain way. That's out there. That's why you feel that way when you see Charlie Brown talking on a subject, or Snoopy or Linus or whoever. That's because that shit's already out there. That's why you feel that way. There's no need to fake it. And look, I'm not the guy. You listen to me talk for 3 seconds and you'll hear me say, everyone's an artist. And I'm not going to go without saying that tonight. But this is the one time where I will say you are not an artist. And you are depriving yourself of being one by using this AI slop and then putting it out there like, yeah, look what I did. Yeah, we see what you did. You didn't do shit. The AI didn't do shit. It's all stolen. You assisted. And oh, great. Thanks for proving to us you know how to type like a prompt. Wow. How many years did it take you to learn how to type a prompt in AI? Oh, nothing? No time at all? Give me a break. You've earned nothing from this. But the main thing that I always say about AI, quote unquote, art is ironically a reminder of what I say about art at all. And when I see art, the first thing I do is think to myself, how did they do that? Sometimes purely from a production point of view. How'd they do that? And other times, like when it's really appealing to me, I go, how the fuck did they do that? But when I see these AI generated images, I don't think that at all. And that is a fundamental issue. AI strips away all of the goodness from a thing. It takes the life out of things, literally. It is not new and great. It is fake and phony. There is no process behind it. no means of educating yourself or learning from mistakes or successes. It deprives us of even being artists at all. We can't sharpen our skills. We can't build muscle memory or develop new techniques. We have no style. We have no way of creating a voice through art that's unique to ourselves. And by that, I mean unique to our emotions, our feelings. Life experience, love, hate, happiness, anger, all that stuff. None of that is there. Unless you're typing angry, happy. Wow. You're blowing me away. Let me give you an example of what it looks like to make art in a way that AI tries to replicate but can't, because you can't replicate process. You can only create it, not unlike art itself. This is an Instagram video. It's okay if you can't hear it because it's also subtitled. It's in Japanese. Again, I'll try and zoom in just a little. Hopefully that makes it a little easier to see, but check this out. This is an artist in his studio. This is from Art Drunk on Instagram.
途中の絵を後ろに置いて、これオイルですけどね。これも、この辺は今年中にできると思うんですけど、レコードプレイヤーもあります。狭いアトリエなんだけど、狭いなりにいろいろイマジネーションも湧くんでね、庭を見たり、そうして仕事をしてます。あとこっちの方では、いろいろあれこれ、ここが悩み続ける場所ですね。あとここにあるのは、私のスクラップブックで、もう30年以上続けてます。で、これが逆に言うと一番の僕の資料かもしれませんね。興味のあったものを何でも、切り抜いてやっています。これも途中ですけどね。これ、基本的にはやっぱりブルーとかグリーンが、あとちょっと休憩、休むときにrest my time, something code。そこからエフェクターをいっぱいつないで、音をね、あれこれ遊ぶというか、これはね、いつの間にか溜まっちゃったバットマンが好きですね。こういう夢っていうかな、現実にはないものをとにかくコレクトしたくなりますね。どこかに行きたいなと思って飛行機を買ったり。ここが私の仕事場。
Okay, so he has art that is inspired by that unfinished art. He has 30 years of scrapbooks where he's just collecting inspirational images. He is incorporating his own music. He's practicing of different forms of art like music. In his studio, he has different rooms for different stages in his projects. He keeps a lot of his art around. He's clearly trying to develop his own style and his own voice. It's very cool. It is in a lot of ways what a large language model tries to achieve when you prompt it. It's gathering all these images from all over the place. It's doing it in stages. It's offering sometimes incomplete, sometimes complete, but it can never match what the actual artist does. It can never match the physical, living, breathing aspects of that. And this is my favorite comment of the day. You're legit pushing a neoliberal argument and are pushing prejudices and hate movement against people like me. You're wrong, but see ya. Because there is no way any of that is true. So look, don't let anyone take your art from you. That's what I'm getting at. Whether through ransom or by robbing you of the artistic process or by robbing your art through AI. Finding your voice is making art. Finished, unfinished, that's still making art. Making art is an art. Creating a process is art. Enjoying art is in itself art. But do not get it twisted. There is no tool that makes you an artist. There is no one piece of software or any app that turns you into an artist. Those tools are there to make you a better artist. It's not as if you have a hammer and a saw, you're suddenly a carpenter, right? But there are tools that you could employ to become that. The tools are there to make you a better artist. And if you think you can type some words into a bot and whatever it spits out is art, well, it isn't art, and that doesn't make you an artist. AI skips over all that stuff and goes right to the final product. Ding, magic. There's no such thing. That's just an image. And if it isn't art, it certainly isn't your art. And this isn't what being an artist is about. The irony being, you are an artist without all the tools, and without the apps, and without the AI. You are an artist. You. Your art is the art you've been missing. You are the artist you've been looking for. I can't say it enough. If you're offended that I'm offending AI, you really need to rethink the difference between human beings and artificial so-called intelligence, because they're a lot bigger than you realize. Left past 10 starts right now.
Is this thing on?
Did everyone make it?
I can't hear you.
Sandy, you're muted. But that, you know what? It's okay, because
It's not showing on my channel.
okay, we'll work it out. But like, here, I'm getting an echo from you too. Here's the thing, though. We shouldn't be talking about it now anyway, because it just ruins it when we talk over the intro. So anyway, let's not do that. Somebody's got the show on their end. Who is it? Is it Jake? Who's
It's
got
off.
the show on?
It's off. It's off. I
Oh,
just
okay.
had to. Yeah. I'm here.
Yeah.
I haven't even fixed anything yet. I'm so
Sandy.
tired. Yeah.
Hold on. I just want everyone to know this is Sandy's first time being on the show on this space where we are live when she arrives. And normally we get all of this. My lighting's fucked up. My camera's fucked up. I'm tired. My headphones are not working. How come it's not on my channel?
Right.
Like before. So this is actually kind of cool for the audience to be able to experience this.
Yeah, and it's not on my channel either.
Okay, so let's do this. Go up to edit, hit that plus button, and add your channel there.
Stream this to your audience.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it?
All right. Yeah, I got it. I didn't get to do that yet because I wasn't ready. Okay, left.
Well, I mean, it's
It's my
10
my
o'clock.
fault.
It's 10
Yeah.
p.m. Eastern on
Welcome.
Wednesday. If you're not ready now, when
no,
will you
I'm
be?
very tired. Sorry.
Okay, it's good
All
to
right,
see you
it's
guys.
On. It's on. It's,
It's
gonna
great
come
to
on.
see y'all.
Let's see if it comes on. No, and I'm also very my color is terrible.
No, let's good. Andrea reminds me of that Robin Williams. It's a Woody Allen movie, but it's Robin Williams
that's
where
better.
he plays an actor who suddenly goes out of focus. And like his kids, he takes his family to the eye doctor to get glasses, and they're like, "We don't need glasses." He's like, "Yeah, but don't you want to see Daddy again?"
Yeah.
It's really fun.
Let's
That
see.
sounds good. I gotta check that out.
It's really good,
It says
but it's a Woody Allen
upcoming.
movie. So
Now
look,
it says it's upcoming. on my channel. Literally, it says it's upcoming. It's not even
Refresh.
on. I did. I don't know what's going on.
Um,
Oh, it's on. Yeah. All right.
No, we did it. We did
I'm
it.
so sorry. Listen, I'm so tired. I will try to make it, you know.
What's going on? Why are you so tired?
Because I've been running around today. I was out doing just lots of stuff. And then, listen,
Okay.
these freaking kittens, they wear me out.
Yeah, kitten cam.
They wear me out, and I don't have anything to share. But hang on. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Okay. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'll be right back. Let me just shut my camera off for a second.
I would like to point out, I can't say this enough. I am continually impressed with the work that goes on this network, this channel, this collective. I love watching.
Yeah, I'd love
and
to
I'm so-
announce. I mean, I know you did earlier, but this is our first all live day.
Yeah, no syndicated content because people just were like, let's go live because of Charlie Kirk, and so like we just kept that going. But I do.
So thank you for that one.
Oh, that's right. I've got
Out
an
there?
erection for two reasons. I have to pause and say I hope this stays a thing. I love the 90s cam.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's my new webcam. Why not?
It's pretty
hell
good.
yeah.
And I got this tracking mode on. This is crazy, dude. Look at this.
And I should say, one of the greatest insults you can give me is to call me a liberal or neoliberal. That's basically where I lose it. That's
You
basically where I'm like,
liberal
fuck
mother,
you,
you
you're
liberal-
out.
you
Like I do
liberal
not let that fly.
You're a
because
neoliberal. You're a
It's just
liberal.
so
Oh
insulting.
my
You
God.
couldn't, and to like insult me while you're saying I'm being insulting isn't really winning me over. So whatever. I just don't approve of that. But though I just want to say real quick, every week I don't have like a favorite show, but every week I'm like, that's the one that really hit me this week. That's the commentary, or that's the show that's my favorite of the week. And yesterday that was Jake. Just owned it.
Really?
The commentary.
Jake
was
surprised. He's
so
like,
fucking
"My show."
perfect.
Oh, Jake, you're so good.
Like I immediately was like, dude, fantastic episode. And I don't know if that came across like as impressed as I actually was.
I
But
thought you were just being nice to me because I didn't.
I'm
my
like I
God,
would do
Jake,
that. Like I would just be nice.
Yeah, this
You,
guy's
yes,
different,
you're
man.
one of the nicest human
This guy's
beings.
a piece of fucking shit, is
Forward.
what he is. He was voted the most right wing at one point, and you also
That is true.
tyrannically.
Remember that?
So
I
he
was
won't
still there.
allow
I
a
was
repoll.
I wasn't the most right wing, Sandy.
This
I
is like,
wasn't.
it's
I
not
mean,
good.
I
we
came
did
in
a survey
second.
of some of the most influential progressive voices that exist today.
Thank you.
And
Thank you. I mean, suddenly
no,
I'm like
we
a
did a survey
neoliberal.
of those people, and they said you're the most right wing here.
Not true. Okay, so look.
That's
when
because he
we-
was a Republican, but that doesn't mean he's a Republican now.
Speak for yourself, okay? I'm more than making up for
Exposed.
Honey, you've made up for it. And I liked your last thing on the AI, and I put a picture in our Discord to tell you I made it on Canva. And if it's all my own stuff, it's not AI, right? Like,
Welcome.
I would have to look at it,
Sandy
but I'm not
doesn't
going to
know
open
what AI
Discord right now.
means.
Well,
portion
Jake,
of,
But look, I just
I
let me
know
just
what it is, but I mean,
Thank you for the
you
appropriate
don't-
reaction to
you
that, Jake.
don't even know. Sometimes, like I use all my own these were
Sandy is sitting out
photographs
here
and-
making art herself.
There
by
has been
herself, and then she's
times-
questioning, like, am I AI?
There's
Did I
been
do
times
that?"
there's been
What are
times
you
where
talking about,
Sandy
Sandy?
Sandy will send me an image and go, "What do you think?" And I'm like, "There's AI in there." She's like, "Oh."
Yeah.
But
Like,
what
yeah,
is that?
see, I can see it. But look, let me just finish
If
this
you
because
made
I don't
the
want to.
image yourself, how is it AI?
I don't know if Canva, I didn't use any AI in this Canva one. I put it in there for Jake to put up.
Okay.
Mm.
But real quick, let me just finish this point I was making about Jake yesterday, because
Yeah.
there's two things. One, the commentary itself, just I needed to hear it personally. I was like, oh, I need people to like reinforce what I'm thinking, but I don't look for it. So it's just so nice that it was just, I was like, this guy is 100% in my head right now, but also saying it better than I was thinking it even. So thank you. But like and here's the other thing.
He's sick over here.
Jake and I we don't see eye to eye on literally everything,
Yeah,
right? I
Jake
mean,
loves
that
the
would be
cops, for
weird if we
example.
did, but like, I can't listen to Jake's commentary without thinking, oh, maybe this is where I disagree with him. Oh, maybe this is where
Okay.
we don't see eye to eye. And
know.
that did
now
not,
we start.
I would have tried it sober.
but that did not happen. Like the whole hour, I was like, banger, 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 banger. I think it was just cool that we could see eye to eye on this stuff. Also, that gave me hope that more people in the greater this space could see eye to eye on this too, and it would resonate with them. So just thanks for doing such a great job and for speaking to me in a way that, you know, it reinforced what I was thinking, but it made it helped me make more sense of progressives
For those
and
of you,
Democrats.
for
and
those
all
of
that.
us rather who are not me,
pleasure.
And that did not see Jake's show yesterday. What
What's
was
your
it
problem?
about?
I didn't. I was having my own show.
Jake, take it away.
Yeah,
Go on.
Sandy. Why didn't you watch Jake's show?
Because I had
Can
Elliot
someone tell
Jacobson on.
Sandy what
and
This
we
was
were-
2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was
Oh.
2 o'clock
Where the
on
hell
like
was
a
I?
Tuesday. You got no excuse.
Where was
But
I?
anyway.
Yeah, Sandy.
Jake, tell
You
him what it
know,
was
would
about.
love to know. We
I
gotta
do
fill
not
in
want
the
to
gaps.
establish.
Maybe I was
Let's
listening.
not make this a precedent. I do not want to make it a thing where we have to watch everything we do, because we have to put out more content collectively than there are hours in the day.
Can we talk about how Letterhack has had this like at the bottom of our screen for like the last that's just been there the whole time. So thanks
Put
a
up
lot
the one I put
for
up
that
the
one.
one I
You
did.
got this
Sorry.
giant thing that says racist on your fucking thing, and you're not the most right wing voted several times. Won't allow a repoll.
Jake, what was the show about yesterday?
I have no idea.
I can tell you what ours was.
So the no, I genuinely,
The way I word it is the Democratic Party ain't the left, and they're not progressives. And if you don't see a progressive in your local race, then you could be that progressive running for office. And then you said especially in a red state or a conservative area, because you will stand out. And like and one of the things we always say is that if you're running in a race that you can't win, at least you're keeping those issues in the debates and the town halls and the discussions and the media and all this stuff. So you got to do it. There is a silver lining. There is a positive reason to outcome.
Mm-hmm.
And especially in a red state, because it's like, whoa, okay, we haven't heard this before.
Republican, for Christ's sake, who cares?
absolutely, it literally, like, the parties literally don't matter at this point, and because they have nothing to do with ideology. They do not. So you may as well run as whatever, because they're going to be talking. You're going to be funded by evil people, no matter what you do. And if just to really hammer home something we've actually been saying for a long time, but maybe put it in a different way so people can take it into their hearts. The old way of using centrism to try to win over purple areas doesn't work. And in fact, there's evidence to show it never really worked. It was never the optimal strategy.
I agree.
Just like trickle-down economics is now, we've got 40 years to tell us it's not a good idea. We now know running as a centrist is not a good idea. But don't even, I'll correct myself from earlier and try this with the audience. Don't even run as anything but what you are. Just be you and be earnest, and you'll be a revolutionary because you're earnest.
I think that's what Mom Tommy is doing. Mom Tommy.
Yeah.
I love that ad. I love
That's
it.
what people
From
wanna talk
with the Gilded Age actor reading that. Oh, that was brilliant.
That was excellent.
Reading about what all the stuffy snobs are doing, reading the New York Times article. Oh, the Hampton people. It was brilliant. It was brilliant. I loved it. I thought it was brilliant.
Dude.
Yay.
No, I agree. That sounds like a good show. I got to go back and check it out.
Yeah, Jake, I will listen to it.
And by that, I mean, Sandy should really go check it out.
Check it
out. And guess what? You should check my shows out with Dr. Learn something about atmosphere.
Yeah, we gotta have Sandy.
I'm trying to segue. I'm trying to segue. I'm trying to segue into
Segue,
Sandy's show. This
Hurry the
is
fuck up.
so then I was gonna say that
Big
Andrea
brother.
also had a great show today. Andrea, that was awesome.
Oh, yeah, I
Very
watched you,
on
Andrea.
point in hindsight. Like holy crap.
Yeah, what the hell? Are you talking about my show?
Yeah,
I did a
and
whole
then-
show about how everything is all fucked up. and
Yes,
everyone's
I
shooting
loved
each
it.
other,
You did the
and then I
Doomer
end
show.
my show and everyone's like, check the news, and it's 3:59 p.m. and I'm
Yeah.
like, oh fuck. I gotta tell you though, am I allowed to say before you compliment how great my show was, which it was great? I watched that video like immediately. Like I'm talking, like I picked up my phone, I watched that shit. Wow. That's all I can say about that one. But we'll get to that part later. I'm sure anyone
Oh, you
telling
mean
me how great
the
it
video?
was.
The video cartoon.
Oh!
Ooh, boy, that was a heck of a video.
That's one hell of a video. Anyway,
One hell of a video.
So
how fantastic my show was.
Then I was thinking like, this is cool because I'll be on a show with Jake and Andrea and also Sandee. And then I was like, oh, and starting next week, I can pay compliments to all three of you. Of course, it'll be a following week because your show is now going to be on Thursdays.
5 p.m. Eastern.
Boom. That's
I'm
going to be
excited.
awesome.
But
Good.
I'm not going to call it Inside the EPA.
Boom.
I'm trying to think of a name because I can't afford to subscribe to
Hurry
their
up. I like
their thing. But
I like Political Coffee House very much. I also like Environmental Coffee House.
well,
You could just
Political
either
Coffee
one of
House.
those.
That way, I could really get.
I have been
my-
telling you for like 5 months.
I know,
that's the
but
one.
but on our
Like, I
on
haven't
this- but don't
deviated
you need
from
a
that.
science
I gotta say, I've been
communicator
saying
on
the
this
same
space?
thing.
But you need a science communicator on this space, I think.
Maybe
Hey,
that's
whatever
the
you
coffee
want.
house part.
Well, we can syndicate your main show on your channel, and then you also do a separate one, so you
Yeah.
get two, possibly.
Yeah, whatever you want. Whatever you want.
How about any of my music videos? Are they allowed to be put up too?
If it's not copyrighted,
Right. No, they're not. I'm not using anything like that. I know everything that is. And plus, I check anything that I use.
I'm just
I
telling you,
get
we've
from
heard that before.
Well, I use Epidemic Sound. I'm still paying for it. You
Oh,
know,
okay.
But
and
we're not.
anything
I don't know what that is, but
I
okay.
just wrote to. It's a music company. I just wrote to the chick that when I did my intro with, don't shoot the messenger. I just wrote to her again to find because I can't use that anymore. She was sharing revenue with me, which was wonderful, and then all of a sudden now she's not, and it's not a copyright strike, but if I use it, I can't monetize the whole show. So I wrote to her and her band and all, and I'm waiting to hear from them back because it's beneficial for her to let me use it because then I can hawk her stuff because I like her music, So I hope she writes back to me because that was a good intro and it works for me. Don't shoot the messenger.
Well,
I got my finger in
timely.
it.
It's timely. Considering,
Yeah,
recent
right.
events.
Oh, real quick, I'm going to be on Looney Tunes 9000.
I know,
LT9K,
Friday.
Friday afternoon
Thank you
after
so much.
Majority Report.
Well,
Hell
I
yeah.
will be out in the garden cleaning up for
those
the
grubs.
fall time now, and I have so much to do. I'm overwhelmed, so I'll listen with my headset. And
Okay, but look, like he
all that.
replayed an interview I did on his show last Friday, and he skipped all the ads, and I was like, "Dude, what are you doing? Stop skipping!" I'm like in the chat going, "Help me out!" And he kept skipping them, and I was like, "All right, well, if I'm coming on your show, I'm bringing ads, so I'm just gonna drop."
He's so cute. I love him so much. He's just so cute.
Oh, he's a fun dude.
I know. Looney makes
Yeah,
me
it's gonna be fun.
happy.
I'm looking
And
forward to
even Kim, Kim and Looney, my two moderators, the two main moderators, the two of them are so they're perfect, together because they're so different, but they're perfect. I love them both. So yeah.
I can't wait. For
Shout outs
you-
to moderators.
Yeah.
Thank you for moderating. We all love the
Yeah.
centrist
God,
community.
especially today. We were just like, yeah, good one, good as a. Was that a preemptive dad joke? That was pretty good. But like we were doing, at some point, I just stopped updating the mods on the schedule today, and I was on air, and I was like, oh yeah, and just so the mods know, we're not doing the regular show right now. We just kept going because Sandee of Left to the Box was like, I'll stay on if you want. And I was like, well, we would have to forego our hours of syndicated content, so you can't do that
Bucko.
alone. So I jumped on, and then we did.
We'll do it later.
No, we can replay
Exactly.
a 4 or 5 hour block on Friday or something like.
Yeah.
No
take it
problem.
easy.
But anyway, it was cool. So they rolled with it. The mods they're champs, and the way like they're dropping all the links in the chat at the appropriate
Oh,
time.
you have great mods.
When like
I'm a
how many
horrible
people
one.
have we had on screen today? Like 12 or something? I don't know. It's wild.
Johnny, it's great. They're
job.
all great. I'm a horrible mod. I have a blue wrench on this space.
Me
but
too.
I'm terrible at it. I just come in and say, "Hey, I can't chat. Bye." I'm some stupid shit like that. I think I you don't have to keep me as a mod on this space if you don't want to.
All right, good.
No,
There,
yeah.
Get out of here.
Okay.
I'm not good at it.
You don't have to do anything. Just
If you're not good at it, then why bother?
Just be blue. I'll be blue.
Yeah, I don't know. So I know some
over
YouTube
you.
channels just give wrenches to like whoever. It feels like they give them to their whole chat,
Like
which is weird.
everyone.
I've never even fucking
I-
touched a wrench. I don't want
I
that
wouldn't
shit.
do that. Yeah, I would. I'd be like, gray me out. I don't want to be blue. You know what? Speaking of blue, this is I often will see like a story right before we go on here, and just so everyone knows that Left Past 10 is freeform, unscripted, off the cuff. We're not drawing any conclusions. But I did read an article. I didn't share it with you guys ahead of time because it's not like a whole story. But this is pretty wild. Have you heard about this security guard? I know a lot's going on or whatever, but there was a security guard who was
A
like
lot of security guards are really
unconsolably
thinking
crying.
about their lives today.
Yeah, this guy was like at work or something, and he was like crying and crying and crying, couldn't pull himself together. And like I don't know if it was like one guy or two guys, but robbers like took advantage of him. Yeah, did you see that coming? So they took advantage of him. They were like snuck past him or whatever, thinking the building's like empty. It's just a security guard at night, and they ran right into like the CEO. And when they had been out front, like sneaking past, they heard the guard like going on and on and on and on about how the CEO is like not cool and treats him shitty and is always bossing him around. And like recently, like even this is like incredible. It's why HR departments exist. But like even recently, like didn't give him like leave, like personal leave, not vacation, but like personal leave, like didn't allow it. So anyway, he's like crying his eyes out about it. But apparently when the burglars encountered the CEO, he said, you know, busted for one, but like, how'd you get in here? You know, how'd you get in the front door? And they were like, you let your guard down. Made it easy.
Let your guard down.
I'll give this
my
credit.
God.
That was spun for the correct temperature of the times. Certainly.
Yeah, that's
You had to like. Did you have that whole story planned out, or when I was about to snipe you, was that when you had to like last minute extend it?
I had that planned out. I knew
was
I was just gonna like go off until it
I'll
felt
be honest with
convincing,
you,
but not like
I'll be honest. There
time.
was like a maybe 2 seconds in the middle of there where I was like, "Oh shit, is this real?"
I said, "Oh,
I was
were you
close.
expecting that?" Right? Because I was.
Well,
quick
it was
on the-
it was a little bit after that. It was like in between that and the end. So it was like in the 70% way through, I was like just had a
pretty good liar.
moment of temporary psychosis. I slipped into an alternate reality where that was a thing that happened. And then I used the quantum energy of the universe to get back out.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's right.
You know,
that's
Chuck
heavy.
L says the dad jokes are easy to see coming. I have to say though, I was
needed one
hanging
last
on
night.
every inch of that story.
That was a great story. That
Like
was
a
good.
Girl
So was
Scout
I.
going to Mar-a-Lago in search of charity. It looks like there's egg on my face.
Oh, that's awesome. So you really did think that was a true story?
Well,
I
It was
like
a
up
solid,
when it's-
you know.
yeah, the
like
first half.
1, maybe 2 seconds.
I feel Rick rolled, says Selena Mary. That's funny.
All right. So, who's
Wait,
next?
I'm sorry. I'm just
Who's
fascinated
next?
by the chat.
Who's next? I'm looking at the
next?
chat. I'm
putting it
if-
away. I'm
if-
putting it away.
If AI looks at my
Uh-oh.
chat tonight, they're gonna pick out everything to get my channel banned. Banned again.
I don't know how you guys have adjusted so well to the. Well, for you, never mind, because for you guys, this is not a new level of exposure. But for me, I can't. I'm a small YouTube channel guy. I can't. When there's already, since I last looked, 11 comments. I can't process that stuff.
Hold on.
Come on, Jay.
What are you saying? Like you're having trouble being out there, or
I think
on
Jake's
air, or...
high on drugs or something, and he's just having.
Jake,
some-
you
Yeah,
are
I'm-
the
I'm-
professional
Usually.
newsman of the group. I mean, you've
You
been
can't
on
read
movies.
11 comments. I mean, I don't
No,
know.
I can do that style. I mean style
Oh,
wise.
I
Like
see what
I
you're
just have to
saying.
go to the okay, I can't interact with the audience now because there's too much audience.
I see
That's
what you're saying.
fine. It's totally fine. I just,
It would be my whole
Too
show.
much audience. There's
Yeah,
too much
exactly.
audience. We had 258 last night.
I see people.
it's-
That's
it's good,
great.
man.
Your big return
Well,
show.
that's also between Facebook, X, and YouTube. So I had
like-
all together
like
because
a-
Elliot's a big draw in the Doomer community. And he's a
I love Doom.
scientist, mathematician, and
Fair.
he's really, really amazing brain. Yeah.
But you guys are used to that stuff. Like you from time to time will generate crowds the size of this space crowd. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
I don't.
But it's like doing crowd work when you're a stand-up. If some stand-ups can do them in like a little club, but if you put them in an arena, like stuff Dane Cook used to sell out when people had terrible taste, they're like, oh, it's got to be a different show now because I can't. That's impossible.
Jake, you are Rex Trek's Herb Tarlick.
WKRP.
I'll take
Yeah,
that.
I think
I'll
that's-
take that for sure.
Yeah,
Better than Les
you-
Nessman. My gosh.
Les
That would make
Nessman.
me Dr. Johnny Fever. I'm just saying. No, I'm probably Andy, the station director. That's probably me going, well,
Hell
there's
yeah.
the FCC, but
I
I want to
am-
break the rules.
She recently
wanna-
died.
I love that
The
show.
one the blonde. She recently died.
Yeah.
What was her name?
I don't know
There's
why
a
I
lot
can't
of people
remember.
that have recently died.
Burt
I
Reynolds.
know. I
see it
sat
a
home
lot.
one Saturday night watching Legacy, who died for a whole Saturday night for a whole 8 months.
Yeah.
God,
Everyone's
that was-
dying. I
That was
wonder-
a pretty pathetic night.
I
I
wonder
don't know
why.
why I was doing
Lonnie
it.
Anderson.
I wonder what. That's it.
Oh,
Lonnie Anderson.
that
When
sucks,
I
actually.
saw that she died, I felt so old and so sad. And I know she was older than me and all, but it was just kind of wow. I liked her, and she was a decent person too in life. Lonnie Anderson. Oh, well,
I mean, she
get
was
old,
in
we
a
die.
bunch. She was in random stuff throughout my youth as the mom or the aunt or whatever, and she was always fun.
Lonnie.
I prefer
I was
spiders.
at
She
an
was pretty.
impressionable age when I discovered Lonnie Anderson and WKRP at the same time, and I was like, "There's a lot of good stuff going on here."
Oh yeah, in my mind,
Yeah.
she
Like,
was
they
always
really-
playing someone else's mom, someone else's aunt, not mine.
Jeez.
Oh.
I was
We both found a way to say we were gross young men in different levels of.
I said
of not-
impressionable age. I don't know. Yeah, I guess
Well,
I mean
why
you're
is it,
gross.
why
Yeah.
is it gross if that's part of life?
You've been
Hey,
impressed.
I'm with you.
You've been impressed quite
God
tremendously so,
damn.
even.
But you mentioned Mar-a-Lago earlier, and that reminded me that I just rewatched, or I had never seen this. There was Prince Andrew totally implicated in all this stuff. He and out of the spotlight, which I think is, I don't know, I have opinions about this, but there was an interview that he gave that sort of ruined everything for him. And after that, the Queen was like, "Here's a settlement. This stops now. Andrew, I don't ever want to hear another thing out of you ever. You live in that lodge, never leave." He's all but excommunicated or whatever they do, disown him. So, and this is not a dad joke, okay? I'm not setting anything up. Just thought I would point that out real quick. But they, this interview, there was a movie about it with, what's her name? Gillian Anderson. There's a movie about it already.
Already, wow.
And and that came out a while ago. And there's a 3-part miniseries about it. And so which gives you a little bit more of the aftermath. Like the aftermath is just kind of like the end of the movie, but this is a whole episode. So anyway, you know, I'm watching this and I'm thinking like, this guy is so guilty, right? Like everybody thought this. There's more to the story than just a straightforward interview. I'm not going to spoil it for anyone, but like the way he conducted himself in public was just ridiculously arrogant and just thought he could just be this charming British royal, and he just flubbed the whole thing. It was terrible. So then, you know, and since they settled, he wanted to go on trial. They were doing everything to keep him out of the trial, and he goes, nope, fuck it, I want to go on trial. I'm tired of this. I want to go on trial. I want to clear I can do it. And the lawyers are like, oh shit, that is not good news. And then the Queen's like, they think it was 12 million. It's undisclosed.
12
pounds.
million,
But like they paid him, they settled with the victim who wanted to take him to court, and he felt like he was robbed of his opportunity. But like if it was anything like he conducted himself in that interview, he would have just been, they could have got him. They could have got him to turn witness and give up all kinds of names, I'm sure. Because he was like, and so now that's why I'm frustrated. Like, do you guys hear anything about him? Like, it would be like a great guy to like grill, but like you can't get him. British Royal, I guess, settled.
It is a secret club that has existed for many thousands of years, interchangeably in open society as well as closed society. And you know,
yeah. Anyway, it's a good series.
It just changes through the decades.
The
players change.
He
but think about it. What else is a fucking royal jackass fucking piece of shit gonna do with his life? You know, he's a silver
a royal jackass piece
beyond trust fund baby. Like he grows up wearing
do
these
anything.
bullshit.
Oh, that is
What
How
else
would
is
it
there
be?
to do other than just follow your deepest, darkest shit, and you'll get away with it? You're the fucking prince.
Let me ask.
Whatever, man.
Let me ask Jake this, because this guy's likely wearing an overcoat and like, you know, over a jacket, right? So
Probably
like,
got suspenders underneath that.
like how would it be like class, right? Got like the pieces, you know what you're doing. But do you also want to be the type of person who every time you walk in a door, you take off your jacket and hand it to somebody who's waiting there? Every time you pull up in a car, you don't get out until some motherfucker opens the door. Like you'll just sit there until somebody opens. Like that was his entire life. He would tell people at like late at night, we're going shooting tomorrow or hunting or whatever. And they would just get up before dawn and everyone's ready. Security, all this stuff. The guy could do whatever he wants. It's
I
like
can't even imagine that.
the one dude
Can
just
any of us? No.
stayed on a yacht for like years or something, didn't he? Like the Queen's husband? I don't remember. I don't know these details.
Maybe.
But like
She was
get
queening.
creative. But one of the accusations or you know, one of the things the witness said was that, and this was like in the interview, people were just like, kidding me? But like she said like he sweat a lot, and he goes, oh well, that couldn't have been me, I don't sweat.
Oh, I
it's
heard
just like,
that.
oh wow, okay.
So you know, besides that, there's a lifestyle of the rich and famous with Jeffrey Epstein. I just heard they picked it out of the vault. I
Oh,
really want to see that. I don't know if
there's
I remember it with Robin Leach and
Yeah.
lifestyles with rich and famous.
Lifestyles
Jeffrey
of the rich and
Epstein.
famous.
I wonder if they show the massage rooms. I'm gonna
How
find
about-
it. I want to watch it because I'm invested in this shit. I want to know everyone.
Prince Andrew's main defense was I wasn't even really friends with him. I was friends with Ghislaine Maxwell. And at the time, you know, this is like I think 2020. At the time, people
Jizz.
didn't know what the, you know, that I mean, in hindsight, she was as
People
bad or
knew.
worse
Fucking
in that.
Ghislaine
Yeah, I
is
mean,
fucking
good
jizzing
Lord.
all over the fucking
People
low
knew.
That's your
security fucking
alibi?
minimum prison fucking bullshit. She's
People
going out
knew.
fucking several times a week to do fuck all for a work
Yeah,
release.
But like
But-
that's the
And
alibi.
fucking
I
she's
mean,
in the
that's-
gold. She's
Maybe she'll get
chilling.
and Charlie Kirk. Is that going to be the new?
Ah,
There is a reason
Yeah, I wouldn't
that,
use that
Prince Andrew is significant. I missed it. Dang it. I'm sorry. There's a reason Prince Andrew is significant in all this as opposed to all the other people we think are on the list. Most of the other people we think are on the list are being protected by the U.S. government.
Oh,
And
yeah,
in this
maybe.
and in this case, he is a member, even if it's for ridiculous reasons, he is a member of the UK government. He's royalty over there. So the reason
Not
Prince
even the
Andrew,
government; it's an extra governmental. It's
Really,
even
it's
higher,
just
you know.
the royal family.
He was
it's
in
the
the
government.
military. Yeah.
That's what being royalty means. It means you are by default born into one of the top positions of
Like
the government.
like Don Jr.
And
wants to be.
the relevance here is that the UK, if they give a shit about this, they'll go after him. It's notable that they aren't really. They're not pursuing him for diddling or whatever. Now, it's also important to note he might not have been a diddler. Seems like he was. Really seems like he was.
Andrew.
But we broadly do not know what the main business of Jeffrey Epstein was. Was it blackmail? Did he just help people evade taxes? That's what he claims. And we will not know until we release the Epstein files.
Yeah, those got to be released.
As a government, and I would argue multiple governments around the world, we should encourage to do this. But starting here at home, because this is where the problem came from, we should shut down our governments until we release all information pertaining to the case, because somebody has been imprisoned. So we have acknowledged that a crime took place, and the crime that took place required another crime to happen on the other end of it at the conclusion of the first crime. Otherwise, the first crime is nonsensical. It's sex trafficking. So unless a sex trafficked person was, done with what happens at the end of that.
No, they just got stuck in traffic for 20 years. Like they never got
point
there.
Being the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison means that there are unprosecuted crimes. And since those crimes are horrible, let me finish the point real quick. Since those crimes are horrible, we should, since those crimes are horrible and we know nobody's being currently investigated, nobody is also in prison for it, then the DOJ has failed, and it's time to acknowledge that. And we can get some progress here. We're in a moment right now where they've got to fund the government. Whether you are conservative or progressive, whatever, tell your representative, no, not until all the Epstein files are released do we fund the government. Because what's the point?
I agree.
They were playing charades at one point in this movie, and or a show, and they're all in tuxedos. It's after dinner. They wear tuxedos to dinner every night. It's insane. And they're playing that game where you put somebody's name on like on a sticky note on your foreheads, and you don't know what your name is, and people act it out for you, and you're supposed to guess, and it's always like a famous person.
But don't you just do process of elimination? Oh, okay.
It's random.
Names of other people?
Yeah. This Prince Andrew's trying to help Fergie realize, I think it was Fergie, I don't know, help her realize what the name is, and he's doing like obscenely gross flatulence and going, oh, right,
but he's
like
actually
that.
farting?
No, he was just acting it out, but like really over the top, and the person gets it right away, and she goes, Donald Trump, and they're like, yeah. And so it was like he was known for like ripping them with the British family, like the royal family.
Everyone knows.
Awesome. I was like, oh, did you catch that? My wife was like, what? And I was like, oh, look at this. They're acting out Trump.
He is one of the most prolific farters of our entire generation. Multiple.
I have seen footage. Who's the guy that doctors footage sometimes? Like does the edits, not doctors, but edits them. There was one where there's two.
Who's the guy
dignitaries.
who edits footage?
I mean,
wow.
That's a real
That could be anybody.
very popular. People will.
Well, he'll be out of a
somebody's
job
gonna
now
name
that
it.
AI is going to take it.
Well, so he got these two dignitaries that were standing behind Trump one time in the Oval Office, and Trump's like sitting down and they're standing, and they both do a look like they heard something or smelled something. And I always think of that, and that's the first thing I thought of when they were playing charades. Anyway, it was a good series.
I'm
I mean,
so embarrassed. The fact that
Oh,
this
yeah.
guy even came from here, much less was made leader of this place twice. There's like
unreal.
our generation, anybody who's able to speak English right now will never be able to fully live this down. Like,
Oh, it's
hey,
horrible,
I know what happened.
but it
Yeah.
also works out because this is our country, you know, like this is.
I
What
mean,
it is.
it's
the
accurate.
good maybe, but this is the most accurate president of all time. My
Yeah.
camera has an auto shut off mode, but like he's a fucking disgusting. Like you see what he's doing with the White House. Everything is in this fucking plastered with fake gold. It's probably
It's
just fucking
really
bronze or
very
whatever.
bad, and
You know, it's just
worse
he's a
than I
fucking
wanted.
loser. He's a piece of fucking shit. He abuses children because that's what America loves to do. They abuse the children, to shoot them and fucking.
We let
There's a
them
school
die.
shooting no one's talking about because some other
Today
fucking guy got shot instead, and he's more important than a bunch of kids who got shot down in a fucking school. But everyone's still reeling over the last school motherfucking shooting, or whichever one the last one was. There's been 47 this year or whatever I read.
Yeah,
Right,
they're
but,
not news anymore.
That's the thing
They
is
just
this
accepted
country,
American life.
it's a violent, it's a rapist country. America's the rapist of planet Earth. We've been raping the rest of the fucking world for decades, for centuries. We just go around planet Earth and rape and
Well, it
pillage.
started on something more relevant though,
Mm-hmm.
which was the decorations, believe it or not, in my opinion, to the White
Oh
House.
man, that part, I hate that shit.
You were saying we deserve this because we are this, and when you the first place your mind went
Classless.
to the decorations on the White House, and you're not wrong. They used to be not nouveau riche. They used to be old school powerful, and they were smart enough to let the White House be historic. It's fancy because of the history. And now Trump is saying, nah, $200 million for a ballroom. Hey, we're going to gild everything. So you got to look at the gold
Looks like a
plate
big
on all the
whorehouse.
stuff.
Looks like
And the
worse
point
than
is-
Ivana.
Yeah, he makes it look like
Worse
look
than her
like
house.
a pimp's afterlife. And the reason
Pimp's afterlife.
this is bad for him and embarrassing to us is it makes obvious what has been happening this entire time, which is we've been thieved from by the people who run our government. And he's just rubbing our faces in it. But you're right. You're right, Andrea. This is who we have always been. And it's embarrassing that
always.
it's being seen.
Always.
I mean,
From
Ronald
when-
Reagan was a fucking piece of shit loser actor, a failed actor that failed upward and became a fucking president. Like, we've always been a fucking sack of shit country with a sack of shit population with a dumber than dog shit dumpster IQ. Collectively. you know?
Yeah.
Not everyone can be as smart as Jake, for example.
Most people, in order to successfully breathe, have to be smarter than Jake.
Not everyone can wear an Atari hat that contains their massive big brain, you know?
Hey.
Do you guys want to talk about the thing that everybody's talking about?
Which thing? Which thing? I heard that they're raising taxes again. Does anyone want to talk about
protect your neck.
the old
47th school shooting this year that took place in Evergreen, Colorado?
Yeah,
I'd
she had
rather
to be
talk about
some
the
hell of a
46th school shooting.
47th. They updated
Which one
it.
do we? No, there's two. There's the two. You know, there's number 46, and then we have number 45. What was that a couple of weeks ago?
Oh yeah, no, yeah, it's
I understand that should be a bigger deal than Charlie Kirk's shooting, but I'm not
unfortunately,
joking when I say
we
it
live in
isn't
Fuckville.
news. Like, I don't even blame news organizations for covering Kirk over the school shooting because by the definition, and I don't mean that it gets right or wrong. I just mean
It's
people
definitely
making
not
decisions in
news.
the
No one
moment.
gives a fuck. If someone cared,
Yeah.
something would have happened. So why even
Is this
bother
just
printing it?
porn that we're putting out? Is it just?
It is.
it,
Like,
Yeah.
it's, you know what's more newsworthy? If a fucking government fixed a pothole, that should get fucking front page. That's newsworthy.
The
A school
point of
shooting
that
fucking
is-
page 7. Go on.
Yeah, well, the reason it's page 7, and the point of that is if we're not going to do anything about it, and we know these happen all the time, then it's just a sad, regular occurrence.
It's a celebration.
And
We all
to
celebrate
pretend
another
like
mass
it is
shooting.
news, to pretend like we live in a country that's going to do anything about it,
Right.
it comes from a good place, but it doesn't make it so, you know?
I
It's not
agree.
right or wrong. It's just brutal. 110 watching. Good God.
But yeah, the previous school shooting, as there were two today, was in Utah. You know,
Yes.
the one of the most prolific child marriage states in our beautiful union. So maybe this is could be related to you know, child marriage, or as I like to call, child sex slavery. They don't really have too good of a society down there in Utah.
I'm sure we'll find out that the shooter was angry that Charlie Kirk said they should only be allowed to marry at 12, and he was like, "My beautiful 9-year-old bride."
No, I think the shooter's a woman. I think that he offended a lot of women. I don't know. I'm just thinking, wouldn't that be something? Somebody who offended women all the time, who thought women should be in their place. Women should. Just the other day, he was saying about women. Hang on. It's freezing.
It would make me very sad if he offended a group so much that that group then lowered itself to having a political assassination.
Obviously, the whole thing is messed up. My point is that this week he said, you know, the best place for women is to don't you know, forget about your careers and all that. Just if the loneliness epidemic is getting to you, get married and have kids, and there you have it. And then if you want to have a career, maybe later, but you know, nobody can afford to do that, first of all. And if they're going to spout out, just keep having kids, but they have no SNAP, there's nothing, there's no security blanket, nothing to help people. Just keep, you know, fix the loneliness epidemic. I mean, he was above all, a Nazi, you know, a racist, a piece of shit. He hated everybody except for his white Christian. And you know, they say he was the guy that was debating. What was he debating? Somebody would want to debate with him. He doesn't debate. He would talk over.
Are we allowed to mention the last words? Because they're something.
It is
There's
something.
the last words.
I don't know.
He's just whinging about, you know, like someone's fucking like asking a question about like, how do you feel about gun violence and mass shootings? And he's like, well, what about gang related? And then
he said violence or gang violence.
Yeah.
And then that was it.
And then maybe
are you talking about violence or gang violence?
Yeah,
That's
maybe
what
I'm
it
sure that
sounded
would have
like.
been a beautiful conversation that they could have had. I'm sure free speech was alive and well in that area of Utah.
On my Facebook page, I put up something that wasn't so horrible. I just put up, you know, about the kids, his kids, right? Because they didn't ask. All right. But see, that's what most people were angry at me. And I was just trying to be a little civil, because those two, just like the kittens in my basement, they didn't ask for him to be their father. You know, they didn't ask for him. Are they going to be better off? Who
They're
knows?
victims for
I
sure.
was being, but everybody on my own personal Facebook jumped on me and said, well, you're talking about this, and why don't you have pictures of, you know, you don't put things on Gaza and this. I'm like, okay, that's it. I'm done. It was a simple post. And then
Andrea was making a good
on
point.
my own. Yes, go ahead.
He was talking about literally as the guy was killed by gun violence. He was trying to
defending gun violence.
Defend
he was
gun
taking the pro gun violence, the pro mass shooting, the pro death, the pro racism argument.
Bent his whole
he couldn't
career
finish the
making
sentence.
sure
Unfortunately, he really had a hard time.
Who's that guy that died from COVID? Who was a huge Republican?
Herman Cain.
Herman Cain.
Love that guy.
He died like
Another
Herman
classic
Cain.
one.
He was trying to get you all killed in these ways. He was happy for your children, your family members, to have a chance of being gunned down every time they went to such a place. And literally, as he was making that happen for the next group, he suffered the consequences of his own actions. That's poetic justice. I mean, if ever you were going to believe in anything
poetic,
supernatural,
you know, at
there's the sign of an author right there.
Justice.
And that's why I'm hereby declaring it's a false flag.
False
Just
flag.
too good.
Oh my word. I mean,
yeah.
This was the first time. I said this at the start, I believe, but this was the first day or the first opportunity for this space to, you know, have people go on unprepared. This is what's happening. How do you handle it? Sandee handled it very professionally, led off with the news is just going to be coming in pretty hot and heavy. We can't take everything for fact right away. You have to be very careful with what you're reading early on. Things will change minute to minute. And I just love that approach. And then, like, you know, I was like, okay, well, I guess I have to point out to people, or this space has a responsibility to point out to everyone who's a part of it, including viewers, that, you know, oh, there's some things that will get dinged for and some things will get taken down for, and there's guidelines we have to adhere to. And I think everybody's been really cool. And, you know, I was saying when I was on earlier, because we did like 2 hours, I just kept saying, like, you know, if your comments get removed, it's not personal. We're just nervous. It's not like
Right. Look what
we're
happened to
using
me.
this,
I didn't even do anything.
but it's not like we're
Right.
using this opportunity to be like, finally, we can censor. Like, if we wanted to censor you, we would have been doing
No,
it this whole
isn't-
fucking time.
It's saving our assership, not
Yeah.
censorship. Sorry.
Yeah.
But we like what we do, and
They will
unfortunately-
misinterpret everything.
Yeah,
on
and these are the times we live in. I mean, I had said a few months ago, what do I give it, 6 months before they start cracking
Yeah.
down on all,
Yeah.
you know, of this media? I mean, I don't know if it's 6 months, 8 months. They're very busy ruining everything else in this administration, but
It was a good call, Sandy.
but it is. We're going to have to learn how to play a different game than we were.
Yeah.
And it
Yeah.
is a game. It's a game. You know,
Oh, this
is a
has been a
gig
game that's been
economy.
going on for thousands of years.
Yeah, but it's worse now. We are, because we're not, we had a certain amount of freedom of speech that now we must. I got a letter from Blue Sky because I literally
Don't say what you said.
I know,
Don't say
I
what you
won't,
said.
but it was nothing. It was something that everybody would
But it was
say
exactly
anyway.
what they're looking for.
Yeah.
Like,
I didn't even think about it
doesn't have to
because
be
it was
something. Yeah.
it was so innocent, like, oh, he's got a, you know, that because he knew, and that's all. They wrote me, they said, and I took it down. It was not even offensive.
My
It was
first thought
nothing.
was, my first thought when you showed that was, wow, if only Sandy had some experience with
Yeah.
social media platforms, taking things out
Right.
of context and
Right.
holding her accountable. Oh, wait.
Speaking of getting taken out of
Right.
context, I'm gonna go get a drink. I'll be right back.
Okay,
But this,
drink up.
this was something that was so, I thought was so, I mean, it was, you can't, that's why I'm saying you can't. You
They're
have to
covering
now-
their ass. They're
you have
covering
to
their ass.
think about everything, even
It's
if
not,
it's
yeah, it's
something
not
you
personal.
said. No, Blue
to
Sky
you.
was extremely, that letter that I got.
They were like, we're
they
covering
weren't
our own
taking me
ass.
down, right? And so I took the comment down, but they weren't. They were different. They handled things much differently. I thought it was okay. I wasn't upset. I realized, okay, this is a term. Now I realize that is not even acceptable anymore when it wasn't even, it's not literal. It's not literal.
Yeah, but
That's all.
they're lying about
Mhm.
offenses. So why wouldn't they
course.
take things out of context? That seems like even easier, but I don't know.
Everything.
Whatever. It's just,
Well, I was surprised that it was Blue Sky. You know, I never got, I think if you go over to X, you could say that all day long and nobody would care.
my understanding is that that's a, like, they
Blue
were,
Sky
Alex
cares,
was
I
showing,
guess.
Alex and Kristina were showing like some Twitter post today. And I was like, oh my God, that
Yeah,
place
Twitter.
is
It's the Wild West.
really bad. No,
Yes, it's
worse
bad.
than,
It
I
is.
wouldn't say,
I
look,
don't leave
it's
my
not the Wild West
heart.
as in, like, the Wild West was like new and untamed. These guys went the exact opposite way. Like, this isn't untamed. This is like, they just started letting people in for, you know, it's a bad place.
I
It was,
have to
like, really
answer
creepy.
Donald. Donald said, really, Blue Sky, I thought they were cool. It was cool. The email that they sent me was just like prodding me into realizing this is just not the way things
You don't
were.
think it's not your settings, right?
No. This was, I put,
Like,
it
you
was
can
a
ask
tri-
them to moderate
was-
you heavily or something.
No, I think it was a couple of triggering words.
No, it was like, I saw it. It
But
definitely,
they weren't meant
that's what they're
to
looking for.
be anything other
That's
than
what they're looking for.
what he must have known about himself with this. He had a security team, you know, he had a security team. So of course he was security minded, but he had to know. And so all I used was an old term that
Well, I have a security thing.
I never thought about it. So, but I was appreciative at this point of Blue Sky because of the way they did it. It wasn't offensive. It wasn't punitive. They want their platform not to have problems. I think that's where this came from. It wasn't a person. I'm sure it was AI, but it wasn't like it did offend me. I just said, oh, I think I know what it is. And I'm realizing, holy crap, your vernacular, your language, everything is going to have to be watched at least for the next 3 years or maybe 6 years or for the
It
rest
is
of our
also
lives.
Worth
Hello?
noting. I'm not, hey, buddy. I'm not saying that we aren't gonna get hammered by unfair right-wing scrutiny, but also worth noting at the same time, we went from being 4 channels with relatively small audiences to now a 5th shared channel with a very big audience that links to those smaller channels.
Calling me small?
Yes. So if it's any help, I'm tiny. But we're just going to have more scrutiny generally on top of this changing administration and all the other stuff. So, you know, it's wise for us to just play it safe, not change our morals. But it would be bad strategy for us to put our most controversial version of things on this space. No, do that on the channel that is smaller, and we'll survive.
No, I put my most controversial stuff on this space. I do the opposite
Why?
of what Jake is
Makes
saying.
no sense. That's
Well, my show today
insane.
was very.
It
It was
was.
cosmically timed. It was. It was quite impressive. So
I suppose I shouldn't say controversial, but rather to take unmeasured risks. If you're gonna take a risk and you don't know what happens on the other end of it, do that.
I
on
agree
your
with
own
that.
channel.
Then I agree. I took a
Which
shot of
y'all-
whiskey earlier, approximately 3 minutes ago. So just putting that out.
What kind?
Not I don't share. I don't disclose
What
the
did you
brands that I consume. It's not. I don't support
Why?
the brand.
It's not brand. What kind of
It's-
whiskey? Oh,
It was
never
just.
mind.
It was. You know,
You're talking about like what do they call them? Airplane size bottles or whatever?
No, I just
you
slugged
just grabbed
straight
something
from
for
the
like $1.
full bottle.
Oh.
No, it was a full bottle. I mean, there's not that much left, so I just did the whole, the Nick Cage special.
How do you choose?
liquor
Do you
pack.
choose it based on label, like decoration, what you like, or are you going for a particular size
Just
and first
different
thing you see?
flavors every time. This one had some like apple bullshit in it.
I recommend Irish
Apple
Tears.
bullshit.
Wait, Irish Tears. Writer's Tears, it's called.
Irish
sorry,
Tears.
I just thought of
gotta be.
Irish.
Hold on.
That sounds
the
good.
Irish are
That
all,
sounds good.
the Irish are a people of filthy drunks. But no, it's called Writer's Tears
Okay.
whiskey. No, it's
Writer's Tears.
Writer's Tears Irish whiskey. For those of you who aren't dedicated alcoholics like myself, you can have Kentucky whiskey,
I like
or
it,
Irish,
Jack.
or Scotch whiskey.
Yeah, I like Jack.
I like Irish and Kentucky. I really like Kentucky.
Oh, God.
I drink
Me too.
Jameson Irish whiskey only, and I will drink. I keep it in the freezer.
Really?
And I will drink it in a pint of 50-50 ginger ale and whiskey, and then sometimes a couple ice cubes. But just if I'm trying to like stretch it out and like get a little watered down at the end, but I would have like 2 or 3 of those a night with like 6-8 beers all the
I
way.
like how you add
to
on
my
the 6, maybe 8 beers.
crazy.
I had a buzz from that little
wild.
tiny glass of wine I had last
Like
week.
a whole pack of cigarettes.
You like that? I like
Doing
Jack
this,
Daniels.
like, every
my
day.
Going,
It's
my
crazy.
going out drink is that's you want to drink? Okay, Jack and water. That's what I
That's
like.
good.
Jack and water on the rocks. No
When
sugar,
I used
no
to be
nothing.
an
Gives me
alcoholic,
heartburn
I
now.
used to drink vodka straight from the bottle. I used to consume approximately half a liter on a daily basis for about 8 months or so. And then I decided it's probably
Your
not a
liver,
good trajectory.
yeah,
so then
you're not a
flipped
good
the other
Not
direction.
unlike Carlos's mother. At the end of the day, I like 3 fingers, neat, good old Jack Daniels. Is Andrea really using an old school camcorder? Respect.
Oh yeah,
it.
last
I
week,
am.
It was great.
It has
No,
VCR mode.
Yeah, it's so cool.
That's cool. Does it
Yeah.
still smell heavily like cigars? Is that worn
I've been
off?
trying to fix it with leaving it next to an open window, that kind of stuff. But
Douse it in gasoline and leave it on your front porch for a week. It'll be fine. No,
this
don't
has
do that.
20 times optical zoom from
20
1992.
times.
Yeah,
Oh, for like
right.
sports events, like high school football game,
26
whatever.
times. That's
Right,
going so
yeah,
deep.
but-
I can see
Yeah,
your thoughts.
26. There you go.
I think
My
I can
word.
see tomorrow. Um,
Damn it, Andrea's reading your mind. You're gonna
Andrea
get
has
feedback
used
now.
enhance mode. Enhance mode.
I like the idea. That is so interesting.
I
Reading
do
the
like
thoughts of a
silly.
psychic
We
would be
need to be
fascinating because
silly.
they're reading somebody else's mind. You're like, you're looking at each other. Yeah.
you know what?
It got
I
weird.
want to ask a psychic why there are so many doctors from Maryland. I think that is why. Have you ever noticed how many doctors are from Maryland?
Yeah, they always put MD in their name.
Ah, you son of a gun. You got me.
Andrea, you're psychic. How did you know that?
I've heard that one.
Isn't that weird though?
It is.
Y'all
There's
want to
so many.
acknowledge a massive super chat real quick?
No, because this
Just
space
one.
doesn't accept super chats. So
You're right.
anyone
you're right,
who's
you're right.
who's sending money, they're trying to make money off of our backs.
When you have
we
your
here at this space industries are poor, we're impoverished. Everyone else is making money streaming our material
I
here.
believe this is for Sandee, RNS, Moon Man.
See, he's got my
75.
bootleg channel. Yeah.
$20. Thank you. When you have your foot on their neck, you can keep it there. You cannot just talk tough only when the seas are calm. Is that the one you wanted to read?
Well, he was talking about my post on Facebook, which I was being not usually snarky and sarcastic.
But we
and
want
angry.
you on. People want you on these platforms with them. They want you in their community. They want to check in with you. They want to see what you say. So you can't get booted. Look, I'm speaking from experience. I have put so many fucked up cartoons of people, Elon Musk in particular, on Twitter that occasionally, like, names you would know. I'm not going to name anybody, but I would get emails from one or two people in particular or DMs saying, hey, dude, take this down, man. They're going to ban you and then we won't get to see your stuff at all. So come on, don't do that to us. And I was like, oh, okay. I'll look at it that way. So that's how you got to look at it. Like, I'm not saying play by their rules. I'm saying to play by their rules to the point where we can stay in touch and that we can benefit from your being on a place that is otherwise shitty.
What is talking tough? We're progressives. Like you can be passionate or whatever, but let's just be realistic about what
I
it is
know what
we
he
pitch
means.
at
You
the end
know,
of the day.
I usually call out as I see it. And when I particularly put that up, I had just looked at a picture. It wasn't really necessarily him that moved me. It was the two kids and the wife looking at this guy, this monster they married. And I just all of a sudden kept thinking about how these kittens never asked to be born, and neither did the two kids. That was really where I was coming from. That's why he's responding
I'm
that
addressing
way.
the larger point, though,
Yes.
of when this guy says talking tough, I think that's sort of nonsensical considering where we are and
He's
what
my
we're
good
pitching.
friend, though.
Sure, but the thing that we are saying, and I
I
say
love
for
when
the
Jake
benefit of
goes,
everybody else.
sure. When
Well,
really
and
means,
he,
"Shut
this
the
is a,
fuck up, I'm trying to say something
Sure.
here.
it's a chat. There's limited characters in a chat.
Right.
I mean, it's just,
right.
However, what I'm
Sure.
saying is what we are trying to make happen in the world is like the kindest, most gentlest, decent thing. Like talking tough is just going to sound insincere. Whatever he's discussing, whatever the specifics of this are, I'm just saying we're talking about like making sure everybody has health care. It's not tough. It's soft and sweet.
Can I say
I
something?
see what he said.
I
as
think
a
they mean in
follow-up. I got
well,
you.
I don't know. I do want to talk tough in opposition to people's bullshit. Like we are not
Right.
gonna
Can I put up
sanitize
a comment on here
Kirk's
that is somewhat
reputation.
related to our discussion of shitting on commenters? I think this is the fucker who is mad at you for saying what you said about AI. That's my guess. Because that's what this sounds like. This sounds like someone who was raging the fuck out on an alt account.
maybe.
It doesn't sound like
This is
someone
the
who's
guy. Because
intentionally
it
trying to
was
stir up
fucking like
business.
something
I don't know.
kaiju or whatever. This is the motherfucker who was like,
I
how
get it.
dare you insult people who use AI in their art? I feel
We
hated.
need some
You're a
tension.
neoliberal.
Good.
And then they left like an hour ago. So I think they continued talking, found out they were banned, and then logged into their second account. That's what this
Why did
looks
you
like.
ban them?
Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. And
We've gotta
I have
help
much to
someone.
say.
We
I
have
think-
to help someone out there in a minute. Someone has a question, and really, I need you guys to help this person.
Sure.
Can I read it?
Yes.
Or which
Okay.
ones? Who's the
Army of Futsack, and I'm not sure what country you're from. If
Is
you
it this
even
one?
are, yeah, I'm not attacking you. I'm just asking you. Say you're a progressive. What does it mean? What are you trying to progress? Educate me. I honestly believe you're.
question.
Yeah, and we can
Yeah.
all educate you in a certain way. So who wants to take it first? Because I think it's quite a good question.
Well, I would like to put this comment on screen for 5 seconds, just real quick. All right, let's go back.
All right, I'll give my
Thanks,
5
Andrea.
second pitch. As a progressive, I am trying to ensure that the best outcomes happen for the most people. I'm trying to make sure that every time the government engages in something, that everybody is benefiting from it, not just a single rich person. And most I think descriptive is I am trying to make America into what we always said it was, but it never has been. A place where you can take a risk and build something, and if you fail, you'll have the opportunity to take another risk until you are successful, because gosh darn it, we're America and we're risk takers.
Well, that was quite well said.
That was pretty
Thank you.
good. Does
I
anyone else want
really
to tackle?
learned. Well, as a progressive, for me, I feel very much the same. I am a person that is. I want to see income inequality erased. I don't think we should have a billionaire class at all. I think what we should have are more democratic socialist values of programs for all, and no favoritism, and just really an egalitarian equality society. But I don't know if it can ever happen. But I'm with Jake. That's I'd like to see this country become what it always was supposed to be and never has been, because of corruption. Well, because of negative human traits, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. You guys have good answers. I mean, I'm for social and economic reform, right? Like as a progressive. And there's like a long list of things that I think government and government agencies should be about, services, right? And I think that a large degree of transparency should come with that, and not like this is the agency and that's it. Like, no, we're gonna like improve and build on these agencies. We're not just gonna go, this agency sucks because of blah blah blah. Okay, we'll fix it. Stop just complaining, right? Like persistent problems with Social Security and all that. Like they're just trying to make all that worse. So anyway, I think that social and economic reform is one way to explain what I see a progressive politics being. It's also like distinguishable from liberal politics in that it wants that oversight and transparency. It wants to know what's going, like we want to know what's going on with government. We think that needs to be built in to the government, these agencies, right? But like, whereas liberals, loosely are just like, yeah, no, more government, right? Like, yeah, we should be doing this stuff, and then don't worry about the goings on. Like that's how I feel about it.
Right.
And that maintains a low stakes democracy. And I think that is where my own politics isn't so easily defined, and certainly isn't exclusive to progressive politics. Like I have other opinions about our society and government and how we should be fighting certain battles and which priorities matter most and when. But like that, I wouldn't call progressive. But as far as being a progressive, social and economic reform.
Yes, I like that. Social and economic reform, which is desperately needed. Andrea?
I wouldn't call myself a progressive. I think it's a label that a lot of people use, and they don't really mean it. I think it's also kind of nebulous. Like, this is a very good question, because what does it mean to be progressive?
Right.
I think we live in a progressive administration. I think Trump is a progressive.
What?
He's progressing toward fascism.
Oh my God.
So I don't know. What does
Yeah.
progressive mean? I personally, I don't know. I'm kind of in a post-label world. I think all these labels are really stupid. I think they're ran to the ground. I think they've been they've been ground up into a fine paste
Sure.
of flour, and
Like
then someone baked the
Doomer.
bread with them, and then ate the bread, and then shit the bread out. That's what I think a lot
People
of
have been
these
calling
labels-
me a tanky, and I'm just like, okay.
that is, you
Can
are
you
nowhere
just-
near, not
No.
even
Can you
close.
just
to what
elaborate a
Investors
little
wrong.
more?
Yeah,
I'm not
that's just
sure what a
wrong.
fucking
That
tanky
doesn't.
is.
All right,
I
Andrea.
think I know what a tanky is. I'm pretty
I don't
sure I
even
do
care.
know,
Spit it
and you
out.
are not even close. You are.
Tell me when I'm wrong on
Is
the issue.
Jackson Hinkle a tanky?
He's just a dummy.
don't know.
I don't know. I don't think he's anything really. But I don't know. I don't think progressive really means much.
I didn't feel
anymore.
attacked.
I would say I consider myself somebody that wants the best for all people, whether they like it or not. You know, I think
Yeah,
a lot of
everyone
people
deserves
think
to
it
be
means
having a good life.
I like that because that's what we all feel.
a lot of
and
people think it means
animals.
money in
Animals
politics.
take their right place
Good.
in the hierarchy. That they are not just here for service to us. That's another
You're
thing.
telling me animals are not on planet Earth to be thrown in cages inside of factories and then mass slaughtered and
That has to
raped to
change
death
also.
over and over again, and then
That
their
has to
offspring are
change.
raped to death over and
That
over again
has
every
to
day in front of
change
them? You're telling me that that's
also.
not why animals
But
are here on this earth?
That's a function of overshoot, and that's a function of that we are exhausting our resources. So
yeah.
I mean,
I
you're
just-
not.
yeah.
Every time Sandee gives like a recap of like, well, broadly what I'm about, it's like it reminds me, oh yeah, she's tackling the absolute most harrowing end of this, like the most horrific, hard to explain to regular folks, consequential part. Yes, correct, NG Detector. I am Matt. Jake is Matt. That's the correct answer to that question. Ah!
I think I like talking about the political typology. I do. I really like talking about that and like all the different things, but I don't
love
put too much
typing about political talkology personally.
But I wouldn't put too much emphasis in it personally. I don't care what people do. I'm just saying for myself personally, because like I don't care where we're at on issues. According to the right, we're all dirty commies or whatever it is they
We're all
choose to
lid
just
cucks.
blanket label us all. There's no way around that. And so we might as well be on the same team, right? And I think that what the left has more trouble agreeing on is because people always say like, oh, the left can't agree on anything. I think we all agree. Like I could list 12 policies or issues, and like we would all be like, yep, need all that. I think where we might disagree on is prioritization. What to put first? What has the biggest bang, and then everything else just naturally falls into place. I think that's where we disagree.
maybe because Elliot and I were talking about that last night with how since the orange turd came back in, how pretty much climate change and anything environmental is definitely not in any news cycle whatsoever.
Right.
Yeah.
And it is the overarching issue of our time. And I mean, it really is. But
It is.
we still have to live though every day. And that's where what Matt talks about is so important. And that is what Jake talks about is so important, because in order to accept where we are, we have to be functional in our lives with not just I don't know how to say it, not with jobs, just with not the inequality that we have, with all of the fighting. We have to somehow figure that out, but I don't know if that's going to happen. I mean, we are I've never seen anything like it before, the incivility and the hatred.
Yeah, I assume
in my life.
Look, like everything gets worse, right? But I'm not fighting any less. You know what I mean? So it's like you can almost say, yeah, go ahead, fine. Count on it only getting worse from now on. But if that doesn't affect your willingness to fight or stay in the struggle for what matters, then okay.
Right.
Doesn't matter. But if it wears you down, let's talk about how to see hope in the present instead of always on the horizon, how to see the wins. You know what I mean? Hey, this new strategy is a degree more hopeful than it is combative for a change or whatever. But like, you know, I think
I like what Army of Futsak said. One more thing. He's from the UK. See that the point I get at is if you divide and label people, then you're just dividing and conquering people. If you start to unite people, then governments have a harder time of not being held to account. Now, I see that as how we talk about it's not really left and right. It really is us down here and the billionaire class.
Bottom up.
Really, yeah, it is. And so I see that how you can feel that way from the UK. Thank you.
Yeah, and like I'm not sure where or when I talked about this before, but I've had just like when people are like, I'm communist, and I'm like, living in America, I think that means I want to be communist so bad. Or like I'm practically there, but also there's capitalism around me. I can't get away from it. Yeah, you're paying rent. Yeah, have like a regular job like the rest of, but I don't know. Maybe people can truly live that way here, but that's why I always for myself, it's like, yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to say, well, I'm capitalist. You know what I mean? I would definitely say, no, I'm communist. Fuck this. I don't want to be capitalist. I'll just be, I'm this. This is what I want to be. I'm it. And I totally get it now. And it makes me think like, you know, I'm capitalist by default. I didn't mean to. I was just born into it, and I'm trying to play the game. But
all of
no,
us
but that's
have.
what I'm saying is like,
Play
but
the game.
I don't have to accept it. Like I sort of, you know, like I said,
I
we
don't
are this
consider
way by
myself
default.
an American for that same reason.
Well, Matt brings up a great point on that. He talks about, are you what you wish you were, or are you what you are living under? Because if you are what you are living under, we're all capitalists. We're all in a capitalist.
I'm a goddamn
oligarchical
excellent
society.
one at that. You motherfuckers.
But like, if you were to like, there's something that was annoying to us, but actually follows logic, which is if you were to say, I'm a communist, and then somebody says, oh yeah, what are you filming this on? Is it a cell phone? Is it a cell phone made in China and sold in the United States? You're not a communist. You're a capitalist. And they're right. They're correct. Even though it feels annoying to us because we're saying, well, no, the person's saying what they would ideally like. But there's something to be said for just stating where you are, literally, what you live under, and not putting a label on the goals that you have, because that skews, it doesn't help. It's not helpful to put that label on because everybody's misinformed about what the labels mean.
Can I ask Army of Futsak? Great name, by the way. I love Futsak. Good old sack of foots. What the hell are you talking about? Because first of all, you know, at least in the 21st century, I'd really love if you got more info on that. But at least in the 21st century, I can't think of really any left-wing extremism.
Not
you know,
in the
like, and
21st
what is
century, yeah.
extreme? Think about it. Like, what does extreme mean? It just means like how much does your ideal society deviate from current society, right? If that's that's how I would define.
I would say
extreme.
that's radical, and I would say that extremism embraces, when in the context they're using it, it suggests the embrace of tactics more than goals.
Yes, and mostly negative.
Well,
extremism
what
is
is,
viewed as
but you know,
negative.
people get called extremists just for their speech, right? Like, you know, like, so I mean, I don't know, does supporting like graffiti, does that make you an extremist? Because that's outside the law, it's outside the legal boundaries. So I'd love an answer to that question. If
yeah, you bring up a good point.
Futsak would
to
like
to futsacks, I'm going to call them not an insult, just don't know how to pronounce it. Implied question there. I really want to stress what Andrea said in the beginning, especially in the 21st century. So after the year 2000, in the United States,
2001,
extremists are right wing. really embrace and understand that fact of life. Political violence is done by right-wingers. This most recent assassination, I gotta tell you, hold off on judgment, because the last couple of times that this has happened,
that's definitely
it has
someone
turned
who
out
was
to
in the
be a right-winger.
military. And if someone is in the military, that was a 200-yard meter with one of those. It was a long range shot from a building that was fucking a while away. Okay, that was some military ass motherfucking shit. So I don't know. Maybe it's a lefty in the military, but I don't know. I know Charlie was Charles, my good friend. Charles, I know he was feuding with like the Groyper guys over the last few weeks. So
Yeah,
could have been one of them. I mean, who knows?
I have genuine
crazy
concern
time.
that the authorities are going to try their best not to find this person, because they know exactly that every
this
time they
motherfucker
find
gets
the
away.
perpetrator, every time they find the perpetrator, it is discovered to be a right-winger. And then their story about how evil we are and the stuff they want to do to us as a response to this, they'd happily give up another 10 Charlie Kirks to have a valid excuse to run after us and abuse
Yeah,
the
they
power.
just track him down, kill him in secret, chop him up Dexter style, throw him in the ocean, and then say we don't know where he went, just like they did with the guy who got the United Health guy, and then they just pin it on some dude named Luigi who was eating in fucking McDonald's. He's just chilling in McDonald's, trying to have a good time, bringing a laptop with him. That's not a crime.
I want to stress she's
SpongeBob. I'm sorry.
Yes,
go ahead. Jake.
joking, but Luigi Mangione is also not a left winger. Just so you know.
That's
he
true.
wasn't.
He's
He
more of a
wasn't.
libertarian kind of guy based on his
Yeah.
social media. But he's also he
And-
wasn't the guy who shot anybody, so that's more important here.
But this is important to understand for people who are new to politics or perhaps not very familiar with the factions. It is against what progressives preach constantly to engage in political violence. It's just fundamentally against what we're all about. So if you are somebody who's done
Not
that,
always.
almost by definition, is it unlikely to be a progressive? And this isn't just like a reputation laundering scheme. I mean, there's a reason that the groups that constantly talk about how, well, some violence is okay. Well, some state-sanctioned violence is fine. Well, these people here, they deserve this cruel thing happening. Versus progressives who say, no, this cruel thing should not happen. It doesn't matter the excuses you come up for it. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's just against, it's very unlikely, not impossible, but unlikely that you're going to see a progressive behaving in this way, because we are trying to make a better system, not just get rid of inconvenient people.
The Weather Underground, they were violent. They used violent tactics, and they were seen as lefties, or far left.
Yeah, once upon a time, the Black Panthers, some of them endorsed violence as a means. Now you will find the Black Panthers do not. Because they just not even on their front. It's just because it doesn't work. There's no.
I would love to
point
answer
is to
this
change the
next
system.
question. This is a great question. I'd love to answer it.
That's not even.
After you, buddy.
Okay. Centrists are by definition right wing, and here's why. Because right wingers currently in our global world, what are right wingers doing? They're cheering on Benjamin Netanyahu.
Regressive.
They're destroying rights. They're instituting religious theocracy. They're making, women second class, third class citizens. They're targeting trans people all over the place. They're hiring police officers. There's ballooning budgets to gun down black people in the street. Right. So if you see that, right, and then you see, oh, I want universal health care, right? Like, and then you're in the middle of those things, then you're a fucked up freak. Like, just frankly, like you're not well emotionally, or mentally or physically for that matter. You have some sort of chemistry going on that is not quite up to snuff, I think, and that may be self-inflicted. It may be because the household they grew up in. But if you can't, and I'm not saying you as in, but if somebody who is a centrist cannot really delineate the differences between what we're seeing here with the axis of evil doing a genocide and people who just want everyone to be happy, I don't know, man. That's just my opinion, but if anyone else
Army
has
of
another opinion-
Futsack originally asked, "What is progressive?" And the content of this question reveals a weakness that the four of us had. We didn't explain to them what progressive is because they're trying to now define what are the people we are in opposition to.
I don't see that as a
With-
weakness, but okay.
Well, we failed.
left something out in the definition.
Yeah.
What was
and
it?
if we had 4 people attempt to define it and none of us were successful, that's a weakness. We got to correct that. So I would say a progressive is
Yes,
our,
because
I'm
broadly
very strong.
speaking,
I work
a
out.
progressive
Understand.
represents somebody that is looking to enact new types of laws in America that are helpful to as many people as possible. A right winger in the modern era is somebody that is trying to bring us back to an old way of life and an old system of governance that, in my opinion, has been proven not to work. It's the kind of stuff that led to Hitler. And as Andrea said, centrists are conservative because a centrist is somebody who is trying to maintain the status quo. They do compromise with both sides
They're the
so
real
that there is very
conservatives.
little change overall.
Look at this one. This is another one. I noticed that these are all in Sandee's chat, by the way. But when you are radicalized too far left,
I've
everyone
never
to the
seen-
right of you is a right winger. Well, I think eating meat is inherently right wing. Does that make you a right winger if you eat meat? Well, that's a broader philosophical question. But I think eating meat is pretty grotesque, and I think anything grotesque is right wing. So
I've got a
have
lot of
fun with
things
that one. I enjoy speaking with you another time.
It's important for the audience to understand where America is in the worldview. America is an extremely far-right country in the worldview. As in, if you take every country in the world and you put them on a list in terms of what their policies are like, are they closer to turn of the last century policies?
This
Are
is
they,
correct, by the way. I just want to say.
Are they more modern? Do they have universal health care? You will find that the average opinion or the opinion of the average U.S. politician would be considered far right, maybe even far right extremist in basically every other country on earth.
I mean, just
That's where
average
we are.
Americans, man. Like the average American is in my opinion, like borderline Nazi. Like, you know, you talk like before Trump got in here and started actually doing the things people wanted him to do, and people are like,
Give an
I don't know
actual
if I agree
example.
with that. But like even now, people are still hanging on. But like, if you were to talk
When you
about
say
immigration in
borderline Nazi.
2024, if you just talk about immigration, well, immigration's out of control. That's the mainstream opinion. You see, like, you know, a lot of people even in DSA were saying, well,
And why
the
is that
border
insane to be a mainstream opinion?
Oh, because immigration was never out of control. First of all, immigration is good. The problem with immigration, if there is a problem, is that we're so fucking slow at it, and our systems are designed to be labyrinthian, you know, so that people get stuck there in detention centers.
Pause there for a moment. What do you mean by we're slow at it? Do you mean the process is slow?
The
Why is it
process
slow?
of legal, quote unquote, immigration is purposefully so slow that that you rot in the detention center with a, you know, you can leave at any time notice, and then you go back to your own country.
Who benefits when somebody is put in one of those detention centers and is forced to stay there for a long time because the process has been slowed down? Who
benefits? Well, people like Stephen Miller who enjoy suffering for suffering.
What about private prisons?
Well, private prisons who also enjoy suffering for suffering's sake.
So, real quick, in that
Yes.
far right process, wherein the immigration process is slowed down and somebody is forced to stay in a prison where a private prison profits off of that, I'd like to point out that that private prison, which has profited, can then donate to a PAC wherein they make sure a progressive does not get into office. Anybody but a progressive. A centrist, yes. Or a regressive, like a MAGA type. Absolutely. But that's
It
called
happens every
oligarchy.
day.
That is called oligarchy. And that's how you get billionaires from 100 millionaires. And that is how you get your friend in prison for several weeks instead of released at the police station or processed immediately. Thank you for going through that.
Oh, I appreciate it. Or I don't, or whatever. Would you appreciate whichever one? You're welcome. I'm sorry. I'm on drugs. So
That's
No,
you on
I'm not.
drugs. You fucking cut right to the core and lay it
Oh,
out.
once I stopped my show earlier. I don't know if anyone saw like the last 5 seconds of my show, but that was But then I watched the video and I immediately did a large amount of marijuana because I couldn't get any work done for the rest of the day after seeing that shit, right? After seeing some snuff films, I'm taking the rest of the day off, for Christ's sake. And then I re-upped right before the show started, and now I'm a little bit drunk. So this is me on many play. I've also got a little other things in there that I'm not going to mention in a live format. But
there's a lot of I always get a kick out of, I don't know how you feel, Andrea, I can guess, but I always get a kick out of the people during your show that are like, well, that's offensive.
Oh yeah. I love that.
I'm like, man. Wait, you're not even new here. I've seen you in this chat before. Anyway,
one of my favorite ones is people telling me like that's just projection, but like they don't actually explain why it's projection, or they don't explain it. They don't have a counter argument. They don't actually, like, to me, if you want me to take you seriously, you got to give me an argument. You can't just go all, there's a phrase I like to use, ad hominem. You can't just do that one because it's just.
But coming up next,
lately.
Welcome to Fuckville. I think the way I can't even do it justice. The way Jeff Waldorf says that is so great.
I hope that Jeff doesn't get in trouble for that one, because my show is very controversial, and now he's directly linked to it because he introduces me.
Yeah,
every day, so.
I gotta interject. I want to see more stuff with. That's an unexpected joy. Is you and Jeff Waldorf's chemistry? Something about this. He's a very Midwestern dude, And he's just so, like, you can see him in a sweater or like an old metal shirt, but he's helping somebody move couches or whatever. He's that kind of guy. and yeah, like some thrash metal shirt like that you wear,
brown shoes with black shoelaces, that kind of a guy.
Yeah, one of those guys. No, I just mean he's I can't think of the Adult Swim thing. Joe Pera. He's like Joe Pera. And you very much enjoy fucking with that kind of person, and it's perfect, honestly. I'd like to see you guys do like bits together.
I would. We got to do more crossovers at some point, just generally on this space. But that's one of the ones that's in the making, and by that I mean no one's making it, but it should be. It should be in the making. It's in the making now, in the Thoughtle, in that region of space and time.
I have a new shirt. I love this. This is my most comfortable brand new shirt.
I love that it's added at the end. See my videos, like do what you got to do. Shout yourself out. It worked, but just I just love see my videos. I probably will too, because that does sound pretty good.
Okay, so I mentioned that I am going on LT9K show on Friday after Majority Report, like 2:30, something like that, and then What do you all have? Sandee, are you doing shows? How many nights a week are you back on air? Are you like
Tuesday night and every other Saturday? No.
Sandee's chat, by the way.
It's when my chat's been all over tonight with people I've never seen. So Looney's having fun. Every other Saturday with Tony Antonio, and we will be on Saturday and Tuesdays for sure. I do my Tuesday show, and I did something on Sunday, but when I feel like it, I am so flat out busy. I can't have a regular schedule except for Tuesdays and every other Saturday until I know what I'm doing here. There's millions of responsibilities for one person, and I don't want to make a pronouncement that I can do every Friday and not be able to put what I like to put into it because I'm out there canning vegetables, cleaning up the garden, and getting ready for winter. That's my problem. I can video a gardening thing.
I would love if you did a very, very thorough and well researched and avoiding botulism video on the canning process, because that is something that people are going to need to do. For this space.
I did one a couple of years ago. I canned. I showed how to do tomatoes.
Yeah, we got to get that on here because that's stuff people need to know.
Okay, that's good. I like to do that. Maybe I'll use my tripod and actually do it tomorrow, but tomorrow's just pickles though. That's not stuff. I
had pickles earlier, man.
When you're canning
soups, I can feel them right now.
When you're canning soups, it's not hard. I mean, I've never I've been canning for years, and I never got sick from anything I canned myself.
What's
I
the
would
longest
love-
you've waited before eating it? Like a
Yeah,
year, 2
Jake,
years?
you got a plug?
3-4 years. 3
No,
years. I have old stuff.
Oh, I thought
Yeah.
you were about to say I have a plug. Sorry.
No, I would love to can random things. Like, how great would it be to open up your cabinet and there's cans of soup, but then there's like also a can of backup remote. It'd just
That
be
would
fun.
useful. That would be useful. I gotta
Or
say.
if, like, make a label or whatever for very specific things. Like, do you have a pen? Yeah, I think it's in the cupboard. They open up the cupboard. There's a can with like pen on it. They have
Right.
to use the can opener, open it up. Why?
Right.
It'd just be fun.
No, that would be. That's a really good idea. In Silent Hill 2, one of my favorite video games of all time, there's a section where there's just a giant can of light bulbs. And you just have to pick out a light bulb from a giant can. It's like one of those big tomato cans, when you're making a sauce. It's like that, but with light bulbs in it. It's
enjoy
one of
that.
my favorite parts in the game. It's really good.
Well, you know what? I am reading a book by Michael Mann and Peter Hotez. Michael Mann has had his share of arguments in the doomer community, but for the most part, he's a climate scientist who's right about this book. And Peter Hotez is I think he was a virologist or a vaccinologist. I'm not sure exactly which particular specialty, epidemiologist, but Hotez gets really scared out in the media, and so does Michael Mann, because climate and vaccinations, COVID, all that they're so controversial, they become insane. So it's a new book, Science Under Siege, and I got that, and I need to find time because I want to read it, and I do want to interview. I want to try to interview Michael Mann, and I'd like to
do it.
And I
yeah,
and I made my peace with his problem with doomers in 2021 because people misunderstand the term or think people are nihilists or hate everything, and it's not quite that way. It's another label. That's all it is. And I don't want. No, he's not a doomer at all. Michael Mann is not a doomer. He's a climate scientist. That's all he is. And he's at an institution. But I got to read this book because he's right. And science is under siege in the United States.
Science is not under siege. That shit was taken out back and shot dead. Not unlike something in the news.
Well, I'm going to take a step on the wild side, and I'm going to try to interview the guy.
It's a walk on the wild side, but that sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
I prefer wild
on the wild side.
Half of my audience will be mad, but it's okay. I really want to talk about this book, not everything else. I want to talk about this book, the topic, Science Under Siege. There we go.
So, Andrea, you got anything coming up? What are you just taking the rest of the
I
week
would
off,
love to announce that I am a wonderful and talented individual that loves playing Doom, the best video game of all time. I recently started a new series on my YouTube channel called Andrea Plays Doom. That's me. I'm Andrea, and sometimes I play Doom. And I started a new series called Table Fill Tuesday, where I fill up the tables that are speedruns that no one has done before for certain levels on Tuesday. Go check it out on Tuesday or today, because there's already 2 episodes out already. So
okay,
go ahead, check it out. I love Doom.
Awesome. And is there anything else going on with you at all? Anything else you want to plug?
Me?
Any other
Well,
collabs or
I got a lot of
shows
shit
or-
going on, but I keep them all top secret. I've about
until need to
17
know. Need to
until
know
need
basis.
to know. No one needs to know anything until they need to. Let's just put
Okay.
it that way.
All right.
And there you go.
I'll put it this way: this space is on the air all day tomorrow. Okay, so
I'll
let
be
me
making
ask.
pickles all day tomorrow. Listening.
I got a question for you folks.
Yes.
What are you doing just in your life? Because brutal Like just watching the news all the time, talking about the news, like politics. Blah.
I only talk about this shit once a week. It's pretty good.
What do you got going on? That's perfect. Then maybe you could go first. What do you got going on outside of all this stuff?
Oh
That's
my
like,
God.
you know,
Tons of stuff.
maybe people could do this and just chill, or here's a cool project.
Can I help us answer that with the
Jake
help
can just
of?
go first. Go first.
No. This thing right, Chop.
Oh, yes, Jake will go first.
All
my
right.
first
Oh, okay.
entry,
What do we got here?
I'm betting. Come on,
Who
green.
goes first?
What is
Oh,
It
this
looks
is
like
awesome.
Andrea.
Andrea
So,
goes
okay, first of all, I'd like
first.
to say rigged. The arrow is blue, and I'm blue. The arrow is magnetically attracted to blue.
Blue.
So that's
I love your overlay,
but
Jake.
I will go first just because I don't want to cause too much of a. I don't want to gum up the works too much
Okay.
here. But that was a rigged election, frankly, and I lost that election by a lot. However, I will
By
go
a lot.
first
You
if
sounded
that's
like
what people
Donald
want.
Trump. By
What
a
do I
lot.
do? I play Doom every single day of my life. I have another YouTube channel called Doom Speedruns, where I upload multiple runs per day because I love playing Doom. I play new levels every day. I wake up, I get high, and I play Doom for about 7 hours. Sometimes I learn things. I like learning. I like reading. And I like writing. But none of those things are as important as my love for Doom. Thank you. Next.
Pretty cool.
Here we go.
Oh, and her
What do
name
you
is even
do
gone.
other than this?
Look at
Jake.
this.
And you see the arrow turned
The
yellow.
arrow turns that color.
Like you see
That's
what's
funny.
happening here, though, is that
That's
he's
pretty
programming it
cool.
on the fly. It's a totally
I
controlled
love
situation.
it, Jake. This is great. It's too
What do
cute.
I do other than this? I prepare shows for this. I book interviews that cancel on me, and I am up to various nefarious and complicated machinations that would blow your mind to behold.
Wow.
And
That's
walk
also
dogs
fight
too.
night.
Don't you walk dogs? You help people walk
No.
dogs.
I will sometimes well
Walk
no,
a
it was
dog.
bad.
Yeah,
Used to, then the dog died.
I
So
know. But you have friends. I thought you were that had a dog. I thought you had been walking.
That's just
somebody's
great consolation.
dog.
That sucks, Jake. But
It has
you have
nothing to
friends.
do with. No, my God, it had nothing to do
Oh, you're
with
mad
the
over here. He's
sadness,
holding him back.
the
He's trying not to
sadness.
die. He's
No,
like,
no,
oh,
no.
The very
Because you
somber day.
misunderstood me.
oh, my camera auto turned off.
but yeah.
I'm
that's-
sorry.
That's me. It's
You
all good.
misunderstood
It
me.
was fun throwing you under the bus, my friend.
Just
and
make
I
fun of me.
reminded-
Okay.
yeah.
I was a
exactly. I
blonde,
missed you too.
sort of.
Haven't busted any chops in a while. What do you do when you're not dealing with this harrowing
Bust
stuff?
mine.
Sandy.
What do I do?
See, it's red. It's all programmed.
This
all
is
in a
good
loop.
because I asked the question. I shouldn't have to answer it.
That's true.
I mean,
Or
we
I
still
should go
did.
last.
Yeah. That'll be easy.
Okay. I do take care of right now foster kitties, and I have 6 cats, and I have a gigantic garden, and I have property that I rewilded, but I take care of. So I'm outside. I have lots of plants all over my deck that need to now, be cleaned up, that I grow. I propagate seeds. I work with people in my community right now. We're working together in PFAS, where Debbie's doing PFAS and I'm doing data centers, and trying to learn as much as we can so that we can educate people on not bringing data centers here and cleaning up the PFAS in our community and not having any kind of problems, because the community is already building things like it's a farm cesspit for poop. I mean, they're going to reuse it though. There's a lot of
They're going
farming.
to reuse the poop.
Yes, there's a lot of farming techniques now that are a lot different, but it's a little disconcerting when you see it. So that's what we're doing locally, trying to just be involved in some things. I also sell stuff at a local antique store, which I've been doing since 2017. I hardly ever go there. So that I have to pay attention to, because my case probably needs more crap, and I'm not going out to buy anymore. I'm just selling over the years stuff to get rid of that I don't want, purging, getting rid of things at my place years of accumulated shit. You know, the new cats go to their homes probably in a few weeks, and we're going to have to do that transition so that they don't get shocked. So that's a big job. But I guess taking care of this homestead is a big thing for me. And then shows and getting back into videos and trying to read books of scientists everybody on my channel hates, but oh, whatever.
Yeah, everyone in your chat hates them all. They're just going on. Just, oh man, this guy sucks. That guy sucks. I
But
hate
he's
that fucking guy.
yes, but it's the book, and I'm going to read it. And they know me well enough that I will do what I want to do and make it interesting for them.
Yeah.
There you go.
Fair enough. Looks like.
Can you roll the?
I love those.
roll the
Oh,
thing?
yeah, here, one more spin.
Notice,
Like-
by the way, notice before it lands, it's already blue. Notice it was blue when it came up because Jake had programmed it to be that
Oh,
way.
who is
Oh,
where?
good.
Oh,
Matt.
Matt.
Well, okay.
This
So
is
what I
great.
do in my free time is this is what's called a callback joke.
I trim my mustache.
And the entirety of it. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I'll just I do crimes and bad things, and imagine I thought of something funny. All right, you buddy.
For a while, that was true. I have. This is like a thing with making. I've always made comic books, but this is like the coolest, furthest, most intense thing I've done solo yet. I just wrote and laid out 58-page story, and it's that might not like to comic book readers. You're like, okay, that's a little more than double size, single issue, big deal. That's not that bad. But like, it's more how like, you know how like if you read the right like children's book, when you get through it, you're like, oh, that was like a whole thing in 6 pages or whatever, right? 8 pages. Like, it's an accessible all ages story, but like will probably get banned, you know, that kind of thing. It's like the content is ripe for you know, conservatives to be outraged over, of course. But like if you read it, you'd be like, that's performative and bad faith, right?
Right.
But it is
Very important PSA.
but the entire process for me is on the front end, and then it's all just draw it, right? And so like I have this massive lay, and I've been on this for just like 3 weeks and 2 days. I just finished today, and I've been like laying out all the panels and the backgrounds and the foregrounds and just every single page, and lettered the whole thing as I wrote it. And so it's now it's just ready for however long it takes to like pencil, ink, and color it. But it's like,
That's
and I do,
so cool and a lot of work and so different from what we all do.
but it's way different than like, then I went on air today and I was like, this is totally different mindset. But anyway, it's fun. It's coming along.
We're talking about balloons today. Comic balloons.
I don't know what the release date is going to be, but I could probably I kind of need to have it done this year, but I'm not holding myself to that. But that's totally possible.
All right.
So
Can
we'll
I
see.
Can I bring something up?
Yeah,
of course.
Please,
if
please
I'm
do.
allowed. If I
No, we're not censoring you, Andrea.
Hello. I'm pretty sure that this is that same motherfucker.
Not my channel.
I'm guaranteeing you that this is the same motherfucker 3 ones in. I guarantee you. This guy is going for it, going for the record. Can we get 4? Can we get 4?
If somebody was hidden from the channel,
And also, this
I'll
is an
look into
important
it,
message
but
that we
I don't know.
can't. I brought it up earlier, but it has to be,
okay.
has to be understood that that is true.
Oh,
is
that
a
was the
factual
same
thing.
night we figured out I was the most right wing or something, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
I
that was-
remember.
those
Those
were
are both
separated by-
credible stories.
Those were separated by about 4 months. You have dementia. You're getting you're temporally confused.
Oh, good.
But if you're new to the channel, hang out. This is generally the most unscripted show you're going to see. But if you watch us long enough, you will see that we are
Oh,
not
I'm in this space.
condemning people for being more left than us. My number one broken record thing to say is I can't be left enough. Please pull me further left. If I'm not on the left, tell me how. If you want to insult me in doing so, then I say, give me something to work with. Otherwise, I'm not having the insults. Like, you don't have to be a
You
know,
got to
rude
play
about
that
it.
clip. Play the clip. Roll it.
Rolling.
I don't know what clip this
Come
is.
on,
Give me
Rusty.
something to work
Rusty
with.
Shackelford. Come on,
that's,
Rusty.
that's on my
Ah, you
setup.
motherfucker. You don't have
Oh.
the shit. You're ready.
I wouldn't have it here.
By
you
the
can
way,
do
no
soundboards
problem.
now.
No problem, fucksack. Thank you. Have a good night. I mean, futsack.
That's very nice.
No problem.
We have a
Thank you,
nice
man.
new
It's
person
honestly,
from the UK.
it is a pleasure to meet somebody who doesn't already A, agree with us, or B, is not immersed in this world as much. Because I would love your
They're
opinion.
immersed
and
in
I'd
their
also
own
love-
in the UK.
and I'd love to know if we're doing a good job of explaining ours. So thank you very much for your patronage.
Yeah, we love
And
the
Jake
earth.
is now
We
done
love
with
the
the
earth.
sincerity aspect. So I will say, have a great day or whatever. I don't, probably never see you again. So, have a good life or, or not, I
What?
suppose.
It's not gonna hit. Don't look up isn't happening tomorrow.
It might be. We got Russia drone
Max
striking
left.
Poland. That shit's happening any minute now, man.
Yeah, I don't. Go ahead.
No, nothing. Boy, Poland. This is old news to Poland. Like, hey, I remember last time a major
This I
European
agree with,
power
by the way.
invaded us.
This is an agreement from me.
That's fair. That is fair.
It's been an interesting night, I have to say.
But go on about Poland.
Yeah, it's not
They're-
fun. Wait, I'll be the
They
orange
got
turd.
invaded by the Nazis.
I don't like it. I'm not happy
about
it. That's the orange turd. That's
Europe
all he'll
has
say.
a history of not
What did
helping
Trump
them.
say?
Although,
Like,
you know what?
What's going on? Or some shit.
He's ignoring it.
Trump.
Everything is in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, I will talk about it. I'm not happy about it. That's what he says, and nothing happens because things are just getting worse by the moment. Strategically, we have idiots in places they don't belong. Tulsi Gabbard is not doing a good job. I'm sorry.
For the record, we also get totally fair comments saying, quit interrupting Andrea. I'm going to float this out there. When four friends who have strong opinions about politics get together, odds are we're going to stumble over each other quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an
almost like this isn't a
axiom.
movie.
We know
In real
this
life, people
is-
talk over each other. Like, who gives a fuck what Matt was trying to
real.
say?
We did a
He has
whole
nothing
bit.
whatsoever to say.
We did a
He's
whole
doing a
bit where we
right
all
now
just
where he
talked at the
pretends
same
like he has
time.
something valuable to say.
Mm.
And I'm just not
Then
going
we found a way to make that bit a little bit funnier by literally.
No one's ever accidentally muted someone on the show. It doesn't happen, but then all of a sudden somebody's muted. Like, what is
Hello?
that? I don't
Are
get
we
it.
live? Is it hello?
And we're all different. We're all different,
seemed like
and
I got
that's why
interrupted for a
it
moment there.
works.
What happened?
You guys
Someone
should have
interrupt-
heard. You should have heard Andrea do that on the majority report. Like before we went live, it's Sam, Emma, Matt, Ryan. Like they're all there, and it's me, Andrea, and Ben. And Sam's like, "Hey guys," and Andrea goes, "Hello, are we live? Hello, testing." And I was like, "That's amazing." Does not skip a beat. And he was
I
like,
had
"No,
to
yeah,
make
we're not live yet."
Yeah, I
I forget what he said, but he replied to you.
Oh,
I have a pitch that I want you guys to help make happen.
Here we go. Here
which
we
is
go.
that
I don't play
Sam
baseball.
Cedar began to seriously consider how much his moment-to-moment rate is, because he was talking about people like making $900 an hour for whatever thing that was, and there was a moment there where he's like, "Ooh, actually, I might not be above that." We got to find out how much it would cost to get Sam Cedar for like 30 seconds. I bet we could raise that much.
Okay.
Hey, $50, we could do that.
Oh, that's cute. All right.
Off.
You think he'll pop in 30 seconds? Hi guys.
For like 700, $500, whatever. Yeah, he'll do it.
Jump on, say hi, guys, plug a show, and then leave. That'd be amazing, actually.
Yeah. I think he's just really friendly. Like no matter what people think of him when you're face to face or behind the scenes, just very like accessible, friendly guy. You know, we were talking about, oh no, that was several hours ago where I was talking to Sandee Lovas about how people get nervous when they call into the majority report. And that's, there's a lot of factors that go into why probably, but if you met Sam face to face, it wouldn't be like that at all. He is so just regular. It's pretty cool. But there, that experience, I think about that experience a lot because that's one thing to go on the majority report. It's another thing to go on there with 2 other people that you respect and like want to hang with, right? And like represent each other.
I think it's very clear based on the previous commentary that going on the majority report was the greatest moment of Matt's life. Specifically his appearance with me. He was on there by himself or with someone else at one point, but specifically his appearance with me. Ben was just there incidentally. I was, whatever. But
they're like, oh, hi, Ben. No,
Matt's gonna be on his deathbed going like, guys, remember that time?
Remember the time?
Oh, like
not even deathbed. It'll just be like the thing that I repeat in my
when Letterhack and I have our
melody.
this space strategy meetings on weekends and stuff, he's always going like, all right, how do we get on the majority report next? When are we going
like
back?
we
on?
take a
What are we
break.
gonna
Andrea
say?
and I are
Are we gonna
outside
be
smoking a
live?
cigarette, and I'm like, remember that time we were on majority report? Wasn't that fun?
And the
How can we
fact
get
that
back
Well,
on the
I
majority
can
I
say
do
I've
remember it.
never
I do remember
been.
that time. It was pretty awesome. And when I said, hello, are we live? And then you
Stick
thought,
with me, Sandy. I'll get you on there. Stick with me.
I have never even thought of it, but I am going on Nicole Sandler's next Thursday. I'll be on her show from 3 to 4, and then I'll be doing my new show on this space on 5 o'clock. So I'll be doing her. I'll hopefully have everything ready that I need for an hour. You say an hour show?
Yeah. No, you'll find the audience and the viewers are very chill and welcoming. It's not going to be like,
I want it to
"Dude,
be
she's not ready?
interesting.
Log off."
No, I want a topic. I mean, I want to work this into a regular, like I used to do show.
Cool.
I just kind of lost my mojo this summer. So,
No, hold on.
Yeah.
You mean that let's be clear for anyone who may not know, you didn't lose your mojo this summer. You had a forced vacation.
Yeah, I had a forced vacation.
And almost
as a result,
died, by the way.
As a
Factor
result,
that in.
you're getting back up to speed. Like your mojo is there. Like that's not. I'm not questioning the mojo.
I just want to have all the other mojos around this fucking homestead done so that I can start
Yeah, that's a good
concentrating
way to
on the
put it.
mojo. I want a mojo here. Like, really, I am feeling a little bit overwhelmed about too many things but I really want to do studying and research and get back into my work, and I will.
I'm looking forward to it. The resurgence. It's you get a moment, you took a little forced vacation. It sucks. It happens, but it gave you
I was
time.
building new. No, it didn't, because I was trying to build. Well, no, because I built I was doing Substack and building other platforms.
Well, that's what I mean. That's you spent the time there.
But it was hard work. I don't want to do that hard work.
Yeah, but now you've done it.
It's gonna be on YouTube.
You're a wiser, more complete individual. You have accomplished these tasks.
Yes,
and it makes you a better person.
Thank you, Andrea. That feels good. Thanks.
Y'all, I want to use the wheel for more stuff.
Yeah, let's bring that wheel back up. This is great.
We could put any topic we kind of want to talk about in, and then spin it. Like we get 4 topics, then spin the thing. You do a truth or dare thing.
Let me guess. This one's gonna land on Jake. Let me guess. Huh?
These guys could go all
Ask
night
me how I know.
on this.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What now?
Just
What
do
now?
like
what?
Do DC, Marvel, comic books, comics. Like
Is this
those.
Excel?
No, I'm just kidding.
Is this Excel? What is this?
No,
What
I
is
put it in the private chat. How do you? All right.
Oh, I got
Now,
it.
in what universe would this be Excel? I
Because
would like
Is
to
this
know.
Quark?
How
Wait a
the
minute.
fuck
You
this
have no
thing
idea
works
what
on Excel?
things are changing because of AI in these programs. I was talking about that with Elliot last night.
Once they introduced AI.
Oh, here it
all
is.
this
I
more
got
shit,
it.
I got
Thank
LibreOffice.
you.
Look it
I
up.
just
It's
read
free.
it. I just read it. I got it. Thank you.
AI, I have to say, is mostly a marketing term.
It's
It-
not even. It's not. It's
just the
artificial
way
for sure.
things
It's
are- but
definitely
it's
artificial.
the way in Excel things will be compute it faster, that you would be able to. In Excel, you can put
No,
you can
no.
put things in.
All when you hear all like this huge push, like AI is changing everything, it's just an algorithm. That's all
Yeah.
AI is. We already had an algorithm.
Make things faster.
If the only like YouTube's algorithm is no different. It uses user feedback to give you positive or negative. It establishes an overall trend that it pushes towards everybody.
Mhm.
It's the reason we keep hearing about all this AI stuff is because AI companies are trying to sell it to people. So now when you see like AI powered or whatever, that's like people saying electrolytes in water. It's the software writer's equivalent of advertising electrolytes.
But here's the thing:
Okay, but I thought
electrolytes
maybe
are
you
real.
programmed
Those are
in
real things that exist.
wheel.
AI is not real. It's just a fucking stupid program that's not. It's not intelligent. It's just it's spewing
type
out
of
garbage
software.
half the time. It is
It's
a
a
type
way
of
to
software, but
yeah. a way to
electrolytes
describe
are
a
a real
software
thing.
process.
You know, if water has electrolytes in it or whatever, it's better than not having in it, unless you're like
Exactly.
sitting all day and you have a buildup of electrolytes or something.
It's a
Well-
sales term which becomes nonsensical if you try to apply it seriously.
I
basically.
agree.
Yeah. Nunya says AI is 90% spyware and everyone is seeing that it's an annoyance. Me personally, I think it's more of a glorified meme botnet. I have a feeling the AI financial bubble is going to burst sooner rather than later because it is expensive to run. That is an undersold aspect of this.
I saw that they
increases
announced that they're
company
making a movie with AI and that the budget is
Oh my
$30
God.
million.
And the
doesn't
water.
doesn't that fucking defeat the purpose a
It's
little bit? If you're
horrible.
gonna spend $30 million making a fucking cartoon movie with AI,
We are going to go technologically extinct. Sorry.
all the money is being
We're gonna
spent
be-
on cooling the
Yeah.
data centers. Look,
yeah,
I
it's
was
crazy.
reading a Batman comic.
We're
I
done.
think it's from earlier this year. It might have been late last year, but in this Batman comic, the Riddler, you guys know the Riddler,
Jake looks
keeping
like
up
he's
with me,
cutting up
Batman
lines
Riddler.
right now.
The Riddler takes over like the tech industry, right? In Gotham. He becomes like a tech bro, right? And Batman's like, I don't believe he's gone legit, so he's kind of like spying on him and like, you know, infiltrating his building and looking at his servers, and he notes to the Riddler, he goes, "Oh, that's clever that you're using Victor's technology to cool your servers," meaning they're using Mr. Freeze's technology, his freezing
Interesting.
technology to cool the servers. And I was like, yeah, if AI is so great, why doesn't it find out a way to cool itself without having to deplete resources and water from areas that are already struggling to, you know, have clean water? But like, I was like, wow, it's really creative. Like, and that's in a comic book. Anyway.
They knew what was gonna happen.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know if you guys have seen Eddington yet, but
Yes.
yeah, you did.
Actually, a really worthwhile movie, I think.
Yeah. They're the director. It's just kind of like, you know, I know we've talked about this probably, but some of it is just really scary. Some of it I don't get, and others are like, okay, well, that was disturbing. Why did we watch that? But like this was like, yeah, I liked it. I liked it a lot.
It has a message that I feel like progressives need to hear. It has a lot of messages for a lot of people, but when I see us getting, I see us often getting stirred up, still with true things. We're being told true things, but they're being presented to us in a way that is designed to make us act like, you know, irrationally, basically, to make us angrier about it than is even necessary.
Like being gaslit, you mean? Like
Oh,
endlessly
that's
gaslit
just
to the point
because
where
we
you're
are
just
being
like,
told the true
psychological
thing.
warfare.
yeah.
If your loved one was injured in a car accident and a coworker of yours got that information and then was told to relay it to you, and the way they relayed it to you was by saying some piece of garbage, some filth hit your loved one with their truck, and now that piece of garbage is walking out there,
kind
it's
of
right
person.
out there. You're being told true information. but you're being focused in a way that does not help you with the immediate problem. It makes you think, I got to go find this motherfucker. I got to go. No, you got to go to the hospital and help your loved one. That's what's happening to us frequently on the left. We're being told true things, and we think that's enough. That means that the person who's talking to us is totally on our side. No, it doesn't. They may still have an evil agenda. They may still be focusing you in a way that is unhelpful, and they may not even be trying to do these things. That just might be all they know. But it's worth considering, and Eddington really highlights how it could be a problem. They do a little play about it.
I gotta check it out.
Yeah, it was like everybody is represented
Eddington.
as the online version of their personality or group.
right.
Like in the movie, it's like there's even a point.
I gotta rewatch this. Where is it
the
at?
name of the town is Eddington, right? It's
Eddington.
like, don't make Eddington, New Mexico, Facebook, New Mexico. Like they make like a campaign sign for that or a
Right.
poster. And I was like, oh, that's what the
Okay.
movie kind of is.
Mhm.
Like this is what everyone thinks of as online. You know what I mean? Like if
Right.
all the
Okay.
if all the stereotypes we had about each other online were true in the real world, then all of the progressives and lefties would just be virtue signaling the whole time and like, this is gonna look awesome on Instagram. I'm being like, I'm an activist or whatever. You know, I just kind of
What I like about it is it gives you an example. Obviously, none of this actually happened, but it
Right.
shows you how it's possible
yeah.
for people to be on polar opposite sides of an issue, but to be sincerely seeking the truth and
Yeah.
sincerely doing what they think is helpful to other people, and
And
yet wind up in conflict.
In the director's own words, he's I watched like more than one interview with him about it just because his commentary on his thinking behind the film is as good as the film, really. But he was saying like in society we've gotten to a point where we are arguing on something that we can't agree is truth. Do you know what I mean? Like we're almost arguing whether a thing is true or not, and we can't agree on that to get to the
can't do
point where the
anything.
argument is like even productive or healthy. And
You're
it's
not
like
even
that's-
arguing. There's no if you can't agree
Right.
on the definitions of words, then you're not having a conversation.
But treating it as debate and argue when it's really just like
If someone asks you, like, you know, like
you are
where's
choosing to believe or not in something that isn't a believe thing. You don't believe in the sun. Do you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
exactly.
That's the sun.
Yep.
You don't believe in the earth being round. It fucking is round. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know.
So,
The
like,
ice wall has something to say about that.
anyway.
But it's like if you ask someone like, "Where's the bread? I'm gonna make a sandwich," and then you just tell them, "Yeah, the bread's upstairs. I put it in the cabinet," and then they go up there. That's rather strange. Why is the bread in the cabinet? They open the cabinet upstairs, you know, and there's nothing in there, you know. And then you go back down and you go, "I thought the bread was up here," and then you go, "Oh no, it's actually in the garage." And then that's not an argument. You're not getting any closer. Someone's just fucking with you. They're they're trolling you. They're playing you for a fool. And that's what conservatives are doing. They know that this shit isn't fucking real. 99.9%, you know, of the people in the media that self-identified as conservative, they're actors. They're theater guys. You know, they're
You
failed
really
fucking
don't think
actors.
that this
they
is
don't
a
believe
cult?
this fucking shit.
You don't think that some of it's a cult?
Aspects
That-
of it.
I
Yeah.
think that
Yes.
there's some people that are cultish, but
It's
like
a cult.
you know, when these guys are going out there and saying like the trans people are doing mass shootings, they know that's bullshit. They know that's horse fucking
Right.
garbage, but they're saying it anyway because they want to murder trans people, and they think that saying that
Well,
lie
sure.
will help achieve that goal of murdering trans people everywhere. That's why, like, literally, Charlie Kirk's final words were deflecting a conversation about gun violence to gang violence so that he can go off on this black people are evil tirade, which he always does.
No,
It's part of
black
his script.
pilots.
He does it at all
Black
fucking of his
pilots.
shows. But
He won't get
someone
on a plane
let him
with a
get to
black
the end of that
pilot.
script, unfortunately.
He
um,
went out exactly as he lived. There is no more illustrative moment for what this time is than what just happened today. This is going to be used basically to describe who we were and what was happening. Charlie Kirk dying in defense of capitalism, dying to put black people down and let school shootings continue to happen. And as he is defending that, ironically, he got pulled out of college by billionaires and funded to help make this horror keep happening. And he dies as a young man, continuing to make it happen. His last words are to throw minorities under the bus and to make their lives worse. And it was on a college campus, the very people he was making targets of this stuff. It's astounding.
It's I thought we experienced some of this in a profound way when people were, COVID's not real, and then they die of COVID, and you're like, oh, wow, tell me again.
When
Oh,
will
you
we learn?
can't. So like,
When will it
it's
be enough?
Yeah, it's like, geez, that's a paradox right there. It's so weird. It's like, people are profiting from all of this one way or another. They find ways to profit.
Oh, the
and that's
gun
why it's
stocks
allowed to
are
go.
skyrocketing. If you look at fucking anything,
They always
ammo,
do.
guns,
Every
bulletproof
time.
vests. I have a couple bulletproof vests. I got them many years ago when I saw what was coming. But, so I got them for cheap, but they're going to raise the prices on those bad boys. The stock prices are going up because one thing America loves to do when someone gets shot to death on live television, really, that is equivalent to live television. He got shot to death while doing a live stream. It's the modern day equivalent, So if someone gets shot to death on live television, most Americans, I mean, not most, but there's a large percentage of Americans that go, oh shit, let me open up fucking E-Trade. Let's buy some fucking stocks. That's what, imagine your first thought when someone like that gets killed and you're like, oh, how do I make money off of this? I will be honest. I don't have necessarily a problem if you make money, and then you sap that money away from the market. That's a wider philosophical discussion. But either way, I mean, it's pretty interesting. And so I'm sure that when the next mass shooting happens, or the next shooting of any kind, mass or a political figure or whatever, I'm sure that the prices are going to keep going up. The stock market is going to do well. And, you can either ride the wave or not, but someone's going to be making money off of every shooting, all of them. Everyone makes money off of it. Except for the principled poor people that refuse to invest in gun companies. Because it's better to be poor and have principles than to be rich and just lie about where you got your money from. Because, that's pretty easy to do.
Shocking era that we live in, and absolutely telegraphed. None of this is a surprise. We're just going to keep boiling in this hell until we convince people to stop supporting conservatives. And frankly, the Democrats I include in that. It's progressive or more of this forever. Until we go progressive, this is what our lives will be.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm sorry I did it earlier and I tried to talk over the messages. I've got to urinate. Very bad.
Go.
I think
I'll
it's
see you in a
time.
moment.
Do it now. Hurry up.
Sorry,
All
buddies.
right.
I'll be listening.
Time is on.
Well, we've been 2 hours for me. That's pretty good for me.
I'll be right back.
So
You
tired.
guys maintain.
Sons of
All right,
guns.
Sandy, how's it going?
No.
So you got Jake. Get
Oh,
the
I'm
fuck
looking
out
at
of here
all
and
the-
go piss. What are you doing?
All the
What are you fucking doing?
Interesting people in the chat tonight that I've not seen before. That was
Sandy's
I'm
Sandy's
compelled by.
show is going viral. We're getting a lot of individuals.
No, we're not. I don't know how they found me. Maybe from Elliot, but it's just interesting, and I like it. And people don't have to agree with everything. I like that.
That's what's fun. I love debating people, I will say. So I like that Sandy introduces my deranged and unhealthy individual self. I was going to say something else. But I'm glad that she
You
introduces me
can
to a
be
wider
who you are. Be who
I
you
am?
are. Definitely.
I'm gonna move myself over here. I prefer to be on the left, as most people.
But I
here
mean,
would
when I
already
do,
know.
and I'll do my shows, but they're going to be on a topic. They may be political, but they'll be something that has to do with the EPA or the National Weather Service or NASA or our Antarctic, the Arctic. What's happening in that arena, because it is obviously environmental coffee house, but that's where I'm best suited in doing that work. So
And
I look
someone
forward
needs to do it. People don't like knowing what's going on. They'd rather stick their fucking fingers in their ears and do nothing with the world. What's up, Binger?
Are you talking about me?
Yeah, we're talking about you.
Are you guys talking about me? One
Yes.
time I was visiting back home and I was at my grandparents' house, and that day my uncle, his son, my cousin, and I went crabbing out on the creek, and so we were cooking up some crabs and my uncle was grilling or whatever, and my other cousin comes over, and it's just like a random weekday, and he comes over and he was just dropping something off for my grandmother, and I opened the door. I was like, "Hey man," he goes, "What are you guys having, a party?" He was like really upset. I just died laughing like that right in his face. I was like, "What? No, I guess. Well, you can come in." He was just like, "What are you guys having, a party?"
The grand old
Sorry.
party, no less.
Oh god. The grand old party.
All right. I
We
think
said GOP because Republican is too big of a word. Come on, just say Republican. It's easier than
it's
saying
not.
GOP.
It's MAGA now. There is no Republican.
Yeah, but
Party.
calling it
MAGA.
GOP is just like
GOP. The
how
GOPs.
old is that?
I
They
cannot
said,
stand
Dem,
the GOP.
are you
I
a
will
Dem
not-
or are you a GOP?
The GOP, you know what they should
Guppy.
do? They should stop.
Stop. They should stop. Yeah, they should stop. But unfortunately, they won't. And at that, listen, my channel will still be on because there's no way of me leaving and then ending it for them.
That's right. Sandy's
I
audience
know.
is stuck with Jake. Of all
Yeah,
people.
no, I'm doing my exit. It's been
I
2
can
hours. For
I
me.
can end that.
Thank
I mean,
you.
I can turn it off if you want.
Sandy,
can
you're
go
gonna
all-
say no because you're leaving
could-
now. But
No,
I'm
listen,
gonna.
they could all go to this space chat. That's what I'm saying.
This
There's
space.
35 people. You can all go to the other chat if it goes off of my channel, or you can stay and chat, but I won't be on. I will be watching in the other room. That's all.
Well, I've got to get my watch hours back up, and it's got to be with content that's not streamed elsewhere. So I think I'm going to go live after this.
Oh, wow.
And,
I'm going to bed.
yeah, I invite anybody
And I
who wants
say,
to have a drunken stream.
Are you guys ending the show?
I'm
Drunken?
ending
Me? No.
my show.
Drunken
Yeah,
stream?
I'm going
as
to do
in-
an absolutely hammered stream where I say irresponsible things. See ya, buddy.
Are you serious? Am I invited?
I messed that up. Yes, you're invited.
And you're going to get drunk on your channel, and I get to
Well,
say whatever I want on your channel?
I don't know
Without
that I
any
have the energy
repercussions?
to actually get drunk. I might get a little high.
Well, no.
might-
You've already promised a drunk stream because I'm already
Well, I don't
drunk.
have
I can keep
booze.
going. Let's keep the party going here.
I have like 2 cans of beer in my house. I don't think I'm capable
Hmm.
of. Well, I said, why do I still say house? I live in the bottom half of a duplex, which is supposed to be
Ooh.
1 apartment, but it's been divided into 2.
Mm.
But my hovel, I only have 2 cans of beer, but I have a big fat J. Take a whack at, sure. But
Jake,
no, I
and-
invite you both to come and hell, maybe
You see
even
what's
dump
happening
the
here,
audience.
Matt, is he's trying to end the show here on a high note so that
Jake's
he
gonna
can
be
kill
like-
our views at the peak of our popularity. That's what
Jake's gonna
Jake's
be
literally
halfway.
done.
He's gonna be halfway through that spliff going duplex. Duplex. That's a funny word. Duplex. And then
Oh, I hate you guys.
and then he's gonna like say, "Are they still on left past 10?" I'm just gonna be over here going, "Come on down with your Jake bucks. Popcorn, soda, and fries with Jake
Why don't you buy some
bucks."
more beer with your Jake bucks?
You bring
Free
up a
Jake
good
bucks.
point, which is that I actually lose the ability to function when even slightly high.
Well, that's what we being there, also being very high, probably more high than you, would be able to offset. Because I know Matt he uses some stuff sometimes. That's what I heard.
I do
anyway.
also
Is that true?
realize I don't think I can set up a live stream through StreamYard when I'm logged in here as this. So maybe this is all moot point.
I don't know what that means. I'm sure you could just open up
You
an internet browser and
can
log in.
Fix that.
So,
Yeah, you can fix that. I
My
would
God,
say
not
that yeah, no, you're good. I'm good. But I like how last week, I forget who it was. Somebody was like, "This is like a fever dream."
They're not wrong.
That is the best compliment We don't retool the show anymore. I hope everyone noticed that. There's no rock
Yeah.
bottom.
We
There's
almost
four
got
hosts.
through, but
There's
now
four
there
hosts.
is. We
We
almost
can't-
made it
yeah.
through. We made it
We
2
cannot-
hours.
Yeah, something changed. I don't really
Lockdown.
know from the beginning of the stream, and now I feel like we do need to retool, shut it down, retool. It was fine
We
up until
lost-
very
we
recent.
lost our fourth host. That's what happened.
Yeah.
We immediately plummet. So we're nearing rock bottom. I don't think we're there yet, but we're near it, and we'll just have to shut it down and retool. Which luckily we have plenty of experience at.
But everybody, definitely go to Jake's channel if he's already locked in. He's got a 6-pack and he's gonna down them all in an hour. He said. So go over there.
Oh, I did some new merch for the Vanguard. Everyone check that out. They were showing that today. Everyone check that out. That's cool. I did some.
Are you
new
gonna
merch.
show us, or are we just gonna?
No, you gotta go over there. Go on over to their merch
I'm
store.
not
It's
gonna
linked up in their stuff.
I'll just see it when I just scroll through passively because no one shuts the fuck up about the Vanguard. Everyone's talking about them.
No, it's like they're very cool. They're like, hey, we want. They were saying like we want to run some t-shirt ideas by you if you have time, and I was like, I actually don't know if I do have time, but what do you have in mind? And like right away, I was like, oh yeah, no problem, and we were done in like 12 hours. They were done the next morning. So
That's good.
it's a great working relationship and that stuff. And then it's like your work sees the light of day. They put it right up on their store. So anyway, it's fun.
I don't mind the Vanguard. I listen to their show sometimes,
Yeah.
Sometimes it's like, it's a guilty pleasure. It's like true crime podcast. Sometimes you just want to go see the slop. And, like they're the best at the game, I got to say. I mean, the Majority Report does the drama slop too, but they're not as good as the Vanguard, I think, in my opinion.
Matt Taibbi
drama
wrote
slop.
an article, I guess a Substack or Medium or something. I don't know, but he wrote an article. And I didn't catch this whole segment, but he referenced them and called them. He said a host of the Vanguard said about me, blah blah blah, and they're like, you're calling us out by saying that we called you out unfair. Like, of course we're gonna reference this, and then he called them Heckle and Jekyll, and they were like, oh my god, we're totally gonna use that. Right? We're gonna like make merch out of that. Like, thanks.
That's
this
good.
is
That's
like
good. That's good.
I'm just waiting for that email. Matt, what do you think about the Heckle and Jekyll? But anyway,
No,
yeah,
I
I think
agree.
it's funny as heck.
Do you guys feel I've set up the stream now. Do you guys feel comfortable rating my stream so that we can
Oh man, now
So
we're
are we
getting
ending this show?
desperate.
We're ending this show.
No.
or you just
Now
think
we're
when
getting.
we- Oh, okay.
Jake is gonna wake up with a fucking brown paper bag in a gutter somewhere and go.
if we
you
get
want me
these
to set it
92
to redirect?
people, even if we get half of them, if we get these 50, if we
This
get
is great.
50 people to go to my stream and watch for 15 minutes, I can basically I'll have several hours of the content I need. I have to get like 1,000 more watch hours.
Everybody wants to do charity, and they're always asking, "How do I donate to charity tax free?" Well, this is a way you can do it. There's no taxes on half an hour of your life. Go subscribe to what you can. What can you do?
Oh, you knew it. You
What is it?
filthy
It's
slut.
go
What
subscribe
you
to
can
whatever
do.
it is. Your old
I
pal
will burn your house to the
Jake
ground.
Yakub. Go subscribe. Tune in or don't.
I'll
We're
try
gonna
and
be
redirect.
competing.
It
Matt
might
and I
be-
are gonna be here competing with Jake. So
I'm
Jake will
staying
be
up.
alone
I'm
by
staying in the
himself.
race.
He will be in a drunken stupor in the gutter while Matt and I are here talking about how Matt was voted at least the most right-wing member of Left Past 10. And also, very conveniently, will not allow a repoll to be done. He will not allow there to be another vote.
Send you to
Which is very strange to me, because wouldn't you want to clear your reputation? I don't know. Maybe he's afraid of what.
No,
the other
because
vote-
now everyone's gonna be like, dude, yeah, he is. Yeah. Now it's like a bit. You can't trust it.
Yeah. It's going to be like that German
Mm.
town or that whatever town where you only pronounce it a certain way if you're from out of town. We'll know people aren't really viewing if they say that. Yeah.
I'm waiting for you to like not bring it up 1 week even. Maybe.
Well, it's kind of just out there now.
It's
know?
like on the Wikipedia page, it'll be like, controversies. Click the arrow.
What we need to do is get Carlos back
Trivia.
on here and get his input because he knows what happened because he was here.
He was.
Right?
That's
Who
true.
back on here?
Carlos. Carlos was
yeah.
here that night.
Carlos hasn't been on here in a while. We got to get him back. He was on here like every day for a fucking while. You know, he was like, he was our touring guitarist.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, we were like, we'd bring him on full time.
Yeah,
but he's a busy guy.
But yeah, got fired. Just couldn't cut
Quiet firing.
He's
We didn't
he was
say
doing
anything,
this
it
weird
just
thing
is.
where he kept like
It
drinking
is.
Coca-Cola and then pointing the label at the camera and going, "Don't you love it?" Like it was kind of strange. He just kept
I
going.
was watching okay, so Jet in the chat is one of our mods is doing a lot of clips for this space. And it's like, you know, they're like, hey, here's some clips. And I'm like, ooh, I get to rewatch, right? So I was watching one with Carlos, and it's such a great job. And I don't know if you noticed there's like the rotating starry background on them now. It's really cool. I don't know if you guys have seen that one, but I'm watching this one of Carlos. Right in the middle of it, he goes, Letterhack, and then just keeps going. It's like, I guess he's like saying hi to me in the chat, but I was like, for a second, I thought it was live.
Is he gonna ask me a question?
Watch
Nope.
this. Check this out. We're starting to do more motion graphics. So
Did you use AI for that? It looks AI generated.
Nope.
No AI.
Did
you know,
I use
really,
AI
you're
for
just such a neoliberal. You know, you're really a right winger. Lefties like me, we love AI. I
That's
feel
when
hated on.
who was it that said? Who was it that was in my chat and said, I don't know, normally Matt's too conservative for me. And I was like, damn.
I think that's where it started. Yeah.
But that
Honestly,
can't
though, I do
be
think
the
it is.
word.
I think
That
it
can't
is
be the
like
right word.
it's the salt and pepper mustache wearing the trucker hat.
Not being
I
left
think that's
enough
it. I
doesn't
think
mean
that
too
is-
conservative. Those aren't the same things. And I'm constantly saying
I think that maybe they are similar, but also I think that a lot of people just see you wearing that Atari hat, you know, thinking like this guy's a poser.
It could also be out of context too. Like I often describe myself as having a conservative nature, which is true. Like
That is true.
I do tend to, yeah. I like.
But you're
doing
not a
examples of things.
conservative. You're not a conservative. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
different. It's not a political outlook. I mean, in terms of just aversion to risk with new experiences. That's all.
I'm a conservative in the sense that, you know, have you ever seen the TV show Hoarders? I conserve, similar to that. You know, I buy like 6 packs of Mountain Dew or 12 packs, and I conserve all the empty cans. I'm a little bit of a
Dang.
conservative.
Wow. A 12-pack? Jeez.
Just me.
I
We
can't
get.
find your
I do think we get. Oh hey. We get so in this political.
Is that
world
Sandee from
often.
Environmental?
It sure is.
I heard that Sandee got her channel banned for something that's not so good. That's what I
Lord
heard.
Almighty, she did. I tell you what, she got. It's suspected that it was an AI shadow operation. You understand? Now
that's a shame.
Yeah, the robots they're after her.
The robots are on a roll or on a
Oh, yeah.
destructo spree. That's what I heard.
Robot.
Hyphenated.
I am trying.
I want to be.
Redirect.
NVIDIA Studio Driver is available.
Ooh.
Look at that. Probably not a good time for me to update, and it's an automatic update. Okay.
Here we go. We're strapped in.
We'll see
And
if I
then
remain
that's
visible.
when Jake is gonna get his little, you know, and there it goes. Nope, he's back. That was that's called movie magic, folks. Wasn't real. Jake's actually
There we
fine.
go.
Jake, you see, he's a professional actor. He was actually in Superman versus Batman, Dawn of Justice.
Dawn of Justice.
Jake
Yeah.
is a professional actor. He was in that movie probably hundreds of times. You were in that movie. They really liked you, so they put you in there a lot.
I am a little piece of everybody mourning Superman in a cut scene for the funeral.
And you don't have any access to that. You never saw any still photography or anything like that.
Hell no. Well, first of all, they were very clear. Like
They're like,
when I
oh,
was
we got to
there-
send this one to Jake.
You could have known somebody. Could totally know.
say-
Jake sits here making friends with everyone on the set. Come on, you don't think that's the case?
They're like, oh shit, we got to
I did make
CC Jake on this one. He's gonna miss it.
I think I was pretty well out of any running for anything that was significant. Right after I bothered the director.
Yeah, he gave the
well,
director a talking to without realizing it was the director. Not like a talking to, but like you
Man,
didn't
this
know that was the
director has
director.
no idea what he's doing. He's a total piece of
And
shit.
Zack
Can you believe this
Snyder-
cocksucker?
Didn't Zack Snyder respond something like, "Yeah, okay, like I'll
Oh, it was
take it
he
into
was nice.
consideration."
Yeah, like he was just being so like.
You were like,
kind
"Can we
and, like,
cool it off
listened
in
to
here?
me."
Can it's a little hot? Can we cool it down?" Didn't you say something like that? What did you say?
Yeah, I just literally asked, like, "Can we cool it down?" And he was like, I don't think so."
You're the
'cause, like,
director
he was aware
to
of
Zack
like,
Snyder.
yeah,
That's
we don't have
fucking
access to the
great.
cooling system or whatever. I just kept bothering him with this stuff until it dawned on me who I was talking to.
The
And then
beautiful
there-
thing
Well, that's good. That's good.
just would have been so great if he like started every time he saw you, he was like, "Jake, what's going on? Is it cool enough? Okay, cool." And you know what I mean? Like everybody would be like, "Do you know Zach? Do you know
Did I
the
tell you
director?"
that Jesse Eisenberg story? Same day.
I'll listen to it again. I don't remember.
Let's go.
Go ahead. Same
There's
day.
another
Okay, you're on a roll.
They were trying to make Lex Luthor seem like this awesome and fun dude. And so one of the things they were doing was having him play basketball. And I played basketball, so I raised my hand as one of the extras who would be willing to do that. I can't stress enough, I just wanted to get paid for talking because I had once got bumped like that, and it was great. Bumped up in terms of pay. But yeah, I raised my hand. They did not select me for being one of the dudes in the basketball scene, but they did have me stand around Jesse Eisenberg for a while, and I, for being from the Midwest, didn't know what to do, so I introduced myself as though was worth his time. I was like, "Oh, hey, first of all, I didn't watch Jesse Eisenberg movies, never have. Second of all,
You said that to him? I didn't watch Jesse Eisenberg?
No.
Okay.
No, but I did. I sincerely thought I was talking to Michael Cera. And he said, I said, "Hi, I'm Jake." And he said, "I'll never remember that." And I said, "That's fair." And I meant it. I meant that's fair. I respected him for being honest about the fact that, like, who the fuck are you? I would never know who you are. And so I was just like, "Oh, that's fair enough." And when he was leaving, I said, "Thank you so much, Michael." Because I meant Michael
Which
Cera.
could be you being funny.
You
like
would
I'll
think.
never remember
In
that, but
retrospect,
also
it works though. Like now, I guarantee you, he remembers you because of that. Though I guarantee you, he's
I'm
like,
getting
"What?
credit for being a funnier guy than I am. I
No,
just
no, that's
it would
the
be
secret of
better
it.
if you had said, "Take it easy, George Michael." You know what I mean? Like his name from Arrested
that would have
Development.
been
that
even,
would have
yeah.
been-
Well, yeah. If I, but that would have been an improvement on the joke that was accidentally made.
No,
That
but it
is
was
funny,
good.
though.
It was
That's
good. It was a
good.
great joke, even though it wasn't unintentional. Apparently,
No, we'll give you that.
I
one.
guarantee you. Do you think we could get him on the show? And you think, you? I mean, you got connections, right, Jake?
I would.
I
Oh, I
bet-
thought you were asking me. I was like, we can
No,
make that
Matt, you
happen.
don't know
I was gonna
fucking
say,
Jesse
you- Matt
Eisenberg.
might
You
be
don't
able
know
to
who the
make it
fuck. You don't
actually
know
happen.
anybody. I'm not who the fuck.
I
you
don't
just
know
some
if you
kid
gotta
in an
know him,
Atari hat.
but-
You're just some fucking. Jake, you're a professional actor. You think you can get him on here? Because
Get his number from Zack Snyder.
I just told you.
Yeah.
Like, first of all, if you drop my name, Jesse Eisenberg, as we've established, would say who. And second, the person who is most likely to get anybody on here is Matt. It's Matt. He's the Letterhack.
Well,
we have to
say-
Letterhack it.
You could say, "Yeah, remember my name is Jake," and he goes, "No," and you go, "I called you Michael," and he goes, "Oh yeah,
This mother.
that
guy."
was
Yeah.
you. He wakes up at
Dawn
like
of Justice,
3 a.m.
right.
Like he hears like at the end of all of his dreams, he's like, "See ya, Michael,"
It's like,
and like he
heard-
wakes up in a sweat, like, "Huh? What?"
He
He's
doesn't
like,
know
"Thank
he's
you."
thinking.
Or
Heard
thank
you
you.
have
Whatever.
I
he
the
think I said,
director
"Thank you,
to
Michael."
turn the AC up or whatever. And that's the best. Just to like kind of mosey over, like, You look
Can
like
you
you're not
believe
busy.
this
Hey, come here
hotshot
for a second.
cocksucker working us to death in the sweatshop?
You
There's
look
someone turn the
union. You
AC
look
on, for
blue
Christ's sake.
collar. You look like heating and air.
Oh,
You
it
look like
exposed
somebody
so
who
many
would
awful
get
things about
vents.
me in
Hey,
one
are you
moment.
the fucking janitor? Hey, buddy, is that you? Can you go fucking fix
Can we get a
this
fan
goddamn
in here? I mean,
shit,
they make
man,
them
for
pretty
Christ's
quiet now.
sake?
Just get a fan or two.
All at once, it exposed I do not know how a major production works. I
Well-
do not know who the director of this one is. I do not know what my role is here. I do not know why it
Who
is
the actors
the air
are.
conditioning is not on. I do not know the correct way to bring that up to the director because here I am accidentally doing it myself. It established so much. I'm not bright enough to put 2 and 2 together and read
I
social
guarantee you,
cues.
like they're all like this director guy. He goes and says, like, "Watch out, we got a live one over here." Like, I guarantee.
What if he
he's
just
And I think I'm more important than I am, that I would bring it up at all when there's
the
all
fact
these
that
people
you
around
just like
me
walked
not
up to
bringing it
this
up.
guy in a shot and was like, "Hi, I'm Jake."
What if like Snyder just like took off his headphones, gave them to you, handed you his clipboard, and was like, "I'm out. Let
The
this guy do
only
it."
thing. Yo, this guy clearly
I
knows,
don't
like,
think
he
I've heard that one
sarcastically makes me
before.
the director for a day. Like, all right, this guy obviously knows how to spend millions of dollars. Sure.
It's a
Go
real
ahead.
life Curb Your Enthusiasm moment, though. Were you doing it on behalf of other people, or somebody in
No.
particular was like,
Well, I thought
you
I
just
was.
thought
This
in
is during
general it's
Jake's,
way
like,
too hot in
selfish
here.
narcissist
I
years.
love this.
He's like, I'm hot as fuck. I'm sweaty. Like, someone
Like,
go out there.
So
Like,
good.
he was divaing hard. He's like, I'm finally a big shot actor. I made the big league. Someone go fix the fucking AC unit over here. I can't do my lines.
I mean, I'm sure I thought I was being a white knight. I thought I was like, I'm sure I thought I can't tell you what I was. I don't remember what I was actually thinking, but I'm sure I told myself, like, well, if I feel this way, everybody else feels this way. And since I'm not trying to make it to Hollywood, I'm just here to thieve from these people. I'll be the one to be the jerk because who cares? And then, an idiot. I want to also point out, of everything filmed in LexCorp, the whatever building that was rented to be LexCorp, literally the only thing that was used were 2 shots that I'm not in, which should tell you my contribution.
It has to have been personal. Like, they're in the editing room and like
They
that
can
Zach
Or I
erase
was
guy
just
you.
was like-
effing up shots.
That Zach
or they
guy
were
was
bad.
like fucking like, hey, guy, just cut that part out. This guy was fucking asthma.
Or there's me in the background, like, looking right at the camera.
Like a soft
That's a reason to
porn
cut
or
it out.
something.
Yeah.
This is great,
Hi,
man.
I'm Jake.
There's a whole story. So like I was watching HBO put up a bunch of their HBO half-hour comedy hour. Remember that HBO comedy half hour, I think it was called? It's like they would showcase comedians in the 90s, right? And it's like Janine Garofalo, Dave Chappelle, Patton Oswalt, Mark Maron. And I was watching the Kathy Griffin one, right? Because like there's a couple I distinctly remember, and I remember this one. She had just done Seinfeld, and she's like, her whole stand-up routine is her just telling a story about being on set. Exactly what you just did. It's just a matter of like getting all the beats right, you know what I mean, and finding the points that are going to make people burst out laughing. But like, she did this whole bit, what I don't remember, or what I didn't remember, and she says it right in the middle, and she goes, by the way, he's got like a child bride. That's weird, right? What's that about? And then she goes on and keeps talking, and I was like, oh shit. Just called him. That was slick. Like, called him out right in front of everyone.
I gotta watch that.
And then just
What?
kept going and said something like, he's like 40s and she's 16, or said something like that. But I was like, whoa, she just threw that in there, because the rest of it is just a story about how he was like being a jerk on set, and that could totally be fake. That could maybe not be real, or she really doesn't give a fuck if she ever gets invited back on Seinfeld. Like, there's a pretty funny
I gotta
episode with
say,
her.
I got newfound points for that. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's
Because
pretty
you know
wild.
that is real and strange.
But and this would have been
Like,
right
good
when it
use of
was
the
on.
microphone.
Yeah. And but Jake, like, your stories, there's something there. Like you should find, like, you could do a tight 2-3 minute set. What do they call it? Tight 5 at an open
Well, I'm
mic.
already monetizing it.
You could
Everyone
slay
go to
with that story.
whatcanyoube.com.
I'm gonna commit
and don't go there. I
crime
don't
in
know
your
what it is.
name.
It's
gonna
gonna
make
be
people
your
think
old
you did
pal
it.
B, your old pal. What can you Jake? We're gonna be doing Jake and Bake is what we're gonna be doing. Not Wake and Jake.
It's
That's in the morning.
12:37 a.m. on the East Coast.
We're gonna be doing Jake and Bake tonight, and we're gonna wake up tomorrow 6 a.m. with a new episode of Wake and Jake. We'll keep the party rolling, and everyone tune in. Letterhack, by the way, is siphoning dollars out of the This Space coffers. Notice, by the way, that Letterhack removed the This Space branding from the top of the. We normally have This Space, patreon.com/this. Letterhack removed that earlier because he wanted to siphon all the dollars away from This Space and promote himself because he's a money grubbing voted.
Just a little quick product place.
What is that? Why did you?
I don't want to overkill with branding. I mean, let's be real. But like yeah. So we don't want to over.
Whatever.
I do think that it's important that it's 12:38 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Woke and Joke with Wake and Jake. And so I think Woke and Joke would be the title that you change it to halfway through.
I
Hey,
honestly
welcome to Wake and Jake.
I think that's how we're gonna do the next stream. Is I'm in the space in between these. I'm gonna puff on, like literally take 2 puffs of what have you, and then the stream will last as long as I can stay coherent. So
No,
it's
do
gonna
the
be
whole
a
thing.
10-minute stream
Do
with
the whole
Andrea
thing.
and I.
And
Yeah,
then
that's
just be like,
that'll be the whole thing.
welcome to
You and I
Woke and
trying
Joke.
to. Yeah,
No,
it's-
I mean
it's
do
the
the whole.
start.
Don't take 2 puffs. Take 12.
You're like, what? Huh? What? Are we live?
I'll literally just be like,
And Andrea's just sitting there like doing different zoom ins, 24, 26, 20.
Gotta get it
21,
just
19.
right.
"Who's a good boy?" Oh man,
Andrew's just over there smelling the camcorder. What Letterhack say? Gasoline?
Look at these nostrils, man. Have you ever seen nostrils like this? Look at this.
Yes. I have a dog.
Look at that.
Yeah. He's like, cigars. Yuck. He's like, I can smell that dirty camera.
Holy shit, man.
He's a good fellow. Oh my word.
I know you want to end it. I know you guys were 20
No,
minutes.
I just wish I hadn't committed to the weed part because.
No, that's what makes it good. Otherwise,
Yeah,
it's
you'll
some
get a second
boring
win.
ass Jake stream. Who's gonna watch that?
You'll
shit?
bounce back. You'll bounce back. Oh
I've
gosh,
seen you
Andrew's like,
guys-
it's not worth watching otherwise.
I've seen you guys engage in this stuff, and I'm floored. Like if I hadn't met other people who also have great tolerance, I would have accused you of faking in some way. But I just
Oh, you
don't.
mean using on air and being able to like maintain?
I can't. I think it's interesting. It's going to be good content for however long we can stay up. But I don't know how you stay coherent.
It
It works. Stuff works on me. I don't know how it doesn't work on you guys.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. When I was freelance, I would, be like, well, I think I'm in the clear for the day. I don't think anyone's going to call me or anything. And I would, rip bingers and then get like a phone call and I wouldn't even hesitate. I'd just be like, this is Matt. Hey,
Look
what's
at
going
that.
on? And then
Look
there
at
was,
that watery discharge from his nostril. You see that shit,
oh,
man?
don't humiliate the little guy.
No.
But then there was one time where I got off the phone and my wife was like, wow, how do you just switch it on and off like that? She's like, how can I ever trust you? Like the way you can just go from like rah, 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 to, hey, this is Matt. How's it going? Yeah, let's talk shop.
Not even that. I feel like she's missing the point, though. It's a matter of ability. Like,
Yeah,
how do you even remember what a sober person says? Like,
Well,
I
and
lose all
like,
perspective. I go like,
I mean, if you want me to talk about my work, kind of got that down.
I can
That's
do
fair.
almost anything when high, except for talking about something that I'm not prepared for.
Right. It's like if you can do it in your sleep, quote unquote.
Yeah, and this is an example of something I'm very
Jake's
prepared
like,
for.
can't do it.
Coming
Can't
on
do
the
it in my sleep.
microphone for 3 hours to just spew some utter hogwash. I'm extremely
Nothing
prepared
planned.
for that. I have
I
done
feel
this
like
many
it
times.
went
I've done this
well. I feel
thousands
like
and
tonight
thousands
went
and
great.
thousands of times. I could do this shit. I've done this in my sleep. I've done this while awake. I've done this while asleep.
At our
And so-
peak viewership, I was intent on just listening. I was like, okay, we got 113. I'm just going to sit here and listen. I'm not going to be the guy talking right now.
I was the person talking, and then this fucking guy in the chat was ripping me to shreds, saying shit like this bitch ass motherfucking tranny freak is fucking kept talking. You
Yeah,
know,
I went
what
there
is
and looked for that. LT and IK or
How
Kim
dare you?
must.
How dare you insult me?
I went to look for that comment. I
Uh-huh.
didn't come over there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I went into Sandee's chat. By the way, nobody knew, but I was on the.
And he was secretly lurking. He was what's going on here?
I was like, come say that in my chat.
It's always Sandy's chat. I'll tell you
Please,
that. It is
please do.
every single time some
Come say that
motherfucker
shit in
comes
my
in
chat.
here, starts spewing some shit. It's at me always. No one ever comes into Sandy's chat and says, "Who's that Jake character?" You
Are
know,
you
like
kidding?
it's never that. No,
I think we
it's-
had a whole conversation about this earlier, right?
It wasn't about Jake. It was about Jake's stupid ideas, like being progressive or whatever. I don't know.
a new development. I did not realize before recently that Andrea can do a bunch of different voices, and that I'm going to start taking advantage of.
Oh, that's one of the benefits about doing voice training is you unlock every voice along the way. It's like Kaioken, you know. Once you get Kaioken 10, you can do 5. It's no problem. You know.
I think that's probably going to be. That's likely to be heavily, a heavy. But oh boy, I forgot words to say. That's
Oh,
very likely
geez.
to be
I forgot my dialogue today.
the content that we pursue whilst trying to do a new stream.
Is
I
this
don't know,
you
man.
trying to transition into being a cool person for once?
No, I want to chicken out. I don't want to do the stream anymore.
Well, what do you
Jake,
think,
it'll be
Matt?
fun.
I'm
Should
happy
we
with
peer
this one.
pressure?
No,
Do it,
I mean, I'm not
dude.
going to be there. I
might just
gotta go
replay
eat. I'm
this stream.
starving.
No, I'll be there. I'll give you
right.
until fucking 1:30.
Fair.
We got until 1:30. You're gonna do the entire J, not
Let's
just
keep
two
Left
puffs.
Past 10 going till like 1:20.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could just go do it now, you know, and then get, you know, why bother even making
We're
your own
gaining
stream?
viewers. I thought we'd consistently keep losing them, but I think
Let's
now
gain as
people are
many as
like,
we
I want to
can.
see if they're going to make it till 1. This is crazy. They're not even saying
No.
anything. They're not doing it. They're complaining about what they're planning to do next already. They just planned it. Now they're planning to not do it already. And like,
That's the problem with Jake.
why are
is
they
he
even
always-
doing this
he,
right
he
now?
speaks before he's ready to speak, and he gets
But, like,
himself
why
in,
haven't we
in
ended this and
predicaments-
moved on?
in
we don't-
predicaments like this, where he said, "I am going to do recreational drugs in a legal fashion for my own entertainment." And
Before I really
then I will
think
live
about the
stream myself,
reality.
removing all the
Yeah.
entertainment value of it, and then now kind of rethinking about it, like, well, maybe I just want to do it by myself and have fun for once, and realizing
Oh.
it's already too late. It's already over.
The only
because
thing
the
that makes
moment
me
Jake goes
still wanna
live,
do it.
we're all, what the fuck is it? Just put that down. With the moment Jake goes live, we're all gonna give him super chats. Oh wait, no,
Ooh,
you
well, we
don't, because
can't.
you have monetization disabled because of your rampant abuse of
Because
and
I
that's what it was.
blatantly broke
Frankly,
the
it was abusive. It was quite oppressive, even of the
Well, I played
the
copyright.
YouTube the terms of service. Jake took those terms of service. He downloaded the PDF, printed it out, and set it on fire. And as we know, Trump signed an executive order that you can't burn flags, and that's the flag of YouTube and still counts as a flag.
Wait,
And
you
so
didn't do
now
all that,
Jake
did
is
you?
going to jail very shortly.
Nope. I played copyrighted music and reused content, and I got 2 strikes right in a row. And they said, "Guess what, buddy? You're demonetized for review.
Oh,
They gave me
you
plenty
were
of
doing
warning.
it.
Yeah, I knew what I was doing, and I said, it'll be fine. And then it wasn't. And whatever.
Famous last words. I
Honestly-
can't tell you how many times somebody has said, no, this will be okay. And I'm like, oh, there's the strike. But, and you know what? Usually it's not like an actual strike. It's like, what is it? The lower visibility one. And then you read where it's lower and you're like, sorry, Russia.
Yeah.
Less
Yeah, it's fine.
visibility there now.
They're
But-
just, yeah. There's a reason why we take risks on the smaller channels and then put only stuff we know is not going to get
Only.
us. Thing. That's true. I do want to do my OnlyFans show before next Wednesday. Well, no, I guess I want to do it so it premieres next Thursday so we can plug it on Left Past 10 first.
That has a different meaning on OnlyFans, I think.
Oh yeah, I'm going to explore all of that. I'm really excited to have an OnlyFans. I was thinking about doing the first one for OnlyFans of Tarantino movies. We'll see, but I've got some other OnlyFans folks who are teaming up with me, and they said we're going to make great content. So that'll be fun.
That I'm not looking forward to it, but I'm sure someone is. So that's great.
There's always somebody out there.
I don't know why
Everyone's
you
got a
wouldn't be
fetish.
thrilled to see me perform on OnlyFans. I would think people would be very excited for that. But you know,
well,
I just try to get as many chins out here as I can while saying it.
Oh man, I asked my mom if she had any pictures from my brother's or had seen any pictures from my brother's wedding, and I meant like official. Like his friend is a photographer, and he was just walking around taking pictures all night. And I was like, it's got to be a long time to go through all that. But I wonder, have you seen any? And she goes, yeah, I've seen a few. And she sent me like pictures that she took, and these are like obvious throwaways. One is of my dad and I sitting on a couch, and I'm slouching in a way that's very unflattering, and my eyes are closed. I'm just kind of like making this weird face.
Oh no!
And I was like, why would she send me that? And then I look at the next one, and it's like of my brother and his new wife, like, and they're both like in the same pose, and I was like, okay, please tell me my mother isn't sending me these photos. Like, aren't they great? And they're like the worst photos. And so I didn't know how to reply and be like, I didn't want to come off like a jerk, but I also didn't want to assume. So I said, those are great! Exclamation point. And she was like, I thought you'd like them. And I was like, I still don't know if she's fucking with me or not. I thought I had like a neutral answer, but you know, I guess next time I see her, I'll be like, what's up with those fucking pictures, Mom? Those are terrible.
Yeah.
Oy vey.
And there's one where I was like, I'm arguably wearing the best outfit in the room right now. And that picture makes me look like a total louse.
I gotta say, Groove Dragon has 3 streams going, and for some reason the volume on all of them.
Echo.
Buddy, if we can't gather an audience just by having one stream at a time, then we don't deserve the audience. I appreciate what you're doing, but stay sane, my guy. That's gonna drive you
Groove
batty.
Dragon is famously, or rather infamously, unsane.
That's true.
He's someone who writes in all capital letters on the internet at all times, and doesn't really need to do that. But we all just kind of, elephant in the room here. But
do you know
crazy like a fox?
Jake, do you know the trick where if you share the YouTube page of this stream and make it full screen, I think that's how you do it. It just repeats endlessly. Are you aware of this?
No.
Is that how you do it, Andrea?
Are we really having this boomer type moment here? Yeah, just bring it up. Bring it up.
And then,
yep. And then we're watching the stream, right? That you bring it up on.
This is actually something that's
this is like I first understood this when I was like 8 years old, but somehow like Matt was like freaking out about this, and still I don't think he understands it. I genuinely don't think Matt understands what's happening. I'm really serious. I think.
Have you seen this, Jake? Like, how long does it go? It's infinite.
This effect is so good. Like this, we really should use this.
I
often.
use this shit all the time. I was doing this shit in my YouTube videos when I was like 12 years old. This is a classic meme.
I mean, I was
It's
doing
just
way cooler shit when you were 12 years old. I'm just saying.
That's
than
probably true.
this.
That's
I
probably
may
delay
seem
is
late
what
to the
makes it
game,
so
but I
cool.
had a whole nother very exciting career path. I wasn't like, what can I do on YouTube? What are the 12-year-olds up to on here? Right? They're like, man, you have a mortgage. And I'm like, what are the 12-year-olds doing online?
Watch as an army of Jakes gets serious 30 seconds at a time.
This is just, it's the mirror trick. You ever fucking put
It's
two
not going to
mirrors?
break us. It's not going to like at some point be like, bow, bow, bow.
It's one stream. You're looking at one stream.
I know, but
We have
the
one stream open.
can the pixels handle it?
There's no. Notice that when my camera has that auto shut off, that's just going all the way in there. Look at that. Look at that.
This is like a fever
All right, let me get
dream.
Max in here. Hold on.
It is.
This is
Oh.
like a fever dream. This is like a fever dream. Yeah,
Oh,
this
my-
is
oh, Max.
Max, you're on TV.
Max, you're the X Factor. Look at that. Here he comes. Look,
Oh,
he's looking up
baby.
like, who's that good looking dog? Wait a minute. There's a couple of handsome dogs.
Max, you're on TV. Look at you. Everyone loves you. You're
Yeah.
famous.
I'm pretty famous.
This just keeps going. It's
Look at
insane,
this.
right?
Oh my god. I'm gonna lose my shit. This is awesome.
So, how many people do you think come on here
fuck,
while we're
it's
doing
happening.
this and go,
It's happening.
12-year-old shit? I'm out.
It's
People are like, oh my god, you guys are just discovering this. Why are they doing the mirror thing? So dumb.
hey. Oh,
30 seconds
man,
at a
how's it
time.
going?
Watch Jake get serious.
Oh, look at this. Max, you're famous.
Oh, Matt's switching gear. Well, is it safe to say that that is enough of that, or are we gonna?
I honestly,
I think we
I
could
don't
keep this
know.
going for a while, actually. At least
Well,
until
let
120.
me throw this at you a little bit. Might freak you out. Yeah.
it's gonna be like, this is